bunch of containers. Get me an experiment where gravity is the independent variable. I will accept nothing less because that was your claim.
Can someone please stream that video? Can we look at it?
The video that doesn't go ahead and demonstrate what you claimed, no, we don't need to. What we need from you is an experiment where gravity is the independent variable causing gas pressure.
As I told you, man, we have took two balloons, one filled with heavier gas, one filled with a
we
lighter
understand
gas.
paradox. Just
I
one
get
sec,
it, bro.
paradox. You've just dropped some things, right? Okay, just released them into an environment and then declared why it happened. Nothing was done to establish the reason why it happened.
Man, I'm stating the reason because of higher mass of sulfur
Yes,
hexafluoride.
that's your declaration.
Not my declaration, man.
It is your declaration.
Okay.
One thing that was one, it had one property, and another thing had another property, and they did something, right? The question is why?
Because formula of force of gravitation says attractive force depend on masses. So if force is higher, for higher masses, we can verify the formula of gravity.
Dude, you don't even believe your own BS.
He's just talking shit now. Yeah, I hear him.
Yeah.
It's not shit, man. Why you can't understand these basics?
Okay. In your formula, the gravity, right? Whatever gravity is, and there's mass in there. What's mass? You're not conflating density with mass, are you?
No, I'm talking about the masses of these gas.
So what's mass?
Mass is weight divided by small g.
Weight?
Is it?
What is it?
Weight.
Oh, weight, so now mass. So why don't you just say weight? You saying that the gas is way more?
Yeah.
He said the answer is 0. So since small g is 0 and the weight is 100, it's 0.
Small g is 9.8. That's the standard value that we take.
Oh no, no, that's just the average. That's not an actual real value.
Talking about gases.
The number represents the event, not the cause.
Solid objects. Sorry,
exactly.
We're talking about gases.
No, yep.
And you're talking about acceleration of solid objects when you drop them in the vacuum chamber and their rate of acceleration towards the ground. That's a solid object. We're talking about gases. Gases don't work along one vector. We'll call that down.
So
when you put a rock on the scale, it presses downwards. That's weight. Can you put a gas molecule on a scale?
Jedi, we have taken two balloons, both of the mass.
I was right
10
there.
grams.
Two containers, mind you.
Yeah. But
two containers. You're supposed to be demonstrating that you don't need a container for gas. Remember? You're supposed to be stopping the gas expanding into the vacuum with gravity. And now you keep giving us containers with gas in them and saying, look what's happening to the gases that are contained in the already existing atmosphere. That's interesting. But don't Jedi me. We've asked you very kindly, but specifically for an experiment. We've given you the phenomena, that's gas pressure. Your hypothesis is that gas pressure is caused by gravity. That means you need to actualize that hypothesis in the experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity to cause pressure. That's what we're asking for. Can you provide that now?
Jedi, do you accept the formula for gravity?
So he's just going to...
I will accept the scientific experiment that the formula is based upon. You can give me the language of mathematics, but the language better be expressed in a scientific experiment. I'll give you an example. The ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. Now, that's the mathematical expression, but it's based upon experiment, laws of gas, if you will, Avogadro's law, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law. All of these experiments go into the formula that describes ideal gases and their motions and behaviours. Now, you'll notice within PV equals nRT, the formula that explains gas behaviour, there's no G. Now, you're saying there's a G that explains gas behaviour. I require an experiment. You can express it with mathematics if you want, but I still want to look at the experiment.
So if you don't take my experiment that I've shared in the side chat, how can we talk?
Do you know what
any
an
further
experiment
about-
is?
What is it according to you?
Okay, in this instance, it's the actualization of, which is gas pressure is caused by gravity. Now, you need to cause gas
Hypothesis.
pressure with gravity. Thanks, Tito.
Yeah,
You do
you
understand.
get that word cut out. Sorry.
Yeah, cheers, man. Thank you. No, you're fine. Thank you.
Man, in that experiment, they're literally demonstrating that
containers.
higher. They
In
are
containers.
literally demonstrating.
No.
Yeah,
You
in
need to pay
containers.
attention.
Containers
The
of the
phenomenon that we
same
have
weight.
on the Earth is gas pressure.
Containers of the same weight. Both balloons are of same weight. So that is.
Give a flying fuck. It's still a container. What would
Yeah,
happen
but,
if you remove the
what matter-
container? What would happen if you remove the container?
Yeah, the gases would expand.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. So the gases would expand if there wasn't a container.
Not too long. Not too long, man. Not too long. They cannot escape the atmosphere. So they would
the
expand.
pressure. The pressure inside the balloons is being caused by the gas inside the balloon expanding to fill its available volume and pressing on the insides of the balloon, right, making it expand out until the tensile strength is reached, right? Now, listen, it's not being caused by what you're saying. You haven't demonstrated that the gas pressure inside the balloon is being caused by the gravity.
Yeah, because it's not, man. Because it's not. But
right, that's what you're supposed to be demonstrating.
What I'm demonstrating, what I'm trying to demonstrate at least, is heavier gases are pulled down faster than lighter gases.
All right, very quick question. Where is gas produced naturally?
In the oceans, mostly.
Okay, so I'll give you that. In the oceans, let's say there's a methane vent at the bottom of the ocean. Now, the gas is created in the methane vent. Which direction does it go?
In the upward direction.
Up. Okay, cool. So what we've got is we've got gas being produced on the surface of the Earth, and naturally, it goes up.
Because
now you're trying to tell me the gas is being pulled down.
Because
what we
the
actually observe is when gas is produced, like for example in the methane vent, the gas moves upwards through the water, the bubble pops, and the gas expands into the available volume.
Yeah, Jedi. The reason is because gas have
calling me Jedi, mate. You're really starting to piss me off now. You're saying that gases go down.
No, but
go up.
What you're doing is false equivalence fallacy.
No, we're talking about nature.
Case, in your case,
there's no balloons in nature, right? We're doing natural experiments. We're going to observe nature and what it does. Gases expand to fill volumes, and as demonstrated, to cause gas pressure naturally, like in biological forms, you require a container. Because if there isn't a container, as you quite rightly said, the gas will expand and fill the available volume, if not contained. Now, you have made the claim that gas pressure is caused not by a container, but by gravity. Now, I've given you the experiment that I claim where we put gas inside a container, we change the temperature, we change the volume, and there will be an equal or unequal relationship due to the pressure caused by the container. You need to show that relationship, not with a container. Don't show me balloons. You need to very manipulate gravity as the cause of the gas pressure. Please, sir, I beg you for the 5th time. Your claim is in direct contradiction to known laws of nature. The second law of thermodynamics, as I posted in the side chat, the literal first sentence when describing it says gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of gases, a fusion, a whole list of things. But the first one is gas expansion into a vacuum. That's what the law says. You're saying something that is contradictory to the law. So can you scientifically demonstrate it, please?
Jedi, do you know why that methane gas was rising up? Because methane have lower density than water. So the phenomenon involved.
Just ignored everything that you said, and now he's back on. Yeah, so now we have a density difference. That's correct. Welcome to contained Earth.
So lower density equals attracted to air, right?
No, not attracted to air.
Then why did it go up towards the air?
Because air
is gravity. Is air gravity? Did air pull the bubble towards
it? Is not gravity. Air is not gravity.
Anyway, dude, gravity's fake. I don't know why you're stressing. You already said gas is going all directions. You know gravity doesn't pull gases down.
Nor does it create pressure.
You can't have gas. You can't say gas is going all direction. Gases are pulled to the ground by gravity. You can't say both with a straight face and expect somebody not to slap you.
Why gases like oxygen and nitrogen decrease with a higher altitude?
Why is there the ozone layer, which is quite a dense gas, high up in the sky? Are we going to keep going around in this flipping circle?
Right. The same ratio exists on top of a mountain as does in a valley.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
You claim
just find less of it.
Yeah, your claim isn't to do with how gases behave with each other. It's how gases behave in a vacuum. You're saying that it doesn't expand to fill the vacuum. We're demonstrating that it does. You're claiming that it doesn't. You're actually demonstrating that it does with your balloons. That's just crazy.
I'm going to try again. My friend, do gases take shapes of their own? Like, do gases form cubes or spheres themselves? Let's say you've got an amount of gas and a very large volume for the gas to be in. Will it form a shape by itself, or will it take the shape of its container?
Gases take the shape of its container.
Cool. Okay, so gases take the shape of that container. So if we've got a lot of gas, I'll give you as much gas as you want. Is that still going to fill the limitation of its container, or is it going to form a shape because there's a lot of gas?
Hey, who is...
Please, I'll require an answer.
Hey,
can you repeat? I didn't heard.
Paradox.
Hello.
Hi. You know, Paradox. I have a question. It's very interesting question, actually.
I literally just asked him a question, and I was waiting for the answer for that question, and now you think that you should come along and ask a new question. I don't know you, my friend. I don't trust you to take hold of this conversation. We've been having a conversation with this gentleman for a while now, and I'd like to reach to a conclusion so we can move on maybe to you. Would that be okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
I don't know that. Okay.
Well,
okay.
it's just basic common sense and politeness, I would have thought, but hey ho, what do I know? So anyway, we understand that a gas will take the shape of its container. I've given you a very, very large and as much gas as you want. The same question remains. Will the gas fill and take the shape of its container, the volume, or will it make a shape of its own? Let's say a sphere.
It takes the shape of the container.
And it always will, won't it? No matter the amount of gas or the size of the container, the gas will always fill the container. It won't make a shape of itself in a vacuum now, will it?
Yeah, it won't.
No, good. So let's consider Jupiter, a gas giant, a giant ball of gas in a vacuum. Being as what we've just discussed, do you think that's possible?
Yeah, it is possible because Jupiter has very high gravitational pull.
Me. Where did this gravity come from all of a sudden?
At the core of Jupiter,
at the core of Jupiter, where the gas is densest, so there's a lot of gas.
No, so scientists think
there's a rock in the middle of it.
Yeah, there's a rock in the middle of it.
Okay. So there's a big rock in the middle of the gas. Okay, well, let's see if we can do the same demonstration again. I've got a container, a large one, and I've got an amount of gas. Hung within the container is a rock. Now, will the gases form around the rock or will they distribute around the container?
They would distribute around the container, but that's
okay,
not a
cool.
fair analogy.
Thank you, no problem. So don't worry, we'll get there. Now we've got a really big rock and it's surrounded by gas in a really large volume. Now the rock is as big as you bloody want, mate, I don't care. Will the gases spread out to fill the limitation of that volume? Or because the rock is so bloody big, will they hold on to it and not leave it alone?
If the rock is very big, it will gonna have higher gravitational pull. So in that case, gravity would be attracted to gases would be attracted to that rock.
But earlier on, you said gases had mass.
Yeah, gases have mass.
So this is why I gave you lots and lots and lots of gas, as much gas as you want, because that would have invoked mass now, wouldn't it? So I gave you a huge amount of mass of gas, but the huge amount of mass of gas wasn't enough mass to stop the gas from expanding. But as long as we've got a rock, it's fine. I mean, come on. You know gases fill the limitation of volume and take the shape of that container. You also know that gases don't form around solid objects just because they're big. Because gases will have free and random collisions with each other, which gives them the power of indefinite expansion. They don't have an acceleration just towards the floor.
Right. So
anyways,
it's a big mistake when people mistake the map as the territory, right? That's it's a big problem. Okay, it's a map, it's a tool, it has a purpose. There's hundreds of different map projections that serve different purposes. All of them are based off a spherical, all of the projections, right, are based off a spherical coordinate system which originated from taking angle measurements to the sky, to the celestials. How do we know the Earth's not a globe? We've went out and tested the Earth over and over again, validating that there's no curvature.
How did you validate there was no curvature?
Well, so most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, according to the globe, right? According to what we know about. And so it's like 72%, something like that, okay? And we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance when we're talking about the surface of the water. So if we have 20 miles, for example, we can calculate that there would be approximately 266 foot of curvature over that distance of 20 miles. Okay, then we can go and test to see if the curvature is actually there.
Wait. What's curvature? Is it in meters, in degrees, in degree meters?
Yeah. like what's on the outside of a ball. Curvature would be like bending, like the water bending.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how would you measure the curvature? Like you sound like we measured curvature and it wasn't there. But what were you actually measuring? How much the horizon went down? What exactly? Your angle to the sky?
So the byproducts of the curvature would be a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer, and then things that are beyond the horizon. Do you understand?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay. And then things that go beyond the horizon becoming obstructed behind the physical curvature of the Earth.
Yes, which is exactly what happened.
All right, so that when we actually go out and test that, it's what should happen, right? But it turns out that that's absolutely not what happens.
It is absolutely what happens. You're just pretending you measured it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, genuinely.
Okay. Well, how about I just present you with evidence?
The horizon is never globe curvature.
Yes, please present your evidence because it doesn't exist. What do you mean? The Earth is supposed to curve one way, but we measured it and it didn't because it can't not do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if it was a globe, it would have to be curving at a specific rate.
And it is curving.
It provides a definition of the horizon, which is physical, correct?
Yes, the horizon is when the curvature of the Earth doesn't allow you to see what's beyond it.
Okay, so let's test that. All right, so I'm going to present you with a test right now. Okay, so you can see it. You can see a screenshot. Can you see the side chat?
Yes.
Okay, so all right, just hold on a second. Have a look at the calculation in the side chat there. It's an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so first we have the distance. The distance to the object is going to be 11.2 miles. Okay, the height of the camera is going to be 3.5 foot. That would mean the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles. And the object that is at 11.2 miles should be obstructed by 52 feet, right? Meaning the bottom 52 feet should be missing. Okay, now let's have a look at the observation.
Okay, listen. A man standing on a sphere observed the physical geometric horizon.
Okay, so this is a guy named Dr. John D. He's doing this observation on a very nice clear day in the United Kingdom. Mm-hmm. He's looking out at a windmill farm called Rampion Windmill Farm. When he zooms out to the windmill farm, we can see 6 windmills out in the ocean. Okay, they range from 8 to 11 miles away. We're going to focus on one of them. Okay, just the furthest one, just for simplicity. Okay, so if you have a look at the math again, the 11.2 mile windmill it's completely visible, and there's no sign of that horizon at 2.2 miles. Okay, so just a second.
If you can tell me where exactly is this?
Yeah, so I'm going to post some screenshots showing you exactly where it is. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. It's in Worthing in the United Kingdom. Here's some screenshots of the location. Here's a diagram of the windmills.
And wait, why is Meridius muted?
He's muted because he's highly emotional and disruptive. We can unmute him and see how he goes. So Meridius, it's okay, man. Look, but just please, just stay on mute while I present the observation. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you. So here's the observation. Okay, we have a camera height of 1 meter, which is 3.5 feet high. That means the horizon should be at 2.23 miles away, which is 3.4 kilometers. Okay, and all of the bottom portions of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. All right, so I'm just going to post a close-up image of what the bottom of the windmills look like. Right, so when it's low tide, we can see the black paint at the bottom of the windmills. When it's high tide, it's covering up that little black section. Here's another image of them close up. Right, now if we have another look at the observation, I'll repost it directly under that. All right, so he's
do you know the thing where where you're in like a very hot desert and you can see fake water on the street.
Yeah, a mirage. Yeah, we don't see any miraging effects in this.
Mirage.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
you
this
can
is
see miraging effects because
Oh yeah,
the
what type
windmills
of
aren't
mirage
in
is
contact
this?
in water. Look,
No, we
the
don't
windmills
see any
seem to be.
miraging effects.
Oh, you can absolutely check the GIF. The
Okay,
windmills seem
here's
to
a
be
close
floating
up. Here's a
above the
still
water
shot.
surface.
Where's the miraging effect?
They are literally floating above the water.
How are they floating above the water? You could see the bases
water
of them
surface is
touching
below.
the water.
Yes, you can see the water surface. The black paint ends here. The water surface is lower than there.
No, you can see the water behind them higher. Right?
There
When he
is no
zooms in, you
water
can
behind.
even see a boat. You can even see a boat off in the distance. Okay,
Of course, you can see the water behind them higher, but they aren't in contact with the water.
They are in contact with the water. Yeah, they are. We can see them.
Yes, specifically the ones on the right.
All of them, right? We can see the entirety of all of the windmills touching the water. We don't see any miraging effects taking place. Okay, there's no inferior mirage. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
No.
Okay, it's when things are displaced lower and we have a mirroring effect. Okay, we don't have that. We don't have any miraging effect taking place here, bro. Look, it looks the same as it looks in the close-up photographs. Right? Do you think there's a miraging effect in this? Do you think this is a mirage? Obviously not, right? Okay, well this looks exactly the same. Yeah, so this looks the same as the zoom footage, right? We can see the water, right? It's just flat. Look at the zoom footage again.
You can share pictures. I can't.
Okay, well, I don't have control of your permissions.
Oh, there are permissions.
Yeah, well, you need to spend a certain amount of time in the server, and then you'll automatically get image permissions. Right, so you can see that when he zooms in, there's no miraging effect taking place. It's very obvious that there's not a mirage taking place. Right, so here's some more footage from the video, so you can see that there's no mirage taking place.
Okay, how do you explain this video that I am going to send you? Okay, I can't send anything in the chat. Oh, wait, I can. If you'll please check it out.
Okay.
Yes, another thing. You see, you know the television that works using having like a receiver dish above your house that points at the sky and receives the
Try not
TV
to
information.
jump around topics, phase.
No, it is related. It is very related. Okay.
No, you need to get through this one and make sure you're understanding it properly before you go to another topic.
Yeah. Okay, see the video. If you see the video I shared.
Yeah, okay, I'm looking at the video you shared. Okay, so now I have some questions. Okay, so what's the height of the observer? What's the location, and what's the distance to the ship?
No, none of this matters now because the ship, half of the ship disappeared. Why is half of the ship not visible? Why?
Okay, because sometimes if we have warmer temperatures down low and cooler temperatures up higher, it can make it look like things are disappearing from the bottom.
What's this? Is this a theory or what is this?
No. Just go to Google and type in what is sinking refraction.
Nothing is hidden.
I can do that here. Okay, what is sinking refraction? Just typing it into.
And refraction isn't consistent. Refraction isn't consistent. It fluctuates.
Okay, so did you account for refraction in this observation?
A reflection. You gave me an observation of refraction. It isn't consistent. It looks odd. It looks messy.
I showed you an observation that isn't able to be explained by refraction, but what you posted, right, matches the definition of sinking refraction. Okay,
it absolutely does not match it because sinking refraction.
Oh, okay. So let's read out. Okay, so what's sinking refraction?
Look,
notice how you started off nice and chill, and now you're starting to get emotional. And I'm
saying something, and you're saying.
Notice how I'm not getting emotional with you. No, I'm not
Okay.
saying nah. I went to Google. I'm trying to teach you about how refraction works according to your own experts, right? But you're not letting me talk because you're highly emotional. So you need to chill out.
I understand.
Okay, so I went to Google. I typed in what is sinking refraction. Okay, sinking is an atmospheric refraction phenomenon where distant objects appear lower, smaller, or compressed below their actual position, often making them disappear below the horizon. It occurs when light rays bend upwards, opposite to looming, which bends rays downward, and is caused by a temperature lapse rate where density decreases slowly with height. Right? So if you haven't accounted for this, then you can't say it's Earth curvature, can you?
Okay, listen to me. You shared examples of this refraction in the chat. Okay.
Okay,
And you
what
can see
type
it.
of refraction?
It
What
is,
type of
it is real.
refraction do you think's happening in the example that I posted?
Any refraction, I don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about, really, do you? When it comes
I don't
to
know what you're
optics,
talking about. You, because
no, I know
it's
that you don't
frustrating
know what
enough to
I'm talking.
say.
I know that
No,
this
don't
is the
interrupt me.
difference.
You're interrupting me now.
I know what I'm talking about, right? I'm reading out I just read out the mainstream explanation for your video. Okay, so if you're claiming that the bottom of the ship's disappearing because because it's going behind the curvature, right? I'm just showing you that even according to your mainstream, it could just be because of sinking, right? Sinking refraction. So unless you accounted for that, then you can't claim that is happening because of Earth curvature. Now, I'm not making a claim of Earth curvature with my observation. I'm just showing you that no Earth curvature is detected, and no Earth curvature is ever detected. Right?
Every example of sinking refraction I see shows stuff floating, not stuff disappearing.
No, sinking. Why would it be called sinking refraction if stuff's floating? Right? That would be the opposite. That would be the opposite of sinking refraction. No, that would be called looming.
Don't interrupt me. Look up sinking refraction and go to images.
I did. I typed in what is sinking refraction.
Okay, go to images, and you will see ships floating in the air, exactly as those windmills in your example.
Yeah, that would be not sinking, right? You're just getting some random. Okay, so what you're getting?
The windmills are not floating in the air, friend.
Yeah, which one do you want to talk about? Which image? Okay, because the images you're seeing, it says looming, towering, stooping, and sinking, and you're getting examples of all of these different effects.
Examples.
Right. There also has to be something physically happening in the environment.
Can you share an example of sinking refraction?
You shared it already.
FaZe, I'm trying to get in here. I've just posted you a short video, right? You can watch that. That's an observation of a ship that begins off similar to the observation you posted us, right? But it's got the observer height and the distance, ship location, all that in there. And the observation also is repeated a few hours later. Ship is still at the same distance, give or take, and you can see that the observation of the ship drastically changes over the course of a few hours. This is not anything
the video
to
you
do
just shared.
with geometric Earth curvature.
Yeah, I'll show you some.
That doesn't even look like the same ship.
Well, it is. Okay, so I can give you a little presentation on that exact observation right now. Okay, so this is the ship. Okay, it's called the Mandarin. The Mandarin Arrow is the name of the ship. Okay, so when the guy goes there in the morning, okay, he uses ship tracking radar. Okay, we can see that the ship is anchored. Okay, so it's anchored out in the ocean, and it's 12.4 nautical miles away, which is just over 14 miles. Okay, now, in the morning, we can only see the top portion of the ship. You can see it's the same ship because it has the same features of the ship, and it has the same name, right? It's called the Mandarin Arrow. Now, in the morning, it looks like the bottom of the ship's missing, but if you have a close look at the image, you'll notice that there's actually a mirroring layer right where the horizon and the sky meet. Okay, so you can actually see a gap between the water and the ship. This is textbook definition inferior mirage, okay, or sinking. Okay, now here's it zoomed out a little bit further. So it looks like, oh wow, it's over the horizon. It must be behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Now, if you look at the video, you'll notice that slowly over the next 3 hours, more and more of the ship becomes visible. Even though the ship's not moving, more and more of the ship becomes visible until 3 hours later you can see the entire ship again. Because what happens is the temperature of the air starts to heat up as the day gets, further into the day, right? As it's cooler in the morning, okay, and then it gets warmer and warmer, okay, and the effect of sinking goes away, right? And then 3 hours later we can see the whole ship. Okay, so this is a real world example showing a ship that looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, but it's not.
Okay, what you just demonstrated is that sinking refraction isn't consistent. Isn't consistent.
There's nothing consistent. There's nothing consistent about refraction.
Yes, but ships disappearing behind the horizon and appearing as they get closer is consistent.
No, it isn't.
Is that possible? Is that possible?
It is very.
Do you think that that's possible? Hey, Face Oak, I want to ask you a very important question. Do you think that that's possible on a flat surface?
To what?
For something to appear to be going over the horizon?
Absolutely not.
Guess what? I just showed you a GIF of that. Look in the side chat.
Yeah, and there's experts from your own side. We can quote experts from your own side saying, yes, it is geometrically possible where there's no curvature, where there's no physical obstruction for something to appear to be obstructed bottom up.
I understand what you're saying, using refraction and other stuff. However, it is not consistent.
Right.
It isn't consistent. There's a thing with
you don't see a horizon consistently.
Yes, I do. Yes, the horizon is consistent.
No.
Ships leaving in the distance get smaller consistently.
It's an apparent
location. Perspective.
I mean, you either say it's perspective or it's refraction or it's something. You need to pick something. I'm saying it's curvature, and I'm not changing my words. But you keep throwing stuff all over the place.
All of these factors, and it's nothing to do with curvature. Curvature doesn't exist in reality.
So this is the thing, Faisal. We could sit here and show you dozens and dozens of observations that show you that the horizon is never where it would have to be if the Earth is a globe. In fact, we can see it not just a little bit further away, but thousands and thousands of % further away. Every single time we're going out doing these observations, we've been searching for one observation, okay, for the last 10 years, right, that matches up with a globe and has had the necessary variables accounted for. It doesn't exist. Now, even your own subject matter experts, like Andrew Thomas Young, for example, say things like this. Okay, so I just put a citation in the side chat. This is from Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, it's a .edu citation. Optics of the atmosphere reports in progress in physics. Okay, atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So he's saying that even though there's nothing blocking it, it looks like it's becoming blocked, but nothing's really blocking it. It's just apparent. Okay, it's just an atmospheric effect that can happen sometimes. Now, if you want to claim that you're showing footage of a ship going over the horizon, you should account for this, right? You should count this out as a possibility. And there are no observations that account for this, right? You're not going to find a single one that you can prove that the reason you can't see the bottom of the ship is because it's gone behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, can I ask my question now?
Yeah, just a second, unless Facehawk has a response to what I just said, and then you can ask your question.
I don't have a response to the refraction and stuff, but I have another argument for the curvature of the Earth. But it's just
all right. We'll just hold on to that for a second. We'll get back to you in a second because Meridius has been very patient. So Meridius, what's your question?
All right. So, Mr. Anti-Globe, I want to believe in the flat Earth, and I want to travel from Japan to USA. Can you show me a map? Will pinpoint a direct line between them? That's
Yoda, you there?
Yeah, so you want a map?
Yes, what's the map of the flat Earth?
You don't need a map to do that. You can just use the stars.
No, but
I want a map.
what
I want
does the
a map.
flat Earth
And I'm
look like?
asking anti-globe.
Okay, well, what kind of map do you want? Do you want a universal transverse Mercator map? Do you want an azimuthal equidistant map?
Actual map.
Do you
What
want a
does it actually look
Lambertian
like?
conical conformal map?
The first option. Thank you.
A universal transverse Mercator map. Okay. Would you
Yes.
like it centered on the United States or centered potentially on Europe?
Anywhere centered, but it will show me on a flat Earth a line between
You asked for
Japan
a map.
and USA.
Wait.
You didn't.
Yes.
You
Are
didn't
you
ask
saying
for
the
a
shape
flat
of
Earth.
the
You
Earth
asked
will
for a map.
change depending on the center?
Please wait. Allah khalik.
Yeah.
Hold
So you're
on,
asking
Fade.
for a map.
It's Meridius' turn. Okay.
Yes, Yoda. Yes.
Okay.
I just want a map. A flat Earth map.
A flat Earth map. Okay. So just any map will do.
Yes, please.
Here's a polar projection map, also called an azimuthal equidistant map, that is centered on the ground position of the North Celestial Pole.
All right. This map is accurate. Is the sizes are accurate too?
How do you? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
You don't know?
No, like nobody knows.
Yeah, all maps are wrong. All maps are wrong. Right? You just quickly, just listen to me for a second. Just hold on a second. Right? You even according to the mainstream, right? You could go on YouTube right now and you find a bunch of videos. Right? Just type in why all maps are wrong, and they're going to explain to you why all maps are wrong. Okay, so you're not going to be able to validate if Yoda was to tell you that all of the continents and everything are the exact correct size. How would you check?
Right.
Can
you
you
end
tell
up
me?
engaging in circular logic.
You know
if
the
you go
surface
from
of
there.
the Earth. You talk about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. We're not talking about maps.
Can I say something just quickly?
But we need map to navigate on this Earth.
Yeah, yeah, of course we do. I have no problem using maps. I have no problem using maps with the spherical coordinate reference system on flat Earth either. And I can tell you why if you cared.
But they are not all wrong, or like they have some accuracy.
Yes, all maps are wrong, and we don't know to what degree of inaccuracy these maps are.
Then how can you use them to navigate between two places, man? Like I can help you. I can help you make an argument.
No, you don't need to help me make an argument. What I need you to realize is you have no idea how maps are made, and I can prove it.
That is true, but I rely on people who are like...
You're asking about a subject that you know nothing about to prove that Earth's a globe?
No, but
like
wait, I believe the people. But listen, I believe the people who are like believe in globe Earth, and they are 100% sure, all right, about their coordinates and about their maps, about the sizes. But
yeah, I believe they think they're right too. Big deal.
We don't know if they are accurate, how much of them are accurate or not.
They get that from the sky. They get that from the sky. They get it from the sky.
Right. So here's an example, Meridius. Let's say you're out in the ocean. There's no land in sight. How do you know what latitude you're at?
I have to use a GPS or any.
No, you don't have GPS.
No, I'm not expert on that topic. I'm not expert.
Right.
I don't know.
So you probably shouldn't be asking us about it because we are. Listen, Meridius, I am an expert on this topic.
No, you don't have any map. You don't have any map, and you don't believe in any map.
I just showed you a map.
You think it's wrong. You don't know how accurate it is.
Navigational charts.
Meridius, I know more about maps than you. I am an expert in cartography.
Then create a map. Create an accurate map. That's it. That's it.
Guys, when you see your map, you look at Australia. Okay, let me just say something, please, and don't interrupt because you guys keep interrupting. Australia, it looks flattened a bit. If someone can easily go and measure the width of Australia and the length and see the ratio, and with that they can prove whether or not this map is correct. True maps exist, and they are globes. Globe maps are the true.
We don't need
maps.
ifs and hypotheticals. Just show.
No, there aren't ifs. They aren't ifs. The real map is
you do understand how
any map is wrong when you say every information is wrong because you guys aren't verifying. You guys are making claims Look, I'll just say
You
something
want to
quickly. You
hear
can
what
go.
we have to say.
Just say something quickly before you talk.
You're
They are spurging out,
going
obviously.
into a spare trance.
Listen. I'll just
They
say something
don't want
quickly.
to hear what we have to say. They're so angry.
Let me just say something quickly, okay?
They're like, no, it can't be
There are two ways.
You're
There are
not
two ways.
saying anything coherent. You are not.
I'm just saying
providing anything at
something.
all.
If you let me, Mr. Rage Bait.
No, you're talking about things you have no idea whether to be true or not.
If you let me talk, you will know,
have
but
no
you're
means
not
to
letting
verify
me.
them.
No, you're not educating us on a topic that you don't know anything about by your own admission.
If you'd let me speak.
Okay.
When you want to learn something,
let's let this guy finish his statement, just so we can move the conversation. Go ahead, bro.
It's a statement. It isn't a proof or anything. I'm just saying a statement. There are two ways to gain knowledge. You know, you either see evidence and then you build arguments and proofs with that evidence, or you have an idea and then you go on to look for evidence to prove your pre-existing idea.
No, that's confirmation bias.
That's what you guys are doing.
Confirmation bias. No,
yes, you guys are in living confirmation bias. You guys keep coming up with new stuff to prove your idea.
You guys are the retards that think the map is the territory.
Okay, he's in a fucking spare trance. He needs to cool off, man.
All right. May I?
No, we didn't have an idea and then went looking for it. We were given the idea that we live on a big spinning ball, and we went out to check to see if it's true. And it turns out that it's not. That's what we did.
So, guys, for everyone in the room, the map that Yolder shared have Antarctica surrounding everywhere.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's no. Wait, can I finish? That's an ice wall. That's an.
No, it's not, dumbass. I gave you a globe.
Ice wall surrounding us.
Hey, dumbass!
Calm down.
I gave you a globe, dumbass.
You are getting angry. Calm down. Control your emotions.
No, you need to be educated. Okay, Yoda, educate him.
Listen, on that map, it has a coordinate reference system, latitude and longitude. The outer perimeter of that map at 89 degrees south latitude is about 430 miles in circumference, just like the center of the map at 89 degrees north latitude. That is also 430 miles in circumference. I gave you a map depicting a spherical coordinate reference system with a non-uniform scale, which applies from the center to the outermost edge of the map, scaling with distance. In order to use this correctly, you need to apply the non-uniform scale. And what you have at the end of the day is still a globe. This just proves that you have no idea what you're talking about, and I do. I gave you a globe map, and you're too dumb to realize it.
Yep. I gave you a navigational chart, like free online site.
I asked him for a flat
navigational
map.
chart.
He went to
And it is,
for like 5 minutes.
uniform scale.
This is a flat
And now
map,
he's saying
okay?
this is a globe map. And he's
Now I will give you a flat map,
There is an
okay?
ice wall. There is an ice wall on it. Go to the ice
no
wall.
shit. I just described it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, listen
From
to
the
this.
ice wall. That's from Game of Thrones. That's from fiction.
Meridius,
I'm ready to give him a flat map now.
bring
Here,
us
would you like the flat map? It's called the
Curvature.
United Kingdom Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid
Where
System.
is Antarctica surrounding us 360?
Holy crap.
Where is that?
All right, you guys need to. Right, I don't know. You guys need to chill out, right? It seems like mutes are very effective with you guys. Let's see if Face Ock's timeout has calmed him down a little bit. Face Ock, are you calm now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, see, it works wonders.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, so that's okay.
I mean, not letting someone finish their sentence is absolutely a good way to win an argument, you know?
You already admitted that you don't know anything about maps. Why are you arguing with people that study maps?
Study maps?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes, study cartography and all of the questions surrounding this topic. You're speaking with people that have been researching these questions for many, many years. Okay, if you don't know about a particular topic, don't pretend you do. Right? Because we all know if you know what you're talking about or not. We just want to have a good faith conversation with you.
I mean, a good faith conversation doesn't include undermining people's knowledge. You know, you keep repeating you and your friends.
Your own admission.
No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You keep saying you and your friends over and over again.
Well,
we're educated. You're not. We know you're not.
We exposed your dumbass friend. I gave your dumbass friend a globe map, and he was too stupid to realize it.
Well, then where is the real map? Where is the flat Earth map?
There is no real map, and I can give you an example of a flat map using a flat coordinate reference system. It's called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System. It's not the only one. There are many, many, many
What was
others.
that buzzword? Like, if you'd include what you just said, I would highly appreciate it.
Okay. Would you like an official UK government website on it? No?
What?
Point is, it's not something that we're attempting to provide to you. We're trying to show you like first-hand, real-world geometric measurements, right, of the surface itself.
I mean, you say there isn't a real map, but I mean, you can build a map of anything
Maps
if you have.
are irrelevant. Maps are listen. Maps are irrelevant to our claim. It might be important to you. It's not really important to us
about the shape of the Earth.
for the basis of our claim. It's a side issue.
We are having a conversation about the shape of the Earth. You saying a map isn't.
You are. You claim a shape. We don't claim a shape.
Yeah, flat's not a shape.
Yeah, and a spherical coordinate system is not the surface of the Earth.
Sorry, what? It is. I mean, you're saying
no,
it's either
not.
globe.
No, it's a model based off of the sky. Like I asked your dumbass friend who's spurred out here, I said, if you're out at sea, how do you get your latitude? He said GPS. I said, no, you don't have access to GPS. How do you do it? Yeah, you use a star.
Well, then, how do you explain that we see different stars in Australia than those in North America?
Oh, so you don't want me to explain this to you. You're just moving on to another portion of this topic.
I mean, yeah, I say proof, and then you keep showing logical fallacies right and left that I can disprove because you won't allow me to disprove them. So I move to the next point.
It's called gish galloping. That is the fallacy because you're not allowing this to go to its conclusion, and you're thinking that if you can move the conversation from one point to another, that you win the argument. And that's fallacious.
I mean, that's on you. Like
it's on you because you're not allowing us to finish this topic before moving on to the next. I can educate you on how maps are made, but you don't want me to do it because you don't want a flat earther to teach you something because you're too arrogant. You're an arrogant jackass. That's what's going on right now.
Please go ahead.
And what's funny is you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
No,
the whole audience
you have a method. Go ahead. I'm telling you to go ahead. How are maps made?
Well, conventionally, maps that use the latitude and longitude system are made from observations of the sky. That's how you get the coordinate reference system. First, you do the survey of the ground. Okay, first you're going to survey landmarks. You do what's called planar surveying. You take objects of interest and you measure azimuthal and elevation angles between them, and you build what's called a triangulation network.
Amazing.
After that, you set up a control point using what's called an astrogeodetic plumb line. You set up a control point by opening a nautical almanac or an astronomical almanac to find how the stars should appear at a certain point of time throughout the year. You go to that specific place where you set up the control mark from the map that you're making using the surveys that you just done. You get a control point by using the stars. This puts that position, that control point, at a latitude and longitude. You then go through the rest of your triangulation network using the nautical almanac in order to set up other control points under the same system using the stars. And this effectively creates a bend in the planar survey that you've done, a bend that conforms to the spherical surface of the sky that you imagined is real. And you call that a globe.
But it's accurate. If you're saying this, it is accurate, right?
It's accurate up to a point.
I mean, if it's accurate, why can't we have a real map of the world?
A 69 by 69 mile square of Earth is 99.997% flat, as it is on a globe.
Okay.
So it's accurate up to a point, okay? As you get
Yes, but
further
why
and further
aren't there
out using longer
why aren't there
distances,
accurate maps
the
if the
accuracy
system is accurate?
the accuracy diminishes in question. Nobody knows what the true distance is between New York and Paris, or
Yes,
Los Angeles and
exactly.
Tokyo.
No one does, indeed. But
Nobody does.
you said that the difference is small. You said 99.7%
It's small
flat.
scales.
That's flatter than
It's
a
small.
pancake.
Statistically insignificant between flat and globe. Correct.
Okay, so that doesn't explain why we don't have an accurate map. It should be inaccurate by a slight difference. It shouldn't be like, oh, this is a map, this
Over
is a
small
completely different
distances,
map,
it
and they're
doesn't
both
matter.
correct.
That's exactly right. Now, over large distances, it does matter.
That's not what you said.
I said over small distances, it's statistically insignificant. To like 99 point. So if you were to take a 69 by 69 mile swath of the globe or of a flat surface, they are 99.997% accurate to one another.
Oh, okay. Let me
99.977%, excuse me. 99.9 or 99.77% accurate.
So you're saying that like long distances, it is no longer that accurate. So we can't make an accurate map.
No, nobody can make a fully accurate map for anything. That's absolutely correct.
Okay. So when a pilot flies from New York to Paris, does he like eyeball it? Does he eyeball the distance?
No, he's using a map. So guess what happens? He's flying over a flat
What
Earth.
on earth
He's
are you
flying
talking
over
about?
a
You
flat
said it
Earth,
wasn't
but he's
accurate.
flying over a flat Earth, but his screen shows him a spherical coordinate system, a globe. So he gets to pretend that he's on a globe.
A flat Earth is far easier to map and far easier to transverse. So it should be easier to make a map of it. But here we are. We have spherical maps. That is a globe, actually.
Because
you're saying that
everyone's believed we lived on a globe for hundreds of years, and nobody's bothered to change the convention from latitude and longitude. But I'm here to tell you, in our modern society, we actually do have flat maps. We have flat coordinate reference systems. In fact,
you just said we don't.
In fact, I'm going to give you an example of one. Okay, it's called the Gaia Star Tracker, GAIA Star Tracker. This uses a Cartesian coordinate reference system for navigation that does not require a globe.
I mean, if you look it up,
it's used in airplanes and drones and satellites today. It uses the stars just like celestial navigation, but it does not treat the star field as a gigantic rolling ball, but rather a box full of vectors that is observer dependent, that cannot be triangulated in 3D space.
FYI, Yoda, this guy claimed to be an aerospace engineer.
I'm not claiming. No, I'm genuinely.
Oh, really?
You said that in the side chat.
Oh, we're just getting started. Would you like to dig into how air data inertial reference units work?
Inertial reference units?
Yeah, inertial reference units, like on the Boeing 777. I can tell you all about it, how it works.
No, I don't.
No, okay.
It isn't relevant.
Well, it is relevant because this is what's creating a globe on the computer for the pilots to believe in.
No, look, if the Earth is flat...
a DRU, the inertial reference unit, actually measures Earth flat as the airplane flies, and then uses a geodetic datum to convert those flat measurements into a globe in real time to conform to WGS84 and GPS systems.
If you'll allow me to make a silly example, like a very silly example, okay? Imagine you're on a Minecraft world, okay? Minecraft, like it's a silly example, okay? Give me space, okay? A Minecraft world, you want to get from point A to point B, and it's a straight line. But no, you go ahead and you make it a sphere in order to make it easier to read. But it isn't any easier to read. You know, we make
nobody does great circle distances in real life.
What?
Yeah, nobody travels great circle distances in real life.
What are you saying? Of course they do. Like show me the path of the airplane from New York to Paris. What does it look like on a projection? It looks curved, but on a sphere, it looks straight.
Well, it's because they're using a projection. Even the globe is a projection of the flat Earth. Do you understand that?
Oh my God, look.
Yeah, the globe is a projection of the flat Earth. Like I described before, when you build a map, you do planar surveys, and then you project it into a spherical coordinate reference system using the stars. And not just using the stars, but using your interpretation of the stars as a curved surface, which it may not be.
Oh, hear me out. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Okay? That's like absolutely logic 101.
Yeah,
there isn't
absolutely.
anything wrong with that. Yes. And on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 places on a sphere is the great circle.
Yeah, how do you know the sphere exists in reality?
Let me finish. I'm not proving anything right now. Okay, but it's the great circle. On a flat plane, on a flat Earth, you don't need to do the great circle. You just take a straight line. Okay?
Right.
But why is it that on every flat map the line is curved? The line
Because
of any flight is curved.
they're using a projected curving surface instead of a
Why?
true
To waste
flat
fuel?
surface. Because they're using latitude and longitude.
No, you're just saying because they're using plastic polyethylene. That's unrelated.
No, because they're using latitude and longitude. That's geodesic.
They're using latitude and longitude. For what? What does that do? They're using Bluetooth. They're using GPS.
Listen.
Go ahead. Absolutely.
So
I have to go to a meeting.
There's a path that they. Well, I just wanted to quickly add. Look, there's a path that they actually take in reality. Okay. And then there's what they portray it to be on a globe. And then there's a projection of that onto a flat map.
Mm-hmm.
You have to show beyond all doubt that the path that is presented to you on a globe is what's actually taking place in reality, and you will never ever be able to.
I mean, the flight from Australia to South America passes by the South Pole. If you look at any projection, that would seem super illogical, but on a sphere, it is truly the shortest path. So how do you explain that? Why do they pass over the South Pole? Because of the scenic view? Why?
No flights go over the South Pole, dude. No one has done that.
No, I can share one right now.
No, you're wrong
Australia
about that. You can get cooked on that point if you want to. If you want to go down that route, we're happy to do that. But just quickly have a look in the side chat. Okay, just to give you an example of what T-Dub was talking about. Okay, so the top half of the image, that's a Mercator projection. Okay, if you plot out the flight path on the Mercator projection, it looks like it's taking an arc, right? But if you have a look down at the map below that, right, which is an AE projection, that same path is just a straight path, right? It's a straight line because it's been mapped out on a different projection, right? These are all map projections based off the sky. Okay, there's hundreds of different ones, and the flight path is going to look different on all of them. Okay, but they're just projections.
The flight path looks straight on a sphere.
No, that looks straight on an AE projection.
What's an AE projection?
It's an azimuthal equidistant polar projection map, right? Like the one that here I've got a. Okay, so here's a ton of flight paths all plotted out on an AE projection. Okay, a lot of flat earthers say this is the flat Earth map, right? I disagree that this is the official flat Earth map. Okay, but here is the map, and here is a stack of different flight paths mapped out on it. Essentially, most of them take pretty much exactly straight lines between locations. Now, if you put these same paths onto a Mercator projection, they're going to look like they're taking arcs.
Wait, are you crazy? Like what? A flight
are you crazy?
No, I'm sorry. I threw that out there just because the picture looks funny. Okay, going from South Africa to Australia passes through China. Like what?
You guys really need to understand what map projections are.
Yes, but what's the shortest distance? Okay, because right now the shape of the Earth that you're defending is formless. There is no shortest path. There is no.
No one said that. No one said that. Listen.
I mean, where's the map where all the lines are the shortest? What do they do to pick the shortest path?
It's the map. The map that I just posted is the one where all the lines appear the shortest, right? But you still need to understand how coordinate systems work.
I mean, isn't this map that anti-globalist posted? Oh, you're anti-globalist. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Listen, bro, you too hung up and caught up on maps. Flat Earth is not a map.
How is it not?
Flat Earth
I mean, it isn't a map.
It isn't. It's not our
Okay, look,
argument.
it isn't a map.
Our
But why
argument.
don't we have
listen,
a map of it?
Listen, because it's not our argument. It's not our focus.
It doesn't matter if it's your argument or not. You should have a map of your world.
You're too hung up on this whole idea of being able to view the Earth from a vantage point that you'll never have. Like, this is what it would look like if you were like 50,000 miles away. No, that's impossible. We're trying to explain to you because you will never see it like that.
Oh my God! Your argument is just because.
Bro, I just told you. No, I told you because you will never see it like that.
I mean, you literally gave me the argument. Like, I'm sorry, but I finally can formulate it better. If I go up 1,000 kilometers or
go to a lake. Don't go up. Go to a lake and test to see if the surface is curving. No, bro. No.
Please interrupt me, please. For God's sake.
No, I am going to interrupt you because you want to go to these red herrings. It's irrelevant to our point.
Them. I can prove other stuff, but you can't prove this. You don't have a map of the world because it doesn't exist.
DJ did with you already.
You keep saying, okay, this is the map, but then you say, oh no, this isn't the map. There is no accurate map. And I'm asking you, what does the world look like?
Oh my God.
What does it look like for you?
You're too hung up
the world
on
must look like something.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the layouts of the land and how all the oceans are configured and all that. We're not telling you that. We're trying to tell you that across large bodies of water, the surface isn't curving. And it has to be if the Earth is a globe. That's our claim.
Let me just add to what T-Dub was just saying. Okay? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat Earth is not a shape claim. You're claiming to know the shape and size of the Earth. Flat is the description of a surface. Like you can have a flat surface. You could have a rigid surface, a bumpy surface. Right? That kind of thing. It's a descriptive term for a surface that's not curving. Okay? That's what we mean in the context of flat Earth. Now, people hear globe Earth versus flat Earth, and they try to think of the globe as a flat disk or something like that. We're not claiming that that's what the Earth is. Okay, we're talking about when we go out and empirically test the surface of the Earth, no curvature can ever be detected, and this has been done thousands of times.
Okay. You say that when you measure the curvature of the Earth at a lake of water, no curvature is measured, right? Mm-hmm. Which means what?
That it cannot possibly be a globe.
Then it is what?
It is a flat topographical surface of unknown size and dimension.
I mean, look, my only question is, and it is a logical question, you can't tell me it isn't a logical question, okay? And I said it and I'm going to say it again. If I go up like 1,000 kilometers, what will it look like?
You can't do that.
It isn't hard. Yes, you
don't know. No, you don't know.
Yes,
and you've never done that, and you cannot do that. If you wanted to go up 1,000 kilometers right now, you would not be able to do such a thing. In fact, it's not even illegal. Well, based on the Outer Space Treaty, based on logistical problems, how do you think you could get up 1,000? How high did you want to go? Sorry?
1,000 kilometers, yes.
1,000 kilometers. You can't go up 1,000 kilometers.
Because
how are you going to go up 1,000 kilometers? The highest we can go is up on. You can't. Okay, so you're not allowed to independently launch a rocket. Okay, you're not allowed to do that. No, there's something called. Hold on. It's not legal to launch anything above a certain height, which is about 100 kilometers or something like that. Okay,
you would need to get.
Yes. Yeah. So it's called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, so you're not allowed to freely do any of that thing, right? So that's why nobody's ever done that. Okay, you're not allowed to launch up your own satellite. In fact, you're not even allowed to launch up a camera past a certain height because they say it's a national security risk. Okay, so you're not able to do this. What you're able to do is you could go up on a plane, 40,000 feet maybe. You're just going to see a flat horizon. Then you could send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. That's the maximum height, really, that you can send up a weather balloon. And from that height, you're just going to see a flat horizon as well. So you're not able to test that. What we can do is just test the surface of water for the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
Look. I have 1,000 proofs that the Earth is a globe, but you only focus on this curvature of water because you have some like, oh, it's a refraction, it's something, it's the horizon.
No.
But
You brought up
you have.
refraction.
I didn't bring up refraction. I came into the argument
Yes,
of
you did.
refraction
You
because
brought up
you guys
miraging,
couldn't
which is
leave it.
refraction.
I wanted
Yeah,
to
you
leave the
did. You
argument.
said
I was
it's a
like, okay,
mirage,
you
like
won.
in the desert. Look, this is the thing. Okay, do you agree with this logic? Okay, over 70% of the surface of the globe is said to be covered in water. Yeah, we can agree that that's the claim.
Yes.
Now,
yes, absolutely.
if that water's not curving, then the Earth's not a globe. Okay, so if you want to make a claim that has a requirement for the water to be curving, and we can already validate that it's not curving, all of your claims are invalidated because the foundation of your claim is invalid because you don't have the prerequisite of the claim, which would be the curving water. That's the one thing that anybody can go and test easily and cheaply. This can be done over and over and over again. Okay, and it's not curving. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over huge distances and hitting their target. Right? These are not jokes, these tests. These are real tests that are being done, and these are all documented. Most people just aren't aware of this.
Well, hey, I don't believe anyone can shoot a laser across the ocean. Just like you say, I don't believe anyone can send a rocket to the space.
Okay.
Because
well, this is
that's what your argument is. Anyone that disproves my argument is a liar. That's what you say.
No. Now you're being
Yes,
disingenuous.
that's what you say.
No, you agree
No,
with me that
I'm
there's
being
something
genuine
called
because
there's something called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, you can look it
what's
up
the
right
Outer
now.
Space Treaty? That private personnel
you
can
pretended
actually
like you
about
could
this.
go online and type in what is the Outer Space Treaty, and you can read all about it. I could teach you about it if you want. Okay, I think
Okay,
it was.
do you want to stay with this?
It was formulated in the '60s. Okay, the country signed it.
I know it. I know the Outer Space Treaty. I've heard it
Oh,
before.
you
I
just
just
said you
don't know all of the
didn't, but now
details about it.
Okay, well,
I know it.
Well,
No, I
maybe you
said
should
I
look
did.
into that. Okay, well, this is the thing. Okay, you can legally go out and shoot a laser across 40 kilometers worth of water. Okay, but you're not allowed to shoot a rocket up like you said. You can't go up 1,000
What about
kilometers like you
private
said.
companies, other countries than the U.S.? Okay, the world isn't just America.
So
There's
you
China.
can't.
There's the Soviet
Right. So
Union.
you can't
They sent rockets.
There's no place called the Soviet Union, bro.
Nah, you're crazy. Are you serious?
It's Russia. It's called Russia, dude. It's not the Soviet.
I meant when the Outer Space Treaty was made. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Cool. So you can't validate any of that. You just have to have faith in the government agencies, right? Like the NASA, for example, who obviously faked the moon landings in the '60s. Obviously, right now you have to put your.
Do you believe? Wait, just one second. Do you believe that the NASA and Roscosmos, the Russians, and the Chinese Space Agency are all going to agree on one thing? Do you think they ever agreed on anything?
Yeah, they share a space station. They literally
no. China isn't allowed to go to this international space station. China is banned from the international space station.
Russia and America. These countries are always have trade agreements with each other. Okay, when it comes to outer space, yeah. So more than one person can lie about something.
Okay, listen. On the topic
China's
of
never
space,
landed a man on the moon. Russia's never landed a man.
China's been to space.
America
up to 400 kilometers.
Oh my God! Yeah, cool. How you can't validate that, and we can check that they haven't done that because it's impossible. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's a whole other topic. Okay.
No, wait.
You can't
I want to go into that.
Okay,
I want to go into that because I don't believe you. What do you mean violation of the second law of thermodynamics? That's you just made that up.
Yeah, it is. No, I didn't.
No, it isn't.
Do you know what it
go
is?
ahead. Go into detail. Please go into
entropy,
detail.
Okay, so you can't have a high pressure system like we're breathing right now. We have 14.7 psi gas pressure at sea level. Okay, and they say that outer space is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Okay, that goes against the second law of thermodynamics. It goes against entropy.
What's that number? 10 to the power of negative 17 of what?
Torr. It's a torr rating.
Yes, pressure reading. Yes.
Yeah. So you can't have a high pressure system inside a vacuum chamber. Right? You can't have, what happens?
That's no different from a high pressure and a low pressure system. That's actually no different.
What are you talking about? It's a hype. Look, let me show you an example
what's pressure?
inside Shatter.
Okay, let's go into definitions. What is pressure?
Okay, the force
gas
exerted.
Pressure is force over area. That's pressure.
Okay,
but we're talking about gas pressure. We're talking about gas pressure.
Okay, gas pressure. Okay, gas pressure. Gas pressure is the molecules of air slamming into your object. Okay, whatever that object may be.
No, that's not
Okay,
the
imagine
definition.
you have.
Read the definition out correctly.
It is the
It's
definition,
the
man.
force
What are you talking
exerted
about?
of the gas molecules when they bounce off each other or the walls of their container.
That's exactly what I said.
Right, so you need to have a container to have gas pressure. It's in the definition.
Okay, listen. I have a container of a gas cylinder. Okay, filled with pressurized oxygen. You know, like the ones they have in the hospital.
Yeah, why do you need a container to have the gas pressure?
Listen to me. Listen, let me keep going. You don't need a container. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes, you don't. When you fill it with oxygen, okay? Because have you seen the experiment where they suck the air out of a container and it just collapses under the weight of the atmosphere?
Yes.
Well, then there is pressure outside of the thing, you know.
Yes, we have
inside.
pressure. We have atmospheric pressure.
I was gonna say maybe he's gonna say that disconnected. Maybe not.
What's going on here?
Outside you.
I saw.
You're just chilling, hanging out.
Globe believers figuring out that the globe is a flat Earth model.
Yo, thanks for the unmute, and I just want to say, like, we're all just chilling in the flat Earth Discord. We all think the Earth is flat. There's no globers coming at us with some awful take. I mean, even if it was a good take, it'd be something contrived that they read on Facebook, so it'd be fucking stupid. But I've been finding some interesting things on Facebook lately, which makes me think my algorithm is specifically seeded to receive this shit to make me schizo. TBH.
Oh, you being honest is what makes you schizo?
Pretty much.
If you're honest with yourself. See, I would call that like the opposite of schizo. I would call that in tune with yourself. So what's the issue? The people bring you a globe and wonder how they got there?
It's like you think the ancients would know a thing or two about the realm that we live in, the planet. Instead, we got other people telling us, "Oh, we're gonna go to Mars. Elon Musk is taking us to friggin' Mars, dude." And this friggin'
Why do you think the ancients would know a thing or two?
well, because they monitored the sky for us for like thousands of years. The only reason we know so much about the sky is because of their predictions and their calculations. We kinda
Yeah, they just monitored, right?
yeah, but that's very important
They
because
didn't
now
have
we live in a
TV.
world
They're
whatever, yeah. That's just getting into spiritual warfare, and that's off topic. So why does it matter?
you look into the sky and you're nothing. So they watched.
No, you look into the sky and you think, like, where am I, dude? Like, what are those?
What, really? Where am I?
Yeah, like you look. Yeah, that's exactly what it is because they were made to guide you. I think in the Bible in Genesis, it says in the stars to guide you. And I look up at the stars, I'm like, dude, where the fuck am I on this place on Earth?
Yeah, and so you look up, and then we have celestial navigation, and then we find our destination on Earth, never in the sky.
It's just people looking down at their phones these days. They're not looking up at the sky. I just feel like the people used to look up at the sky and use it a bunch. Now we don't
With
use
all
it.
these, I mean, I think with all these sort of limited beliefs, I think it's better, right? Because you don't want to be looking up at the star and you have these beliefs that you're looking into nothingness, into an abyss. That's like looking into a grave. You look into the sky and as an atheist and you lose yourself, right? Like you said, you wonder where you are. And it comes from a different place than looking to the sky to do celestial navigation to find out where you are in this place, in this realm. I think people don't want to look into the sky because they're scared. Don't you feel that?
Because it makes them feel small?
Less than small.
Well, yeah, but it's not supposed to make you feel small. It's supposed to make you feel wondrous, dude, and like it's inquisitive and make you feel good. Like it's not supposed to make you feel, oh, I'm this tiny thing on this tiny planet in this tiny world, or this huge world, I should say. And people are just doing their best.
Yeah, well, their best isn't good enough. You know, that's why they don't want to look up. You have to know where they're coming from. So you have to have empathy. What do they call it? The preponderance of evidence.
I hate how people are trying to debate the planet instead of actually look at what it actually looks like. Like, I get that flat Earth needs to be taught to some people, but some people, literally, their life doesn't even matter if they know, dude. They're so locked in, like, whatever the fuck they're doing. They don't give a fuck.
Well, shapes aren't debated.
Yeah, people are like, no, the Earth
You
is
can
flat. No, the
debate.
Earth is round. Well, I have this evidence. It's like, well, I have this evidence.
What do you call Earth, right? So some people call Earth the third rock from the sun. And it's like I would debate that.
Yeah, because you believe that Mercury and Venus are just lights in the sky that don't really matter or determine the Earth's shape.
Yeah,
but it definitely
like a planet
determines
is
the
a
Earth.
wandering star by definition.
It definitely determines the Earth's topography as far as like what you get on the Earth, what you see.
Yeah, what you see is what you get.
Yeah, when you get stars, like, what do you think to yourself? Like, oh, I'm going to get a telescope and say, oh, these are galaxies. I'm going to make it like, no, they're not galaxies. People probably had ideas for what these stars were back in the day. They used to say they were constellations, and they would look like something, and they would move in the sky, and they'd hold rituals, and they'd do stuff. Like, I don't know if all that shit was necessary, but they were definitely doing some weird shit that had to do with like patterns of these stars and patterns of these frequencies and the patterns of stuff that we see.
Well, yeah, they recognize the patterns, and the patterns have been consistent. Well, what do they say? It's actually changed since Egypt, though, due to the wobble. You know about astrology much?
Like the determination
So
of what things are in the sky.
Well, yeah. So we have our like astrological like symbols like Taurus and Aries and what's it start? I think it starts with Aries, right? Taurus to these symbols, right? But we're actually behind 1 month due to the precession. So it's like when you say it's like the something in Egypt was supposedly not lined up. I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do not know. Something in Egypt not being lined up correctly. I do not know.
Yeah, I mean the stars aren't 100% consistent. They'll be consistent through our lifetime. But if we're considering that if we have lifetimes to our great 1000x grandparents that were in Egypt, they saw the same stars, but it was on a different time frame.
Yeah.
But I mean, that could just be made up, right? I mean, we're talking so far along in history.
I mean, whatever, man. Like,
is the Egyptian whatever the pyramid still aligned with the Polaris? Is that what it's aligned with, or is it Mercury?
I think they're aligned with like Mars and like maybe planets or some kind of star. They're aligned with
I think
stars.
the three pyramids were aligned with like
That's
the
Orion.
belt of Orion.
Yeah, it's Orion's belt.
Yeah. To me, it just seems this is going back to using the stars to map the ground. This is one of the primitive forms and one of the earliest stages of that. There's been a lot of work done to the pyramid, though, throughout the years, throughout the early years.
You have seen these new LiDAR images, though, haven't you?
Yeah, what are they?
The images of beneath the pyramid.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's like more pyramid underneath it.
Well, there's like shafts, like huge shafts, like circular, cylindrical shafts underneath it. They go for like what 100 feet, 200 feet, some mad shit.
Yeah, hundreds. Yeah, like deeper than
That's
the
crazy.
pyramid is tall. Yeah.
Well, it is on a. Can't remember what you call it. It's on a bedrock. You know, it's on a bedrock, a plateau. It's all solid rock underneath it.
And then in the solid rock, there's these shafts that are built.
Seems to be, yeah. Which is just recently discovered, past couple of years.
Yeah, yeah, that stuff's fascinating. I mean, it's fascinating to just see that obviously those weren't tombs. Those are, anything that we look in our modern times are of this grandiose size. We look at like the Hoover Dam or these dams or skyscrapers, and they're built for energy plants basically. So it stands to reason that it wasn't just the brain dead primitive man that was put all that effort into building a tomb for one man they thought was God.
Yeah, I think it was probably along the lines of some sort of ritual space, because I know that if you do some harmonics in there, if you were to hum at certain frequencies, that it reverberates through, uh, creates further vibration and harmonics. And that to me
Yeah, yeah,
signals sort
could
of
be.
like altered states of consciousness. That's a big jump, but
You think like a healing chamber? Maybe they built it to heal their the pharaoh.
I think it
It
was
wasn't
more
really a
from
tomb.
communication. I think it was more
Um,
communication with,
communication.
yeah,
Interesting. Communications, power, healing.
eh,
Something odd.
yeah.
Something that is not in the narrative of like what it is as being a tomb.
I don't think like they were sending signals out to fucking billions of light years in space to
Well,
some other
that's what the
planet or
narrative
anything.
is. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what the
that's not
narrative
me.
is it is a communication device. It was to send the pharaoh
Yeah,
into
but I think
fucking
the
into
communication
space,
happens here to
into
here.
the Orion's belt.
Nah, I don't. I'm not so sure. I think it's more like if you were to wipe away, like, ah, yeah, the dimensions in which we live, the communication was happening with other entities in other dimensions. So it's not necessarily that you're having to send the frequencies that far out into space, because once you're messing about with consciousness like that at that level, then they're already here in a way. You know?
Yeah, they could have just had ayahuasca and like forgone the whole building the
That's
pyramid.
exactly what I'm on about.
Yeah,
Maybe not ayahuasca, but
they wouldn't have needed the whole
something along that lines in their
Jewish
own time.
slaves to build the pyramid for 250 years, whatever the timeline is.
Pretty sure it's like 25 years, or 25 years. And they weren't slaves though, either. I'm pretty sure that was debunked.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, there's no such thing. There were
Paid
these are just
workers.
skilled workers. Skilled workers, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Everybody
I
takes
don't get too deep
contract.
into it though.
I work in I have a job. I signed a contract. I'm a slave. Slavery exists to this
Yeah,
day.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
different degrees of slavery, though.
Mm.
Depends on what kind of work you're doing, I guess.
I think if you had a shared vision and spiritual beliefs, then they might not have felt that slaved up, you know. Which I think that
Well, in that situation, no, it's like they're building for something. So, I mean, it wasn't.
shared vision.
These weren't sex slaves, right? They weren't taken against their will and locked up in a dungeon or something, right? It's not nothing like that. Which that kind of slavery does
We
exist
could
to
only
this day.
dream.
I think it's disgusting. But this isn't what we're talking about in history,
I mean,
but
I
throughout
wish it was
history,
me.
that kind of slavery has existed, and I would say that's the only type of slavery that has ever been slavery. Most of every other slavery is just contract work. It's actually good. Every other thing that's called slavery in history is actually just a good thing.
You're onto something.
Well, it's like, yeah, I could go and say there's people that work in fields and stuff, and it's like, well, the alternative is, you don't exist anymore. So having this contract work to provide for a family, and you get to live in a very clean, nice society.
Instead of being a barbarian.
That's actually advantageous. The exact opposite of thinking it's grief and you deserve reparations for this circumstance.
Look, you
it's like
can have a
actually
ship.
The words of the government govern you, and they're just there looking busy. So you think that they're the people that you need to talk to, but they don't belong to the government.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to just show. I wouldn't expect them to just present the people who are actually pulling the strings. There's going to be some. It's going to be behind the scenes.
People above that, like you got handlers and you got puppets, and then you got the stars and the celebrities, right? The luminaries of the sky. But anyway, my wife's calling. I gotta go. I hope you enjoy Swordfish. I know you will.
Oh, yeah.
You'll have to watch it a few times, and you'll have to take some time in between watching it, so that way things can settle in when you watch it. Because there's a lot of layers.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to rewatch movies in general, so I'm going to put it up on the projector now. Appreciate the recommendation and the conversation.
You'll watch this one several times.
Nice. Cool, man.
I gotta go. My wife's blowing up the phone. Y'all have a good night.
Cool. Yeah, you too.
Later, bro. Take care.
Yeah, it's 3:40 a.m. where I am, so I'm gonna jet out of here. But it was nice talking to y'all. So I hope everybody has a good night.
Cheers, mate. Good on you. We'll talk later.
What was the movie suggestion, real quick? I just got in here.
Swordfish.
Aha! I have not seen that since it came out.
Yeah, it's a beauty. Yeah, Hugh Jackman, Halle Berry, John Travolta, and others. Big star cast.
He's really young in that one. Isn't that before X-Men or right at the same time it started?
Probably roundabout, yeah.
Like the first one.
Yeah. Late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, something like that. Right there. I only remember that one scene where he's being distracted while he's trying to crack something, hack something, whatever. While he's on the computer. That's the only one part I can remember.
Yeah. Yeah, he gets manipulated, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good heist. One that I saw recently. I thought it wasn't too bad for Kevin Hart, right? That Kevin Hart one. I can't remember the name. That was pretty clever. some of that.
Which one?
The way that they, I don't remember the name of it. It's got Kevin Hart in it. You know, he's the unlikely kind of freaking, you know,
like a buddy cop movie
protagonist
or a high
slash antagonist. No, like that's what's surprising about that. It's quite like the opposite for his sort of like genre. Like that he usually, you know, the character he usually plays is not like that. He's a bit more suave and, you know, controlled and not as funny. Like yeah, so it's a heist movie, right? So he's like heads a team of you know, robbers,
like Ocean's
basically.
11,
thieves. But they actually like the movie invents the concept of stealing NDTs. So not NDT, digital artwork, right?
Yeah, NFTs.
NFT, sorry, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, so they steal one at the beginning of the movie. It's pretty clever the way they do it.
I still don't even understand the concept of that. So it's like a digital art that only that one person has, but like, couldn't someone just screenshot that and that's it?
You'd think so, right? I don't know if it's like encrypted or something in some way or another, or it
goes over my head. I'll tell you.
Protected by copyright laws and shit. I don't know. But so what they do in the movie is they actually, instead of like stealing the like, I think they do end up stealing it like digitally, but they steal the guy, the artist, right? Yeah.
Confused.
Yeah. But he's not really like kidnapped. Like they bring him in on it, right? And then so they all make a fortune because suddenly it's worth a fortune because the guy's kidnapped, right?
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Wow. I was before I jumped in here, I was listening to the convo they were having over in the other server, and it was about as strange as it was when I'd left an hour or two ago, when they were talking about just nothing but demons and gosh, what was the other thing? Computer chips and living on computer chips and simulations and shit.
Oh yeah, that's all rap in there. He's he's got some crazy ideas. And that dude that went on camera, that's right, with the painted face, and he was talking about it too.
Oh, I didn't get to see him. He had his face painted up.
Yeah, he looked like he was trying to be like I don't know, like the place between Marilyn Manson and hey,
like a juggalo or whatever, ICP fan.
I don't know, like tribal paint or something all over his face. He had the dreadlocks and the beard and everything. Yeah.
War paint.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I got to read about.
Duty calls. Well, the Earth is flat, and the existence of water proves it so. And there were giants in those days, men of renown.
Oh, he didn't stay at the kickdown, so we're good. Some of that, that speculation is quite interesting. I mean, cities, aerial views of cities, and even ancient buildings and temples and stuff like eerily resemble like the close-up views of the microscopic views of like circuitry, circuit boards, computer chips, whatnot. Right? Like it's interesting.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's definitely strange, and I think that we're being lied to about our past. My conclusion.
I mean, it's all information anyway. So, like, in a sense, like it could be like a structured society, like or city, could actually function similar to what these processes do, because it's just relay of information and resources, right? Energy.
I would, man. It was probably so weird, crazy looking, like with the Vermanas and like the flying machines and stuff. I bet it was wild back in the day.
Even like, because I've heard like there's some ancient text that sort of like touches on it, but there's also, I think you got to be careful because apparently there's like a fairly modern reinterpretation, like stuff that came out of the mouth of some fucking modern guru, like from like the 60s or the 40s or like in recent history, right? And somebody wrote it all down and like presented it to the world as if it's ancient text, right? And it has a lot more detail about Vimanas and things. But even then, right? Even then, some of what the guy's describing is like technology that didn't exist then. Really advanced technology, right? That we kind of are utilizing today, that we've discovered, right? Like radar and cloaking and instant sound communication, just like all sorts of weird stuff like that really didn't fit into the era it came from. That information came from. So it's interesting in that. Yeah, regardless.
But from the looks of things, like the buildings and whatnot, and what you mentioned, like they were way more advanced than we give them credit, and then based on the buildings, more intellectual than we are, or definitely operating on a different level to be able to pull off those kind of those builds, those insane builds that are still standing today.
Right. They're looking at this now, right? The academics are looking at a lot of this stuff with an unbiased view. If they approach it from an unbiased view, they're realizing that a lot of these structures, these intricate carvings and elaborately built, places have to be the result of a society that had a pretty good understanding of some physics, and they would have had to have had organization skills, right? And so a structured infrastructure, right? A structured society, right? That was capable. Like they understood engineering, they understood architecture and geometry really, really well. Like this is high tech shit. This is like on par with what we are capable of doing today. And sometimes they even say that this is a stretch for us to be even able to fucking replicate.
Yeah, some of that stuff in India, some of those temples, no one can make those today. Like that's the whole temple that's been carved out of just the side of a cliff or the side of a mountain or into the mountain. Like I think it's called like the Kalis temple, the one with all the elephants and stuff.
Right.
All stone. Mind blowing.
It is. Yep. With such intricacy and such detail, they're questioning. There are academics questioning the old school narrative of these primitive cultures having been responsible for such feats. Is just it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It doesn't fit.
Primitive ancients.
Yeah, we're talking serious fucking engineering skills.
So, that temple that I mentioned with the carved out of one stone. So there's a guy on Facebook who travels around and goes to these and walks around and videos it and stuff. And so I don't have it. I don't think I have it saved. I might, but he walked around inside that temple and like got a close up look of everything, and it's insane. It's like the level of detail and the technique and stuff that they were using is just mind blowing.
Right, and it could be too that that our understanding of geology, right? So we might be way off with exactly how.
Biogeology, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been that like the environment that existed within which such things were created was more malleable, easier to work with at some stage. Like the conditions might have allowed for that sort of thing. Over time, the environment changed, creating, like causing such things to like harden to like granite or, substances even that we classify as being harder than, in approaching the hardness of diamond kind of thing, right? And it may just be that, like, we have this idea that that sort of thing takes like millions of years or thousands of years to form and develop, and that might be not the case. There could be conditions that can cause things to happen like that faster, right?
And there's
right.
There's that little cave or something where people set stuff in this waterfall next to it, and they come back months or weeks later, and it's already
fossilized.
petrified to stone. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Takes a few conditions, and that can happen. Medusa.
Yeah, like dismissing certain like legends and like what we call myth, these stories from ancient past where things like, like people turned into pillars of stone or felt instantly and all this kind of thing. Dismissing such stories, being dismissive of things like that as, and just like classifying it as myth and legend is kind of like a detriment to, our learning process, your progress, right? Because there could be something to it. What if there is something to it? What if it warrants investigation? Right? Let's entertain the idea hypothetically and look into it, right? Let's run a few tests, see if we can reproduce such effects, right? Because if we can, then there's the possibility that nature or some other intelligence did those things a long time ago, right? Like, why not?
It's just incredulity. While believing in the moon.
Right.
This is ridiculous. But there's a rover on Mars, though. That happened. Believe that, but
I did an essay thing on I think it was Pathfinder. It was one of them, one of the early ones, right? And so I went looking for information about it all, right? I got hold of a book, the official NASA book, right? And it was a picture book with 1 or 2 sentences per page.
Wow.
And I was like, bro, what the heck? This is their official, like, it was the official freaking public release document. It was
Wow.
a picture book. Yeah. And it didn't occur to me back then. I just went, oh, they're just holding back. Like, you know, I went online and tried to get what I could too. You know, like it was so limited. Like trying to get hold of data, like really important information, so I could put it in this essay for school. Like, and it didn't exist. Yeah, it didn't exist. There's pretty pictures everywhere. That's it.
Well, it has to be.
Yeah, man, it was like a children's storybook. But it was meant for everyone. Yeah, this was going back like, I don't know, a decade. No, probably 15 years ago. Maybe more. Might have been 20 years ago. Yeah, it was at college. And, yeah.
Doing your thesis or
that, yeah, it was really just an English essay. Because like it was just a topic of your choice, right? I chose that. And yeah, the English teacher was actually really impressed with it and asked if she could display it as an example for like future classes.
You blind her with pseudoscience?
Yeah. But it wasn't so much the substance of the topic. It was the way I'd done it that she was impressed with. So it could have been completely made up garbage, which it roughly ended up being, right? But I mean, it could have been about unicorns or anything. It was just like the method and the format that was that she was interested, because English. It was English, right? So yeah,
it wasn't
apparently I'd done it correctly to the point where she's going to use it out of everybody else's essays as an example for next year's course.
You had a high production value. Put some work into it.
Yeah.
Did you get an A or what?
Yeah, for that I did. Yeah.
What was the title of it?
Yeah.
What was the genre?
It was one of the Mars rovers, and I can't remember if it was the Pathfinder or what was the other early one? They claim they sent up there from the 90s.
I can't remember the names of them.
Wasn't no, it wasn't Scour. Yeah, I can't remember now. Perseverance?
Hey, that sounds super familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. There's supposed to be a few up there now, sitting dead, batteries drained, whatever. Like non-operational, worn out. Apparently, that's what they tell us.
I think you can control something wirelessly like that at that distance. It's like, okay, now what technology are they using again? It's so. How far away is that? It's supposed to be allegedly.
It's like I pull this lever, and 3 days later, the rover on Mars starts moving. You know,
right? Like, come on, man! Like, even in their own paradigm, it's crazy. It's ridiculous. But by that point, their brain's already subdued into like it's like paralyzed or whatever. Like it's in like the deep sleep, and so they'll take anything, accept anything. Okay, yeah. It's on Mars, yeah, and we can control it. Yeah. Okay, cool. No problem. I can't remember if it was you or if it was Timbo mentioned Sam Hyde.
Me, I think.
So I hadn't heard of him until one of you guys mentioned him, and all of a sudden he's like, I see him on my I see him on like when I'm watching shorts and stuff, and he pops in the reel. He's got some pretty funny takes sometimes, but he looks like he's a J, but he like, and he said, and I don't think he doesn't act like, he definitely isn't one, at least what he's putting out there, because he just, from based on the content he talks about, but he looks like one, which is strange. But that's only skin deep.
What does he go into?
Oh, pretty anti-Semitic stuff, race stuff, just stuff that typically you would get
touches a nerve,
looted hand, but for some reason he's just it's free reign. He'd say whatever.
Yeah, apparently we've got the bots in here now, damn it, so I can't say too much. But I noticed during the
fucking kick them out, disconnect them, man.
No, it's cool. I noticed during the pandemic, right?
Or deafen them.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I noticed during the pandemic there was a few comedians that were getting away with some really controversial comments regarding the whole thing, right? Like,
yeah,
and they weren't getting censored or shut down or whatever from social media, and I was like, that's interesting, and I shared some of it with somebody, like amongst us, right? And they pointed out that the ethnicity of these people, right? And I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
Free pass.
It's definitely not the guy that sent in a saliva sample of his lizard and then got back a DNA result of 51% Ashkenazi.
That was wild. That's crazy, though. I believe it.
No comment. We already dug too deep. I mean, the rabbit hole goes deeper than that, actually. Like, whatever is going on, that's just a mask to hide something else that's going on. There's something else going on. They're allowing this conversation because they don't want another conversation.
Right. Something I heard recently is an older gentleman who claims to have built data centers. He calls them data centers, something like that. His whole life, right? It's what he specializes in, building data centers. And he's like giving this talk about how like he has no idea why all these modern ones require like so much water. Considering he said when he builds them, not only do they not need endless water like that, they don't need hardly any. And the water that they have is in a contained system. Like they reuse the same water when they do have water. So there's something else going on with the water being siphoned out. I don't know if they're just creating more scarcity, trauma-based mind control with the scarcity, or if they're rerouting water down to the underground cities they've been building for decades and for how long, who knows? But
oh fuck, yeah, we went into Speculation Tuesday.
It's not for the art though. Not for the AI art.
Yeah, man, it's unfortunate that we can't have freedom of conversation, right?
Right.
Nobody here is getting violent. We're just trying to have a conversation. God forbid somebody come in, hey, you can't talk about that. That was probably the thing that led me to Flat Earth, man. When I Googled it online and I couldn't find anything on Flat Earth. Well, that's a red flag. I know Google censors shit. Why are they censoring Flat Earth? Flat Earth is stupid.
Exactly. Could you imagine if they censored Bigfoot like that? mocked anybody who thought Bigfoot was real. Like, oh, you idiots! You think Bigfoot's real? No, they actually have TV shows about it, and they're like pushing them and stuff.
I'll tell you what, though, the whole alien thing of Roswell and Area 51 with where they're saying, oh, it's just a satellite attached to a helium balloon. I'm starting to think that was
Chica was what?
starting to think that was real.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. My thing is like, if they have an area that's like, it's like their top secret area where everything is at, but don't you think that would be telling everybody one place while it's actually somewhere else that they really do shit at, do stuff at? I mean, like they were actually at Area 52, some way somewhere else, and that's just a smokescreen to get people's attention there.
So I will say this. I just had something float across my Instagram feed. Someone snuck in to Area 51 close enough, and they used a P1000 to record shit. Now they didn't really find anything, right? But now it's like, okay, what else can we do with a P1000?
Did he catch some light anomalies or something, or some UFOs or whatever?
No, I just seen the typical shit that they always show, where like, you know, somebody was coming after him, and you know,
do they still have a plane that lands down there? Isn't there an airport close to there where people like get driven there and fly right out of there or something like that? Like the people who work there?
I think there's more stuff going on at NORAD than Area 51.
You ever read
People are so stuck on Area 51. If they can find Area 51, imagine what they haven't found.
Well, exactly. You ever read or scanned over the psychological operations, like SOP or whatever it's called, like the job description, like what you're supposed to do? Pretty wild. All right, I got to meet up for a little bit, boys and girls. I'll be around though.
I like what Toby said there. About the decoy operations, and I tend to agree that, like, why wouldn't you if you were that sort of, you had that sort of power? You want to divert attention. You just give them a door and a locked door to wonder about, right? Because you know that people want to know something that they don't have access to. They want to know about. They want to know about it. They want to go through that locked door. They want to know what's behind it. So present them one, whether there's actually something behind it or not to discover. But people will be focused on that, right? And that would be a clever way to get people's attention away from what you're really doing.
What are you talking about?
Just the potential for, authorities and governments to present a decoy, a distraction, right, to the world, just by having it seem like it's classified, like a locked door. Right? Decoy, but a dummy operation, like Area 50. What if Area 51 is nothing special? It's just they give the impression, the illusion that it's because you can't access it, right? Because it's need to know basis only. You're not high up enough in the government to know what's going on behind those fences, right? That border. People want to know, right? So they do their best to try and find out what is this big secret, right? Meanwhile, your actual real secret is being conducted somewhere else, unbeknownst to the public. And it is pretty weird that we live in such societies where our governments are saying, we're spending your money on X, like literally X. What's X? You're not allowed to know. Oh, thanks for that. Thanks for that receipt. I'm glad to know that my hard-earned dollars are being spent on something really important that's really needed. Like, just trust you, bro. It's really important that you got to spend my money on this secret project. Give me a break. I don't remember that being involved in your policies that you presented before I voted for you.
Yeah, I will say this, man. I really do hate now having. And I see why we have the rules where we don't go off into speculation. I really hate having the conversation. Why would they lie? It's such a like after so many times of telling people why they would lie, people don't care if they're being lied to.
You know, Sheepdog, I've said this before, so I hate to belabor the point, but I really think when they say, why would they lie? What they're really asking is, it can't be possible that I'm this gullible, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, they couldn't have fooled me with this.
Yeah, I'm no sucker. Are you saying that 8 billion people are suckers?
That's why
Yeah,
you
they can't
redirect it.
accept it. Yeah, they can't accept that they have been fooled, right? They lack the humility and they lack the imagination to imagine anything other than what they've been told. And if intelligence is largely predicated on the ability to imagine things, right? Because you can you can imagine a space, a shape in space. You have spatial awareness. You have these other abilities to um understand how things can be used differently, right? And you can extrapolate out. If you lack that ability, then asking someone to imagine something other than the globe Earth that they've been taught is a stretch for them, right? They're not going to be able to do that. So imagining that they've been fooled is going to be too difficult for them.
You know, when there's really not a whole lot going on, and someone comes in, you guys really think the Earth is flat? I'll say yeah, and I'll just start making shit up just to see what they say. You know, but you really think that we think that? But you're right. You know, it would be worth saying. You know, from now on, whenever they ask why would they lie, what you're really telling me is you can't be this stupid. That there's no way that when you were a child, giving up your reasoning to understand the world around you, you gave that up and let the authority tell you what to think. There's no way that you were right and they were wrong.
Just point it back to them. When they say, why would they lie? Oh, so you already understand that it is flat and you'd like to know what's going on beyond that and accept that as their concession and just watch for the meltdown.
Yeah. That one or the
When I
one,
was
the
a
new one.
child, I used to believe that Earth is flat, but not now.
Well, there have
Yeah.
been studies that show that all children understand the Earth is flat until about age 4, which incidentally coincides with the indoctrination that they receive in schools.
True.
I tell people they're not lying. This is their best guess, and they're retarded.
When you're a child, you're not even thinking about Earth as being some kind of object embedded in a larger space. It's just simply the surface below you that supports you. So you're not even, and you think, and you will base your perception, like your view of it, on your direct perception of it. Like it seems to be flat, so we'll accept that it is, whatever that may be. So it's not like Earth, right? Earth as an object. As a child, you're just going, the surface beneath me seems to be planar, even though you couldn't express it in those terms, maybe. But that's basically what you're thinking because that's your natural experience.
It always blows my mind when someone comes in and says, Show me a picture of flat Earth.
Right, and it's not on
Not a
here.
map.
It's not
I mean, like the Earth.
right. Yeah, like India used to say, it's not on here. It's not in a book. It's not the words of somebody. It's outside. Right? It's your direct experience. That's what we're talking about.
But it always boggles my mind. Like, so you mean to tell me nobody's ever lied to you before in your entire life?
Oh, you're doing it.
Say that again.
I mean, it's circumstantial,
You're
like, because.
lying.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that again because I interrupted.
Did you say now he's lying? Because for someone to lie, that means that they know that what they're saying isn't true.
He asked, did anyone ever lie to you?
That was the question.
So I answered you are.
Oh, he was just talking
So
about the
that's a
royal
yes then.
immunity.
You're saying I'm lying?
If you say nobody's ever lied to you before, maybe you are. But he was
No,
just
sorry.
talking like hypothetically. It's all good. Like he was just talking hypothetically, not you specifically, but the royal you, right? Like people that come in and question why the lie, right? Why are we being lied to? Because obviously, there's somebody's putting imagery in our faces and declaring that's a representation of the thing we live on. Right? It has a surface with curvature upon it, but when we go into the reality and nature and try and find it, it's not there. So somebody has to be lying then, right?
And they're assuming that somebody in NASA knows that the Earth is flat. And so because of that, they have an agenda to push the globe.
But that's what I was going to say. It's situational, right? Because you have to have an investment in something for the lie to even matter to you. I mean, if a stranger came up to me and said, I swear I was at the pub, right? I was at the library, whatever. Like, I'm like, yeah, and? Well, I wasn't at that woman's place, right? It's like, I don't care. And that's the way I feel about NASA now. It's like, I don't care. You're nothing to me. Why should I invest anything in anything that you present to me? Why? If those were my tax dollars, maybe then, yeah, there's an investment. You better not be, sorry, excuse my language, you better not be lying to me, you MFers, right? Because my money's getting spent on this crap that you're presenting to me, and I don't have a way of testing to see if you're actually doing what you're showing me. So you better be telling the truth, assholes.
And if you're not doing that, what are you doing with my money?
Exactly.
And then that's when we take a look at the Epstein files, and we see all the names listed in there, and we wonder what they're doing with the money that they have. I mean, not to get too far off topic, but I think there was when Trump came into office, he shut down AID, and AID was funding Al Qaeda and Hezbollah. Like I said, not to get too far off topic, but I mean, follow the money, bro.
I don't know, smoke and mirrors, right? Epstein files are just nothing compared to the scope of it, in my opinion.
Oh, that's what I said before. Epstein files is like 1%. That's taking a knife.
That's why they call it. Isn't that why they call it an iceberg theory?
A what theory?
It's classified under the iceberg, right? Theory.
Yeah, like the ice on top is not the ice we're gonna need.
Yeah, but the fact that nobody took up their torches and pitchforks, tells us all we need to know.
Well, Isaac Cappy did. I love Isaac Cappy for what he did. At least he named names.
Yeah, not enough people seem outraged over it, right?
Not at all. And everybody was all freaked out about the island. Not one person's looking in Arizona.
Lesser scandals have caused rebellions of nations. I think that's what they were dipping their toe in the water with Clinton. See how everyone reacts to this. Everyone was cool. So what? Cheating on his wife. Yeah, who cares?
I want to ask Luffy how we know what the sun is, where the sun is, and how large the sun is based on observation. Sorry, he's just posting in the side chat.
Just in case you're wondering, I guess Luffy had told us earlier that he or she is a mute. I'm guessing it's a she because she's using a girl voice for the translate. But that doesn't always mean anything.
So it's an alt, is what you're saying?
It's not an alt. The person says that they're a mute, and then what they're using is a speak-to-text translation.
Well, then they could communicate with us in here, you know.
Text-to-speak.
Yeah. How many times have we heard that, right? I mean, it may be true, but in that case, they're able to use that app to do that, to communicate.
If you mean, where is the sun based on observation? We can determine its apparent position by measuring its direction in the sky, its altitude and azimuth.
It's the
But that doesn't automatically tell us its true 3D
that's what you've been
location.
told, right?
Have you ever used Google
That's the important
Translate?
distinction. So yes,
yeah, but
observation gives us the sun's apparent position. Geometry is then...
Okay, Luffy, how does observation... Okay, we get an apparent position. How does that tell us anything about the sun's size, distance, or composition? And don't just post some like AI response.
Let's hear some really funny sounds in Discord if you
Why
hold
can't
your
I
ears
use AI
really
help?
closely.
We could do that.
Hey, Lo,
We could do that
you're hot micing. Can you can either mic up or mute yourself if you'd like to ask a question or offer some evidence? That'd be cool.
I mean, nobody's saying don't use like search tools or research tools, right? But at least express it in your words once you think you comprehend it, right?
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to just recite AI, you know. We know what AI will say. Sheepdog, you have a lot of background noise.
My bad.
And no problem. Luke, you're back for more, huh?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you have some globe evidence we can look at?
No, but my friend does.
Is your friend in the chat with us?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, your friend sounds like they're talking from across the cafeteria.
Yes, I was in the kitchen cooking.
Oh, okay. Welcome in. Good to see you. So, Luke has brought you in to present some globe evidence to us. Is that correct?
No, not really. I'm just visiting. He brought me like on a surprise visit, and now he put me like I'm some evidence.
Oh, he put you on the spot. Well, Luke, that wasn't very nice. I guess if you don't have anything, you can just defer to somebody else and hope against hope that they actually have the evidence that no one has provided in over 10 years.
I'm sorry, evidence for that the Earth is round, right?
Yeah, we want an actual measurement of surface curvature.
Or I'll tell you what, Lover, I'll give you an alternative. You can ask us how we measure the Earth flat, because what we have is not a belief. We've actually gone out and measured it.
So you measure the flat Earth or the curvature? What? Sorry.
We went out looking for the curvature because we see those pictures of Earth from outer space that NASA gives us. And then we see all that blue stuff that's curving around the ball in the picture, you know, that blue water. And we're like, oh, land is really solid and hard. And so we know that we can make mountains and valleys and canyons and hills and stuff like that with land. But water, if you put it in a cup or a bathtub or a pool, it lays flat on the surface, right? So if we're going to find curvature, then we would expect gravity to be pulling water down and around all the way around the ball. And so when we shoot a laser.
Okay, but we have evidence of water being around, especially if you don't believe in ISS and all that footage. There is still a zero gravity plane where in the free fall the water flows in a ball. It doesn't fall down. It's the gravity is and how water behaves is not something that needs to be too much proven, you know.
So we don't need a measurement of surface curvature?
No, I didn't say that. You are saying that water is always flat, and I say that you
At
can
rest,
prove
yes.
it in a
Bodies of
free
water are
fall.
always flat at rest. That's correct. We're talking about bodies of water. We're not talking about individual droplets or anything, right?
Yes, but if you go in a free fall and you spill a glass of water, it will still
We are talking
form
about water
around.
on the surface of the Earth.
Yes, and the water on the
Okay,
surface
not water in
around.
free fall, not a claim of it in outer space, not individual droplets. Large bodies of water on the surface of the Earth are flat at rest.
Like the
And we measure
oceans,
that.
the lake.
We measure that.
You measure that entire ocean is flat.
Well, every time we measure anywhere, up to any distance, it's always flat.
And how do you do your measurements?
With lasers.
But don't, if I'm not mistaken, there was some flat earth famous person who decided to do the same exact thing, and
he didn't do a laser.
He
didn't use a laser.
That's nice,
It was a Netflix movie. Hold on, it was a Netflix movie, and he used a flashlight because he broke the laser.
But I don't understand why globe earthers always have to resort to something that flat earthers have done. Like, is there any globe earther proving that the Earth is curving at the prescribed rate using their own methodology, or do y'all have to rely on flat earthers with a flashlight?
It's sounding like an AI, but I'm pretty sure that the globe in the curvature of Earth was proven and is used by multiple of the devices that you use on a daily basis. Just the phone itself. I have a Starlink.
The phone isn't a measuring device.
Okay, but how is my Starlink internet that is using satellites?
Things can be in the sky, and that has no bearing on the surface of the Earth, right? I need to see an actual measurement. I need to see an actual measurement of the surface to show that it's curving at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. I don't want to point at the sky. I'm standing on the Earth. I can measure the Earth. So where's the globe measurement?
If I were to provide you a measurement that disproved you still wouldn't believe that I was correct.
How do you know that when you haven't provided anything?
You discarded every available evidence.
Listen, you haven't provided it, so I can't analyze it and discard it yet.
It is not my duty to provide you evidence because not my.
I've asked for it.
Yeah, so if you don't want to prove it, that's fine. But you can't claim that something exists and not provide it, right? Because you can't expect us to just... No, it's not science. Measurement is not a science.
There is a science principle. The one who claims
No. There's no science involved in the measurement.
He bears the burden of proof to prove something. So if you say...
Yeah, you're right. Water lies flat at rest. Water lies flat at rest.
The one who needs to prove.
No, why? This is what everybody observes and measures. It's axiomatic.
Who is everybody?
Everyone who lives on the Earth observes water as flat at rest. That's just a fact.
Yep. Me, you, and everybody else measure the Earth to be flat. That's what we all do.
Yeah, water thinks it's level.
Luca, what is your opinion?
I rather not share my opinion because I've been through these discussions with them.
It's okay. We know you can't provide a measurement of surface curvature as well. We know that, like I said, no one in over a decade has been able to provide that.
Where is the evidence that you even did a measurement? Where did you provide that?
If you look in the side chat, go ahead, Jedi.
41 minutes past the hour, there's a laser test.
I heard that when I came, that you said that you don't want AI response, that you know what AI will say. So what does AI say to your evidence?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what question I'm supposed to be asking. You asked where the evidence was. I'm telling you it's in the side chat. Now you want me to guess what AI is going to say. Probably refraction, dude. Hold on, my friend. My friend, I'm trying to appeal to you so you can be quiet because I was still talking. Me and you are not going to converse well if you interrupt me or anybody else. Can you stop doing it, please?
Wait a second, but you guys interrupt all the time.
Dude, I was trying to clarify what he's bloody asking. Now he's interrupting me, and I've only just joined the conversation.
Yeah, you are explaining 2 minutes already that I'm interrupting. I'm quiet. Can you go on what you want to say?
Okay, in the side chat is a laser measurement across a distance of water that should have curvature. If you want me to guess what AI is going to respond to, it's probably going to be something like refraction. Now what do you want to say?
Don't know a response to that.
When we put the information into AI turns around and says that's impossible. So
is it possible that the measurement was made wrong somewhere along the lines?
This is the thing.
Well, we have hundreds of measurements.
Yeah, this is what we do all of the time with laser range finding and targeting systems. Still talking.
So are you basing your whole belief of flat Earth on this one evidence, or are there more evidence?
You asked the question. You asked, could this person have done it wrong? The person in the video has an email address. You're welcome to email him. He's a PhD in optics in England. He's retired. And you're welcome to ask him any questions that you want. He shares his email freely.
He's actually put up a challenge, and no one has been able to disprove his measurements. He's actually offered, I think he's offered money. I may be wrong about that, but no one has ever been able to disprove his measurements.
I think it's $10,000.
Yeah.
This is just one.
Is this the only evidence we have, and does it prove that Earth is flat, or just proves something that might relate that Earth is flat?
No, it proves demonstratively, repeatedly, over and over and over again, in different places at different times with different technology, that the Earth is measured flat. What I've given you in the side chat is just one example. There are thousands.
And you probably, you've seen things at a distance that you should not have seen them if the Earth was curving at the rate that we're told. You just don't realize it.
From the airplane.
No, you can't see Earth curvature from commercial flight.
And you immediately disregard my personal evidence that I saw.
Can I help? Can I help very quickly? I believed also a long time ago that when I went up into the sky in an aeroplane, that when I looked at the horizon, that was potentially the curvature of the Earth. But you must understand this. For example, if you were to be able to turn around 360 degrees, the horizon will be at an equal distance from you at the center of that circle. The circle of the horizon wraps around you. It doesn't have a part higher or lower depicting the curvature you think that you see. That's just a circle of vision around you. That's all that is, my friend. Let's put it like this. In a globe Earth model, 35,000 feet, you're not high enough to perceive the curvature of the Earth, my friend. This is why we have to go to the International Space Station and higher. But I understand why you said what you did, because I believe the same thing until we understand what it actually is.
Okay, so how does the International Space Station or orbit around that? Because you said that the lady said that we can have objects in the sky without because the gravity is connected, and the whole system we have around Earth, because the gravity is what makes it round throughout the years, and that's why the water is also round, because that's the shape of how gravity is affected, and the same way how everything orbits around us. So how does, because I saw also the International Space Station with the telescope the other day, then how it stays in the air?
Okay, I don't know.
Also,
yes, because we don't have technology.
I haven't finished.
For that explanation,
I haven't
because
finished.
our entire
I haven't
world.
finished.
Sorry.
Thank you. I don't know, but everything that you said requires the Earth to have a measured curved surface. The orbit that you're talking about, 360 degrees in rotation, the path of the satellite requires the surface to be curved, and the idea that gravity pulls everything towards the centre of mass, forming that curved surface. We'd measure that with the lasers that I posted you. I don't know how the International Space Station works or anything else about it, but the claim is the surface would be curved and we would measure it with the right tools.
Okay, my point in saying this is that in the standard procedure, how every science is done, is that when you, if you have grandiose claim, a big claim that overrides a lot of our knowledge, then you have equal amount of evidence. And if we base, even if that evidence that you have is 100% true, we cannot still base our assumption that the Earth is flat only on that evidence, because
like making a claim you live on a globe when you don't witness any curvature.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Like making a claim that you live on a globe whilst you don't witness any curvature. That's a pretty grandiose claim.
I witness my entire, like I said, our entire modern society.
Where do you see the curvature?
You don't need to see it. You use technology that is made with that.
Where do you see the curvature? So you're telling me you don't see any, but you know it's there. So where do you see it in order to not make a grandiose claim that it's curved?
For example, in the sunset, if you have always sun that is just going around, you wouldn't have sunsets and sunrises.
Hold on. Sorry. You said that we wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth. Now you're telling me that's the reason why we don't see the sun.
No,
that's
I didn't
the sun
say that.
in front of. Sorry, that's the Earth in front of the sun at sunset, isn't it? The sun is going down over the curvature of the Earth, but you told us that we can't see the curvature of the Earth. There it is in front of the sun. There is also in. Go on.
I didn't say that we cannot see curvature. I said that we can see it, and that I saw it from the airplane.
Do you remember what I said about the airplane, though? That wasn't the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, and I don't say that I disagree. I didn't say I agree or disagree with you. You just stated that.
So we moved on. Apologies, we moved on too fast. Then I need to know if you understand and agree or not.
I don't have enough information to agree with that or disagree. Compared to,
do you know what a panorama is?
Wide image.
Yeah, a wide image, let's say, that's taken 360 degrees around you. Now, if you were to climb a tall mountain and had a camera or just your eyes and had a clear view to the horizon is an equal distance from you every single time you turn round. It's a circle around you. So when you say that you see curvature from an airplane, curvature means having the part in the middle, in your idea, higher than the parts at the edge, right? Curvature, up and down. This isn't what we see in an aeroplane. That's on a horizon around you. Now, when you look out of a window across the cloud plane over the Earth, you've got quite a wide field of view. It's uninterrupted. So you can see the horizon trying at your periphery to curve around you. That's why you turn around. So it's not that type of curvature. Do you understand?
Sorry, maybe my English is not so good, so it's not because of you. I tried.
No problem then.
he's not seeing 360 in a plane anyway. I highly doubt he's actually seen anything that resembles curvature from a plane because I've been in many different types of planes. I've been in many different Hey, Love, I'm talking. I've been in many different planes. I've been in the cockpit of planes. I've never seen any actual Earth curvature, nor would any be possible to see, even if the Earth was a globe.
Okay, then one final question: why is the fact that Earth is
Can we
flat?
address one thing at a
Can I
time?
interrupt you just for a moment?
No. Can we not move on yet? Can we not move on yet? Can we address this topic first, please?
Yeah, go address it.
Okay. So it's not possible on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles to see Earth curvature from commercial airplane flight height. It's not even possible from the claimed ISS distance. From the ISS claimed distance, which is about 255 miles.
But you don't care what I
I'm still talking.
You said that you don't believe me.
Are you listening, or you just do you want an answer, or do you just want to hear yourself talk? Okay, so from claimed ISS,
such a rude bitch? Like there is no need to talk
over me,
like this.
so I think you're the one who's rude.
You told me
so
that
anyway,
I'm lying, and I said that I'm not lying, and it doesn't matter.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk now, so I can finish what I was saying, which is that
you interrupted him
from claimed Luke, shush, control yourself. Okay, so from claimed ISS height, which is about 255 miles, only 3% of the Earth's surface would be visible. So it's not even possible to see Earth curvature from that distance, much less from commercial airplane altitude. Sorry.
That's how you get the evidence and everything, by muting other people and ignoring all the evidence that disagrees with your claim. And even if I saw fucking aliens and I told you, you still wouldn't believe me. So what I saw doesn't matter, because seeing
what
is
you
not
saw
evidence.
doesn't matter. What is measured is what matters.
At this instance, sorry to interrupt, at this instance, anybody can say anything. You can say, for example, to over fences, that aliens exist. Now, Fences doesn't have to believe you, right? If there's evidence available, she can go and see the aliens, or there's made any type of claim, she should be able to verify it.
Yes,
that's what we're talking about, dude. We're trying to verify.
I understand that.
Good.
There it is.
We're
I was
trying
waiting for
to
his interruption.
Fuck me. I try my best. I'm sorry.
If somebody has a measurement of surface curvature, we'd love to see that. We don't want to hear claims about what you think you saw from a plane or anything else about GPS or whatever. We just want to see a surface curvature measurement. It's quite simple. It's really not complicated. We have lasers, show us drop over distance in accordance with the globe geometry.
Mathematicians from the ancient Greece.
Okay, math needs to conform to reality, Luke.
Yeah,
okay, great. Do you have a measurement of surface curvature rather than a calculation?
What did they measure?
They measured the spherical globe 2,000 years ago, literally.
No, Aristophanes, what did he actually physically measure?
Aristotle and Eratosthenes, they measured the... They provided clear proof in the measurements
when he did it. Sorry, you're not understanding the question, dude.
2,000 years ago.
You're not understanding the question. What did he measure? What did he do? What was the measurement he took? Practically,
he measured the angles of shadows in different cities at the same time, and then he used this math to calculate the size.
They weren't the same time.
Don't need help. Try again.
Yeah, he measured the angles of shadows.
Try again. Try again. You'll find he only measured the length of the shadow to calculate the angle. The only measurements he took was length, distance between the two cities, straight line distance, and the length, straight line distance, of the shadow to calculate an angle. Because he already believed he was on a sphere, didn't he? He didn't measure curvature, diameter, circumference, or radius. He calculated it after measuring the length of a shadow.
Okay,
now, I
so
could
he
do
can
the
measure.
same
You can
thing.
measure angles.
I could do the same thing, marvel, as I stood underneath a light source, as my shadow increased as I walked away from being underneath the light source, measure the length of the shadow that I produced, calculated that angle, and if I believed already that I lived upon a sphere, my house was one too, then I could figure out the circumference of my fucking house. Right? Is my house now a sphere because I believe it to be and perceive the two sticks that I use adjoining at the centre of the radius of the sphere I perceive?
I'm not sure if I understand from what example, what angle you are trying to discuss this, but isn't the curvature of Earth just visible on the horizon, and ship go behind the horizon, they go with the hull first, and not they don't get smaller?
Yeah, you would think so. That's what we tested for, because that distance to the horizon is based on the radius of the Earth and the eye height of the observer. So the boat should disappear. What do I mean? The horizon is a distance from you based on your eye height and the size of the sphere that you're standing on. The distance to the horizon, for example, will change if you were to gain altitude, right?
Could you said if you could define the statement that is the most questionable that you have in one sentence, how would you say it?
Have we moved on all of a sudden? I thought we were talking about boats over the horizon.
Isn't that the proof for the? Because I'm trying to understand what you cannot measure.
How far away is the boat?
I'm trying to get him to understand that there's a prediction involved based upon the radius, something that we've tried to observe, but when we get telescopes out, we see the boats where we shouldn't. For example, we go down to the beach.
We don't have, there is no evidence for that.
There is, that's why we're here, and you haven't, there is, you haven't seen it yet, that's why we're here. This was my first piece of evidence that I gained for myself, going to the south coast of England, Dover, to see or not whether I could see France, Calais, at a distance of over 23 miles. Now, according to the radius of the Earth and my eye height, I shouldn't see France, it should be underneath the curvature of the Earth. But there it was right in front of me. We've got thousands and thousands of these long-distance observations that shouldn't be possible if the Earth was curved, because based on that curvature and your eye height, it would cause a limitation to your view. Like you said, it would cause the boat to disappear. But that's when we got telescopes out and we could see the boat again.
Lover. So when we say measurement, listen, when we say measurement, we're talking about can you listen?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. So when we're talking about a measurement, when you measure curvature, if you want to know how much something is curving, you're going to shoot a straight edge over the surface of that curving surface, right? And then you're going to measure the deviation from the separation from the straight edge and the curved surface over the distance, right?
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
And you get the measurement that the Earth is flat.
We get parallel. We don't get curved. We get parallel.
When we shoot a laser or any measuring tool, it's not tangential to the surface. It's parallel. Say, for example, you have a body of water 20 miles across, and you have got a laser that's 2 meters above the surface, and you have got a target on the other side of the water 2 meters above the surface. If the Earth is flat, you will have a direct line of sight to the target. If the surface is curved, the laser will go over the target like a tangent. When we measure with lasers, we find the Earth to be parallel with the laser, the surface of the Earth. Water is horizontal, not curved.
And when we say the laser would go over the target, that's because the curve of the Earth would make it go down and curve around back to the other side.
You know, I have one issue with debating here this, because I am not, and I am not ashamed to say that, I'm not informed enough to talk about some stuff. But if we were to have an expert, no matter the AI or not, here, who would be able to say, yeah, the claim that you currently say is actually factually not correct, because hundreds of people do the other stuff or do that stuff correctly, and they don't have that, because in this discussion that is usually the case.
They'll just claim refraction and change the subject. That's all they're going to do.
It seems like a hopeful statement. This is something, my friend, this is something that is practically done by surveyors, for example, people who build on the Earth. Like when we build bridges and dams and infrastructure like railways and pipes. Now, we all build from a horizontal level, up or down. Now, we measure this also. This isn't just like me, some random guy on the internet, although I have my own information. You can do this for yourself. This isn't outside of your realms of verifying. You can prove the Earth is flat yourself. But ultimately, everybody does this, but not scientists. Not scientists.
That's the issue. If you go outside and do one measurement to prove yourself that you are right, that is not science, my friend. You need to prove that you are not right. You need to go beyond your feeling and trying to find that you do one measurement, because all the evidence that I have before, just a moment, sorry. All the evidence that I have before, and like you said, many people that do measure Earth, from the people that do build great infrastructure, to the snipers that need to account for the curvature of Earth, to all the other industries that need and work with those things daily. You cannot disprove them. You need to disprove them for them that they are also lying, or they don't understand the science, or something is missing from this whole equation. Because it's Occam's razor. I'm ending quickly. Occam's razor tell us that it's more likely that 20 of you are doing the wrong measurement, that everyone in the world is doing one giant conspiracy to convince you that the Earth is round when you know that it's in the fact.
Okay, right. That's a great crescendo at the end there. I really, really appreciate that, dude. You said a lot of things, dude. I want to ask you something. What would a scientist do to prove a shape? You said trust the scientists. I want to know if you hold on.
I know that there is a mirror on the moon, and if you can shine the I'm not a scientist. I don't know what a scientist would do exactly.
How do you know?
Sorry, yes.
What does a scientist do?
Yeah, I was saying that there is because I'm not sure if that is in your belief system and what you believe around the moon and all that.
How do you know there's mirrors on the moon?
I'm trying to figure out what a scientist does. What does a scientist do? You told me a story about like shooting lasers on the moon.
I mean, I ask AI for everything. I mean, why is that funny? AI is literal expert.
I'm not laughing.
Oh, sorry. Because if anything, we need experts in this field. We are not the experts.
This is what I'm trying to point out. Apologise for interrupting, but we're talking about the experts in the field and scientists who figure out cause and effect relationships in the physical through experimentation. For example, they try to figure out why water changes state by adding heat. These aren't the people that figure out shapes of objects. To figure out the shape of an object, that doesn't come under the realms of natural science. It comes under the realm of geometry. To figure out a geometric shape, all you do is observe it and measure it. So to figure out the shape of the Earth, I'm not going to be asking a scientist, like the same way I'm not going to be asking a car mechanic or a biologist. I'm going to be asking a surveyor, somebody who measures the Earth. So I have to ask, why would you be appealing to scientists?
Okay, if you think a surveyor who is measuring entire Earth is not at least a partial scientist or by trade or I don't know, then that's just language barrier.
Scientist. What the
yes,
fuck?
you need to know.
No, stop, please. Please, I beg you, please stop. A partial scientist. When you say science, do you think that means proven?
No.
Okay, cool. When you say scientist, please, when you say scientist, do you mean experiment?
No, I mean expert in who works in a field. When I talk in this context.
No. Okay. When you went to school and went to science class, did you learn what an experiment was?
Yes, but we didn't have science class.
Good. Yes. In science class, you learned what an experiment was. Do you think a scientist would be interested in experiments then?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You said no just a minute ago, but now you're saying yes.
Yeah, we are talking on the Discord. Sorry if I misunderstand.
We're getting there. Because in science, there's a methodology, isn't there? A way we do things.
Yes.
That's called the scientific method, isn't it? Where we make an observation, we make a prediction.
For being so condescending.
I'm not being condescending. I'm trying to be really clear. English isn't your first language. I can be a patronising arsehole if you really want me to be, but at the moment I'm not.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you understand, sir.
Yeah, I understand how the scientific principle and the basis of science work. I use the science.
So forgive me then. So forgive me then. This is why I brought up the scientific method. If you understood what the scientific method was, you'll understand it's not the method we use to figure out geometry.
Yes, and I understand also that one measurement made by you is, even if it's true and made by many people, is still not evidence for something. It is measurement.
But we have thousands. We didn't say we had one. We said we have thousands.
Don't interrupt me. Just a moment. And
in geometry, no, you'd finished.
Just a moment.
In geometry, you've only got two choices. The line is either straight or the line is curved. If you measure the line to be straight, it is not curved. If you measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal, it can't be a sphere. Do you understand the logic here?
Yes, I understand the logic.
So you understand the logic. So when you say one measurement would disprove what would be lots of stories, in this instance, because it's a geometric claim, yeah, it would. The claim of the Earth is geometric. It has a shape. In this instance, we're told it has curvature. We would measure that curvature if it was true. We don't, so therefore it can't be that shape.
If you let me now finish, since you interrupted me. If we were to make observation, our world seems real. And one day we wake up and we see a giant purple dragon flying over us. Would we immediately, by our account, decide that everything we lived up to that moment was not real because we saw that flying dragon? Or would we think, did someone put drugs in our drink? Or is this a dream? You don't immediately conclude that everything that went before is false because you have one measurement that says that might not be true. Because you need to disprove all the evidence that came before that built our entire society.
I will. This is the point about the claim that the Earth is a sphere. Let me walk you through the evidence and how we disprove it. Pictures from space that show the Earth has a curved surface. We would measure that curved surface. Claims that when we observe a lunar eclipse, that the shadow of the Earth, which is curved, is produced upon the moon. Therefore, we would measure that curved surface. Gravity pulling everything towards the centre of mass, forming the Earth into a curved shape. We would measure that curved surface. Every single piece of evidence that you think you have would always conclude with, we would measure a curved surface then, because that's what we're told it is.
Okay, so are you saying that you have scientific evidence that Earth is flat?
Right. Excuse me. I could not have scientific evidence for a shape. I've got geometric evidence and measurement and observations, but I couldn't have a hypothesis based upon a naturally observed phenomena where I predict the cause of the phenomena. I couldn't have scientific evidence. It's not a scientific inquiry. We're talking about shapes, not natural causes.
Okay, so if you are blind and someone gives you a rock, there is no way to determine that the rock is which shape it is or what object it is by scientific method.
I could feel the bloody rock. Put the rock in my hand. I'm just blind. But you seem to be running away from the point, dude.
Is that an experiment?
Please.
My point was that if you have evidence for something, you should publish it. I'm all for evidence. But the fact is, none of you here have any scientific evidence. None of you.
It's not scientific.
Because you would publish it.
Published it. It's in the video. It's in the side chat for you. You don't have to buy it.
It's on YouTube. You can make a video.
What the fuck, dude? Let's put it like this. Without relying on anybody else to tell you what's going on in the world, why don't you go and do this yourself? Because let me point this out to you and everybody else. Let me point this out to you and everybody else. Your experience, the one that you have, is that the Earth is flat and stationary, apart from when you believe that you live on a sphere and you think you see the curvature of the Earth when you go up in an aeroplane. But your experience of the Earth is that it's flat and stationary. Every single piece of evidence towards the story that the Earth is a sphere is given to you. It's not your experience. But ultimately, you can prove this yourself. You can go out and measure a subsection of the surface of the Earth that should show curvature. If it doesn't and measures to be flat, well, you've measured something, haven't you?
There is your evidence that you have bacteria on your hands and that you need to wash your hands. Where is the evidence for the air and the substance in the atmosphere? Now you just came to evidence that we need
Sorry, I do apologise for interrupting you, but you're getting fucking emotional. Calm down.
I'm getting fucking emotional.
Asking me something irrelevant about the microscopic organisms on my hand. Forgetting that we have microscopes. Stop being so emotional. You're not making cognitive sense.
Yes, we have telescope. We can see why is moon round? Why is the sun round? Why is everything other in the space round?
Stop, please. Right, I just want to talk. Why, when we look through telescopes, is everything else round? I don't know. But if the Earth was like those things, we would measure the curvature upon the surface.
With all due respect, you people are idiots. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, go on.
That was like a 9 out of 10 spiral.
Luke, I'm so disappointed in you.
I wanted Luke to
he ran too.
They were in the same room. They were hanging out together.
Yeah, Luke said he brought him in to prove the globe Earth to us.
You know, it's sad. Like, we told him how to measure it. He didn't listen. Obviously, he's forgotten everything already. He's in complete disbelief.
Well, he didn't even look at what was posted, and he kept saying, you have one measurement, even though myself and Jedi have told him that there are hundreds or thousands of these, right? It was just cope. It's weird, though, that they get so emotional about just like a geometric claim.
It really is, isn't it?
A Jedi, what science measures shapes?
Oh dear. The only reason why
he
we told
resorted to you. It has to be published, right?
yeah, it's got to be published. Someone else has still got to tell him. Someone else has got to write a bit of paper and like write him a love letter so he knows the truth.
Yeah, they must have missed that whole, the revolution will not be televised thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you guys noticed that most of the time when Jedi is like really getting deep into stuff, that they always like spiral out, or you get like 4 or 5 people he never really gets to finish. That time it had like 15 minutes is fucking awesome. I love that. That was awesome.
Yeah, Jedi's great. They don't listen though. They don't listen to anything.
No, but I enjoyed it. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I did too.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, guys. Shout out to
because
you,
I get so sick of people interrupting you, and there's certain other people for some reason. I don't know if it's your voice or they just get, or what you say, just somehow they just get twisted wrong, and they take you wrong, and they just.
Well, he speaks with authority and confidence, and so that's very triggering for people who don't have any evidence to back up their claims, right?
Yeah.
On top of that, a lot of times they're not listening to the words he's saying because they're not like common slang or whatever. And so because of that, they'd have to understand the meaning of words, right? And Jedi's using his words very carefully.
Yeah, and maybe that's what it is. I get that because it doesn't happen with everybody. It's just like Jedi, for some reason, just off the bat, sometimes people he makes them spiral really fast.
Piss people off is what you're saying. Yeah,
I don't know. I might have him beat on that account.
That's true, but that's also that's for another reason. We know what that is.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. I find it amusing. Hey, Ace, you'd been saying in the side chat that you wanted to have like a calm conversation. We welcome that.
Yeah. I'm all for that. I'm really just trying to understand like the flat Earth position.
Well, what have we said? What have we said that you heard so far?
Just a whole bunch of like math stuff, which math.
No one mentioned a map. No one in here mentioned a map.
Math.
No, we didn't mention a map. We mentioned measurements of the surface.
Not a map. Math. MATH is what he said.
Oh, math? Yeah, well, we know what the globe math predicts, right? So we go out and we measure for that, and we don't find that anywhere.
Yeah. Do y'all have like a model or something that you think?
A model for a measurement? We don't need a model for a measurement.
Okay. I just what do y'all think about?
I'll tell you what. Hold on. A lot of people are scared of math, right? Like some of the math things they seem complicated at first, but look, Sheepdog just posted the very simple math.
Yeah.
Either the water's curving away or it's not.
What do y'all think about the different parts of the Earth being in several months of winter or several months of summer for extended periods of time?
I love it, man. It's fun. It gives you somewhere to go and have fun and play in the snow and the ice, dude.
I don't know. It's been pretty hot here. It sucks.
Have you noticed that?
And just having constant daylight.
When it's summer for you, you have longer periods of sunlight, and the sun is higher in the sky. It rises. You probably like in America, it sounds like. So in the summertime, it rises more north of east, and when it sets, it's more northwest. In the winter, the sun's not so long in the sky. Hours of daylight are reduced. The sun isn't so high in the sky, and it rises and sets more southerly, southeast and southwest. Now, conversely, when you're experiencing this, those south of the equator are experiencing the opposite. For example, when the sun is high in the sky, it's low in for them. When you experience long durations of sunlight, they experience less durations of sunlight. So you experience summer whilst they experience winter. This is because the position of the sun moved throughout the year. Remember we were talking about where it rises and it sets? It rises and sets on a different location on the horizon every day, and it repeats that cycle yearly. That's how we get the yearly cycles of seasons. It's just the sun moving around the Earth, changing its course daily.
I just want to clarify too, in case Ace, you don't know this. We aren't claiming that flat Earth is a disk in space. We're not putting a flat planet into the heliocentric model.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know that, because if you just Google flat Earth, you're going to get all this propaganda that isn't at all what we're claiming. We simply measure the surface and it exhibits no curvature. The end.
I will say this. We are like the ancients. Before the globe idea came out, they made calendars, lived on Earth. All the sky looked the same to them as it does to us. So, and they never thought it was a globe. Most of them, they made, they moved across the Earth. They made calendars and stuff. And in my opinion, I think the Earth looked a lot different because of sea level, not because of some like space ball kind of stuff. But yeah, all these cultures, the sun, moon, and stars, they've all been moving the same. This is where we get our calendars from.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is not like the globe. Yeah, sure. They're like, well, if the Earth was a globe, then I can conceptualize a model where, and they fought over whether the sun's in the middle or the Earth is in the middle. From all these different concepts. And to be honest, this globe idea is, as far as humanity goes, it's a very new idea that's really kind of like, in my opinion, I think they've gone ahead of their self, with the globe, with a lot of things they can't explain. That's why we exist, because there's no curvature out there. They didn't say the Earth was a globe because they found the curvature.
Yeah.
We just hold on, Ace. Just to clarify that in this room we deal with what can be empirically proven.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not interested in beliefs. We're interested in what we can actually prove.
Okay.
Can you repeat what she said, just so I know you were listening? Sounds like you're trying to ask
She
another
says
question.
she's more interested in what can be empirically proven versus beliefs. However, I want to grasp more of y'all's beliefs, even outside.
But I just said we don't have beliefs.
Is that okay with you?
I have a lot of beliefs, but not about this.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we all have beliefs, but that's not what we deal with in this room.
Does that bother you, though, Ace, that we don't believe the Earth is flat?
No, that doesn't bother me. It's just I would like to speak to just one person instead of having 3 or 4 people all of a sudden reply.
Well, it is an open forum, but we'll do our best to try not to romp on you.
And for the most part, we're on the same page when it comes to this, so don't feel like we're trying to bombard you. We're not.
And I get that. It's just more
no ego here,
questions
man.
are kind of like popping into my head. And
can I add something real quick?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So a lot of people, right? Like I grew up thinking the Earth was a globe. I believed in the heliocentric paradigm, the whole Big Bang and everything like that. And I even had like a cross belief between Big Bang and biblical, right? Like I didn't believe in evolution, but somehow science has proven all that. That's aside from the point. What I'm trying to get to is, what's what I'm thinking of? Do you know the difference between belief and knowing?
Yeah. Like you can check it with a scientific method.
It's not the scientific method. It's like using sound method more than anything else. The scientific method is a great way for doing science experiments, right? But when you're measuring something, like carpenters, they have this rule: measure twice, cut once. Why do they measure twice?
Because it's very important that you do not overcut, because if you overcut, that can make it more difficult in the manufacturing process.
Right. So the measurement is very, very, very important when it comes to just your environment around you. And
Agreed.
so just because we do a measurement doesn't mean we're doing science, but we are measuring, and we're measuring repeatedly. And people, for some reason, once they hear the word flat Earth and that it's measured flat, because they then know that if it's true that it is measured flat, then every story they were told about the sky is completely wrong. And you're absolutely correct on that. And we don't have an answer for everything in the sky, so you got to get your head out of the sky. We're focusing on the Earth and whether or not it is measuring with curvature or measuring with flatness, right? Because if the Earth measures flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth.
And here's another thing you might consider. You think, maybe a lot of people think, well, we use a globe map to get around. I mean, they show us this globe, we get from city to city, and the GPS all works, all this map, everything's digital. Or even if you pull out a paper map, you can calculate about what distance it's going to be, how long it's going to take you to get there, all that thing. Now, this has taken hundreds of years to build this globe map. But all of us are moving laterally. We're just moving across Earth using that globe map. Well, the globe map was made from the arc of the sky, the conceptual arc of the sky in the heliocentric system, where they have the North Pole at the center, the South Pole, or opposite of it. So, and the stars are supposed to be a certain way built in the sky. So they've built this virtual globe map that you're seeing when you move around, but you're not actually moving across a map. You're just moving across Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And so the map is conceptual, the idea of the arc of the sky, because the map was built from, like, if you're looking at the whole Earth. If you're looking at a local map, it's mostly built from something locally, not the whole. So a lot of people want to see, they're like, if you think about Earth, you're trying to picture the whole thing in your brain. You know what I mean? Because we've been grown up seeing the globe, right?
Yeah, I would love
all of
to
us
see
know
a
what the
model if
whole.
there was some type of model.
Well,
or
that's what I'm saying.
something.
Yeah, but here's what I'm saying. Nobody's ever seen the entire Earth. They've told you that they have seen the entire Earth, and they give you a globe, and that's the Earth. And so when we say, what is the Earth? Or when you think about what is the Earth, you're trying to see the whole thing. Nobody's ever seen it. That's what we're saying. The whole concept of the globe in outer space and stuff, nobody's seen the solar system or the globe in outer space. So this, it's really kind of a new idea as far as humanity goes. They want to convince you that we're the smartest, strongest, fastest, most advanced culture that's ever lived. I think we just have we've just grabbed onto a more, say, like a digital age that we're in now. And with the propaganda and with
Where we at,
media,
Helio?
with TV screens and everything, it's kind of like it can put you in a trance. Go ahead.
Oh, I want to add one more thing, if I may. So when they measure the Earth to be flat, right, they're conforming it to the inside of the celestial sphere because they're trying to create coordinate systems. And so when they make observations, right, what they're doing is they're trying to make it fit a sphere with a radius average of 3,959 miles. When the observation doesn't match, then they add another formula for refraction to make the Earth look bigger than what it is. But then they can remove the refraction, and then that gives them their sphere, right? They're not actually measuring the sphere, they're just calculating for it. Because for some reason, they just want to fit everything inside a sphere because for some reason they like balls. I don't know. But they're not measuring the Earth as a sphere. They're measuring it flat. And then when the things look really crazy, they're measuring it even flatter. and then they're creating these extra equations so they can like snip and cut and plaster it to the inside of a celestial sphere.
All right.
Yeah, and as far as like I was saying, it took them hundreds of years to build this model of the Earth, and people say, "Oh, well, we're advanced. We've been doing this for." Well, as far as like going to space or the idea of space or trying to figure any of that out, that's less than 100 years old compared to all of the existence of humanity and all of our knowledge. Come on, man. They didn't figure this shit out yet. They're not going to be able to tell you what this place is. Especially once you figure out that there is no outer space the way that they're saying it is, and you can look at the NASA footage and see they're faking being in the ISS. There's nobody in the ISS.
What do y'all think our
cartoons.
space looks like?
Outer space doesn't exist.
Okay.
Outer space is a cartoon. Yeah. Go ahead, Jedi. Yeah.
What do you mean by what do we think space looks like?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to digest by what he said about space. You know, like, do y'all?
Well, that's you trying to put yourself outside of Earth to look at the whole thing, you know. Whereas the only human experience anyone's ever had is either from the surface of Earth or as high as they can go to see what's up there, which is not very far, you know, in relative size, you know, from the surface of Earth to wherever they claim the Kármán line is, and they're supposed to be starting to, because of gravity, fall around the Earth and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like understand y'all's perspective on things.
Sure. Well, their perspective, we totally understand. We were taught the same thing everyone else was. So, yeah, like I was telling you, nobody's ever seen that. It's a concept. People are convinced that only smart people really know. It's like there's a lot of math involved, which really most people can't do the math in that way. And I'll tell you what, even the smart people can't do it. You know what I mean? They don't know. If you really get deep into talks or if you listen to them talk, they're like, yeah, we haven't really figured this out. We're kind of like 10 to the 120th power outside of any type of scientific research. And that's from one of the biggest astrophysicists in the world. He tells you, well, there's no scientific method here. We're just throwing shit out there and see what sticks, you know, and we're pretty much off by 10 to the 120th power outside of anything we could understand, you know, in the mathematics, you know, of what they claim about, you know, the universe and all that kind of stuff. So it's like why should we look at them as they're smart or something? You know, it's crazy, bro.
I just wanted to ask you a question. Because you know, we all like Helio said, we were all taught the globe paradigm. But I would ask you, what evidence was ever presented to you to prove that the Earth was a sphere?
Yeah, the same evidence that was presented to y'all, of course.
Well, see, I was never presented any evidence, right? I was told it was a sphere and that everyone knew it was, and that someone else had figured it out, but I was never actually presented with any evidence. And the reason I'm a flat earther now is because I looked for evidence.
Yeah.
So if you were presented with evidence, I'd like to know what that was.
I don't feel like I'm uncomfortable enough to debate that type of topic.
It's not a debate. I'm just asking you what you were told.
Yeah.
Yeah, this shouldn't be a debate, dude.
Yeah, it's not a debate. It's just, what were you taught?
Yeah, I'm assuming y'all can make some good assumptions. I was mainly just here because I was curious about y'all's perspective on things and just trying to hear some more of y'all's opinions.
So why do we say the Earth is flat then, Ace?
From what I've gathered, y'all seem very like skeptical of just the mathematics that we're taught. That's a really big one that I feel like every time I've hopped in the channel, it's been arguing like mathematics a lot.
What do you mean we're skeptical of the mathematics? What does that mean?
Skeptical of mathematics.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Seeming to not trust it. However, to me,
no, we do. Math is simply an equation, right?
Yeah.
So we know if the Earth is, we're told the Earth is a certain size. We know that it must exhibit curvature at a specific rate. Okay, that's not being skeptical of mathematics. It's accepting the math that's been presented to us. So therefore, we can go out and we can measure for the curvature to be at that rate.
Yeah,
I'm not skeptical of math. I'm skeptical of any claims of curvature when every time we measure for curvature, it doesn't exist.
Yeah. And for me, I'm more so skeptical of it seems like it neglects like a lot of history. And I believe like there are some things that do get neglected by history, but just
can people be wrong, Ace? Can people be wrong?
People can be wrong, but it's
okay. Well, everyone used to think that the Earth was flat, right?
Every single government is wrong.
Well, your belief is that everyone used to believe that the Earth was flat, and then they got some more information and they changed their minds. So in that case, like the vast majority of human history, people believe something that was untrue. Like that's the story. So everybody thinking something doesn't make it true.
I can agree with that.
Okay, so that's why I asked you what you were taught as far as evidence to support the claims.
Yeah. But
because I think if you
most of my questions answered, and
okay, well,
I'll read up on it more, and may I hop back in sometime.
Yeah, please do. I mean, the first step in this is looking for evidence to support the claims, right? Oh, he's gone.
It's like that. They just like he was. I knew when he said, "Well, the math is the." You guys are talking about math. Math is scary as fuck to most people. That's true. It's hard to understand. But this math is simple.
Yeah.
the Earth is curving away from you or it's not. You know, it's very simple.
Yeah, simple geometry, right? And like he came from the veganism chat. Like, I mean, I'm vegan, but I also don't just automatically assume, you know, the flat Earth shit is like pseudoscience. I even like tagged him in the comment, showing the YouTube video of the laser test, right? And
right.
Well, it's not science at all, which is something that we were trying to explain to him.
Yeah,
it's just a measurement.
Simple observation of the world.
Well, it's not just observations; it's measurements.
Or sorry, it's a simple measurement one can do using laser over like a body of water.
And you don't even need a laser; you could do it yourself.
Like I was saying the other day, it's
like use binoculars to look at an oil rig thing way out. And
well, any observation where the object that you're looking at. Sorry, any observation where the object you're looking at should be completely hidden by Earth curvature would be evidence to support the lack of surface curvature, right? And, you can go out with a mirror and test this for yourself.
Just like I was saying the other day, if they look at one of our videos and say, well, they're going to either have to say, well, a flat earthers faked the entire thing, or they're going to have to concede that we actually did see the other side of the lake, or our laser test was successful. And then, right, they're going to have to say, well, the reason it happened is because if they were as meticulous as we are about doing these tests, they would go out and try to do the same thing, but they're not doing it because they know they'll get the same results. So that all they'll do is sit here and argue with us about our successful test, which is showing that we can see the other side of the lake 20 miles away, and they really have no argument except for just saying, well, you're dumb and you don't understand the math, and refraction does this and that. Well, they can't tell us what refraction does, so we're going to consider our test. We're just looking to see if the water's flat, right? And
yeah, but it's like there are smoke and mirrors apparently, so that's make it to where
how
the telescope makes the light bend or something.
Right. Well, why don't they go if we're doing it and understanding it wrong? Then why don't they go out there with their own like contrived test to show the curvature of the Earth with a laser, with a camera, with whatever means necessary? Why aren't they going out there instead of just critiquing our videos that people spend, time and money and heart, man. We actually have heart about this. We're saying, hey, man, look, everybody, the water's flat. When you shoot a laser across, when you zoom in across this water, it's flat. There's no curve there. They said the Earth curve should be at this point, and it's not there. So where's that level of what aren't they doing, going out and looking for the curve like we are?
And every time someone does go out to disprove us and they use a laser, they end up becoming a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they realize it doesn't make sense for there to be like some strange phenomena of light refracting in the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, perfectly around the globe when it's supposed to be 266 feet below, like the shoreline of the other side of the lake is 20 feet away, 20 miles away, and it's supposed to be 266 feet below your level observation, and they're saying that all the light that's reflecting back to the camera is just picked up 266 feet. It looks flat. It's like, dude.
Yeah, the light can curve. Apparently, you're not actually seeing something that's right in front of you. It's something that
it's way below your vision, straight ahead of you. It's way below. Like you can't see with your naked eye, but you take a camera and zoom in, and you can see the other side of the lake. But they're like, well, you're not actually seeing it there. It's where the globe says it is, but you're seeing it, but it's magic.
Yeah, it's like smoke and mirrors, which causes like your telescope to have the vision of the fucking telescope like curve around the ball somehow. And
it would have to curve perfectly in accordance with the globe geometry every single time. So that means all the atmospheric conditions would have to be perfectly aligned in every single observation. And yet they can't prove in a single observation, in a single test, that light even can refract downward in accordance with curvature.
Also, why do we always get like this blue marble in space image when it's supposed to be apparently shaped more like a pear or like an egg?
It's essentially a globe. It's what they say about this pear-shaped thing. Really more has to do with the gravitational formula and the way that they calculate that. The ellipsoid and all that. That really is what you're supposed to see from space. It would essentially look like a sphere, but
I don't know. I think you're just not supposed to question it.
Yeah,
Just believe.
It's like, how are you going to
ignore the contradictions and just believe?
Well, it's like which image or picture of Earth. Which satellite are you talking about that took a picture of Earth from space? Most people they'll think, that there is a satellite up there with a 8K camera or something, just chick, snip, snip, snap, snap. Wouldn't you think they would do that if they could actually do it? Just like have a really powerful camera, like in a capsule that could, survive the rigor of space, 10⁻⁷ tour, a certain altitude, or it just gets worse and worse the higher the altitude, which altitude is that's above Earth. But anyway, instead what they do is they'll send these satellites. Well, here's an image, here's a picture of Earth from space. This is what most people think, they're taking pictures of Earth from space with these weather satellites. But what they do is just gather data from what they call the weather satellites and then impose them on the digital globe that they have in their computer system. So
and
sure,
Twiggy,
they have shit that's far away from Earth and they can see, the weather patterns. But go ahead.
I was just going to say, Swiggy, we don't claim, I told the last guy this, we don't claim that the Earth is a disk in space in the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that? Okay, cool. And so why we
don't, I actually came in here earlier and I just, they were kind of it wasn't like the guy who's been talking just now, but it was a couple people who were clowning on me just for being interested in maps. But so the thing is, we don't know the entire what our entire Earth realm could possibly consist of. Is there more land beyond Antarctica or something? I'm not saying it's an ice wall. I'm saying I guess Antarctica is a pretty big continent, right? That could be surrounding some of the Earth or something. But
there could be more to the north as well. We don't necessarily know which direction to go if there's more of anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't go to the north just the same as you can't go to Antarctica. People don't really talk about that, but it's true. I mean, basically, we don't know what we don't know. So we don't make claims to those things.
Right. Yeah. I just find it interesting, that they don't want us knowing what is beyond the so-called South Pole.
Have you looked at any laser tests, Swiggy?
Yeah, I mean, I already know the Earth isn't a fucking sphere. I thought that was clear enough. But yeah, I looked at how it's. Yeah.
How long have you looked into this? How long have you been looking into this?
Oddly enough, I heard about or found out about the true shape of the Earth type shit. When I was watching a YouTube video about the history, hidden history, basically. And he pulled up the YouTuber pulled up an image of an old flat Earth map. I think it's called Orientis Finds or something. And yeah, he basically just said, "Well, yeah, this is how the Earth would actually looks, basically." And at the center is the North Pole, which all compasses point to. It's either an energetic magnetic force that makes it to where all the compasses point towards the center of the Earth at the North Pole.
But they don't. When you look at the globe map, they actually don't. So there's another thing. The magnetic field doesn't always line up with their north-south kind of thing.
Yeah. And I was thinking
So if we're gonna relate,
it's supposed to that like it's either that or there's just a shit ton of iron and hematite. Just that just so happens to be like at the center, right?
Well, who's to say that is causing a magnetic field? Who knows that? But anyway, as far as the north and south, the north relationship with the magnetic field and the celestial sphere, right? How it relates to the celestial sphere. So when you're following north magnetic field lines, that can fluctuate. And so when you're talking about north and south poles, that's something else. That's a celestial map. That's not the magnetic field lines. Yeah. So when you say all compasses point north, they really kind of don't. Or they do on the compass if you consider the magnetic field lines, but if you're comparing them to the map, then you get into the calculations of declination and all that kind of stuff. You understand what I'm saying?
What's declination?
Oh, the declination means that you're going to compare where your compass is pointing to where you observe a star in the sky. I would say namely the Polaris north. But if your compass doesn't always point at Polaris, is what I'm saying.
I just posted the map of the magnetic field declinations in the side chat if you want to take a look.
Yeah, you're not going to just pull out a compass and it's going to point directly at Polaris. Because Polaris is a celestial map. It's the center of a celestial map in the north. And then they have another conceptual celestial southern hemisphere, which is based on Sigma Octantis. And so the magnetic field lines don't follow that flux, even though you've probably seen some depictions of like this magnetic field all around Earth, like it's supposed to be perfect. No, they've never seen that. They're, like I said, the globe Earth is very young. They haven't figured any of this out. And the more we look into it, the flatter the Earth gets. So,
yeah, I mean there's more interesting shit to look into with the magnetic ley lines and shit.
And you should know that all maps are wrong too. Like, there's no map you should just trust that that's accurate, right?
Yeah, sure.
Once I had to think about this, early on in this, I was thinking, you pull out a compass and just follow it north. I mean, eventually you're just you may or may not hit, the North Pole that they claim is under Polaris. I think it would depend at certain times, but you're probably, if you just follow the compass north, you'll probably just end up like from here in America. If I went north, I'll probably die because I would go from middle America into northern Canada. I don't know what it would take to actually travel that far, just straight north. But
it would be the archipelago north of Canada, right?
Yeah, I'm in Arkansas, so I'd be going through some shit if I went straight north from here.
Yeah. But yeah, man, like the fucking path the sun travels is in the shape of an oval rather than a circle, right?
Well, I mean, that's another perspective thing. We can't see how the Earth is over the Earth. That's where the calendars are built from. Well, we've noticed that's where our seasons come from, because it travels so far north of what we call the equator, which is celestial equator, because the equator doesn't exist on Earth; it exists in the sky. It's the midpoint between the tropics.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's why we got Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. It actually has to do with astrology.
100%. Yeah.
Astronomy and astrology, I guess.
Sure. Well, it's just what I don't know when this place started. I'm a creationist, so but I also am not like gonna say I know when it all started and God did it this way. I don't know, but it took time for humans to discover that the sun does what it does, and there's a relationship between what the sun and moon do and the path of the stars and everything. So this is where our calendars come from. So these ancient cultures, they used to make speculations about what's going on in the heavens, right? They called them gods, and they would and they predicted eclipses with. I mean, the Saros cycle was created by the Babylonians. We're talking about. I don't even believe in that timeline. I would say they say like 5,000 years ago or whatever.
Yeah,
Could be longer. Who knows?
Stars independently rotate around.
So it's like they've always known this, and as far as recorded human history goes, everything in the sky is doing the same thing it's always done. That's why we have the calendars. We were able to make the calendars from that. So as far as what it all is, if you're saying it's a globe, then there would be fucking curvature everywhere. Dude, I thought it was a globe, and I thought God made it a globe. I really did. Why would it matter? It's just like, oh, you flat earthers are biased. Well, no, I maybe now that somebody said, hey man, all the water's flat, and I went and took a look, and sure enough, all the water's flat, and it's not a globe. I thought God made Earth a globe. I really did, and I couldn't give a shit if he made it a globe or flat.
It's simple to observe how all the stars rotate around Polaris, though, independently of the sun, of course. And
yeah, well, that's what they're in a different field. It's like I'm saying, the calendars. I mean, the stars move around once a year. Sun moves around once a day, but it also has a cycle that's quartered, and then the moon has its own thing. Yeah, but that's all in comparison to where the sun is.
Monthly.
Yeah.
Hey, I just posted in the side chat at 58 minutes past the hour. The sun's analemma.
The sun moves.
That's a picture of the sun taken at the same time every day, so you can see that's how it appears in the sky.
The stars move slower than the moon, and the moon slower than the sun. Right.
I don't know about. I would say slower when you mean like speed or whatever. It just seems like it's a clock in the sky. It's like the sun and moon are in front of the background of the stars, basically. And then there are wandering stars. We call them planets. And so what they mean and what that has to do with a lot of stuff, who knows? But yeah, like Overfensive was saying, this analemma, this is what you see happening on Earth throughout the year. This is the path of the sun. When it's winter for you, the sun is going to appear very low in the sky at high noon compared to when you're viewing it in the summertime.
Right, because the path traveled changes.
Right, because the sun's moving around. The globe. Nobody's observed the Earth as a globe in a solar system, and that's the reason why. We've only observed it from the ground. It's only ever been recorded from the ground from on Earth. Any idea of what the sun, what the reason why we see it that way outside of our personal, observations from the ground? That's a concept that somebody came up with. Nobody's ever seen the whole solar system and can tell us this is why it's happening.
From what I have observed, or from what I know, it's like the ovular path of the revolution of the sun,
sure,
that path changes, kind of like rotates.
Sure, and when people say, well, if the Earth is flat, then what causes seasons? Well, that picture.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's what causes seasons. We got the explanation. I knew what they said about the tilt of the Earth causing seasons when I was, in elementary school. I knew that. Like, yeah, okay. Well, the globe's tilted in relation to the circular path of the Earth. Whatever. I'm sure I understood the model early on. It wasn't, but now looking back, nobody's ever seen that. The tilt of Earth in relation to the sun. That's only in their mathematical model. Nobody's ever seen that shit. Ugh, crazy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was nice chat. I got ahead.
All right, bro. Hey, come back anytime.
Yeah, gather some more questions and come back,
Yeah.
Challenge us. Challenge yourself.
Sure. Yeah. Peace.
Peace, man. Eat some meat. If you feel eat a steak and come back in. I'm just playing. I don't have anything against vegans. That's their thing. He's actually pretty open-minded. I like that guy. I don't think the owner of this server's a vegan. Matter of fact.
We have a few new people in the room. If anyone wants to ask us any questions about why we know the Earth is flat or wants to present any globe evidence, we'd love to hear it. Specifically, like curious tardigrade. Wasn't there a claim that tardigrades were brought up into the vacuum of space?
What the claim I think is that what happened is Israel was sending like a moon lander up, right? Like a robot, and it crashed on the dark side of the moon. And they said they think there were some tardigrades on it, so there might be moon tardigrades. Like, I don't know if they can survive. They're on the dark side, so it's going to be really cold. I don't know. Does that mean it's really hot on the lit side of the moon? I don't know. No, actually, in the heliocentric model, it's going to be just as hot when it's a full moon on the other side. So, yeah, bye-bye tardigrades. They probably wouldn't live through one moon cycle.
They can survive in all sorts of crazy conditions. You can completely dry them out, and they pop back up once you give them a little bit more water. They can handle crazy heat, cold. So scientists have been pretty mean to tardigrades, but supposed to be able to survive in lots of extreme conditions.
Like the moon claimed moon conditions, like that's pretty harsh, especially the water part. But anyway, I don't think they were saying Israel meant to send tardigrades up there. It was just kind of a weird thing. It's like you guys remember that when Israel satellite or whatever moon lander crashed?
It was my understanding they'd been brought on purpose, and to test them, whatever story is told about that. I don't know about the crash, but it's as believable as As a SpaceX crash, right?
Israeli moonlander crash. Hold on, let me find it. Bereshit is what it's called. Israelis Bereshit lunar lander crashed. This is from AI Overview, by the way. Crashed on the moon on April 11th, 2019. Built by Space IL and Israel Aerospace Industries. I didn't know they had aerospace industry. Most of the time when they say aerospace industries, that's war talk. It's just like, anyway. It lost main engine function during descent. Contact dropped at 149 meters above the surface, causing the craft to impact at roughly 500 kilometers per hour. So they launched it from the Falcon 9 rocket. So what did they launch exactly? I mean, was it like was the propulsion coming like did the Falcon 9 rocket get to low Earth orbit and then let it go and then it had its own propulsion to the moon, or did the Falcon 9 just go in a certain trajectory that pushed it off into like where it could like circle around Earth and like they say, doing a slingshot kind of maneuver? Like, Helio, dumbass, why don't you look it up? I'm looking at it right now. They don't really tell you exactly how SpaceX Falcon 9 put this rocket or put this lunar lander supposedly from Israel into space, and they were trying to land it on the moon on the dark side, I guess, or the other side of the moon, which I was going to say something about Israel on the dark side, but I'm not going to say it. Anyway, yeah. This is like you never get information about how the rockets are putting satellites where they're supposed to go. The satellites have their own little outer space GPS. They know exactly where to go once they just dump them off into fucking low Earth orbit. Because I know the rockets aren't going out there. It's like, why don't we just put the rocket? We're gonna fly it over this way, and then what? We're gonna push it out. Do they have like an internal launch mechanism that if we just push it this hard, it's just gonna go far enough away from the Earth, it's gonna start falling around, and gravity's gonna take effect, and it's gonna fall around the Earth, and then slingshot. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, a lot of math, right? They build all that shit into the top of the Falcon Heavy rocket, and it's just got like what they're supposed to be putting do they take several satellites? Are they going in the same direction, or they push them off somewhere? How does this shit work? I've asked the question for years, and the answer I get is, well, you don't understand how complicated. It's like, yeah, I understand it would be really complicated, especially since you can't tell me how they do it. And not only not anything I've found. It's like, what happens to the satellite after it leaves the launch vehicle? Is there little boosters on it that put it out into where it's supposed to go so it can start orbiting? Or do they just, launch it up there and hope for the best that it's just going to, once they open up their cargo bay, it's just going to continue in the direction until it say, oh, well, it's orbital mechanics, man. It's really hard. It's really hard, complicated. Oh, yeah. Trust me, I believe that. It's fucking super complicated.
Yeah, plus we don't know what the actual chain of command is because no one is privately launching a satellite. Like, they all have to be turned over to the feds, right, who then say that they launched the satellites. So it's just a trust me, bro kind of thing. especially because satellites have to be told where they are. Like they're not communicating information back to us, right?
Right.
So do I think that there are things in the sky? Yeah, sure.
100%.
That's not far-fetched. But this claim that they're orbiting in a space vacuum has absolutely no empirical evidence to support it.
And the means to get it up into orbit the way that they say, to me, seems implausible. Because all they do is say, we launched it on this rocket. They're not going to tell you how the satellite got to where it was going after that. Because they're not going to say the rocket went past a certain point. It's going to be at the very least far below, well, I'll say low Earth orbit is the highest, maybe 200 miles, 250 miles. That's where they say the space station is. So what about all these satellites? There's no rockets going any higher than that. But supposedly they got these satellites and they're doing them all the time. And they're just going to put the rocket up into low Earth orbit. And then what? The satellite does what? It figures out where to go from there. Or do they have little, like I was saying, little rockets on the satellites? Or they just like the direction of the launch? Once they open the bay, the satellite keeps pushing in that direction. And they just figured out the perfect gravitational calculation to let it go, you know what I mean? So it's just like keeps going in a straight line until it reaches, now I can start falling, and then it's going to start orbiting around. It's fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, and the claim of how many satellites are up there, as well as
it's thousands and
nobody
thousands.
accounts for it when they launch a rocket to the moon. We don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about like this minuscule piece of space debris completely destroying this. But I remember. I wish I could find this, but a few years ago, I read that like the definition of where space begins had been changed, so that like technically things that we would consider within the Earth's atmosphere are quote unquote in space. I'm sure someone else has this information, but it's, you can say something is in space and it wouldn't be what your average person considers to be space. It wouldn't be the vacuum as claimed.
Right. I mean, I like that old video where it's like after the fact, I went to the moon and all this stuff. And like, there's this NASA guy like drawing on a little board, and he's saying, well, we have to figure out how to get past the Van Allen ratio radiation belts. We can, because all we can do right now is go into low Earth orbit. It's like, I thought they had that figured out. It's like, no, man. That was when they had the bad technology, they were able to do it. Now we got the better stuff, and we're still trying to get through the radiation belts, man. I think the new stuff can't do it. You need a Game Boy to go to the moon. Sanity.
Well, apparently, according to the math, once you get something into low Earth orbit, you then need another rocket fuel a rocket ship full of fuel to transfer to that module to then get it out of low Earth orbit. But somehow they're managing to bypass all that. It's not just one rocket either. Like they were saying, like the guy from Smarter Every Day was estimating 15 or more rockets full of fuel in order to do a successful moon orbit.
Well, what about the satellites, though? I mean, how are the satellites getting out of low Earth orbit? Because the rockets can only go so high, and then the satellite's just supposed to be. Once the rocket leaves, gets to low Earth orbit, then how the fuck are they going to put the satellite, a million miles away or whatever?
I think
that's what I was asking. They did the math. Do what?
I think they're saying that those things are in orbit technically still, like are
Just
in Earth's
saying, I
orbit.
mean, like they're launching the satellites from a rocket that can only go so high. Are they just like, do they get the rocket to just go in a certain direction and then open up the bay, and then the rocket stops and the satellite's already going in the right trajectory? It's got the right amount of weight. Once it gets to a certain, it's going to keep going straight until gravity starts pulling it around. You know what I mean? Orbital mechanics and that kind of stuff. Look at all the satellites that they say are out there, thousands and thousands, but they're all dumped from low Earth orbit rockets, right? How the fuck do they get out there? The satellites don't have little jet engines on them or whatever, but they wouldn't be able to push off of anything anyway. But yeah, I mean, how do all these satellites figure out exactly where to go? So to me, it's nonsense. It's like, watch me. We launched this satellite on this rocket, and we've launched 7 different. They'll like put a whole package of satellites on there, and it's like, once they get to low Earth orbit, how do they know where the satellites are going? Do they just like remote control them or something, and just let them go, and they're just going to go where they go?
You're not supposed to ask. You're just supposed to trust that people smarter than you have figured this out.
I know.
And you need to just believe.
This is something I thought about like early on. I was just like, I've been asking that question. Nobody has an answer, but that's okay. We're not supposed to have an answer because it's not fucking real. So when I ask Globers, they're like, the smart people figured it out. Yeah. It's like flat earthers are dumb for not believing them. Well, I just explained to you why I don't believe them, because all they say is you look at a rocket leave the ground, and then you look on TV and they're saying they're dumping satellites up in there, and then they're saying, look, the reason your phone works is because of satellites, or your TV works because of satellites. Well, it's like, dude, well, how did the satellite know where to go once it reached low Earth orbit? You're saying it's fucking 10,000 miles away. Some of them, they say, are 1 million miles away. Fuck out of here, man. It's like, like the final part of it, like the people are, like I was talking to a friend of mine. He's like, well, your flat earth stuff is stupid. My grandpa worked on satellites. Okay. If that's where you're going, that's the reason you believe the earth is a globe, because your grandpa worked on satellites. Fine. Does he know how they put what satellite where, which satellites, all this kind of stuff? We started getting into details. People don't really want to get necessarily all into that. We had several months ago, Josh Ingersoll, who was a satellite salesman. He didn't know.
Well, Josh Ingersoll admitted that there are no measurements of surface curvature, too.
Yeah. Oh, he also admitted he didn't know how they put the satellites where they go. He just knows they're there because he can get a measurement from the ground. Oh, well, the satellite's above the horizon over here, and then I can't see it anymore when it reaches the horizon over there. Boom. Fucking globe. It's like, dude, it just means it's above you. From horizon to horizon, which isn't very far. Like in the grand scheme of things, it's not very far. Like horizon to horizon from a ground perspective. That's why you have to build tall towers to reach, long distances with like radio waves and shit. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. The shallow angle that the waves are traveling across Earth. Like, what about the radar horizon? Look, we could put something up higher and it'll reach further. Well, woo! You're a genius. Well, it's going over the curve. Sure, if you want to think it's going over the curve, that's on you. I know radar waves travel straight, so if that were the case, then like India used to bring up the Marconi thing, going from Australia to England. That's our radio wave signal. Didn't they invent the ionosphere after that? Like, well, we know the Earth is a globe, so wonder why this shit is. Why we can actually get the radio waves from this distance. Oh, it must be bouncing off the ionosphere. Have to bounce off, then bounce back up, bounce back up, down, bounce up, bounce up. Lose fidelity over that distance, which you're already losing fidelity, but it's just weird. Everybody uses the globe or uses the Earth, not the globe, the Earth. Level stationary every day. It's like, well, you're stupid for actually believing what you do. Just call me stupid then. I've heard Shaq say it a couple times. People will fuck with him sometimes because he said it, about like, well, like, man, I heard somebody will ask him, Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal. Man, I heard you say something about flat Earth, and he'll just say, well, man, I've been all over the United States. I've been in airplanes, been in a car. I just go there. I go straight over there and straight over there. They don't get too deep into it because they don't really know what to ask him, but maybe he knows more about it. He's just not going to say it. But he's mentioned flat Earth a few times. Like, shit. It's like, yeah, bro. And it's to most people, it sounds stupid. Well, yeah, I've been from Miami to New York. It was flat the whole way. I don't know where this globe is you're talking about. They're like, oh, shit, come on, man. Get out of there. I don't want to get too deep into it because you guys are not going to really be serious about it. But yeah, I think Shaq's a flat earther, honestly. What you guys think about that? You guys think Shaq's a flat earther? I do. whether or not Middle Earth was a globe or flat, it was still a realm, and everyone used it flat. So, you want to see what the whole Middle Earth realm looks like from the outside. I don't think that's depicted in the Lord of the Rings saga. That's the same with like Star Wars, Star Trek, all that stuff. They'll be like in space, traveling around. They get to a planet. When they go onto the planet, it's flat as fuck. There you go. Exactly. It's like, was the gravity of the Death Star pulling Luke around to fly through that corridor? Oh, that's good stuff. The gravity of the Death Star. Oh yeah, yeah. And then he fired it, curves down the pipe. Yeah. Amazing feats of gravity. In a gravity pocket. It's a good one. Yeah, it's like in all the fiction, they.
What's up, Helio?
Not much. How you doing?
Man, yeah, I was on here earlier, and yeah, I found some inconsistencies with their photos.
With what?
With their photos. Boogie was here too. They're supposedly real photos that have the exact same cloud formations.
Photos? Talk about the photos of Earth from space.
Yeah, yeah. And then like I was pointing out that you could go on, you could look like almost any of them up, right? Like just look up some random ones. And if you look through like all their photos and stuff, a lot of them have like the same cloud formations, which is physically impossible.
Well, I'll tell you what, instead of actually, you pulling it all up, since they're making the claim, what you're going to do is ask them, all right, just give me your favorite one, or just,
oh, yeah,
which one do you think is real? Because, we could, dude, flat earthers are the best Googlers on Earth, right? Because we can find stuff a lot quicker than the Globers, and they'll, often say, well, I could tell you, or I could pull this up, but you're not going to believe it. It's like, well, we're not talking about whether we believe something or not. We're going to, you show me what you think is a real picture of Earth from space, and then we'll see where it was taken from. We'll analyze the image, and then we'll see what you're talking about, and we're like, you just don't believe anything. It's like, hold on, bro, show me the picture you're talking about, and then we'll talk about it. All of them, man, they're all pictures of Earth, dude.
They're all real pictures. I can prove it.
I can prove it because we have pictures of Earth from space.
The real pictures, guys.
Yeah, but and I did that, a couple weeks ago.
Funny, yeah.
And he sent me a link to some weather satellite. That's kind of why I brought it up earlier about these weather satellites that don't have cameras on them. They have sensors on them, on these weather satellites. They do detect within a range. I mean, he said, well, he didn't say, when I looked it up, they're saying it was 26,000 miles away from Earth, right? So even whatever distance they claim it is from Earth, the sensors, the array that it's going to have, it's going to be circular anyway if it's pointing directly down at the Earth. So who's to say? Because the data they receive from the sensors that's sent into, if they're going to try to make an image out of it of Earth, then it's going to be sent to the CGI team at NASA, right? Or whatever, or some CGI team is going to convert the weather data or whatever into an image of Earth. And like I was talking, I think earlier I mentioned the Himawari. No, it wasn't this time, but yeah, the Himawari. We found out they're like, oh, they have 8K cameras on the Himawari. What about this? That we look into. As a matter of fact, actually, Jaron busted them on that bullshit. It's like there's no cameras on the freaking Himawari. They're overlaying this weather data, and the Himawari, it's showing Japan's weather. It's not going all around the Earth showing all the weather everywhere. And so yeah, Himawari didn't have any cameras on it. It was just an overlay on a grid map. So yeah, and there's no satellites taking pictures of Earth.
What do you think about the Sataloons?
I'm going to ask you the same question. Which one are you talking about?
These satellite balloons that they sent them up.
Well, in the same way that, sure, I mean, they admit that they put balloons on, or satellites on balloons, right? And some of them are utilized for. We don't know which satellites are on what balloon necessarily, but we've seen images of them in Antarctica, like on these big cranes, just putting these helium balloons, satellites releasing them, right? But they're not giving us details of which satellite is on a balloon and which one's not. So what I think about it, I think, yeah, they're some of them could be satellites. I mean, Sataloons, or there may be another technology that I feel like's been around for a long time, of high altitude platforms, maybe with another technology. There's solar planes. You ever seen those where like their wingspans just ridiculous, like 500 yards or whatever wide, and it's just it can stay afloat for a couple of years, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying I don't necessarily buy into their rockets or shooting satellites up somewhere, because there's really no evidence for that. But sure, yeah, we have high altitude technology, but when you try to get someone to get really specific about which satellite is where and what it's doing, actually, they don't really have any answers for that. And like I was talking about Ingersoll earlier, he was part of a satellite program with Amazon, and he had limited knowledge on that. And I would think that even going up the chain a little bit from him, they would also have limited knowledge after, like, once it reaches a certain point, as far as the deployment of it into quote unquote space or whatever, low Earth orbit, then there's not really a lot of people is going to know. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like they develop the satellite, and it's all the satellite engineers are developing it for a purpose, right? And they're developing it to receive signals and send signals from a certain area of the sky. And then once the launch happens and they deploy the satellite or whatever, then say like the SpaceX, what's the satellite? What's the internet thing they'd have? I can't remember the name of it.
It's the Starlink.
Starlink, yeah. So it starts working, and everybody's like, "Oh, look, there's satellites in space." And I think they say those are about 2,400 miles up.
That's some crazy number that they can't.
Yeah, like 2,000 miles. Yeah, it's way farther than the ISS, right? But what I thought was weird when you pull up, the rocket, there's a you might not be able to find it now, but when they started launching these satellites, they showed a video of them just like launching this string of satellites coming out of this rocket. It was like a video of just dumping these rockets out. I mean, dumping these satellites out. Now, like I was saying earlier, the rockets don't go past low Earth orbit. So if it's just dumping all these little satellites out of it as it's moving along, how the fucking satellites getting to 2,000 miles if the rocket can't leave low Earth orbit? The shit that doesn't make any sense.
Well, we never went to space, right?
We didn't do shit. We didn't do shit. We're just looking at what they're telling us, and I'm saying that they're saying that they deployed these satellites via a rocket that hasn't left low Earth orbit, but all of a sudden they're telling us these fucking satellites are 2,000 miles away, and the low Earth orbit is like 250 miles.
Yeah, so it's all just they say that they left and they went to space and all this stuff. It's all just a joke, right?
I mean, Starlink works, doesn't it?
Doesn't mean that it's in space.
It sure does.
They still call space. Yeah.
Yeah. See, and so then you go with the pragmatism, right? And it's like, oh well, the shit works.
And then they get mad when you hit them with the, oh well, we had TV before we had satellites. No, we didn't. Yes, we did. We had TV, and that's how they streamed it. It wasn't even live streamed. It was a pre-recording. That's how much of a joke it is, bro. It was a pre-recording.
I don't know who would say that. Television, that was just radio frequencies over there on Earth.
Yeah.
What was the delay on Apollo? Wasn't it like 8 minutes?
Shoot.
I believe they said it was like a 3-minute delay.
I thought it was more like 14 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 3 minutes delay, but either way, it shouldn't, like, when he was talking to the guy, there's like no delay. So
I've heard some of the Globers come in and say, well, we're talking about radio waves, well, or electrical waves. Well, they move the same as the speed of light or something. No, it was something else. Never mind.
Yeah, these are radio waves supposedly move the same speed as light.
Well, yeah, that's what. Yeah, someone was like, well, yeah, radio waves, light waves, yeah, they're the same speed. It's like, dude, oh man.
And what really makes me
why do you
laugh
think there's different frequencies? I mean, yeah, there's different frequencies. Yeah. They move at a different fucking wavelength, different speed. But yeah, how can
the short and then the long wavelengths?
Well, dude, even the ISS, when they're supposedly talking to supposed to be a live stream or whatever, and they'll make a video of someone on the ISS, somebody on the ground, bro. Right? And there's been so many times where people in the ISS missed the delay part. They forgot about that part when they were doing their acting, and they just immediately responded to somebody talking to them from the ground. So yeah,
it's funny. Like they no one can see that they're messing up like all this many times.
Well, you're not supposed to. I mean, it's like, I don't blame people for not seeing it because, dude, I didn't really think about it until somebody told me to start thinking about it. Now I don't stop thinking about it. It's like, and when people say, oh, you think the Earth's flat? Well, my grandpa was a satellite engineer, so you're dumb. Okay. You know what? Keep on believing. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Yeah. Street lights disappear off in the distance to perspective. Has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Same as the sun said.
You seen that? I like Latz's take on it. He says, I believe it's Latz, and he says that the airplanes are that's where all the Starlink comes from, is the airplanes. They're all in the sky all the time.
Could be there. I mean, there could be an array of drones, that they have, because a lot of people say, when Starlink's good, I got a good connection, but when it's bad, it don't work. And that's what people say about Starlink.
Yeah,
like, it doesn't always work. It only works when it's over a certain area. It's like, well, yeah, and then they'll say, well, yeah, that's the way it works. It's like, okay, well, I'm paying all this money for it to work sometimes. Okay.
They should be flying all over the globe, right? All these satellites, but they only work in specific areas.
Yeah, that's not what their claim is, though. And so, I think that they're really kind of, it's just fluff, man. They're just kind of like holding the line until they can't hold it anymore. Like I was saying the other day, about 50 years, everybody's going to look back and think everybody that thought the Earth was a globe is dumbass.
Yeah.
Because, there's hundreds of millions of flat earthers out here now. And most people are distrusting a bunch of bullshit on the news. And they don't even watch the news anymore. They consider it, and not because of Trump, fake news, because it is. And it has nothing to do with Trump or anything. It's just they're so superficial that people just can't. They just see through it right away. Not everybody. Of course, there's still millions of people that either don't pay attention, unless that's most people, but or they're totally sold out. It's just, I don't know. I really don't get. I can't necessarily relate to people that aren't paying attention, at least a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, I'm been caught up in this. Not caught up in it, but just following the shit on YouTube with this Nolan Wells thing in Mississippi, which all of that is just race baiting kind of weirdness. And
is that the kid who drowned?
Yeah, the one in Mississippi.
Yeah.
And it's like from what I understand, I've been watching Officer Tatum and watching all the Don Lemon and all that kind of stuff, with all that kind of stuff going on. It's like, how do you think that, especially even with all this attention that all the authorities involved, I think they actually know what happened already, but if I was the judge in that district or any, involved with the prosecution or whatever, I wouldn't tell anybody shit because of all these punk. There's like, dude, I can imagine being an authority, over that, the sheriff department, everybody that's involved with the investigation, with all the shit going on TikTok and all the race baiting and stuff. I wouldn't tell anybody anything either. I think they actually know what happened and they just can't tell anybody until they can, because they're just waiting for for it to actually happen legally so that everybody will shut the fuck up, But it's probably going to get worse when they actually say what really happened. I think all the everybody knows everybody in the cop, like the sheriff's department and stuff, they know what happened, but they can't say it yet because they're already being accused of covering the whole fucking thing up. It's just crazy. It's like, what are you, when it comes to like politics, when you get freaking, the federal eye or politics or whatever involved in it, It's just crazy. It's like you see people just going, well, yeah, they killed his ass and they're trying to cover it up. It's like, why would they do that? What are you talking about? They've been friends with him for years. Where they just like, oh shit, bro. I don't know if anybody's familiar with it or whatever. Well, what happened is they, he went out there with some friends, a whole group of friends that took like 3 boats out there, and they were all hanging out. And one of the boats started sinking. Some of his really good friends were on the boat that were on that boat. It's like, hey man, we got to take this boat back. It's starting to sink. And what happens when you have a boat that's starting to sink? If it's sitting there, you can actually get the water out, but you have to get the boat moving. Sorry, was somebody going to say something? But yeah, you have to get the boat moving. So, and it can be a dangerous thing if you don't know what you're doing, but you can pull the plug out of the back, get the boat moving. And from what I saw in the interviews, one of the guys that was on the boat, one of Nolan's friends, so, yeah, we had to actually pull the plug out because what was happening, there was already water up above the batteries. Now, if you get the batteries submerged in water, you're not going to be able to start, the boat and stuff. But somehow they got the boat started and they were starting to move. They were trying to get out of there, and then he was on the phone with Sea-Tow. He's trying to call a tow in case they needed it, whatever. And now it turns out that, the guy that was driving the boat, captain, we'll call him, was talking to a grandpa who said, hey, they said the captain told the grandpa, we can make it back. We'll just cancel the tow. Think we can make it back, because by that time they got enough water out of the boat where it was actually starting to function. He thought he could get it back to shore. And they're all like, oh, yeah, that was all fake, man. There's actually Nolan's dead bodies in that boat. It's like, what the hell? They just called the tow company to as an alibi, so they'd have an alibi. It's like, wow, dude. Really? They killed their friend and tried to cover it up with this. And somebody, watched one of those videos, and I made a comment. It's just like, dude, it totally makes sense to me that if the captain's on the phone with the grandpa who had the subscription to the tow service, just because you have a subscription doesn't mean they're going to come and get you for free or whatever. It means that they'll come get you, but you're going to have to pay a lot of money. So if the captain's like, yeah, I think we can get it back to shore, then yeah, he's going to cancel the tow service because they got the problem solved. They got the water start coming out of the boat, and they can get back to shore. And then these guys, the video was, it was like, they're like, oh yeah, he canceled the tow because they just needed to call in because they wanted an alibi. It's like, dude, it's crazy. They called the Coast Guard and everything. It's like they called the freaking Coast Guard. It's a federal agency. They called the Coast Guard because they wanted an alibi, and like they're gonna, like, these freaking teenagers are gonna freaking create this big conspiracy to fucking call the Coast Guard and the tow service to cover up that they murdered somebody. It's so stupid. Anyway,
that's insane.
It is insane. I think the cops actually know what happened. Their investigation is probably done. They had the body. They had the autopsy. They talked to 60 different people. Everybody that was there that probably knew something about it. But all this minutia, all this bullshit that's going on in the media, they actually can't say anything. If they did, it's going to fuck everything up from their investigation. But everybody's too dumb to figure. You don't know how fucking forensics and cop shit work. They watch all these TV shows, but they really not learning anything. The cop shows actually kind of give you an idea of how investigations work. And you're just going to sit here and bitch about that. The cops aren't going to give the results of their investigation. They're just not going to do a press conference and just tell you what everything they found. It's not how that fucking shit works, dumbass. Like, if they knew what happened, they'd tell us. They can't. Not with this shit. It's going to come out that I don't know what he's. I believe what Officer Tatum was saying, that they actually left without him and he wanted to stay, and whatever happened after that, somebody there knows, and they already talked to them, and whether they lost track of Nolan and he actually got pulled out into the ocean, drowned, or maybe somebody else was killed him or something, but it had nothing to do with the guys that took the boat back to shore. And so that's why they can't come out and say, well, this is what we found, because that has to be presented as evidence in court before they would tell anybody in the media. Stop acting retarded, everybody. They can't fucking tell you the results of the investigation to the media. And because they can't do that, everybody's saying, oh, well, they're just a big bunch of racists in Mississippi trying to cover up the truth that these boys killed. No, get out of here with that nonsense. It's like they never have seen how shit works in the legal system. It's like, do they ever just come out and just tell you the whole investigation and just give you the truth to the media? Cops are always like, we're still investigating shit, we can't tell you this. Because it's... I don't understand it. People are dumb.
So you know what they say is that the Starlink's this or that. I think that the Starlink is those Sataloons, bro. You know how many Sataloons that they send up every every week or something like that?
Well, it's like I was saying, they when the Starlink was first starting to deploy, their whole thing, they showed. I remember seeing a video. I probably could find it again, of them saying, well, here's Starlink being deployed from the rocket, right? It's like, boom, boom, here's a satellite, here's a satellite. And then people started saying, oh, I see these lines across the sky, these satellites. That's Starlink going across the sky, right?
Yeah, what's really dumb about
I'm not sure if each of those Starlink satellites had a big array of LEDs on the bottom of or something, but how the fuck are you going to see this line of satellites if they had mirrors on them? They were high enough in the sky for the sun to reflect off of them from under the curve of the earth or whatever. That's what their claim is. That no, they didn't have LEDs or mirrors on them. It's just like, it's a normal thing to see the sunlight reflecting off of a fucking something the size of a car from 2,000 miles away, in a big line.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's fucking normal. It's fucking normal, bro. What? You don't believe them? It's normal.
Right.
So this is how retarded it is. They'll show you a video. They're dumping the satellites from a rocket, supposedly in space, but the rockets can only go to low Earth orbit, which is a couple hundred miles, and then the satellites end up a couple thousand miles away, and then you can see them, the light reflecting off of them, when they don't design them to have mirrors or LED lights on the bottom of them so you can see them going across the sky. But then they'll like put an app on the phone. It's like, you'll be able to see Starlink at this point, or the ISS or whatever at this point, because once you see this light go across the sky, you're seeing the ISS. Well, they have a fucking big LED array on the bottom of that motherfucker, or big mirrors or something. Is it reflecting the sunlight? What's it made of? And we don't even really know what it's made of, but yeah, but you see the depictions of it. It's just like some dull aluminum color. It's not going to reflect sunlight from 250 miles away, the size of a football field, like a regular, stadium. I mean, you can't even see stadiums from 250 miles away, what they claim from, the ISS pictures down to Earth. You can't see what a stadium looks like. You could have the whole fucking stadium lit up. You're still not going to see it from the Earth. I mean, from the ISS. It's just all bullshit. It's all cartoons.
Even as the size of a bus, you still wouldn't be able to see it?
No. Oh. Yeah, well, a lot of satellites are that size.
Yeah, exactly.
We see satellites up there all the time. Really? I say, you see lights. I don't know if there's satellites.
I'll tell you what, there's some kind of a light.
People see lights all the time that don't just move in one direction. They move all over the place, like zigzag and shit across the sky. And so those aren't satellites, because satellites just move in one direction. Or if it's a geosynchronous satellite, that's another thing. It's like if a geosynchronous satellite is supposed to be stable with Earth's orbit, how can you see it fucking moving across the sky? It's supposed to be moving with the Earth. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. How do you see it moving across the sky when it's in geosynchronous orbit?
And from that distance, you shouldn't even be able to see it.
Yeah, that's
It'd be impossible.
address that. Yeah. Well, it's just like, why would you expect to? Because unless they, like I said, put like some large reflectors on the bottom of it or a huge LED array so that you could see it, then you wouldn't see it.
Like the thing what they said, the rockets that's going to crash into the moon or whatever, but you won't be able to see it. Like, no shit.
It's crazy, bro. Crazy, but that's okay. I mean,
really good engineering.
Well, I thought the reason the rocket was supposed to crash into the moon is because they fucked up on the engineering and it just went too far out into outer space.
Yeah, and then they re-engineered it and made it really good engineering after the bad engineering.
Well, it just so happened when they lost control of it, it was in the right trajectory. It just happened to be in the trajectory that it was going to go and hit the moon. It was just going to hit the moon, but you're not going to be able to see it. But it did hit the moon. I think it created a new crater. I think someone said.
Yeah, no, it really didn't. Somebody watched it. I watched the video. Somebody was watching it live, and nothing happened.
No, well, they told you beforehand you wouldn't be able to see it, so yeah.
Yeah, it's 200.
Yeah, no, there was no new crater, none of this stuff, bro. None of this happened.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, one of the most prominent
craters,
no
nothing, man. It's
one of the most prominent "quote unquote" craters on the moon. It's Tycho Brahe, or the Tycho crater. Tycho Brahe. It was named after Tycho Brahe. It's called the Tycho crater, and it's in scale what they say about 50 miles wide. Now, on a really good night on a full moon, you can see it with your naked eye. It's going to look really, really small, but you can see where it is. Even if you just use like a 25 times zoom binoculars or something, you can see it better. You can see Tycho crater. And the eye is 50 miles wide, bro.
From 250,000 miles away?
Not even. No chance. You wouldn't see it at all. It's like this is stuff people don't think about. It's like, well, they're telling you this moon is 250,000 miles away and you can see a 50-mile wide crater? No. But it's just scale.
No,
I mean, it's like all the smart people are supposed to be able to figure this out. But all the flat earthers are supposed to be dumb. And they say we don't understand scale.
How do we know if we don't have any photo validation, actual photo validation, not that's like modified, right? How do we know that these are craters?
No. Well, define craters, yeah, sure. They don't know.
That appears to be a crater.
Everything about their idea of craters on Earth or on the moon is just speculation because they found it like this. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with the whole heliocentric model was created because the Earth, we were already here. This is thousands and thousands of years of recorded human history, and this is just a small portion of it. This modern time, what we call modern times, is it's just a very small, like couple hundred years of human development, and they want to put it out there like their new science is the biggest, hottest, baddest thing. And they're going to find out eventually that people are people, so why should it be that you and I should get along so awfully? There ain't no ball Earth, ain't no outer space.
Hey, look, I'm in outer space right now. You see that? Yeah, I don't need evidence to validate my claim. Why would I need evidence for anything, bro?
Well, outer space is fiction. I mean,
exactly.
When people say you don't believe in space, well, it's like space. Yeah, I mean, I'm in. There's space between me and the wall or whatever, but outer space. This is the part that's really hard for them. Outer space is science fiction. And I heard Captain Kirk, what's his name? The first Captain Kirk. Oh, the only Captain Kirk. Well, no, he wasn't the only Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk.
William Shatner.
William Shatner say someone asked him once. Someone asked him once, what's the difference between science and science fiction? And I believed it when he's like, because I always believe William Shatner. He's just like, he's William Shatner. He's like, well, there is no difference.
I didn't trust him after he fucked that green bitch.
Hey, bro, game is game, bro. Game is game.
Yeah, but I mean, I think William Shatner totally knows, just like what you said, game is game. He's like, there is no difference. Because he's a Hollywood actor and he's also a science communicator. Like because of the Star Trek series, he's one of the authorities on space, that kind of thing. So people look up to him. Yeah, the final frontier and all that kind of shit, right? So, it's exactly the same as fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of these other space guys, right? So they're not really telling you something that's it's like, how could like the reporter that asked him, how can I what's the difference between science and science fiction? He said there's no difference. It's their job to convince you there's no difference, because science and science fiction is you're supposed to be in this belief state. It's like, oh, you're in wonder, right? And then when people come in here and say, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Well, we don't necessarily think it's flat. I mean, it's like you're already doing flat Earth every day. So you're doing the same thing we're doing. We're just not believing the science fiction anymore. We're doing the same thing you're doing, traveling across the Earth, doing our shit. But the science fiction part, that's in your psyche. So we're just not doing that anymore. It never existed. I thought it existed at one time, and then I broke through the paradigm. It's like, you can't see the whole Earth. you only exist here on Earth. Every concept about something outside of Earth, that's either going to be spiritual or something that man made up, you know. And I'll tell you something, there's a spiritual realm, and most people just have questions about the physical realm. Well, we've got answers about the spiritual and physical realm, but as far as the flat Earth topic, completely flat. Spiritual, I mean, you can go everywhere with that. Who knows, man? Who knows? But we have the foundation right here on the flat Earth. So they've distracted us for hundreds of years with this, science fiction. But the people that are on Earth and really consider this place to be the created realm that we're from, and know that it's, not this stupid ball. We're trying to figure out what this place is too, but we're not looking at it from that perspective anymore. You can't force us back into it. It's just like, because if the Earth was a globe, it would just be a fucking globe. It'd be obvious. I'm smart enough to figure it out, and so are you. So is everyone listening. Don't defer your intelligence and your real experience to some other people that you think are smarter than you. It's not real.
You know what that always that little straw man claim that they make, where they say, "Oh well, what about refraction or whatever?" What I did was I looked into that, right, just to see how much crap they're full of, and what I found is, if you're from ground level, if you're using a laser, you should only be able to physically point that laser 6.5 miles, and after that, it should be completely impossible. And what are we saying? We're seeing we're seeing these. Yeah, that's including refraction. That's including if you're pointing it at a target from whatever distance. 6.5 miles is as far as possible, and that's not if you're like on like a mountain or something like that. That you'd have to be like higher up for it to get further away.
Oh,
No,
and so
Wait,
at 6.5 miles from the
No, if
ground,
you're at-
it should be
so if you're at
completely
1
impossible after
foot,
that.
So if you're at 1 foot, it's 2.22. Sorry, 3.2.
Oh yeah, I looked it up, and it says
When
6.5
then
miles.
when they add in standard refraction, it's 7/6r. So 7/6r is the radius of the Earth, right? So it takes it out to. Wait, I think I got my numbers wrong.
Well, maybe I'm hearing you wrong. Are you saying, hold on. Are you saying even on a flat Earth it wouldn't be accurate past that point?
No. What I'm saying is on their globe model, after
Oh, the
6.5 miles, it should be completely impossible from ground level to see the laser.
Sorry, it's
It would depend on the height of the laser and the collimation as well, but yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is from ground level, that height of the laser, from that height, it should be completely impossible after 6.5 miles. But these laser sets we have,
less than that. Yeah, even less than that, but
less than that.
That's
including 1.22 miles from 1 foot observer
yeah,
height.
if the laser, say it's 5 or 6 feet, whatever, if it's leveled with if it's supposed to be on top of a globe, if it's level with the gravitation, toward the center or whatever, it's leveled, then it's going to point straight. It would never hit the horizon because it's going to be above it the entire time from source. You know what I mean? It's never going to hit the horizon.
It's going to look like it's going up from the Earth.
So if anything, someone that's an observer on the other side of a lake or something, if anything, if they were able to see it on a globe, it would kind of look like a glow on the horizon. It would kind of like where it's pointing, you'd see the glow of it, some diffraction of the light. Hold on, brother, hold on. Because I don't really think you're getting what we're talking about. It would look like a glow And if the laser was more powerful and collimated enough, you actually could see it like going above your head. Like it would be
if we were on a globe.
Yeah, if we were on a globe, you would see it going above your head if it was collimated enough and powerful enough. If it wasn't powerful enough, you might be able to see some glow on, the horizon from your position, and then it would just dissipate or there would be diffraction near the horizon. But yeah, I mean, I thought, well, if it was good enough laser, yeah, it would just look like a Superman light in the sky for the people on the other side. It would just be like a big ass laser up in the sky.
Anyway, as what I was trying to say was, so how they're saying that like how you're doing these tests and they're hitting the targets. This also should be physically impossible at ground level.
That's what I was asking you. Do you mean across a flat surface as well?
No, just over their little globe model. It should be physically impossible.
That's why I kept talking, because I knew you didn't understand what we were saying.
No, I'm not making any claim that over a flat. It's very much
I don't think you understand
a flat surface.
Yeah, we're just talking about the laser is a tangent. We're using the laser as a tangent line. Do you know what a tangent is?
Yeah, I know what a tangent is.
Okay, so it's a tangent to the globe from the source point of the laser. When you're on a globe, you're on the top of the globe. The globe is going to curve down and away. If someone's 20 miles away on the globe, the laser essentially would be pointing above their head. If you could actually see the laser light line, if it was a straight, visible line in the sky, we're comparing that, whether you can see it straight ahead or whether you can see it above your head, straight pointing in the sky. Now, what you're saying about, I don't even know what you're getting at. Like I was saying, yeah, if it's not a powerful enough laser and you wouldn't be able to see it as a line in the sky if it's a globe, you might be able to see some glow on the horizon from your vantage point on the other side of the laser. But what we have is video of people one side of the lake, people on the other side. We have dozens of them pointing. They're supposed. You don't even really have to have a target necessarily for the laser to point at. If they're moving the laser around until somebody on the other side of the lake sees the source point when it gets really bright, that means you're seeing the laser. That means you're seeing the laser, the source point of the laser light. If you can see that source point from 20 miles away, that's flat water. There ain't no freaking light. There is no reflection of the light downward or refraction, whatever they claim. You're seeing the source point of the laser when they're moving it around, and then you're just kind of like, okay, I see it, because I've seen the videos that are on the phone. Oh, I see it now. It would never happen on a globe. You'd never be able to pan the laser back and forth till the other people on the other sky could see it. They'd be looking up in the sky to see it.
Anyway, yeah, that's what I was pretty much trying to point out there. It could not be possible, but it is.
Yeah. What we have is our laser test. They go out there, they're trying to point the laser at the other side to the people that are on the other side trying to see it. They move it around, and then they're like, oh, I see it. They're not looking up. They're looking straight across the goddamn water. It's miles. We're talking about miles, bro. They're not looking up to see if they can see it in the sky above the curvature. And then when we do that, people go out and do that. It's like, oh, yeah, I can see the laser from the other side of the lake. Boom, flat Earth verified. You're like, oh, what about refraction? Well,
it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, what are you talking about? We saw the source point of the laser from across the water. You're trying to tell me what? That source point of light, that source point of, like that, I mean, it's whether or not the laser, has a divergence rate, how big or whatever. That's diffraction. It kind of but if you see that big bright flash of the laser when it crosses your vision, you're seeing the laser. You're not seeing a refracted version of the laser or whatever. You're seeing the source point. When it flashes across your vision, boom, you're seeing the source point. That's how lasers work.
Just to make sure you understand these laser transit tests, L. This is just a little thought experiment. If the Earth was a globe, and if the laser was perfectly culminated, very, very narrow beam, where would the laser be at the end of a 20-mile lake?
It wouldn't be.
If you had it
It would
3
not
feet,
be.
if you had it 3 feet above the water, if you had it 3 feet above the water when at your test site, where would this laser be if the Earth was a globe?
I'll tell you what, it wouldn't be 20 miles.
It would be a couple hundred feet above your head if you could see it. Like I was saying, yeah, it would be above your head. You'd see a big beam of light shining across the sky like the Batman signal.
Yeah, so it's not that these lasers can't travel so far. It's about where they land, them being parallel with the water.
Parallel, that's the term right there. It's like, when does parallel? Well, I guess never mind. I was going to say something dumb. Well, not dumb, but
what I was saying was,
when does parallel mean curve? It's like, well, the laser can be parallel with the curved Earth too. Two parallel curved lines. I don't know that parallel.
Yeah, you can have a curve.
Curved parallel lines, but it would have to be perfect, and they can't prove that. But normally parallel just means two straight lines that are, equidistant from each other.
Yeah. Two lines that don't intersect, right?
Yeah. And they're equidistant from each other all along the line. Yeah. So yeah, a laser would never look like that on a globe. As many laser tests as we have never looked like that on a globe. Never, never, never. But they're never gonna get it. No, they're ever gonna get it. No, they're never gonna get it. Never ever gonna get it. That's okay. Check this out. They're like, oh, you guys are on YouTube. There's only 10 people watching. Well, that's the 10 right people. See, like the people that are all butthurt because we don't believe their nonsense, they can go off and do their nonsense. We're seeking the seekers. We reach hundreds and hundreds of people every day. Like, well, other people reach thousands. Yeah, and look what they're doing. Freaking not necessarily helping them. It's freaking crazy, bro. It's like, well, why don't you guys just go out and just convince everyone that's impossible for one thing, and for another thing, do we want most of these idiots to go out there saying the Earth is flat? I don't think so.
No.
We only want people that know the Earth is flat to go out there and tell people the Earth is flat. We call out just as many flat earthers in this room as we do globers. So they come in here with some bullshit, we'll call it out. This is a pretty tough room. As a matter of fact, this is where the real flat Earth is, right here. Seems like a small corner of the universe, but we're the only ones looking for the real. Well, we've already found it, the real flat Earth evidence, but we're the only ones that aren't going to argue anymore about this. We're we're teaching at this point. We're showing you how we've cut through all the bullshit and all of the YouTube debaters and all that kind of. We're not necessarily. We'll debate if we have to, but it's really not a debate. We're talking about empirical evidence. It's just measurements. And then people are, you guys don't believe in science. I mean,
we use science.
You're not supposed to believe in science. Science is just science.
True. That's true. Believing science is doing science wrong. You're supposed to question science.
No, you're supposed to actually
experiment.
You use science to figure out whether something's true or not.
Yeah. Cause and effect relationship, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is like you do that with the the experiments are how you question it. It's like if somebody says this is how something is, then you design an experiment and you test it. Like I've been making a.
Give me an example.
Oh, like if somebody, I don't know, like if somebody says like water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, you can go get some water and you can get a thermometer and you can measure what temperature it is and see if it freezes when they say it will.
Yeah, but then you can change the pressure and it'll freeze at different temperatures.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, actually, that's kind of an interesting one because I've been working on a game, like building it with AI. Like, I have no idea how to code, but like, I wanted to have a planet, right? Like a whole world, and like, I want the world to wrap around. I want you to be able to walk across it. And I was trying to get the AI to make like a spherical projection, and it's like, you know what actually is better for this? A torrid, like just like rectangular slices around a torrid, and like then faking the curve by just like changing the like the way the camera works so that like it appears that it's curving away, which I thought was pretty cool. Like the whole time I was working on like building this world, the whole time I'm like, I wonder what the flat Earth guys would say about this, because like it is interesting that like you could basically have a world of any shape, and it could look like anything to you just based on how you're like interpreting that data in your brain.
In a computer game, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who knows, right?
Not in reality, though.
Not necessarily. There could be like rules of like physics that we don't completely understand yet. Because like I heard that if you're traveling, like
What
this is all
water?
Earth.
Would water change in a different part of the Earth? Like water's flat, right?
Yeah, water's pretty flat. Yeah.
What do you mean pretty flat?
It's pretty flat.
Yeah, seeks its level. Yeah, seeks equilibrium.
Yeah.
Would there be different physics operating on flat water?
I have no idea. That's not my field of expertise.
Do you believe the Earth's a globe?
Personally, I do, but I'll also say, like, I don't come in here to argue with you guys. I come in here just to listen and like find out what.
Just having a discussion, man. I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah, I reckon it's probably like just my model of reality in my head. I'm okay with globe.
So what convinces you that it's a globe with reality, like based on reality?
I probably just really want aliens to be real, and I reckon if it's flat, that makes
it more of an emotional thing than a
probably
So it's a globe because I like globes.
Yes.
Yeah, so nothing you've really seen, right? Because you said based on reality, but aliens, like you say, just because I want aliens to be real, it's not really basing it on reality, though, is it?
Is there like a flat Earth perspective on whether aliens exist or not, and whether they come from also flat worlds? Like, could there be other flat like planes where
there's no flat world? It's not. Yeah, it's not a disk in the heliocentric model, right?
I would have to say they definitely don't exist. Yeah, we don't have any actual evidence of them. So.
Well, it depends what you mean by aliens, right?
Oh yeah, that too.
Mexicans.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Because, what was the reality thing that convinced you that the Earth was a globe?
Well, I mean, I don't mind the gravity explanation for water.
Yeah, but gravity would make it into a sphere, right?
The water?
Yeah.
Well, I think it kind of does. I think because if the land wasn't there, the water would be wrapping around the entirety of the globe. Like if it was deeper.
Well, the water would have to be wrapping around the globe anyway, right? Because 72% of the known Earth, right, the globe, claim that 72% of the globe's surface is water. So the water would have to be curving for it to be a sphere, right?
Well, actually, what I think about that is I wonder if there's anything that they can do by like taking measurements at the equator and taking measurements like way up towards where the planet isn't supposedly spinning, and then see if there's any differences.
Yeah. So if the Earth is 72% water, then the water would have to be curving, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they told us how big the Earth was. Do you know how big it is?
No. I think it's like
they say it's a radius of 3,959 miles.
Mm-hmm.
From that, you can work out what the drop rate should be from your position over a certain distance, right?
Yeah.
So over 10 miles, the drop rate's 66 feet. So
oh no, I've talked to you before.
20 miles,
You showed me the rig.
feet.
You showed me the oil rig
What?
picture.
I did?
Yeah, I think it was you. Yeah, I recognize your voice. I think we spoke before. You showed me the oil rig picture, and I think a few other ones. It's really good. Like it's convincing stuff. I think for me, it's like I'm reality agnostic. So it's like there's been a lot of like recent crazy innovations, and one of the really interesting ones was like they took a fruit fly and they did like a brain scan on it. So they had like a digital representation of its brain, and they I don't know what they did, but they basically coded it so like the neurons could fire and interact with one another. So they had this working fruit fly brain, and then they got a 3D environment on a computer, and they put the fly's brain inside of the fly's body in the computer, and it immediately just like started moving its mouth parts and grooming itself and flying around. No training time, just instantly knew how to use the body because that is its body. And this is a file that's just on the internet. You could just download it. Some guy downloaded it and put like the fruit fly's brain in Minecraft mobs. But the interesting thing is like if you can brain scan a fruit fly, put it in a computer, that is the matrix. That fruit fly has been matrixed, right? So if they can do that with fruit flies today, how many years until they can do it to a human being? And if you have human beings existing inside of a simulation, you can make the world that they're living on basically whatever shape you want. Like maybe it is a torrid, and there's just filters on our vision to make us perceive it as what we see it as.
How many years until all of these people that claim the Earth is a globe can do what we do and take a laser and shoot it across a lake to determine whether or not the Earth is a fucking globe?
Quick question. So you were saying they made a copy of the brain of the fruit fly, right?
Yeah, they just scanned it.
So then it's not like the Matrix.
Well, I mean, it depends, right? Because like it's not the same as like being plugged into a machine and like your body like going limp and then your brain just inhabiting a body inside of whatever the simulation is. But it is a form of being matrixed where you get your brain scanned and you appear in like a digital world, and when you wake up you're like, oh, this is just normal. Like everything feels fine, everything feels the way
What the hell? We're already there. What are you talking about? People are there.
No, you can't do it with people yet.
Oh yeah, bro. They do it with TV screens. What are you talking about? Yeah, we're already there.
Yeah.
No, it's no, you're already programmed. I mean, they call them TV programs for a reason.
Yeah.
It's programming. But and so yeah, just because they a fruit fly, it's a lot less complicated. in their mind, I guess, from their technology than a human brain or whatever. But yeah, they figured out the human brain, how and psychology, how that works with the manipulation through media and stuff like that. So yeah, you're already there, bro. They've convinced the entire world that it's a globe when it's obviously not.
Yeah, they're crazy.
You've been matrixed already.
Well, I mean, you guys know Midjourney, the AI company that does like text to image.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, there's this company that does text to image. They're called Midjourney, and they recently just been like pouring a ton of money into developing a machine to do like full body scans of humans for the purpose of like generating them in better detail. And they've created this machine that has like millimeter accurate. It's like it's faster than an MRI and cheaper by like orders of magnitude. And it's just some fucking stupid AI company. And oh wow, that's a great thing. I wonder where I can go to use it. I wonder which hospitals they're supplying. None. None. They have a spa. They got a Mid-Journey spa, and if you want to get brain scanned, you got to go there. Or not brain scan, full body scan. But
Well,
like,
hold on. The reason.
I won't be
Yeah,
doing
well, I mean, some of that actually could be something to look into, like something, some type of technology like that that's non-invasive, but it can actually tell you something about what's going on. But that doesn't line up with that doesn't line up with allopathy. They're not trying to figure out how to fix you. They're trying to figure out how, in allopathy, they're trying to figure out how to get as much money out of you as they can before you die.
Yep.
So yeah, they're not trying to cure
Keep you sick
cancer.
and keep you medicated.
Yeah, they're not trying to cure cancer. No, they don't want to promote any technology that would do that.
Yeah, it's like that song 2525. Everything you think, do, and say will be in the pills you took that day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, allopathy's good if you like break your leg or something, or even, for discovery, if you have tumors or whatever, they're gonna be able to tell you, hey man, this is a big problem right here. And they have ideas and methods that sometimes work, sometimes don't, but I don't necessarily think they're, it's like they have the ribbons and stuff and we're trying to cure cancer. We're supporting and just throw a shitload of money at it. And eventually we'll get there. We're going to find the cure for cancer. That's not the goal.
It seems like it can't be that complicated. You know what I mean? With all the shit that we have today and all the fucking things that we can do, it's like, really, cancer? That's the one where we're like, oh, shucks, we just don't know how to deal with it.
No. Well, they're more concentrated on the cure than the cause, right? So, because the cause is everything, that everything we're doing wrong to ourselves is causing that,
Honestly, I reckon they probably do have a cure for cancer and they're just not giving it out. And they're just trying to figure out a way to turn the cure for cancer into some kind of like subscription model that you got to pay them for the rest of your life.
Sure. I think it has to do with frequency and radiate. Like it's radiation. They're kind of on the right track, but it's not the type of radiation. In my mind, I think it's probably you're like you were saying, it's frequency. I think there's certain frequencies, and with the modern diet, doesn't matter if you're in America or anywhere else, there is it's what you put into your body.
Yeah,
of course. I mean, your body would die if you didn't start, ingest food or water or whatever. So if there's a cause of cancer, it's what you put in. It's not. And I would say sometimes there are genetic defects, we know about that, but for the most part.
Well, those could actually be like mental disorders too, because there's a ton of mental disorders where you can carry the genes for it, and if you don't have like the triggering like events that triggering trauma or whatever it is, then it won't manifest in you. So
well, it's like I hardly ever get sick. I'll get a cold every once in a while, but I refuse to get sick, and so I hardly ever get sick because I refuse to.
Yep. Placebo's a hell of a drug, dude. Yeah, that's crazy. You got 10% chance of just fixing anything because you believe the treatment works. That's like the closest thing to magic I think we got. Just your body is just getting lazy, and it's like
I don't go to the doctor. I don't go to the doctor to get diagnosed with anything.
Yeah, but you could be placeboed by anything. Like even your belief and not getting sick could be a placebo that keeps you from getting sick. And if it keeps you from getting sick, that's a pretty fucking good placebo.
Well, it's just like it was like, how do you know what you don't have? It's just like, well, I don't go to get diagnosed, so I'm in my almost my mid-50s, and you know, I've not had a general practitioner that generally practices medicine on me, so I don't really know if there's something wrong with me. But I think I'm doing all right. I've you know, I'm 55 or 54. Am I 54 this year?
Hell yeah!
I've broken a couple bones, and I had to go to the hospital for that shit. But and I did have some major back issues in the past, and I did allopathy for that, and you know what happened to me?
Got worse?
No. Well,
wait, is allopathy
actually,
one where they just like they want
allopathy's like regular hospital stuff. Yeah, if you go to the hospital, allopathy versus like homeopathy kind of, which homeopathy is a different practice, but I don't even do that. I think I'm, blessed with, health, so I'm not totally discounting that. I mean, it's like, if you need to go to the doctor, go to the fucking doctor. I'm not saying anybody don't go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Just saying I don't go unless I know there's something wrong with me, then it's going to take a lot. You know what I mean?
You can have. Yeah, that's a good position, because a lot of people that are like super homeopathy, they're just like, don't do regular medicine. Don't do it. And it's like, well, maybe it's got its role.
No. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. It's like, if I really feel like there's something wrong with me, I know there's an emergency room 20 minutes away from me. I'll fucking go, But
shalom, everybody.
Hello. I was looking into the microchips in medicine and vaccines, and that was one of the, like, I used to think that Alex Jones was just like a crazy guy. And then like all these conspiracy theories, like all of them are dumb and stuff.
Wait, how long ago was that?
Which one, Alex Jones or?
No, just conspiracy. You said you thought it was weird.
Yeah, I was anti-conspiracy not anti-conspiracy, because I was always like, yeah.
No, there's conspiracies. I mean, everybody's a conspiracy theorist.
I was on conspiracy light for probably up to like 20 years old, and then I started being like, well, hold on a second, and just like looking things up myself, and it's like smallest microchip, interesting, smallest gauge needle, or like largest gauge needle, right? And it's like you can almost get like a microchip through like the third smallest needle that we have.
Well, that's a little too far down whatever rabbit hole. What are you talking about? Like every injection you might get from the doctor is going to have a fucking microchip in it or something? What are you talking about?
No, but if you go online and type in like microchips compliance medicine, you can find things from like Pfizer CEOs that are talking about, hey, we're going to put like microchips in this medicine so that like we know that people like schizophrenics are taking their medicine, and if they don't take it, we'll know.
Yeah. Well, hey man, I'm going to tell you something. As far as this room goes, we can get a little bit into like that type of discussion, but since we're streaming live to YouTube, they already hate us because of the flat Earth.
Yeah.
And they really knock us if we get too deep into this.
Yeah, I don't think there are microchips in the vaccines. I'm just saying.
It's like, unless you're Tucker Carlson, you can't talk about this shit.
Yeah.
Because Tucker Carlson can come out and call out COVID like nobody's business, and all of his videos stay up. But if we talk about it for 5 minutes, the fucking shit's taken down.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about it though is after it happened, a ton of people got narcolepsy. I don't know if they were getting it from COVID itself or from the vaccine. I don't recall, but a ton of people were getting diagnosed with narcolepsy following COVID. And then the companies that
I'm pretty sure I just said we're going to stop talking about it.
Okay.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, they will.
The Goyim shall know that the big corporations such as YouTube is gonna shut it down because we're talking about the thing that we put the strings against the Goyim.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay though, because we don't need to talk about that to tell everyone that we know that the Earth is flat. Because if we were, I could create a whole channel talking about that, and it would blow up every day, but not on YouTube because they wouldn't let me do it.
Yeah.
Mr. Helio, I just want to have to ask you this question, like between you and me, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not between you and me. We're live streaming right now.
Okay, that's amazing. Well, no, I'm trying to be very as endearing as possible because this question is very hard hitting to say the least. So, what is what is like the angle of all the angles within a triangle if the sides are equal in length?
It's a square.
Are you asking me what a triangle is? You trying to do the triangle test on me?
I'm asking you, what's the angle?
What are you talking about? What do the sum of the interior angles on a triangle? Is that what you're asking me?
No, like let's say for example, the triangle that has all the sides being equal to each other, and if I were to take one of that angle, what is that angle?
Well, any triangle is going to have, and you talking about an equilateral triangle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what triangle. Yeah, all sides being equal, it's still going to be 180 degrees. No matter how long the sides are, they're all going to sum up.
No, like let's say for example, I take an angle A. What is the angle A would be?
On an equilateral triangle, they're all going to be A.
And how much that is?
How much? What? The sum of the angles? That's what I asked you the first time.
I'm not asking for the sum of the angle. I'm talking about for that specific angle itself.
What angle?
Like
there's three angles in a triangle.
One angle of equilateral triangle.
I just told you they're each going to be 60, and it's going to sum up to 180 on an equilateral triangle. Yes.
You just Googled it.
What the fuck? I didn't have to Google. I knew that shit in fucking sixth grade. I knew that shit in sixth grade. Shut up.
They're all going to be equal, and they're going to sum 180. He already said that.
I said that right from the beginning.
He didn't say 60 right away, but he
Google shit. Why do you think I Googled that? Do you think I'm so? I know people don't generally know that. Hey, I know that people don't generally know this, but I know it.
You should have just said 60 degrees, and then he moved on. He moved on to say.
What are you trying to do? A gotcha or something? I mean, an equilateral triangle. I know what that is.
The angles is 180 degrees. He told you that. He didn't say 60, but he did say
a right triangle has the total of angles of 180 degrees. That's amazing. But my question specifically
divided by 3, you got 60 on an equilateral triangle. Yeah. What's the point? Yes. I understand.
That took you a while to answer.
It didn't.
Okay. I answered it in many different ways. What's the point?
Many different ways.
Yeah, you asked me what the angles in an equilateral triangle. They're all 60. What?
Yeah, what's your point?
No, nothing. Because I've seen a lot of globetards always put the test on us.
No, we put the test on them because they think they can make a triangle from a curved line. One of the lines being curved.
Yeah,
you can't. You don't have a triangle if you have one of the sides is curved.
Yep. Yeah, you want to be careful with this guy, all right? Because Helio is he's a super globe defender, so you're not going to win against him.
Super globe defender. I can defend the globe if I needed to. I don't think I can pull it off for very long without cracking up. But
That's like, honestly, I'll be completely honest. That's literally why I came here, because I just wanted to learn like all the actual belief that the flat Earth people have, so that I could just mess with my friends. But like, it's like, if I'm being exposed to the information and it checks out, then I'm not going to be like, nope, this is stupid. If it checks
dude,
out,
try it, dude. I'm going to tell you something.
Listen, I got access.
Do it. Act like a flat earther or whatever. If you don't totally believe yet, but you want to bring it up in conversation, use some of our arguments and see how they react.
What's your what's your top three?
Well, I guess it depends on the question, because it has to necessarily. I mean, I'm going to say all the water's flat. It's like here's where I start. It's like when you're talking about if the Earth is flat or a globe, you're talking about the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Because we're talking to people that think the Earth is a globe and it has a certain radius and a circumference, right? So we're talking about that globe. When we talk about the globe here, we're talking about the flat Earth versus that globe.
Yeah.
And so that's where the argument has to be, or else you're bringing another globe into the conversation, or you're going to bring some straw man flat Earth that we're not talking about into.
Can I ask you a question about you mentioning you're bringing in another globe? Do you think it's possible that we do live on a globe, but it's way bigger than they say it is, and that's why the math doesn't work?
I don't see why I would think that. No.
Well, because they could be hiding land, and that land could be inhabited by dangerous things that they don't want us to fuck with, or like there could be another species on the planet that's hostile, and we have like a treaty not to
So it
interact.
might be a dodecahedron, and we're on the one of the portions of the dodecahedron that's flat.
Yeah, or it could be a sphere that's so large that even with all the measurements that you do have access to, like we don't have.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I haven't figured it out yet, and it's still not the globe or solar system they said it is.
Yeah.
So
Well, even if it was larger, then all of their orbits and their distances and all of these other things they claim would be completely incorrect, and their globe that they teach would just fall apart at that point.
100%, because it's all based on the size of the Earth that they gave us. That was supposedly measured by Eratosthenes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whether you're not, I mean, even they say, well, Eratosthenes got really close. Close to what?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hearing good faith. I'm not coming in hostile. I heard something, and I'm just repeating.
I love good questions.
All right, so I heard this. I heard they did this one gravity experiment where they like had. I guess they were measuring like those things that you can like the scales that can hook onto something, so they weigh the thing that's hanging from it.
Yeah.
So they
Wait, well, hold on. You have a question, but you're talking about an quote unquote experiment that you're not necessarily totally familiar with. So if you were to ask me the question, and I already know which experiment you're talking about, what would it benefit me to answer your question if you're not familiar with it or like don't know the details about it?
No, I know the details. I don't know what the tools are called, but like basically.
Well, I can tell you don't know the details because of the way you're describing it.
No. They were hanging this weight and they were measuring how much it weighed, and then they moved a large mass under it to see if it would change the weight because of the gravity stuff, and they say it did. So they moved a massive object under an object that they were measuring the weight of, and the weight increased when they moved the massive object underneath.
So were they comparing it to an Earth-sized object, scaling it down basically, and then like what did they actually do? Like,
no, I don't believe so. I think I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, Platter raised a good point.
Because
anyway,
we've already told you they don't actually know the Earth's size. That's
yeah, and
one of
Platter
their
raised a good
numbers.
point as well in the side chat that even if gravity, how does that prove the curvature? Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what you're describing is mass attracting mass, Newtonian physics, which, according to today, was superseded over 100 years ago by Einstein, and they definitely do not go hand in hand, the two.
Holy shit, AJ, man! I just realized it was you. I was like, "Who's this new Australian guy?" I hear the whole day Australia, but I rarely hear you, brother. Man, good. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, good, man, good. Sorry, yeah, been a bit quiet lately. Just a lot of work on and listening in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like people, flat earthers. Well, have you heard of this? Well, yeah, we've heard of all of it.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that you heard of it. I just wonder what the perspective
Now,
is.
well, yeah, with this test, what you're describing, when someone wants to do a test like that, they're already assuming, all right, here's my idea of gravity. Who's going to make a scientific hypothesis of the shape of the Earth, and they're going to also say, well, if mass attracts mass, blah blah blah, and that's going to be some sort of hypothesis, right? And if I move this ball and it's bigger than this other one, then I move it over here. Now, what's the ball made of? Is there any magnetic attraction to?
I was thinking that. Yeah, that was the first.
Yeah, I mean, if it's made of lead, there's going to be some sort of magnetics involved. You're going to try to reduce all other factors. You're going to have to make the material out of something that's not affected by anything surrounding it. You know what I mean?
Which is nothing because
nothing.
Yeah, because they take non-ferrous metals. I think it's like copper or brass or whatever, and they'll drop like a magnetic thing through it, or like a ferrous metal through the tube, and it will slow down as it falls.
Yeah, there's not necessarily a metal that's not magnetic. At a certain point, or at least there's going to be some sort of electromagnetism involved or electrostatic interaction between metals. But I'm not to discount this type of experiment, what you're talking about, because sure, there's some type of interaction. I would say even in Cavendish, what I was going to say is Cavendish is something similar to what you're talking about, where they try to reduce as much friction or anything involved and see if these two masses, which mass isn't a physical term, people think that that when you say mass, you're talking about how much substance or whatever. It's a measurement of substance in an object or whatever. When mass is only a description in mathematics, it's not a real thing.
Weight and momentum or something, right?
No, but it can't be. So mass is not a real thing. It's a description in mathematics. So when someone says mass attracts mass, they're just saying math attracts math. You know what I mean? Because there's no mass isn't physical. And if I'm wrong about that, any Globey come in here and show me that I'm wrong. Mass is not physical at all. There's no such thing in the physical world as mass. Mass is only a description. Yeah, AJ, go ahead.
Yeah,
you're about to say the same thing.
Yeah, you're 100% correct.
It's only a description in mathematics.
It's a man-made concept.
Yeah,
I think I can actually cite that for you.
Oh yeah, we can do it all day. From physics journals, they only use mass in math in the mathematical descriptions. They don't claim that mass is the reason or causes anything. Now, in the hypophysical world, the hypothetical physical world, mass can cause something, but in the real physics, mass is just a description. and it's just weight, because they essentially, weight, gravity, and mass are kind of intrinsically combined. They essentially kind of work together in the same way. But in physics on Earth, you're not trying to hypoanalyze anything. You're just using the weight of shit on Earth. And in chemistry, you get an atomic mass. That's not actually the same thing. So then you're talking about something else. When you talk about astrophysics, that's a concept that nobody can test or anything like that. And then you just got into higher math that's just theoretical bullshit.
Yeah. I'm wondering what's the model for sun and moon, and I'm not pointing that out to do a gotcha or anything, but what's the distance on those in flat Earth?
You don't have to have a distance on the flat Earth. Their cycles, the cycles of the heavens, are recorded. We've built calendars around it. For centuries and millennia, all of the calendars are accurate. People in modern times have a very shallow view of humanity. They think that we're bigger, faster, smarter now. Everyone else were caveman dumbasses, and they didn't understand anything. No, they made calendar. We have calendars going back thousands of years, recording the same exact movements in the heavens. Now, as far as trying to describe what the universe is and calling it, some big balls spinning around and we're one of them, that concept is not part of the flat Earth kind of thing. We're not somewhere. The Earth is the only place. We're under the heavens.
Well, I was just asking, is there a estimated distance to the sun and the moon in the model?
And though there is no model necessarily, and as far as if you wanted to try to triangulate a distance, the best guess is between 3,000 to 5,000 miles, but that can't be confirmed, and it's in most circumstances it's not accurate because of the way that especially when certain times of the year, the way the sun, when it's low on the horizon, and that goes for anything that's low on the horizon, you're not going to be able to do a lot of physical observations, calculate, because there's so much atmosphere between you and the objects you're viewing, hundreds and hundreds of miles. Because it distorts everything that you see.
Yeah.
So most of the observations, the model built around the Polaris and Southern Cross and everything, that heliocentric idea, with the northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, those are built from local observations as you move around the Earth. You don't necessarily see the whole sky from one point on Earth. When they say when you're moving, when you're further north, you see Polaris high in the sky, and then you move toward the equator, then it becomes low in the sky, and then you're at 0 degrees latitude on the celestial equator. That's just that celestial equator. It was built from those. I've heard reports of it, but and I've heard reports of people seeing the Southern Cross from the Northern Hemisphere, but not necessarily. No, generally no. Yeah, under the celestial equator, which is kind of a map, which is fairly accurate as far as different times of year, you're going to see certain portions of the sky, and they're going to look like this, and that's where the globe model came from. But it's not because it's a globe. It's just because that's where you see portions of the sky certain times of the year. And there are two conceptual celestial poles that the map was built from. But in reality, it hasn't. There's nobody that's been to all parts of Earth and confirmed everything about that map. So, as far as the globe map goes, that sphere map, I think it's a good concept, and like it was, I say, I can use that globe map to get around just fine on the flat Earth. I'm not going to get discombobulated if I try to travel across the flat Earth on the globe using the globe map. And people think, you guys ever heard of reification? You know what that means?
What is it?
Reification?
No.
It means like I'm looking at a map that looks like a globe, but I'm traveling across the Earth. And when I get from one point to the other on this map, because the map is a globe, that means the Earth is a globe. That's not necessarily true. The map can be a globe, and the Earth be flat.
Yeah, well, I was talking about that earlier with the torrid. The torrid Earth is like the game. When you tell it to build a globe or the AI for whatever reason, instead of skinning the map over a sphere, it skinned the map over a torrid, and it works. It looks good.
100%, bro. Yeah, it's reification. If you look up the word reification, the first definition or the first example it gives is the map is not the territory. First example. It's a fallacy in logic. Don't mistake the map for the territory. It's one of the principal parts of logic. Don't reify things.
We hear every time.
100%. But that's bred into us. The Earth is a globe because it's a globe, and everybody knows it's a globe because it's a globe. And when you look at the map and you go from here to here, and you got the globe map, then that means it's a globe because you made it. That's pragmatism and reification combined.
Do you understand what he's talking about when he says the map is not the territory? That would be a reification fallacy.
Yeah. No, I get it. That's not
you understand pragmatism? It's like just because it works doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah.
It can lead to truth, but just because I use the globe map to go from LA to New York doesn't mean that globe map is true. It's just a map. I could give you a map on a piece of notebook paper. Doesn't even have to have a line on it, or I can write it out in a paragraph how to get to New York from LA. I write it all out for you. You'd make it, and that's a map. Just tell you where to turn off on what freeway when you get to a certain city. It's a map. It's a big concept to think about, but yeah, this celestial sphere map is pragmatic, but that's not the Earth.
I think it'd be pretty cool if the Earth was a cube and all the different faces had their own races, not like human races, but like alien races.
I think that we're under a portion of the sky that has been misconceived. This is speculation for me, I guess, that is conceived as a globe. But I think there's a lot more to Earth. I think there are more lands, not in the conceptual way of the circle map that people are showing. I think it's something else. But we are under a portion of the sky they've conceived into a globe. and it's the prison for our mind right now. And this is where the men of Earth, where the the controllers, or the what's the word, masters of our universe, I guess, the globe universe. This is where they live, and they're given so much power to rule over this part of the realm. Yeah, I think Earth. There's a lot more to Earth than whatever this is. All the wars and nonsense. Our creator did not intend this.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Is like basically like Earth could just be like a reservation, like an Indian reservation, but for humans, or for like a particular group of humans who are being excluded from like all the outside lands that there may be.
I don't know. I mean, I don't look at it as necessarily a bad thing, though, because the Earth is wonderful. It's freaking awesome. So now, the only reason people are being treated the way they are is because they allow it to kind of happen. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like if you're a version of some political thing, then that's your prison in your own mind. Or you've been convinced that this version of government's going to do best for you, and I mean, you're just looking to government for answers for anything, and it's just you're just stuck. You're always going to be stuck. But I mean, but even with that knowledge, I think America, as far as like we're kind of like in a position now where it's kind of I won't say freedom based, especially not anymore. But at the very least, we have a little bit more say or power and over our own minds. I don't know.
Man,
It's hard to say.
Up, dude, I used to think I was free in Canada, and then the fucking trucker protest and freezing people's bank accounts and shit, and it's like, oh, we're not free.
No, it's just like I'm a conservative, I'm a liberal. It's just like, well, nobody's really conservative or liberal for the main reason why is because they don't even know what it fucking means.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you conserving? What are you conserving, or what are you liberal about?
Yep. Well, so I think
they can't tell you. If they can't tell you what they're conservative about or liberal about, then they're just emotional about things that they don't understand, and this is how they get manipulated so easily by the media.
Yep. Yeah, because it's like, oh wow, oh, you're a conservative or a liberal. Isn't that convenient that all of your beliefs just happen to line up with the random beliefs that these two different groups have chosen? Because it's like, if conservatives really want like small government and like I don't want the government in my business and all this kind of stuff, then like what's the issue with gay marriage?
That's what I was asking. I was saying, I could say conservative, but if you talk about the modern conservatives in America, they're fucking. I'm not gonna. They're not conservative at all. They're just like anybody that's just like looking to the government to do anything for them. Then you're already a friggin' socialist.
Yep.
Like, well, I want the government to stop these other people from doing the shit that I don't want. No, stop asking the government to do anything for you. Shut up.
Government, this guy's doing stuff I don't like. He's saying bad things. Can you do something about it? Can you put him in jail? Freeze his bank account so he stops saying things. Make it so he can't pay rent or feed his family.
Yeah, and then you come out acting like a fool, and the government freaking thugs come after you, and you're just like, oh no, I didn't mean that way. I mean, you guys are oppressing me. It's like, well, you asked me to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You reckon if they do replace the human workforce with robots, do you think it'll fall on the government to give people money, or do you think the companies that are making products are going to understand that if they don't give the people some money, then nobody will have money to buy their products? So the only way to get money is to give a small amount of money. So like every company would just be like, yeah, we give like 2% of our profits away to like the people of the country that we operate in, so that they have money to spend. And then when they got money to spend, we get way more of that back. It's like an investment.
Money's not real, so.
Well, it's it's not
It's
real,
a
but
method. And I see Overfence is still in chat. She said that earlier. We were talking about like 3 hours ago, 4 or 5 hours ago. It's like money's not real. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Yeah, if everybody has the same amount of money, then nobody has money. And also, like, has this guy brought any proof of Earth curvature? Or is he just trying to pigeonhole us?
No, he's kind of what is it? I was going to say showboating, but there's a different word for it.
Yeah.
No, I'm reality agnostic. Like I don't know if it's a simulation. I don't know.
No, here's what happens.
No, it's a simulation, dude. Come on.
Yeah, it's what happens when you don't want to talk about it. You're just like, oh,
Yeah, he doesn't want to address the room topic.
Yeah.
He's looking for sound bites. You know, he's going off on conservatives, whatever. It's so boring.
Sound bites.
Like politics is going to solve anything.
Yeah, exactly. How naive.
If you're just chiming in because of the thing I said about conservatives, like I have to say this with Democrats.
I'm trying to get you on topic.
Yeah.
So what evidence do you have for the Earth being a sphere?
I'm not a scientist.
Why is it a science consideration?
God.
I've not done the experiment.
This dude about that.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I have not done any experiments.
What kind of experiment is necessary to determine whether something is flat or curved?
I think the laser one is dope, but I would need to do it myself.
That's not an experiment, so science has nothing to do with it, right?
Hold on. How is the laser thing not an experiment?
Because there is no cause and effect relationship. What is the naturally observed phenomena of flat?
Yeah, well, comparing a straight line to a curved line, is that science?
Is taking your height measurement science, Wake?
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, taking measurements for if you've got a hypothesis and you're taking measurements to prove
There's no hypothesis necessary for a measurement. You just take the measurement.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no scientific method for a measurement.
Okay, so you take the measurement, and then what do you do with it?
You compare it to what you should expect. So, when we shoot a laser, and we don't see any deviation, we don't see any surface curvature, it's A, not an experiment, but B, it disproves the globe claims.
Yeah, I very well might, but I haven't done it, so I can't verify it.
Oh, okay. So you only look at information that you have personally done, but yet you're a globe believer, and there's no evidence to support that.
Well, I'm globe agnostic as well. I'm open.
No, you're not.
I'm open to.
Okay, what evidence have you seen to support the globe claims that we can verify empirically?
Oh. Wow, I think I got nothing.
Yeah, it's like, check this out. I mean, we've been doing this for a long time. You just want to hear yourself talk, man. Yeah, it's like we've been doing this for a long time.
I was very clear about why I came. I came just to learn what you guys believe. I'm not coming here hostile.
No one has any. We're not talking about our beliefs in here. And if you want to psychoanalyze us, it's not the place.
I'm not doing that.
You're not like some globe missionary gonna find out what our weird pagan beliefs are. You know,
globe missionary.
You guys are always very defensive and hostile. Like I genuinely just came in.
Get over it. This is the internet.
Now he's considering it hostile.
God, his feelings are hurt now, I guess, because I tried to get him on topic.
I was very clear about the reason that I came.
How they are.
Which was to not address the room topic.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you want to address the room topic, we can discuss it. If you just want to talk about your feelings or your beliefs or try to analyze what we believe, this isn't the place because we're not here to discuss what we believe. We're here to discuss what we can empirically test. We're here to discuss what we can empirically test.
Okay. Well, I just came here to like learn what you guys.
Not talk about the room topic.
All right, dude, you said you came here to learn. We told you all the water's flat. We've done laser tests, long distance observations. And yes, we've come to the conclusion that it cannot be this globe that they tell us it is. So what do you think about that?
I don't challenge it.
Okay. Do you think someone else has? All right, you say you don't know much about it. You're not a scientist, but you think that probably other people that think the Earth is a globe have good reason to think that, right? Or are you under that impression? But we have direct measurements. We have direct measurements of Earth, and none of the globers will address our direct measurements except for saying magic refraction and shit like that. They won't actually do their own tests the same way we do it. But do you think they have a valid argument because flat earthers are dumb and don't know anything about the globe?
Well, I don't think you guys are dumb.
Okay, we're not dumb, but do know anything about the globe? Is that the reason we don't? Do we? Do we think the Earth is flat because we're dumb and we don't know anything about the globe? If we knew enough about the globe, we would actually see it's actually a globe. Is there something there?
I'll be
Do you
honest.
think there's like something to bite on, like in the globe realm?
I'm answering. I'm answering. I think you probably know more about the globe than I do.
I know more about the globe than
we know that. We know that's true.
Yeah, we know that.
So I don't think you guys are dumb. I don't think that you guys don't know anything about the globe. I think based on everything that I have heard over the few times that I've been in here, I think that you guys have a.
It's gonna get in. We're hostile and we're very emotional about it. Is what
well, sometimes. Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so steel man argument, Wake.
Yeah,
steel man argument.
Well, I would just say that I feel like the basis of it, like under everything.
Yeah, I know. Please steel man our argument for us if you've been in here several times and you know what we're talking about.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I was gonna say, I think what you guys do is like the core of it is like taking your own measurement and verifying it for yourself. And when
what measurement? Explain. That's very vague.
Whatever measurements it may be.
Okay, so I'm asking you to steel man the flat Earth argument. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Oh, I wouldn't even know how.
But you said you've been in here several times and you've been listening to us.
Yeah, I've been here a few times.
Okay, but yet you can't steel man our argument at all.
Well, I don't. Well, that's the reason that I'm coming. I'm coming to learn all of the arguments.
Okay, so what have you heard? We talk about it all day, every day. You can't steel man it? You said something about measurements and lasers, and then you said something about us taking our own measurements. So what is that about? You clearly have an idea. You just don't want to. You just don't want to commit to it. So tell me what you've learned.
I've heard water needs a container, and it always seeks its level.
Water needs a container. That's not a flat Earth argument.
Well, it's I don't recall the way it was phrased, but it's
nobody in here said that water needing a container is a reason why the Earth is flat. No one said that.
Helio, you there?
He's appealing to you for help, Helio.
Yeah,
no, so that's not a flat Earth argument. So try again. What's a flat Earth argument?
Like I said, I don't know it, but it's the water thing. The thing that I was hearing, or as I recall it, right, and I've only been in here a few times. Like I said, was that water requires a container. If there's no container, the water runs out.
That's not a flat Earth argument. Nobody here said that.
The argument is from sea to shining sea, all across the Earth. All of it's the same level. It's parallel. Like all the lakes, all the water, sea, all of that. They're all the same on the same level. They're parallel to each other. There is no globe.
Yeah, see, it's the problem with the globers. They come in and they don't listen to anything that's said, but they're here to learn, but they don't listen, right? The here to learn, they're not really here to learn. They're here to analyze us or entertain themselves or talk about their feelings, but they're not actually here to learn. Not usually.
Well, it's
occasionally,
weird. It's
occasionally we're wrong, but in this case, we're not. So, yeah, water is flat at rest. Everywhere we measure it, it exhibits zero curvature. So, over any body of water of any size, there's no curvature. Therefore, Earth cannot be a globe.
Well, and I feel like they think that if we can't tell them what the whole thing is, then we're just wrong altogether, and it can't be flat.
Well, that's a terrible argument, but
It is.
yeah,
It's really bad, but that's what it is. It's like unless we can tell them what the whole Earth is, then all of our arguments just fall flat.
Well, the known Earth is 72% water. You can't have a 72% flat ball.
No, sure can.
So if they disagree with that, they either have to claim that the Earth is tremendously larger than we're told, or they have to agree. Either way, it throws the whole heliocentric paradigm completely apart,
As a matter of fact, this dude asked me about what if it was bigger. It's like,
Yeah, what if it was way bigger?
Yeah. Okay, well then fine. Then everything else you believe is a lie. Because there's a whole cosmic distance ladder predicated upon the given size of the Earth.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm comfortable not knowing a thing, right? Like, obviously, I want to know it if I can.
Oh, wait, I thought you wanted to learn. Are you comfortable not knowing, or you want to learn?
Well, no, you can be comfortable not knowing something and still be open to learning more.
Because, you don't know anything about the globe.
No, right? Yeah, sure.
How do you know more about something you know nothing about? How do you determine whether what you learn is correct or not if you don't know anything about it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I reckon you come up against different people. Different people have different reasons why they're going to have their doubts. And, like, my doubt is not on the science angle. My doubt is on the angle of, like, who is lying and why are they doing it and for what purpose?
Well, that's a terrible.
You're saying
that's a terrible argument. Nobody cares.
Too dumb to figure it out for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to read people's minds. Otherwise, the Earth is a ball. Is that it?
I can't figure it out myself. I'm too dumb. I need somebody else to tell me.
Yeah, I mean, but it's terrible. I mean, something is curved or it's not, and it has nothing to do with what other people think about it. So what you're saying is we have to decide what we have to be telepathic, otherwise the Earth is a ball.
What?
Yeah, we have to know why people might lie about it. Otherwise, it's a ball. That's your strong argument.
Oh no! I don't know anything. Right? If I knew more, then I'd probably have a more coherent view of it. But I don't, so I'm not.
Okay, so what evidence were you presented?
None.
You went to school, presumably. So what evidence were you presented of the Earth being a sphere?
All I got is the gravity and like these sorts of things, right? Like it's just
gravity. You got the gravity.
Yes.
No, gravity isn't a measurement of surface curvature. I asked you how you know the Earth is a sphere.
I don't know that it is.
Oh, you believe it is. You're right. You do believe. You don't know. That's correct. So what evidence were you presented?
I told Helio earlier why I think it's a sphere.
Okay, why?
Oh, because I reckon, like, I want there to be aliens, and if we're on a flat Earth.
Okay, dude, this is such ridiculous. I mean, like, seriously, this is some low IQ stuff here, man. So you want aliens to exist, therefore Earth must be a sphere?
Yeah, I think aliens are.
That is one of the dumbest things I've heard in here in a long time.
You remember
so kudos to you for that.
Remember the Pinocchio movie when he went to the island and everybody started turning into donkeys because they were getting fed with all the party shit? You know, they're just like they just kept turning into donkeys the more they fucking got into sin and shit. You know, this reminds me of that. It's
I mean, I've been listening to this guy, and when I hear somebody who's like trying to catch us saying something dumb, and he's also like straw manning us the whole time. You know,
I want it to be Minecraft.
I was gonna let him just run out of that, but you know, there's no end to this from him. You know.
Yeah, he is kind of like it's an endless stream of.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, he probably assumes we're all, MAGA Republican Christians and that, we're just dumb and, and and he's here to analyze us. You know.
See,
That's what I'm hearing.
I don't really think about politics necessarily that way unless somebody actually specifically talks
They need
about
to put people in boxes because it confirms their biases. You know. You know, and the fact that, you know, I know he's been here multiple times and he can't even steelman a single flat earth argument is very telling.
Yeah.
Well, there was a guy talking about water and containers the one time.
Yeah, well, don't you have to, if you want to drink a cup of water, don't you have to have the fucking cup?
I mean, that's... The container isn't what makes the water flat.
I get that. Yeah, the container is what keeps it from running off the surface. If it's a
right. Well, we don't claim the Earth is a disk in space. You realize that, right?
Yeah. No, I've gathered that.
Okay.
Like every time I've asked about any sort of like specifics for like size or shape or anything like that, they always say we don't know, but these measurements point to that it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, how could we know the shape or the size?
I mean, I reckon you could, right? Like you need a group of people to do
how?
it.
How?
Well, you get two cannons and you line them up one in front of the other one, and you shoot the one cannon over the cannon in front of it, and then you take where that cannonball lands, and then you move the back cannon to where the cannonball first landed, then you fire the second.
Dude, are you high?
And that'll make a straight line.
No, it won't. That's terrible.
Mostly straight line. It make a straight enough line.
Oh my gosh. Did you think about this beforehand and thought that this would be funny or something?
No.
You just came up with this on the fly and thought it would sound intelligent? Or is this just a troll?
No, I didn't think it would sound intelligent. You asked me.
No, it's definitely not intelligent. So we measure the surface of the water is flat. That's why we know the Earth is not a ball. We don't have to shoot cannons. Now, in order to know the entire shape of the Earth, that would require leaving the Earth. And that's not possible.
Why not?
Well, do you have the means to do it? You can't go to outer space.
Personally, no. Is there something that stops us to go from going to space if we have the
they're the lies that they tell us. What stops us?
Well, I don't have the ability to do that, and neither do you.
Right, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to create a machine that can do that.
Okay, that's an appeal to future fallacy. Like, that's irrelevant to the topic at hand. We don't know because we can't know right now. Listen, the more I talk to you, the more obvious it is that you're not agnostic on this at all. But for some reason, I'm not really sure why you don't want to address the information.
Which part? The lasers?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I maybe one day.
I asked you to steelman our argument, and you said water requires a container, which isn't our argument. But you do know about the lasers, but you're unwilling to actually commit to saying what you know about it.
Well, I was just trying to tell you all the things that I had heard other people say, and you guys got caught up on the container thing. There was a guy talking to me on this server and this channel about water and containers. And
okay, talking about water and containers does not mean that that's the reason why we say the Earth is flat, which is what I asked you for.
Oh, okay. Is the water is that the entire reason then? It's just the water, or are there other reasons as well? Because I saw
because the Earth it's really, really simple. The Earth measures flat.
Hmm.
And we measure over water because there's no topography and water is flat at rest. So if you know about the laser test, tell me how we know by shooting a laser that the Earth is flat.
Well, I reckon you'd be shooting a laser over a distance that is exceeding the horizon that the curve would create, and then the laser makes it to the other side.
Well, it could make it to the other side and the Earth could be curving beneath it. You mean it's hitting its target on the other side?
Yeah.
At the same height. Okay. So what distance is that?
I have no idea. It's 3.2 or 3.4 or something like that miles? to the horizon.
What is 3.2? Okay.
Something like that.
How much curvature should there be in that distance?
Oh, I got no idea. I don't have those numbers remembered.
Okay, well, first of all, we don't generally show laser tests over 3.2 miles. Everything we generally show is 10 miles or more.
Yeah, no, I've seen the oil rig thing.
Okay, I'm talking about laser tests. That's not a laser test.
No, I get that.
So, how much curvature do you think the Earth should exhibit in 10 miles?
I have no idea. I'm guessing that's going to be probably like hundreds of feet.
Have you ever looked this up?
Not really. I mean, a little bit, but like not. I've not like looked it up and committed it to memory.
Okay, so I thought you wanted to learn and you were interested in the topic.
Yeah, that's why I've been coming back.
Okay, but you don't know these. You don't know the very basic thing that we argue.
When I first came, I didn't know anything other than like the old school like ice wall flat Earth thing, and then I'd heard a lot more stuff since coming.
Ice wall is a globe claim. That's not a flat Earth claim.
Oh, ice wall's a globe?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what the U.S. military says. I mean, there's cliffs in Antarctica. Nobody argues that, but you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, no, it's not hundreds of feet of curvature over 10 miles. It's a little over 66 feet. Which is still significant. That's a 6-story building.
Yeah.
So over 20 miles, that's 266 feet. 26-story building. So why are we shooting lasers over bodies of water at 10, 20, 25, 28, 31 miles? And every single time the laser is hitting its target on the other side without any Earth obstruction.
Are you trying to bait me into saying the refraction thing?
I'm not baiting you. I just asked you a question.
Well, I have no idea. I don't have an answer to that. I would assume that it's like
what's refraction?
Oh, like light bending.
Okay. So what does that have to do with the laser hitting its target on the other side?
Well, you know what? Honestly, I reckon probably not much because I figure if it's gonna if refraction is what's doing it, then the refraction's not going to
Refraction doing what? What is your claim about refraction?
I'm explaining. I'm saying the if it's refraction curving the laser, then I figure that would also like make it wider and like dissipate it as well. That wouldn't it wouldn't hit the board as a single point. It would be like so spread out you probably wouldn't even be able to notice where it's pointing if it is refraction.
Okay, so your claim is that refraction is causing the laser beams to bend down in accordance with Earth curvature.
Negative. I just specifically said if the laser point is hitting the target and it's still a laser point, I don't think that it could be refracted. I think if it goes far enough that it does get refracted, if that is a thing, then it would disperse the beam and make it not a single point, but like a flashlight kind of, and maybe even so large that you wouldn't even be able to like read the color of it. You wouldn't even notice that it's shining in that way.
Okay, well, why do you think refraction can make a laser curve down at all?
Under like short range. I don't know. You get a little bit of refraction on water, right? And I figure
well, wait, wait. I'm not going to agree to that. You brought up refraction, and you've heard a claim that refraction could make lasers bend down over bodies of water, right?
I have heard people say that, yes.
Okay, so what evidence have you seen that that's possible?
Well, I don't have any, and I just said if it was refraction, I think it would make the beam unreadable, so I'm implying it's not refraction.
All right, well, check this out.
That's a claim that you can't prove either, so...
Sure, but I mean, you were kind of alluding... do you know what a collimator is on a laser?
Exactly.
A what?
A collimator?
No.
What is it? Something that's built onto the laser that
Right.
It kind of refracts the beam itself inside the laser before the source comes out, so that it minimizes
dispersion.
the dispersion of the laser over over long distance. So when they use a collimator, they want the laser to travel a longer distance before it begins to disperse. So what happens you can calculate how much the dispersion rate is from the laser with the collimator and everything. And something like this, like a 10-mile or I think at that 25-mile laser test, they calculated the dispersion or the
diffusion.
The conical. What is that? We just said the word and I forgot it. Anyway, it'd be about 8 foot to 10 foot on the other end, 25 miles away on on the laser they used in the FE core experiment or test. That at 25 miles it'd be 8 to 10 feet wide.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. Right, and so they wouldn't be able to see that laser or even get close to the target from 25 miles away to be, like I was saying earlier, above their head. Because they made this laser, it's a very expensive laser, and it even had what was called the salad. It was a special built laser with what they called salad, super accurate laser aiming device. They used GPS to level the laser so they make sure that it's perpendicular to the water. I mean, not perpendicular, parallel to the water. Which, when I say perpendicular and parallel, we know what we're talking about, up and down.
Yeah, I get you. Yep.
Right. So when they shoot the laser and the dispersion rate of the laser, the collimator is supposed to focus the beam so that it doesn't just fade out before it hits, or at least it's being seen by the people on the other side of the lake. And they saw it.
That's 25 miles. FE core is 25 miles. And that's not flat earthers either that did that test. And we have side views of lasers showing that they're not bending as well in these tests. But if the claim is refraction, it's beholden upon the people making the claim to prove that it can happen in normal atmospheric conditions. And we've never seen any evidence that lasers can refract down.
It's like something like the opposite test would be like, find a place where there's like a 66-foot building 10 miles away on the other side of a lake. You stand on top of the building, point the laser straight, hit the shore on the other side straight ahead, right?
Yeah, it's weird how there are no laser tests done by globe earthers.
There's not a single one. Not a single one.
It's funny that.
Yeah, you know what, too? Like, even why would refraction make it go down instead of any other direction?
It wouldn't. If anything that's going to affect the path of the light, there's going to be a lot more diffraction and everything. It's not going to make the laser light just bend around the curve. There is no such thing as that.
Yeah, shouldn't it go up, if anything? Like, shouldn't it move up towards where the atmosphere is thinner?
It might. I mean,
the laser would refract into the denser medium. But yes, we do have. I have seen an example of it refracting upwards. No one has ever presented any evidence it can refract down.
Or it can diffract and just kind of like fade off. Depending on how much, depending on how thick the atmosphere is. With dust and moisture and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, like if you try to shoot a laser through a fog 10 miles, you're only going to see it about maybe a mile.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually exactly what I was thinking. Is like if you do these tests with either like a natural fog or with one that you've generated yourself, I wonder if and then you set up an observer from like the.
No, you're not going to see it through a really dense atmosphere. No, that's why when flat earthers go out to do a test like that, they try to make sure that there's the water temperature and the air temperature are very similar. Or if you're going to go out like with the FE core, they went to a frozen lake, or it was the water temperature. It was super cold, right? So the water temperature and the air temperature are similar, and there's not very much moisture because when it's freezing cold, the water freezes and falls to the ground. So we're not when we do the test, we don't just try to say, oh, we're just going to willy-nilly just go out there and see if we can see the laser from the other side. We want to make sure the conditions are right so that we're doing the test right. And like Overfensive was saying, there's no globe people doing this. Nobody. In all of the history of the globe, no one's ever tried to actually physically measure the curvature of the Earth. They extrapolated the curve, or extrapolated the globe from sky measurements.
Well, you know, if they're actually going out and doing this, they're not reporting their results. Or they become flat earthers in the process.
How are they going to measure the curve like this with a laser? You know,
well,
be able to do
FE
it.
Core was not flat earthers. They were field engineers, and they're not globe earthers anymore.
I feel like the reason nobody would publish it is like if you do, you immediately lose your career. Like nobody.
I didn't say anything about publishing it. I mean, just.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like we're only trying to reach people that are actually interested. I mean, we know that, dude. Look, just turn on the news or shit. You can watch it. It's up in your YouTube feed every day. All the bullshit, all the minutia of the world politics and all that stuff. So yeah, they actually, as far as it, dude, if the Earth was never a globe and it was flat this whole time, and all the wars and all the politics and all that shit would still be happening, has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
So Wake, because you claim you're interested and you want to learn, you're gonna watch one of these laser tests that have been posted in the side chat, right?
Yeah, give me one. I'm on a cell phone, but give me a second.
Well, they're usually pretty long because they get into all the details. But yeah, I expect you to know something about it next time I talk to you.
I'll try. I can't get in this side chat. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to go on desktop.
Yeah, and if you look at some of these tests and you're going to say, well, yeah, there is. If you just say, well, refraction could do this and this and that, well, then show us a glober doing it and considering refraction on their test, not looking at our test and saying, well, they didn't count for refraction, which whatever they're talking about, we did, or we didn't. There's no reason to consider it because what we're doing is we're trying to find out if the water's flat, which we already know it is because everybody knows water's flat. They're claiming it's going around a ball, and they give us a certain drop rate of this water. And so when we go out and try to test this, the curve's supposed to be there, and it never is, ever. So I want to see someone that's claiming that the curve is there to do whatever. I don't even care if they try to do the same test that we're doing. We want them to actually do any physical globe Earth curvature test on the ground, not making speculations about what the Earth might be if they look up at the sun or something. The Earth, that's what's supposed to be curved. The Earth. They didn't come up with the globe because they measured the Earth being curved.
You said
they extrapolated that shit from sky observations.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you say that. Did you say that? 1 second. I'm just scrolling through the site tab and looking for the. Maybe I'm too far up.
I'm not just saying it for you. I'm just letting everyone know they've never measured the Earth curve. They never did it. Ever. No one ever did. And all the anti-flat earthers out there now are just looking at our test and then just going, well, have you considered this? Have you considered that? Well, fuck that. Why don't you go up there and do some similar test and show us the curve? Don't sit here and critique our successful laser tests and observations across the Earth. All of our observations prove the Earth is flat unless you can show your globe curvature test, not looking at our test and say we did it wrong. Fucking retarded, man.
I live like right on Lake Ontario. Is that like a suitable place to do a laser test?
Any lake is suitable because all of the water's flat. Do you understand that? All of the water's
yes,
flat.
I heard you. I need somebody on the other side.
For some reason, your mic has become like kind of muffled.
Oh,
yeah.
You can't point a laser incorrectly. I mean,
yeah,
not when you're testing. Not when you're testing the globe.
It's like you flat earthers didn't do it right. Well, I remember last week Brenda came in here and she was like, "What about that Bedford level thing where, they pointed the camera at, or the theodolite or whatever, at the third target and the center target was higher." And I was like, "Well, how far away was that target?" And she was like, "Well, it was far enough away where they could see it." And I said, "Well, how tall was the observer? Because at 6 feet, the horizon is going to be 3 miles, and you're saying the distant target was 6 miles, so you're not going to be able to see through the curve at 3 miles." And she was like, "Well, they just lifted it up high enough to see the further target, and the one in the middle was higher." It's like, dude, she's just making shit up at that point. Because that's not what they actually said, because I've looked at this before, and no, it's like, Brenda, get the fuck out of here. But they all do that. They all do it. If they want to bring up that test, they're saying, "Oh, well, they pointed the thing at the third thing, and the one in the middle was higher." Well, that could be just perspective, right? Because, if everything's at the same height, the one in the middle would be higher anyway. Dummy.
Okay, I'm gonna deafen and go watch that video. Give me 1 second.
Have fun.
Yep.
I'm just like, so they took their viewing device with theodolite or whatever, didn't level it. They didn't level it to see if they could see the third, the further distance marker. They didn't level it and make the third marker level with it, and then see that the other one is higher. What she's saying is they took it high enough where they could see the third marker, and the one in the middle was higher. It's like, dude,
yeah, and I mean, if you're on a sphere, you're always on the highest point of a sphere.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It would never work. You have to point it down. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
You have to point it down.
Yeah, it's over 100 years old. We've got like one grainy photo, supposedly, of it. Yeah. A theodolite that we know nothing about. We don't know if it was calibrated correctly. We know that perspective wasn't accounted for. And like that is the ultimate globe proof right there. In 2026 is this poorly documented claim from over 100 years ago.
And when I question them and say, did they the instrument they're looking through, they level it, and then that just falls apart then, because they can't level it. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, nor can they reproduce it.
Yeah, it's retarded. It's completely retarded.
Yeah, it really is retarded.
I just laugh whenever they bring
That's a classic classic Adam just posted there about from Brenda debates.
Yeah.
We are intellectually superior.
She's not even British. She put a fucking U in the back.
Intellectually
superior. It's weird. Brenda's a character, I'll tell you that much. She's been humbled a few times, but still comes back. It's all right, man.
Well, a lot of these people, their whole intent is just to make us argue stupid things rather than actually present the evidence,
Freaking Adam's got all the freaking Brenda quotes.
You can weigh the Earth with a toothpick.
Dog bones are clocks. I think I downloaded a meme for that one. Bones are clocks. And I remember
invincible ignorance right there.
I remember coming to this argument early on, man. And it was, back in the Hangouts days. That was like the wild, wild west.
And here we have our chat warrior, Hamudi. Curvature does exist, but we might not observed it yet. Okay. So if it doesn't,
Cross your fingers,
sorry, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, cross your fingers. Hope with all your might. The religion of the globe. Fascinating. They think we're charlatans and grifters or something. Like, dude, do you think? I don't know what they think. Do you think we would actually do this just to? We're not even popular or anything. We are kind of popular as far as like for the argument's sake, because some reason they like to argue. And all we're saying is the water's flat. It's weird. It's like, I don't know if you guys really believe this or if you're grifting, or well, we're obviously not grifting because nobody's making money off flat earth. But it's just like, okay, if it's not that, then what is it? Well, it's because all the water's flat, bro. All of it. The earth, all of the seas, they call it sea level. You think sea level is a big curve around a globe. And we're saying it's not. It's just sea level across Earth. Your cup of coffee, the water's flat on top. Your swimming pool, the water's flat on top. Your local pond, go down the street, water's flat. Or your local lake, water's flat. Go to one of the Great Lakes, water's flat.
They were using different color lasers.
Yeah, because
no,
you'll be able to see them. You'll be able to see them different because the color of the laser is a different frequency.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when they were doing it. Like, if you have like a whole line of lasers, right? Like a red one, blue one, green one, all the like the main colors, and then you blast that over. Shouldn't they refract differently if refraction is a factor? Like, would the different wavelengths reflect?
Maybe, but not the type of refraction you might think. If you look at the Rayleigh criterion, you're going to find out that green and blue that will travel farther. You'll be able to see them farther through some of the like the shorter wavelength lights. They dissipate faster, so that's why these color, like green and blue lasers are more often used in these type of tests.
Yeah. So what kind of laser do you need? Like, am I able to get like a little dinky one from the dollar store, or do I gotta like spend $100?
Hold on. That's a good question, because I think if you had, I don't know about the little dinky one, but it might work at nighttime. If you have a friend, say you have a local lake that's about 5 miles wide.
Yeah.
And you took one of those little dinky lasers and you were sitting right on the beach on one side, and your friend was sitting on the shore on the other side, and you knew you were directly across from each other. If you took your little dinky laser and put it right there next to the water and started blinking it or shined it, I think your friend could see it.
Yeah, it'd be more of like a mirror flash test.
Yeah, we talk about mirror flash. We talk about mirror flash tests. That's where you kind of have to capture the sun with the, you put your mirror right down next to the water, and you try to reflect the sun to somebody across the lake, and you can have them on the phone and say like, oh yeah, when you bend it this way, I can see that sun. I can see the light flashing off your mirror. Well, I think if it's really dark outside and you have I don't know about one of those little pen lasers, but if you had a decent laser, a little bit, a handheld laser, if you put that motherfucker right above the water, and somebody was sitting about 5 miles away, it could be 10 miles, who knows? I don't know. But, like a green or blue laser, you can just like turn it on and just kind of wiggle it back and forth, horizontally. They would see it. I think they would see it.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, isn't it illegal to even point the dinky lasers at airplanes? And those are like 30,000 feet, right?
Yeah, yeah. You're not supposed to do that. I don't really think it. From pointing it up in the sky at an airplane. I mean, you'd have to be pretty close to it for it to affect anything. But
yeah.
But I think if you did that test, like just calm night, just regular weather or whatever, and the water's calm. I think something like that, a really bright laser right at the shore of the water, somebody 5 miles away on the other side of the lake, they'd be able to see it.
Let's see if I can rope my friends into trying it out.
Yeah, try it. You don't have to get a fucking $30,000 laser. You just get one that costs like $10, $20. Get it off of Amazon. Just do it, man. Go to the local lake. Set that motherfucker up. About a foot off of the water. Put it on a little box or something. Move it back and forth, and have some.
You're not even allowed to use one of those little pen lasers. Like the little ones that they use for like presentations and shit, right? And make cats chase it around, right? You're not allowed to even point them at an aircraft that's at 35,000 feet. So, because of the dangers of it, blinding them or whatever. Like, what the? But it wouldn't work across 10 miles of water, like across a lake. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, but also the windows on the cockpit are on the top side of the plane. So
That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's not really much of a danger of you shooting a laser and blinding a fucking pilot in the sky. I mean, that's I mean, it's kind of. I think it's kind of a wives' tale, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, anytime you interfere with air traffic, you're going to get in trouble. So it doesn't matter. Yeah. But yeah, this particular thing, I do believe that I need to do it myself, as a matter of fact, because I have a lake around here. I don't know. There's probably a 5 mile stretch somewhere around here.
Hell yeah.
Just take a little simple laser and have somebody go 5 miles on the other side of the lake and see if you can see the fucking laser.
Although, yeah, I mean, there'd only be a little over 16 feet of curvature from the surface at 5 miles, which is why a longer distance is better if you can find it.
I think a shorter, like even 6. What would you say? 16 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super noticeable. I think anything over 2 or 3 feet is enough for me to be like, yeah, that's probably.
Well, if you're just doing this yourself with the laser, you're introducing a level of uncertainty, margin of error, which is why we go larger distances, because that eliminates that.
Oh, I see what you're
Sure,
saying.
but then you're going to have to get a more powerful laser. And you're going to have to spend more money.
Well, he could just use. I think the mirror test is like the easiest way to do it. $15 and a friend, and you could be done.
How far do you think the mirror flash necessarily would work? I mean, it wouldn't work across Lake Michigan.
No, but over like 10 miles, you should probably see it.
If you've got if you've got a friend with a high-powered camera, make sure they come along with you and film it all. Right?
Sure,
And
yeah,
see if
you
they
can
can
do
do a
it
long
during the
distance op too.
day. You could do it during the day. Take an image, be like, here it is, 12 inches. Put your camera 12 inches. And you know what's crazy is like the 5 Mile Lake, you'd easily be able to zoom in 12 inches off the water and see the other side on a
You know
calm
what I
lake.
think they should do? I think you instead do it at nighttime. Do the mirror test at night with one of those like 100,000 lumen flashlights and shine it in the opposite direction of where the guy is into the mirror, and then see if you can flick that back towards him.
No, well, no,
Like point blank on a mirror?
no, because flashlights, no.
Might work.
Yeah, no,
I don't know.
but a
That might work.
flashlight-
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and
He's just saying that you'd see the mirror if you shone a really bright light at the mirror. It would allow someone on the other side to see it.
That's reflected refraction.
If you've seen those 100,000 lumen flashlights, like they light up the night like daytime. And
Well,
like
it's the same thing like with a laser, because even with those really bright flashlights, the cone goes out. I mean, it starts to dissipate pretty fast. As far as what you see. So if you do see the source, this is the same thing with the laser I was talking about earlier. If you're 13 miles or however across the lake, and you can kind of see the color of the laser, but when it comes into your view and they're panning it across and it hits you straight on, you're going to see a big bright flash. That means you're seeing the source point. And that would work the same way with one of those really bright flashlights. Because, you can see the light kind of going, or, from several miles away, you can see it kind of like, you can see a little bit of wobbly kind of, but when that source point of the light hits your vision, it's going to be super bright.
Yeah.
You'll be able to see. That means you're seeing the actual flashlight, the source point of it.
Yeah, well, I was planning on getting one of those super bright flashlights anyway. So when I get it, I'll give that a try. I'll see what I can do with that.
Yeah. We'll do that and a pen light thing.
Yeah.
So, guys, I'll tell you what, some of these laser tests, when you watch them, you'll see that when they take the camera, they can see the laser reflecting off of the water underneath the point. So it's like you're seeing all the water up to the shore and the laser point. So it's like there's no curve in the way of the source. Seeing all the water flat. I mean, you see the reflection of the laser coming out into the water. And that's the same thing you were talking about, the oil rigs you saw earlier. When you can see all of the water up to the oil rig, and then you see the horizon beyond it, and the horizon on the globe is supposed to be the curvature of the Earth. Well, if you can see all of the water up to that oil rig and the curve's supposed to be there, then you're not seeing any curve. The horizon keeps moving the further you zoom in, then it's not the curvature of the Earth.
Wait, basically, if you've ever seen, let me rephrase that. You have been seeing too far for the Earth to be a globe your whole life. You probably just haven't put it together.
If it was the curvature of the Earth, when you zoom in, it would stay there. Because it's physical.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it'd be worth, like, putting some buildings up for it, or like a structure of some kind, like two, right? So far apart that they shouldn't be able to see each other because of the curve, and then like have a And like obviously that's like a way more expensive thing to do than just like doing the laser test. But like you could also have people that don't believe and just get them to come and be like, look at this, look at these two buildings. You can shoot a beam right over there.
Well, see, you're realizing that they never, ever in the history of man, the whole time they've been telling us the Earth is a globe, they never measured it this way. We're trying to tell you that. We've done it. There's no curvature. You're saying, well, what if they did this? Well, why didn't they fucking do it before they told us the Earth was a globe?
Yeah.
We're telling you, we're doing it now, and there's no curve. But they all still believe it, but they're not actually doing what we're doing. It's like, well, the Earth is a globe, obviously, because we're in outer space, and we got all these space pictures, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, then, if all the space pictures were true, then this fucking place would be curving, and it's not.
Well, the next time I connect, I will have a 100,000 lumen flashlight and a video to share.
Be cool. Hey, here's how I recommend you do it. If you have some friends with you or whatever, and you got, a decent distance body of water, start with it low, like near the water, and then move it up. Depending on the distance, try to stay within 10 feet or whatever. If it's 10 miles, that's 66 feet of drop. So if you go, from the ground to, if high as you can reach your hand, maybe 8 feet.
Yeah.
And then just move it up and down, and then see if your friends can see it, and see where they're able to see it. Stay on the phone with them or whatever. Simple test. And yeah, like you said, I doubt they'll be able to reflect the light back to you from a flashlight, but you can try.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go. Have a good one, guys.
I gotta go too. Y'all are awesome. Yeah, these are like, dude, these simple tests, man. It's not like, it's like, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Well, this is why. Well, what about all this other stuff? Well, now all the other stuff, if that was true, then the Earth would actually be a globe, and it's not. So we're, this is our position. It's very simple. We're not the ones making it complicated. They are. If Earth were actually a globe, there would be curvature, and there's not. And they think we're crazy because we don't believe the space pictures, but they can't tell us which space picture of Earth is real. So who's the believer? What do you mean by drop over distance? What was with that dude earlier coming in asking me if I knew what a fucking equilateral triangle is and what the angles of a triangle add up to? It's like, hey man, flat earthers know the answer to those questions. It's the Globers that don't know what a fucking triangle is. I will say though, I've been away from trigonometry, as far as like deep for a while. I wasn't sure what an isosceles triangle was. So I looked it up. Dude, it took me fucking 2 seconds. I looked it up. Oh, I remember now. Boom. Drop straight line from one of the corners. Boom, you have two 90-degree triangles, or two right triangles, and then boom, 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 isosceles. Boom. It's like I came back to my recollection. It took about 2 minutes. Triangles are not that hard at all. I love when they come in and say, well, what about a triangle on a ball? It's like, well, then it's not a triangle anymore. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. If it's on a sphere, it's not a triangle. Yes, it is. No, what do they call it? A spherical triangle. So it's not a triangle then. Yes, it is. No, it's not. It's definitely not a triangle if any of the lines are curved.
Yeah, he's got a point there. Yeah, you can't have a triangle and curved lines. That doesn't make sense.
No, you could pretend spherical triangles in another frame, but if you just say triangle, you're just talking about three straight lines and three angles. Can you have a triangle on the surface of a sphere? No. You can have one through the surface of a sphere. If you have 3 points on the sphere and then you just, through the middle of it, yeah. But on the surface, no, that's not a triangle. You can call it a spherical triangle, and the angles, I think they're called psi. It's not an angle. If you have a curved line that meets either another curved line or a straight line, it's not called an angle. It's called something else. If you're going to work out anything that has to do with it, you're going to have to make a tangent. You might have to use 100 million tangents to get to the result. It's unresolvable as far as any angle if you have a curved line involved. So, no, there's no angle on a curve. When the lines is curved, it's not called an angle. It's not an angle at all. An angle is two straight lines that are in a vertex. And then you have an acute angle and an obtuse angle. This makes me think of something. I watch I watch YouTube all the time. There's a guy, he goes around London. He's been to other parts of the world too, but he does it a lot in London. Just asking basic questions. And I had a problem with one of the questions he asked. He said, how many degrees in a straight line? And I knew what he meant. What would you guys say to that? He asked these people on the street, how many degrees in a line? Anyone feels like answering, or I can just tell you what I think.
What you said, a straight line?
Yeah.
How many answer?
How many degrees?
I mean, if it's just a flat line, it should be 0.
Yeah. Or it can only be zero. That was I was like, that's a dumb question because
It's 180, but it's how many degrees is a straight line? Not in a straight line. How many degrees is a straight line?
Yeah, a straight line itself can't be 180 because there's nothing else involved. It's 2 points.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah,
well, it is.
Zero.
It is. It is if it's the diameter of a circle, right?
Right. Yeah. So a straight line itself can't have any degrees.
Exactly.
But that's what. But it was weird. It's just like, dude, are you serious? You're going to ask them how many degrees are in a straight line? Because he's thinking about the arc over the line 180. You know, it's just like that's the wrong answer because
Yeah, it's 180 when you compare it to like a shape. But if you're not comparing it to a shape, then there is no degrees.
Right. So, and there was one guy that was talking that he asked, and he was like, "Well, it can be 0 or 180," you know, and he was like looking at it like, "I don't know," because I think he was thinking 180, but it's just like, dude, I know sometimes you ask really simple questions to people, and they don't answer it or they can't answer it, but this one,
I'm still waiting for.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for Jedi to be in London someday, and that black guy run into him and ask him and start asking him questions. I'd love to see that.
Have you seen him? That black dude?
The big black guy. Yeah.
He'll ask a question and he'll look at the camera. Yeah, it's the same guy. He's like, "How many degrees in a straight line?" And I'm like, "There is no degrees in a straight line because there's nothing to reference to. It's just 2 points." You know. Yeah,
it can't be 180. Yeah, no shit, because it's a straight line.
A line. Well, don't even have to call it straight. If you just say the word line, you're only talking about 2 points, 1 point and the other point. And you're not even talking about distance. You're just talking about a line. And to get an angle involved, you're going to have another point.
It's funny.
So
I bet you you got that one motherfucker that said 90 degrees.
No, there was one guy, like I was saying, he was saying, I think the guy was looking for 180 degrees, but that's not true because a line is just a fucking line. It doesn't have any degrees. But if you like on a protractor, the bottom is a straight line, and that's 180 degrees on a protractor because it has a reference of the arc. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but it's also 180 degrees because it's two lots of perpendicular to horizontal, right? So an intersecting line that's perpendicular to that line. It doesn't even matter how it's oriented, but yeah, if there's another line that intersects it at a right angle, then
yeah. But if you just stay a line, you're not without context. You're not even really. You're just talking about a line. It doesn't have degrees.
Exactly.
So yeah. So lack of context. I'm gonna say
like I took like art and stuff.
I'm gonna say 0.
Basic stuff they teach you, yeah. It teaches you all about angles and perspectives and all that stuff in art. It's like one of the first things they teach you in art class.
Yeah.
Art's all about geometry.
That dude, can't remember his name, but yeah, he runs into some thick heads. I mean, people that must have like left school, they didn't even get to high school or something. I don't know. Like, it's crazy the amount of questions that they get wrong, and
oh my god,
they can't spell, they can't add basic numbers. You know, like
you talking about the same dude? Same dude?
Yeah,
he'll be like, what's 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0? And they'll be like, man, that math. You talk about math. That's too hard. What
Yeah,
the
something
fuck?
like that. Yeah, like
Zero plus zero.
yeah, literally.
It's just crazy. Well, I think
You're so
sometimes I'll
dumb
attribute it
sometimes.
they're nervous or whatever, but sometimes it's just like, dude, are you serious? He's
Dude,
just
they say
asking you.
some. What
He's
was the
like,
one?
now when he'll ask him sometimes, what's the square root of 49 or what's something like that, which I can understand. A lot of people are math, and it's like they're scared shitless of math. If you're so scared you don't even know what 0 plus 0 is, you got a fucking problem. It's like, oh,
I just
math,
one. He
yeah,
asked him, how many presidents are there? And the guy said rocket ship or some shit. It was hella funny.
no,
He'll ask him like,
Presidents are there?
he'll ask him like, how did you get to like, because like the answer will be like London or whatever, and they'll answer like China or something, and he'll say, how did you?
He's in fucking London, and he'll ask them what the fucking capital of England is, and they're just like,
Glasgow, right? And he'll ask him, how did you get to Glasgow, right? And they'll say, train, or bus, or
airplane.
Airplane.
Oh man, it's brilliant. Jay Leno used to do that shit on the Tonight Show. He'd do like Man on the Street in New York. Same shit, bro. People don't know anything. He'd pull out a world map and like show me where the United States is. And they're in the United States and they'll fucking point at Africa or some shit. It's like, oh man, we're fucked.
We really are, man. People are just getting
Well, you
dumber
can
and
be the
dumber.
biggest country, right? Surely.
It's like, I didn't ask you where fucking Croatia is. I said, where's the United States? Dude, yeah, people get fucking weirded out by maps too. Maybe if he instead of used the Mercator map, instead he used the globe, they'd be able to do it. Maybe that would work.
There's another guy that shows them the US map upside down. He's like, do you think you got to identify the shape of the US on a map? And they're like, yeah. And then he shows it to them upside down.
They're bugged. I'm just trying to remember some, because looking at some of those videos, I'm trying to remember if there was a period in my life where, like, I wouldn't know the answer to any of those questions, like some of the very simple ones. It's like
I could have got those questions when I was a freaking child.
I know, it's just like I remember, like 10 years old, I pretty much knew most of that shit. Weird, man. I mean, it's like.
There's no way you're gonna get 2 + 2 wrong, bro. You're gonna tell me it's not 4, bro. Like, shut up.
Yeah, the smallest country gets them.
Yeah, well, even if 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, I know they say it does, and so I know that's the answer. It's just like they tell us the Earth is a globe.
Who's the guy that started that, bro? Who's the guy?
I know how many fingers I'll have left if I lose one. So that's pretty good indication the math is correct, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I have 5 fingers for now. Haven't cut one off yet. I've been working with power tools for a long time. I'll knock on wood. Because, man, it doesn't matter how much experience you have working with power tools, you never know.
Yeah, anything can go wrong.
Guys, how many fingers does a human hand have, guys? Surely it's only 5, right?
What?
Unless you've got a PhD in physics, then you've got no hands.
There you go.
There we go.
Just ask Dr. Blitz. Dr. Blitz will tell you all about
I
it.
don't need hands.
Came across one of his clips yesterday.
He has a lot to offer. How you know you don't know.
If you know,
I
you
don't
don't
know if
know,
it's
then
the
your
same
name must be
guy.
Professor Dave, bro.
I don't know if it's the same guy, but I came across a clip, and he was calling himself Blitz, and the channel name was Blitz PhD. Is that him?
That's him. Yeah, that's the one Indio and AV debated. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
PhD,
and
huh?
you know what's crazy about that is like I remember I was like, all right, cool, because I was trying to set it up to record it and stuff, and like just at the very beginning, he was like, I want to start this out by saying we can't really know anything. And it was just kind of the preliminary to his whole freaking spiel.
Preliminary well poison. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, he said it right off the bat. He was like, I'm just going to say, before we start this, that we can't really know anything altogether. And so that means everything I'm going to say is fucking rhetoric from this point.
Yeah. In other words, I can't prove that the Earth is a
Get the
globe.
fuck out of here, then. What are you going to talk about? Oh, Earth is a globe because it's rhetoric.
Actually, if Indio wanted to be a right bastard, then he could have just turned around and said that. Well, if you can't prove anything, bro, this chat's over. Have a nice day.
Yeah,
debate's
over. Yeah,
probably should have, because he followed his whole plan exactly. To just spew rhetoric and not claim anything, and then
be uncertain about having hands.
Well, then you can't really know anything. Just like he said at the beginning. That's what I was listening to. I was listening to it live. I was like, okay, well, he's just following the fucking program of not knowing anything. He's like, well, I know that we can be smart and still not know anything, and then I don't know anything. How can you know anything, flat earther? Because you don't know anything. Because I don't know anything, and I have a PhD. How do you even know we have hands? We're going to argue with each other. It was like, dude, are you talking about the Earth, or? Then he tried to get the gotcha on. He tried to get the gotcha on Indio with the fucking neutrino thing
with his neutrinos. That backfired, didn't it?
Dude. Well, it's weird. I mean, it's like I didn't know a whole lot about that. I do now from hearing Indio talk about it. It's like, dude, are you serious? It was so funny because Indio was like, really, that's where you want to go? I said, fuck it. And he went with it. It was just like, dude.
What was it? The one guy that was trying to say neutrino beams are straighter than laser beams, and we're like, bro, this guy's a dumbass.
Well, yeah, because it goes back to, I mean, like I said, it was just rhetoric because
like I said, shoot them across a freaking lake then. Scrap the laser, let's use neutrino beam emission.
Yeah, don't try to shoot them through the Earth.
No refraction. They go straight through that shit. So there you go. That
dude, you could probably hit Hawaii from Los Angeles with the motherfuckers if you did it that way. As a matter of fact, don't they have some laser tests, some Hawaii's laser tests to the coast?
Dayton University across the islands, 92 mile.
They were a fair way up. Their altitude was pretty high, but yeah, it's still good.
That was when they used different frequencies too, different color lasers.
Yeah, 3 different lasers.
Yeah.
2 infrared.
Looking for beam divergence or something, weren't they?
Yes, comparing for refraction, testing refraction models. Let's just say that anyone that mentions refraction and lasers together,
that's the one.
Yeah, good luck. I won't be having a conversation with them.
Yeah, because they were, everything they didn't match any of the predictions they made.
Well, they already had their so-called refraction models that they were trying to compare to, and when they did the test, it just blew their models apart.
Yeah,
like even to the point where me doing my IR photography, I'm more thinking now that refraction is basically null and void, that it's more diffraction of very specific wavelengths, namely blue, which causes us the blue haze that we see, which is sky color. I'm thinking that maybe just that wavelength, or a little bit either side of it, has a lot more to do with how far we can see, as opposed to refraction causing weird shit. Like if I was to put it as a percentage, I'd say 99% blue light being diffracted versus 1% refraction.
Yeah, I was gonna. I ain't gonna lie. I've had that in my brain for the whole time, like, because diffraction is it's diffraction. It's when the light hits certain parts of the atmosphere, it goes off in different directions.
Scatters.
It's scattering basically. Yeah. So yeah, if the only thing you can see is something that's reflecting light, and if that reflected light is going through that media, the air, and it's being diffracted, it's just very quickly going to begin to just become blurry and kind of, so yeah, you're with the naked eye, even with instruments, it's very difficult because you're only, if you use a telescope or a high zoom camera, you're just zooming in on the diffraction. You're what's visible from that's left of the information. That's from the diffraction of the light that you can see. Yeah, it's diffraction is more of a consequence than anything else. It's like if you're gonna say, "Oh, you can see the laser." There you go. Hey, Matrix. I think you got that from me. Yeah, the scattering. Yeah, see the diffraction and the scattering. So this is what this is something that came up recently. Like if there's high humidity, you say, well, the moisture in the air. People think. Well, the Glovers would think, well, if it's moisture, then it's going to bend. It can bend the light down. No, moisture in the air. You're going to have all three of the bottom ones right there. Diffraction, absorption, and scattering. What's light do when it hits a water droplet? Which, vapor isn't necessarily a water droplet. So it's like, and there's a higher refractive index for normal air than there is high humid air. So that's another really confusing thing, right? Or they say there's higher refraction under less humid conditions.
Yeah, drier air.
Yeah, drier air refracts more.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm
saying the refraction levels are that low. Like when you get your ISJJs that'll come in here and bark refraction. I'm gonna just put it out there and just say, look, the effect is that low that it's not even worth talking about.
100%. Most of it's diffraction and scattering, where it's like you're just trying to see through all the bullshit and all the light that's coming towards you, because you're only seeing reflected light. Every single path of the light is being diffracted and scattered. So you're lucky if you can see, a certain distance. That's why they have the weather people say, well, you have, 5 miles that you can see today, and sometimes it's to do with humidity, but
pollution levels.
I get confused though. It's like, like fog, right? Fog is water vapor.
Yeah.
And you can't see through that shit. And it's super dense, but as far as refraction goes, there's no refraction in the fog.
Because you can't see far enough.
The light doesn't even it doesn't even refract. It just scatters out and just blurs out. It's a whiteout.
Yep.
As far as light can't travel through that dense of a moisture barrier.
But no, I'll have my new toy in the next week or two. I put an order in yesterday for me lens and filters and stuff, and a new tripod. So I got me sexy new lens turning up. So I'll go from 150 millimeters or 300 millimeters up to 1600 millimeters, which is 2500 effective. Yeah. So all that shit that you see Jay Tolan doing, my stuff is the next level up from that.
So you're going to travel all over the world doing long distances.
I don't know about all over the world, but I'll go to a few locations that I've already been, like the 30-mile one that I've done, just to see how much clearer it brings up. So I'm going from a lens that's... don't worry, I was thinking about doing some...
I want you to go to fucking France, bro.
Dude, Canagoo.
Yeah, I want you to do Canagoo, man. Come on.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be cool, but yeah. How about set a goal for it?
But yeah, I just like to, like size-wise, I'm going from a 55 millimeter lens, which is how wide it is, all the way up to a 95 millimeter. So it doesn't sound like much, but that extra angle of view makes a hell of a difference. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, do they call that focal length?
Focal length, no. My focal length is 200 to 800, and I'm having a teleconverter in front of it, so that doubles everything.
Based on? What's that based on? Say, yeah, I'm not. That's why I'm asking. What's the focal length based on?
How many effective millimeters the lenses are pulled apart? It's something weird like that.
The distance between the lens and the what's the
so with a telescope, for example, they'll say this scope is 30 times. So what that means is whatever you're looking at, that telescope will be 30 times bigger. So that's telescopes. Cameras, as in video cameras, they'll say they have a 10 times zoom or a 20 times zoom or a 30 times zoom. So when you're zoomed all the way out, it'll be, say, 5 millimeters. And when you're zoomed all the way in, that'll be 50 millimeters. So that would be a 10 times zoom. So that's how they work. Whereas with photography, they'll just say the lens is between 200 and 800. So it'll zoom from 200 millimeters all the way up to 800. That's if you've got a zoom lens. Some of them are what they call primes, where it'll just be 85 millimeters. With, say, you're locked at 85, but you can still focus. So think like a scope on a rifle. It's locked at that, but you just focus.
All right, so aperture is the width of the lens. Or is...
Are you looking up stuff, are you?
No, I'm asking. I just from memory, hearing you guys talk about it a lot. Is aperture the width of the lens or the diameter of the lens?
Diameter of the shutter. The old ones used to be circular when they'd open or close. How they operated. It was really weird. I don't even think they do that anymore. I think they just got like a quick blind thing that shuts up and down now.
Oh, aperture is at the like behind the lens at the source, right?
Yep.
Okay.
The shutter, yeah.
So, yeah, the shutter. Okay, yeah. See, it's I'm not familiar with all these photographs.
All the terminology.
Terms. Yeah.
You don't have to be. I don't even know half the shit. All I know is if I adjust my f-stop up and down, that's how long my basically exposure time is. So it's how fast the shutter works. So as I go one way, which is up, it will get faster and faster and faster, and it can get all the way up to like, was it 1/5000th of a second or some ridiculously short amount of time. Whereas if I want it the other way, all the way down, it will hold the shutter open for up to 30 seconds. So I can have pitch black at night time, no light anywhere, and I can take a photo and it will nearly come out like as a daytime. Wow. And you can do it the other way too. So when it's super bright, I can make it really, really fast and it'll make it look like nighttime.
Have you seen those videos of guys that use like the pinhole kind of thing where they have?
I've got one.
Like
I've got an attachment for my SLR. It makes the photos come out really, really soft, like as if you've had photographs sitting in your cupboard for 1,000,001 years, and they get that, like, not the sepia look, but they just get that real soft, like they're not quite in focus look. Yeah, there's an attachment.
You mean on your camera? I'm talking about in real life. I'm talking about they have this like photosensitive thing. They wipe this shit on this piece of paper or glass or something, and then they'll put it in something that just has a little pinhole.
Yep.
And they'll let it sit there for a long time, and then they pull it out later, and it's.
Well, I can do the same thing. So instead of having the film placed onto a piece of paper or cardboard and then placed inside of a can with the hole punched in front of it, and you slide the cardboard open, let the light in for X amount of time, then slam it shut, then go and get it developed. With the digital cameras, I've actually got a cap that's got a hole punched into the center of it. So I put this cap on and I can go and take photos and do the same trick. So I can take pinhole photos. It cost me $20, and I thought, you know what, so worth it. I can go and actually take pinhole photos using my SLR.
But you can probably make some really cool looking pics, man, with that.
They're really soft. The images are like really, really soft.
You could probably just like put it right next to a fucking sunflower or something, and be like, oh man, that looks pretty awesome.
But we were talking about that a couple of months back. AI Overlord was talking about it, and while he's talking about it, I was wondering if you could actually do it. And I looked it up, and these nutters have actually changed some of the camera covers and turned them into pinhole cameras, pinhole photo devices. It's pretty clever.
Yeah, you just leave the aperture open for a while.
Yeah.
So the digital will capture that.
Yep.
That way.
So all I do is tell the camera to hold its shutter open for 10 seconds or 15 seconds, and it'll take the photo.
That's cool. You have to give me a camera to play around with.
Hit Yoda up, he might have a spare.
Yeah, true. It's like the P900s are cheaper now. You know, people are probably getting rid of some of them. But still ain't cheap. I've looked at them. It's like fucking $600. It's just
for a good all rounder. That's pretty cheap when you think about it. Like,
yeah,
just to give you an idea.
To get in,
my tripod, lens, teleconverter, and 4 filters is $6,500.
Yeah.
So a $600 camera that can basically do 90% of what I do is not too shabby.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but I would need more than just the camera. That's what I'm saying. Because, like you're saying, of course, the tripod.
But I'm doing other stuff. Yeah, you don't have to have the tripod. You don't have to have the filters and stuff.
You kind of do have to have the tripod. And if you're going to get a tripod for a big ass camera like that, it's going to have to be a decent tripod. So you're going to spend another $100 on that.
Yeah, you can still spend $50 to $100 on a good tripod. Jump on eBay. People are getting rid of them all the time.
Yeah.
Like they'll upgrade to the $10,000 tripod and they'll go and sell their $2,000 one for $100 just to get rid of it. So you can get some pretty good deals if you shop around. As long as they're really tight, they're not just slopping around. There's no problem. Doesn't matter about brand names or any of that kind of shit. If it does its job, hey.
Well,
all it's got to do is hold a camera up.
Yeah, can't you hook up Bluetooth to the P902 so you don't have to touch it to take a picture and stuff?
Don't know. You'd have to have a chat with Yoda. I'd assume you could because most of the cameras these days, they've got a phone app, like my camera does. It's got a phone app, so I don't have to touch it. But I've also got a long timer. I can set 10 seconds, so I can set it for a 10-second countdown and back away from it, and hopefully there's no wind or anything like that. Oh, shit, I've got to go.
Yeah, I got to go too, man.
All right, I'll catch you later, mate. Have a good one.
Peace, Matrix.
It's out.
Good night, everyone. Over fences, if you're still listening. Good night. T-Dub. Mother Bruno. Flat Wizard. Good talking to you, Boogie Woods. Everybody, Adam. We'll see you guys
Good
up
night,
in
bud.
here. I should not be awake right now. I gotta be to work.
so I need to stay, but I need to check and see.
Pressure's on all sides.
To have a gas pressure system, you need to have a container.
Yes.
Okay. Hold
pressure
on.
from
Look
the
in
inside.
the side chat. Look in the side chat. Okay. So here's a demonstration.
When you fill it with oxygen, okay? Because have you seen the experiment where they suck the air out of a container and it just collapses under the weight of the atmosphere?
Yes.
Well, then there is pressure outside of the thing, you know.
Yes, we have
inside.
pressure. We have atmospheric pressure.
Pressure's on all sides.
To have a gas pressure system, you need to have a container.
Yes.
Okay. Hold
pressure
on.
from the inside.
Look in the side chat. Okay. So here's a demonstration. Okay. In the top chamber, we have a vacuum. Okay. That could represent outer space because they say outer space is above us and it's a vacuum. Okay. And now at the bottom, we have a gas pressure system. Okay. You could think of that like the Earth and the air that we're breathing right now. We have measurable gas pressure that we're breathing right now. And then they say space is a vacuum. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
So you think the air on Earth should be
try to
into
guess.
space?
Don't try to guess what I'm going to say. Just listen to me and then respond after I'm finished. Okay. So we have the high pressure system and the vacuum separated from each other with the valve. Okay. Now click the video, and what you're going to see is entropy taking place. Right. This is the second law of thermodynamics. Demonstrated what happens. It's a natural law. It happens always. Okay. So
listen.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm almost done.
I'm sorry. Because I've seen the video.
Yeah. Okay. So as soon as he releases the valve, right, the high pressure, the gas instantly fills the available space because that's what happens with gases. Gases fill space. That's why if you pop a car tire, the gas is going to rush out of the car tire and try to equalize with the low pressure system. The high pressure is always going to go to the low pressure system. It's never going to be the other way around. This is a natural law. Yeah. Now you're saying this happens. You're saying that this happens without a container.
Okay, you made your point. You want me to go on?
Yep.
Okay. In an airplane, why is it that if the door of an airplane is broken or that the window is broken, that air rushes outside of the airplane? Why does that happen?
Because the airplane is a container.
Yes, and the pressure outside is lower than the pressure inside. Okay, that's why the air rushed outside the airplane. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so at 11 kilometers high, which is where airplanes fly, the pressure is lower than sea level. Okay?
That's right.
Okay, so if you just keep going higher and higher, the pressure should get lower and lower and lower.
Well, we can only test the pressure up to about 40 kilometers.
Yes, but it keeps getting lower. Any logical mind will tell you that it will keep
We've
getting lower.
We've spoken to
But because no, let me continue. Why is the pressure high at sea level and low above? Why?
Okay, but the gas because it's hotter and the gases are being created at sea level. That's where the gas is created.
No,
it's
not because of that.
Well, is that where the gas is created?
The gas isn't created or destroyed. The amount of gas on Earth is stable.
Gas is okay. So 80% of the oxygen in the air is created in the ocean by sea plankton. We have gas cycles.
Yes,
we have
it never
nitrogen
leaves the
cycles.
Earth.
What do you mean it never leaves the Earth?
Yes, it turns into CO2. It turns into hydrocarbons.
Yes,
right,
but it's constantly being produced. It's a dynamic system. It's constantly being produced. Over 99% of all of the gases that make up the atmosphere are created at ground level.
They aren't created. They just.
Yes, they are.
Oh my God.
Okay,
let's go. Where does it come from? Okay, the second law, the first law of thermodynamics. You said the second law, the first law of thermodynamics. What does it say?
Where is
the first law of thermodynamics? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
It doesn't mean that the gases aren't being generated at ground level.
You are saying that matter is being generated
everything
out of
cycles, dude. Everything cycles.
Dude, like you missed it. He's okay. DJ didn't tell you that new gases, new matter is being created. Is that what? Okay, you missed it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So
this is straight from. Hold on, bro. This is
Go ahead.
This is your own mainstream science right now. So oxygen,
Yes, absolutely,
for example, oxygen is primarily produced through photosynthesis by marine organisms, okay, including phytoplankton, algae, and bacteria, which generate over 50 to 70% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, so 50 to 70% of the oxygen is being generated at the surface level or under the surface level in the ocean, right? Just like your mainstream says, right? So you're incorrect about that. You've been incorrect about most of the things you've said since you've come in here.
No. What was I incorrect about?
You said gas isn't being produced at ground level.
Not being generated. Generated. You said generated. There's a difference between produced and generated.
Stop talking for a second. Let me read it one more time. Because it literally says the word generate.
I understood it. No, I actually understood it.
Okay, do you know what the word does generate mean generated?
Oh my god.
Does generate mean generated?
I understand,
right,
yes.
Listen.
Yes.
So oxygen is primarily produced. Produced also means generated. So oxygen is primarily produced through photosynthesis by marine organisms, including phytoplankton, algae, and bacteria, which generate over 50 to 70% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen.
Okay, then you were going to make a point about that.
Yeah, so obviously where the oxygen is constantly being generated, you're going to have more of it. Yep. Okay, even the definition of gas pressure says that to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. It's in the definition. You wanted to talk about definitions.
You can look it up. Okay, you love looking stuff up, so you can look it up.
I don't need to look this stuff up. I don't need to look this. You're the one that should look stuff up. You're the one that doesn't know what they're talking about.
Okay, when you go under the ocean, the lower you go under the ocean, pressure increases, right?
Yes.
Is it because water is being generated at the bottom?
No, it's because of the column of water directly above the point where the pressure reading is being taken.
Well, that's exactly the same thing with air.
No,
there is less air above you, so there is less air pressure. So the air above you will keep decreasing.
No, there's different states of matter. Okay, so there's liquids, solids, and gases. Okay, so gases behave very much differently than liquids and solids. Okay, so gases, if you look up the definition of gas particle movement, okay, it says that gases move at random in all directions. They don't have a downward bias. They don't have a downward vector. They move at random in all directions, right? And a gas particle will move in a straight line between elastic collisions. Okay, so it doesn't behave the same as water behaves at all. It's completely different.
Sorry. They're both fluids. The only difference is that the density of air is variable and the density of water is almost static. So the density of air being variable allows it to expand. That's why we have lower pressure air.
Does water expand in all directions and move in straight lines?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So it's different. So it's not the same. Even though they're both considered fluids, they're completely different.
Scientifically, if Earth was flat, we'd be pulled to the center of the mass. So, no.
Yes.
No, hold on a second. Okay, no. Because we're not claiming a flat planet in outer space with mass attracting mass gravity. Mass attracting mass gravity is a globe Earth, right? That's what you have to explain how you can have bending oceans stuck to the outside of a globe. We don't have that issue. Okay, we're not saying that we have mass attracting mass gravity. Okay, and that the Earth is a flat distance. Hold on, don't interrupt me. I'm talking to the other guy. Don't interrupt me. It's a concept. Okay,
please elaborate. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, what kind of concept do you think though? Like, what kind of?
So we go with what we experience and can test in reality. So we go with empiricism. Okay, so what I would say is that I experience the Earth kind of like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in. Okay, when we test the surface of the water, it's flat over large distances. Okay, if it were a globe and gravity were real, it would have to be curving. Okay, I also know that we have gas pressure, right? And according to the definition of gas pressure and gas laws, to have gas pressure, you must have a container. So I would say that we live on a flat plane, right?
Gas pressure.
That's contained and that is also motionless.
No, gas pressure isn't about having a container. When you hold a flat plane, a flat plane that is flat, not a container, not anything. There is
Okay, so
atmospheric
look,
pressure on both sides of the plane.
you yourself
exists.
earlier agreed that it requires a container, and you wanted to talk about definitions.
A
So I went
difference
to your
in atmospheric
Google.
pressure requires a container.
Yeah, gas pressure requires a container. You just said
No, a difference in gas pressure, a differential in gas pressure. But
no,
gas pressure
it says
whether
here,
or not
according to the mainstream definition of gas
What's
pressure.
the mainstream?
The mainstream, the agreed upon mainstream science that you believe in, that tells you that the Earth's a globe with gravity and gas laws and all of this kind of thing, right? That says that gas pressure is defined as the force exerted per unit area by gas particles colliding with the surfaces of their container. You agreed with this earlier. Now you're kind of like changing your story, which is kind of weird.
I'm not changing my story. I was going to explain why space stations exist, but then I just we jumped.
Well, I don't want explanations. I already know the explanations. Okay, I want validation of explanations, not explanations.
Quick question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You claimed that in vacuum is impossible, but you didn't provide proof. You keep doing this, but when I do it, you go, "Oh my God, no!"
Sorry, what did I claim? What did I claim?
I mean, when I say something and the proof isn't so likable by you, you just go ahead and jump into not having proof. But
No, I'm just teaching you about your own argument, right? Because you're butchering your own mainstream arguments. So I'm having to go to Google and educate you on what
pressure
your own mainstream
exists
says.
without a container. Pressure does exist without a container. A difference in pressure.
Okay,
a difference in pressure requires a container.
So the thing in question here is the atmospheric pressure. Okay,
yes,
so that's the thing in question. So let's not use the thing in question as the example. Let's use a different example. Okay, so can you give me a single example of how you can have gas pressure without a container? Okay, because I can back up myself, right? Obviously, a balloon, a car tire, a soda can, every single situation where you have pressure that's above atmospheric pressure, you're going to have a container. Right, to have a static pressure system.
A difference in pressure requires a container. Look, when you fill a tire with air, yes, a difference in pressure requires a container.
Yeah,
okay?
Any pressure.
Pressure always
any pressure.
Exists.
Yeah, any pressure.
Okay, let me say this. When you fill a bottle of water with 2 times the atmosphere of pressure of air, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The higher you go up from the surface of the sea, the bigger the bottle will get, or balloon for example, because it's apparent with the balloon. When you go higher, outside pressure reduces, the balloon expands. Am I right?
So you need to give an example that doesn't require a container.
No, listen. No, this requires a container so you can understand why it doesn't. When you go up, the pressure outside reduces. Does the pressure only exist when there's a container?
You can't have the pressure in the first place without the container.
Look.
That's.
I have a bottle of water. It's open. There is no pressure. I close it. Pressure suddenly exists.
No.
It has always existed.
No. If you have a bottle, an empty bottle,
that's full of gas.
Yeah, so you need to give an example that doesn't require a container. So stop using containers in your example.
It isn't intuitive. It's hard to explain because it isn't intuitive.
No, it's completely illogical. That's why you can't give a single example that doesn't include a container, because what you're saying is ridiculous and just doesn't.
Okay, I'll give an example. I figured out an example.
Go ahead. No containers allowed.
No containers allowed.
We're talking about gas.
Water.
We're talking about gas.
Yes. No. The water something will happen to the water.
Requires a container. Bodies of water also require a container.
Calm down. I'll finish. I'm serious.
I'm pretty calm, bro.
Yes. When you boil water at sea level, the water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. I don't know if you're American, but 100 degrees for us. When you go higher, above sea level, the water boils at lower temperatures. Now, why is that?
What's that got to do with having gas pressure without a container?
Exactly. It takes less particle movement for the water to escape.
So none of that.
Okay, because there is less.
Okay, so without a container, none of that pressure is going to be above the pressure surrounding it.
What?
If you want,
none of
the pressure,
an open pot of water,
none of the pressure is going to be higher None of the pressure is going to be higher than the surrounding pressure unless you have a container to create a gas
What's
pressure
the container?
system.
Where's the container?
What are you talking about? We have the antecedent of the container, gas pressure, right? We read the definition of gas pressure. That's like saying
I just gave you an example, and you're just
like me
throwing
eating
buzzwords.
it's like I have like a steak, a beef steak, and you're like, "Where's the cow? Where's the cow? Yeah, how can you prove that's a beef steak? You know, how can you prove that came from a cow? Where's the cow? We got the beef steak, dude. We have the prerequisite. Like, I don't need to know where your parents
about
are.
this example I just provided?
I don't know. I don't need to
this
know where
example
your
I just
parents
provided.
are, or what size they are, or what
Why are you
skin color
dismissing
they
my
have.
example?
It's a dumb example. I'm just pointing out the.
It's a real example. Why does the
logic.
water boil at a lower temperature when we go higher? Why?
What does that have to do with gas pressure without a container?
Because there is lower pressure. The decrease in pressure, in atmospheric pressure, is what causes the water to boil
So to
at lower
have the
temperature.
pressure, so to have pressure in the first place, you need to have a container, and we already agreed
What
that
container?
we
Where's
don't
the
want to.
fucking container? What the fuck?
Yeah. So
Where's the container in my example?
Well, you don't have a container.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have a container.
I'll just put it to you
Yes,
this
I don't
way,
have a
right?
container, and the
We
pressure
live in a
affected the water.
we live in a gaseous pressurized system, right? Does
Exactly.
gas
Yes.
expand? Yes. Does gas expand to fill available volume?
It does.
Right, and we're being told that the Earth has air, right, a gaseous pressurized system surrounding it, right, allowing us to breathe, while there's an available separate system of volume right next to it, which is essentially infinite. Listen, which is essentially infinite, which the gas is failing to expand into, and that there's no physical barrier in between those two systems. Right.
I mean,
that's what we're
it
being
would be
told.
funny if there was something called gravity, you know?
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes, gravity.
Okay.
Gravity is what holds the air down.
Oh, really? So gas has a downward bias, does it? Gas particles have a downward bias?
Does gas have mass?
Does gas have a downward bias? Don't answer a question with a question.
Yes, I will answer your question. Gas has mass, therefore it has the force of gravity affects it. But
Okay,
since
what's
gas,
the definition of gas particle movement?
the behavior of gas within gas is different than what you're trying to explain. Water, does water flow up or down inside water?
No. You can no. Listen, bro. When did anybody test gas to see what it does without gravity?
In space, or in a falling airplane, 0G airplane. What? You don't believe in space, so I gave you the 0G airplane.
What about
that is the supposed to be the result of gravity, right? So that's not outside of a gravitational system that you're claiming.
You can't leave a gravitational system. Even astronauts are still affected by 90%
these
of Earth's gravity.
These laws and definitions were developed long before they ever decided to use an aircraft to do a parabolic flight. I'm sorry, this was decided what gas does, right, on Earth. That's where these laws were developed.
Okay, you're
on
saying
Earth
gas doesn't
through
have a downward bias.
experimentation and observation of gas behavior. Right? Nowhere in any of those laws is the letter G, right? And as DJ is pointing out to you, right? The definition, kinetic theory, says that gases don't have a directional bias, that they're omnidirectional and they'll move in any direction in a straight line until they collide with something, right?
Yes,
and they will expand indefinitely to fill any vessel.
Affected by gravity. Now listen, when
no
water,
gravity. No, kinetic theory. Kinetic theory emits gravity.
No, it doesn't, my man.
Yes, it does.
Gases
we'll just show you citations that it does. We'll show you.
My man, it doesn't.
Why don't you go get the definition of kinetic theory for us, post it in the side chat, and show us where it says that gravity is accounted for.
It isn't, because it's negligible. It doesn't say it doesn't exist.
Oh, right. Thank you. It's negligible.
So negligible that gas particle movement is defined by rapid, constant, and random motion in straight lines.
Okay. Can I just understand something? I'm really confused. Do you say that gravity doesn't affect gases?
There's no such thing as mass attracting mass gravity, like you believe in your imaginary globe.
You, anti-globalist, you are attracted to the Earth. Okay,
no,
is
I'm
that
not.
right? Just no.
Incorrect.
You fall down. No, like I'm just saying,
I'll
you
sink
fall
through
down.
the air. Yeah, I'm more dense than the air. I'm not a helium balloon.
No, this isn't density. This is absolutely not density.
Oh, really? Are you saying that I'm not more dense than the air?
No, the density difference between you and the air is absolutely negible.
What?
Okay, if you are look, if you are denser than the air, if you are denser than the air, it still doesn't mean you will fall down. What's the law of density?
Did you not play with density towers?
I absolutely know what density is. It's mass divided by volume.
Yeah.
Okay?
So if something's more dense than the surrounding medium, it's going to sink through the medium.
Yes, but why will it sink?
Why will it sink?
Because it wants to?
No, because a force was exerted on it to displace it and lift it up. Nothing falls without being lifted up first in one way or another.
Ships floating in the sea. Why is the water going beneath them? Okay, why is that? Why is the water?
Yeah. Okay. Because so if you crunch the materials of the ship up into a ball, it's just going to sink right down to the bottom of the ocean.
No, that's not what I said.
It's because of the
Yes, go ahead. It's because of the.
Yeah, it's a buoyancy density relationship. It's like Archimedes' principle.
Yes,
it's called specific gravity. Yeah, so you just denied that.
No, I didn't deny that. So why does the water want to go beneath the ship and lift the ship up? Why doesn't the water go above the ship? I mean, it sounds stupid. Yes, I know it does, but humor the argument.
Yeah. Okay. So because if you get something that's more dense than the water, right, it's just going to sink through the water. Let me give you an example. Okay, if we get a glass.
I understand. Yes, if you have a ball of steel and you throw it in water,
I'm going to give you an example. It's a more simplified example. Okay, and it's going to prove my point. Okay, if we get a glass of fresh, if we get a glass of fresh water and we get an egg. Okay, and we put the egg into the glass of fresh water, it's going to sink through the fresh water down to the bottom of the glass. Now, I think that that's because of the density of the water and the density of the egg. Now, I can vary and manipulate the density of the water without touching the egg. So if I add some salt into the water, I've changed the density of the water, and now that same egg that was more dense than the water is going to be less dense than the water, and it's now going to go upward. So I've changed the direction that the egg goes in by varying and manipulating the medium, which is my claim.
Okay, yes, but you still didn't answer the question of the egg goes into the water that is less dense, so the egg sinks. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did the egg sink? Why didn't they both just float in the air? What pulled it down? What pulled it down? What caused it?
It's no. I
okay, wait a second. Do you know Newton's second law?
Hold on. You asked me a question. You asked me a question, but then you don't.
Connection. I think which pulls it down.
Okay, listen. Just one second.
Affinity to the ground.
Hey, bro, don't ask me a question and then interrupt me as soon as I start to answer the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, so nothing just falls by itself. Okay, it needs to be displaced first. So if I didn't exchange my energy to force that egg out of its place of rest, right, it would never move. Okay? It's only going to move because I've input kinetic energy into that. Right? I've given it potential energy, and it's just going to re-seek equilibrium based on the density relationship with the surrounding. What's potential energy? It's the force that I input into it. It's kinetic energy, right? It's like if I push a tennis ball under the water, I'm giving that tennis ball kinetic energy.
You put force into pushing it downwards. When you push it downward,
yeah, I have to exchange energy to force it down into the water. Okay, and then it has kinetic energy, and then it's going. Huh?
You love quoting laws, second law of thermodynamics and stuff. So I'm
Yeah,
going
I
to
do like quoting
the
laws.
second law.
You like butchering.
Then
You like butchering laws.
No, bear with me. Humor me for a second. Newton's second law of motion. Okay, it states that the acceleration on an object is directly proportional to the net force acting on it, and inversely proportional to the mass. I even read it to you, so you don't say I butchered it or anything. What does it state? It states that acceleration is proportional to the force. Nothing will accelerate if it doesn't have a force acting upon it. Okay?
That's what I said. I said it would never move unless I applied a force to it.
What's the force? What's the force actively acting on the egg to accelerate it downward? No.
It's okay. So I applied the force to the egg.
Do you know what a force
I displaced the egg. Yeah, I applied. I displaced.
That's work. You did work to the egg. You didn't do a force. There's a difference. A force is active.
Yeah.
The egg is actively accelerating. Therefore, there is an active force.
How do you get work? How do you get work?
Force times distance.
So you need force. You idiot.
Yes, so
that was just a stupid thing to tell DJ. When you know that work requires force, you said, no, there was no force. That's work. He applied force and worked, yes, for work.
He applied work to it.
Yes. And how do you get work? How do you get work?
How do you get work? Force times distance.
Force.
Yes, so
thank you. Right.
No, thank you, because you said nothing.
He did apply force to it.
You literally said nothing. Okay,
so where'd the force come from? Then that was required?
Where did the force come from? When? At what moment? When it's falling? When it's
for it to be lifted up. You're trying to say that DJ lifting it up is not applying force, it's applying work. Yet you need force to get work.
I don't think you guys really understand what force is. Okay, can I give an example?
It's a direct physical push or pull.
Okay, I'll give an example. Okay, thank you. That's a good definition. But imagine you have a very heavy table and you put your hand under the table and release it. It's going to hurt, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to move unless you displace it. It's never going to move.
Yes, but let me continue. It isn't about moving.
Okay.
Yes, no, but it isn't about moving. With your hand under the table and it's pressing on your hand, it's actively causing pain to your hand. What's pulling the table down? What's actively pulling it down and pressing it on your hand? What's doing that?
Its own weight.
Which is its mass times the gravitational acceleration of the Earth.
No, there's no gravitational. Okay, so if you're talking about little g, that things fall at 9.81 meters per second squared approximately in a vacuum, we can agree on that. We can agree that's an observed effect. If you want to claim the cause of the effect, right, then that's when you're going to run into problems. What's that?
What's that number? Where did we get 9.8?
It's just an observed effect. It's an agreed upon average. Yeah, so things don't fall at that rate. Okay, it's an agreed upon average. It's an approximation. It was a bunch of scientists got together, and because the numbers were all over the place, they decided to agree on 9.81 meters per second squared. Right? It's inconsistent, but it's an agreed upon average. Now, I agree that happens. When you drop something in a vacuum, it falls at approximately that rate. But you know what it doesn't happen with? Gas. Yeah, that's a big problem.
Because gas is inside gas, Like, does water fall inside water?
Gas is inside?
No. Yes.
What do you mean gas is inside?
You are comparing gas to gas.
What?
You are surrounded by gas. You are fully surrounded by gas. How can you see gas
and
falling?
It's a very light medium.
Yes.
So anything that's more dense than it's going to sink through it if you pick it up and drop it into the light medium.
Like yes, absolutely. But sinking. What causes sinking? Something pulling you down. What causes floating? Because the water is heavier and it's pulled down more than you, and it won't allow you to get below. Okay.
Right. So on a globe, you need to have nothing's pulling. Right. It's just
then how is anything falling? Yes, the density relationship requires a gravitational pull.
Because we're not on a globe in outer space. We live in a flat stationary contained system, and we don't need to have mass attracting mass. You need to have that because you claim that you've got a ball that's spinning through space that has oceans stuck to the outside of it. We don't need to claim.
Yes, absolutely.
We don't need to explain crazy shit that defies logic and common sense and natural laws.
It isn't
right?
an
You need to explain
explanation,
how
it's
you
not
can
the
have gas pressure around a spinning space ball in a vacuum. We don't need to explain crazy shit that makes no sense like that. We can easily explain why things rise or sink just due to relative density. We can explain the physics of water just due to common sense and real world testing. We can back up everything we're claiming. You can't back up anything you're claiming with a real world
Everything I'm
scientific
claiming is backed
experiment.
up by a logical process. But
Okay, so you're
yes,
saying that
literally
you're saying
everything,
that-
every single thing.
Okay,
But I just don't recall all the logical processes.
Okay. All right. So where's your proof that water is curving over distance due to gravity?
I'm not
Where's
going
your
back to
proof?
that point.
Where's
You
your
just want to drag
scientific
me
test?
back
Where's
into
your
your swamp.
scientific test? That okay? So where's your scientific experiment showing that gravity is causing gas particles to be pulled down towards the Earth?
Because gas particles have mass.
No, we went over the. Okay, so why does the definition, the mainstream definition of gas particle movement, say that they don't do that? That they just go in random in all directions and move in straight lines. So if a gas particle is
Because
going
they
up,
move.
it doesn't get pulled back
No,
down.
I'll tell you. Because they move at speeds which cause the acceleration of the Earth to be negligible. They move at insane speeds. Gas particles are actually insane. You know?
Yeah, but they
so
don't move
9.8
downward.
meters per second.
They don't get pulled down. They don't get pulled down to the Earth.
Now you're conceding. You're conceding to the point.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You're agreeing. You're agreeing with us. You're saying it's negligible. That's why they're doing that. Oh, yeah.
Negligible
it's not
doesn't
being
mean it doesn't
affected by
exist.
gravity. It's not being
Negligible
affected by
doesn't mean
gravity.
it doesn't exist, my man.
Okay, so prove it. Prove that gas particles have a downward bias. Go ahead.
Because they have pressure, because air is pressurized here, and it isn't going to space.
Explanations are good and fun.
Okay, You're saying, okay, if the pressure is getting reduced,
No, that's
the
not what
higher
I'm
we
saying.
go up.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, this is the proof.
This is what I'm saying.
This is the proof.
Right? I'm challenging you on your claim that gas particles have a downward bias. Goes against gas laws, goes against all the definitions of gas particle movement.
They do have a gas bias. It is negligible. It is super negligible, but it exists.
A downward bias, not a gas bias.
Yes, but
that doesn't even make sense.
It's super negligible.
Okay, cool. You can keep chanting that it exists, but you need to be able to demonstrate the claim now.
I can't because it's negligible, my man.
Oh, so you can't prove your claim. So you just want to claim that gas particles are pulled down to the Earth.
I mean, you claimed that mass-to-mass attraction doesn't exist, but you didn't prove your claim.
Like I said, you are conceding to the point. Can we move on?
What? No, listen.
Thanks for the
no, we're not going
concession.
to move on.
Let's move on. Got any more questions?
Wait, this is a debate. Why do you want to move on?
Well, it's not a debate, bro. This has been us schooling you on every point for about 3 hours, right?
You said mass-on-mass attraction doesn't exist, but you didn't provide any proof. You just said it doesn't.
You said it does exist.
Even though
you don't have to prove a negative, bro.
God.
You could say there's like little pixies freaking on the moon, right? And prove it doesn't exist, right? You don't have to freaking prove that. If you claim it, then you need to prove it. You don't have to prove a negative, right? The person that makes the positive claim.
Literally things falling. Literally things falling proves it. So you say it's the density difference, but what causes the density difference to cause heavier things to fall? The density difference isn't enough. Density, do you know what density is?
Yes,
it's mass.
We're not
over
making
volume.
a claim about it. You are. You're the one making the claim about why.
About what?
So you have and then you've just admitted that you can't demonstrate it, that you can't prove your claim.
Dear God.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can prove my claim. I already gave you a demonstration with the egg and varying and manipulating the medium to change the direction that the egg goes
What's the atmosphere made of? Okay, what's the atmosphere made of? It's made of oxygen and nitrogen. Okay, just those two things.
It's a bunch of gases and pollution and dust.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, what's your point?
But mostly it's made out of nitrogen and oxygen. Okay.
Okay.
What's our bodies made of? They are made of also of a lot of atoms of oxygen, a lot of atoms of nitrogen. Okay, how come we are attracted downwards? We have a downwards bias, but air doesn't.
You're not a gas. You're not in gas form. There's
No,
different states
it
of
doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, the state of matter doesn't matter. A heavier gas inside a lighter gas will cause that gas to fall. Haven't you ever seen that?
No. So you can get, okay, let's talk about a heavy gas like SF6, sulfur hexafluoride.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, if we get a fish tank and we fill it up with SF6, you'll come back about 2 hours later and all of that SF6 is gone. None of it's going to be held down by gravity. Diffusion's going to take place, and it's just going to blend in, right? And you're not going to have any of that heavy gas left in the tank, right? It doesn't remain.
It doesn't mean that it wasn't attracted by gravity.
No, the gas particles don't have a downward bias. They're moving at random in all directions.
What kept it in the gas ball? What kept it in the gas ball?
It doesn't stay there. It doesn't stay there.
It did stay there for you to see.
Do we have a homogeneous or inhomogeneous atmosphere? What's the atmosphere? Homogeneous or inhomogeneous?
What's the atmosphere? It's homogeneous.
It's homogeneous. So all mixed up together.
Yes.
Right.
General atmosphere, yes. What? Thanks. Anyways.
Yeah.
Yes,
mixed
heavy
up,
gases.
Mixed up.
Downward.
So you have heavy gases amongst lighter gases, all mixed up together.
I'm telling you, when they are all mixed up, it doesn't matter. It becomes negligible, the gravity, because of all the collisions. But when you have a large
gravity
amount
didn't stratify
of heavy
them then, did it? So gravity didn't stratify them, did it?
What are you saying? Stratify
You're
what?
claiming there'd be stratification.
What's that word?
So layered.
The atmosphere.
Inhomogeneous. So you'd have a layer of this type of gas, then go up. There'd be a layer of that type of gas, go up. There'd be a different type of gas. But it's not like that. It's all mixed up together. Gravity is not stratifying them like that would have to be if what you're saying is true. Doesn't happen.
I mean, have you ever heard of wind?
It mixes up
and
together.
Storms and tornadoes.
So you're describing what you're actually describing is a very temporary relationship between a less dense and more dense gas, and the more dense gas is going to move much slower, but over time diffusion takes place, just like DJ described, and it spreads out into its available environment. Wherever there's gaps for a gas molecule to go, it will go there. Nothing's going to pull it down and stop it.
Flat Earthers are born from the back hole, the booty hole. I think that's the conspiracy, and it's true.
What?
So we can give you gravity, sir. We can give it to you, and still observably, it's not affecting the dispersion of gas.
I mean, you do realize there are experiments that prove mass attracts mass.
Yeah, okay, grab me a huge ass vacuum chamber and insert just the smallest amount of gas into it and show me how it's all settling at the bottom, leaving an open vacuum at the top. Go, show me.
No, I'm not going to show you that. I'm going to show you this.
It doesn't happen.
Yes, because gases move at speeds that make gravity negligible.
That's why outer space, that's why the sky, as you've been taught, doesn't exist as a near infinite, ever expanding volume of emptiness.
Why does air pressure reduce when we go up?
With a pressure of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Doesn't exist. All right. If the sky was that, the gas we breathe would disperse into that available volume. Hands down, guaranteed, no questions asked, because that's entropy, and nothing violates the laws of entropy. Nothing.
You are right. Now listen. Why does gas pressure reduce when we go up? Why? People climbing Mount Everest have problems breathing. They take oxygen masks because there is no air. Well, where's that
they
air?
take oxygen tanks. So there's just another example of gas pressure requiring a container, because you're not going to be able to carry it up.
No, listen. It's not about that. It's about why isn't there air at the top of Mount Everest? Why is it less dense?
There is air.
Why can't they breathe? Why can't they breathe?
It's very low pressure and it's very cold.
Yeah, we went over
it's
this.
very low density as well. There is
Yeah, we
much
went over
less
this
air.
earlier because, yeah, obviously.
No, but we didn't complete it.
Because the gas, we live in a dynamic system. Okay, and the gases are constantly being produced at ground level.
Okay, if gases are constantly being produced at exact points, all the gas would just shoot up. Okay.
Why would it?
If you're
why
saying
would it
that
shoot
gas
up? Why would it shoot
go into
up?
the vacuum upwards? There's a vacuum.
No, there's
outside.
no vacuum. You're the one claiming. You're the one claiming a vacuum.
No, listen.
I told you to
said
have gas pressure. Shush, just for a second. I didn't claim a vacuum. You think there's a space vacuum. Okay, that's scientifically impossible.
Let's humor your idea.
No, hold on. You gotta chill out for a second, bro. Okay, I didn't claim that there's a space vacuum. You claimed that there's a space vacuum. I claimed that we live in a contained system, and then I went and read the definition of gas pressure, which said that the requirement to have gas pressure is a container. And then I read out the definition of gas particle movement, which says that gas particles move at random in all directions.
Okay, you say gas moves from high pressure to low pressure, which this is agreed upon. We don't need to argue this. Am I right? Am I right?
High pressure to low pressure.
Great, you concede. We'll move on.
Yes, it's what happens all the time. Right? Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
No need to argue that.
Concession.
Okay. The pressure at the top of Mount Everest is lower than the pressure at sea level. Why doesn't the air just climb up the mountain and go there?
It is. How do you think it got there?
What? It doesn't. The pressure
How
at
do
the
you
top of
think
Mount
the air
Everest,
that's there? I said, is there no air or is there some air there? Is there air there or not? Is there air at the top of Mount Everest? Is there air at the top of Mount Everest?
And it is lower pressure.
Right.
There
so
is air on the moon, my man.
It did
There is air
do
everywhere.
what you're saying then. Then it did do what you're saying then, didn't it?
No, it should do so until the pressure equalizes. That's what air does. Entropy.
Why? Why should it?
Entropy. Because entropy, things go from high pressure to low pressure until they stabilize.
Do you know the difference?
That's why.
The difference? We're not talking about a static system or a lab setting.
It's a dynamic system. Yes, absolutely.
We're talking about a complex dynamic system that has constant energy within the system and constant cycling. Okay, so it's not a static system. So you're not going to have the same thing, right? You're going to have the dynamics of the system taking over. The energy is going to be shifting things around. We have an extremely complex dynamic system where we have constant gas production at ground level. And
then you have the available volume above it.
Hold on just a second. I just want to welcome someone. Just want to welcome someone. Welcome back, Emperor's Child. We had an awesome chat with Emperor's Child the other day.
Hey everyone.
So man.
I mean, you didn't really prove the point. Because you said air moves from high pressure to low pressure. A tire popping,
and it's doing that. It is doing that.
No, it isn't. The pressure is still lower.
Is.
Let's say you pop a tire, but the air stays in the tire.
If it wasn't doing that, then listen. If it wasn't doing that, then there wouldn't be any air at the top of Mount Everest. But there is, so it is doing that. It's just doing it in a manner which is going to be affected by changing variables within the system. Constantly changing, just as DJ just described. And you have cycles which take place. So there's different things happening at different altitudes, causing matter to change state. Right, and then it's being recycled, coming back to the ground, then being generated back into gas, going back up, and that's a continuous process. And there's if you could think of this, right, a kettle that's boiling at its spout is going to be the greatest pressure, and as the steam expands out into the available volume, that the pressure of that steam is going to decrease. And it's going to reach points where it's going to recondense back into liquid, fall back down, and then you could start the process all again.
Absolutely, you are correct. But what's this process? Why is there a gradient that goes up? Why is there a gradient upward? Why is the air up different than the air down?
Because you have a temperature gradient
in that axis. Yes, what causes
you have
that
a temperature gradient?
What causes the temperature gradient is the difference in density and pressure. And the difference in density and pressure.
What causes the temperature gradient is the fact that it's affected by an external source.
Temperature gradient.
Huh?
Hey, Faisal, does the sun produce energy and push energy out? Yes or no?
Of energy. Absolutely.
Excellent. Does it heat the ground up?
What?
Does it heat up the ground? Yes or no?
It does.
Excellent. So wouldn't that energy get imparted onto the air?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. Now you know how come your system's changing. Good boy. Thanks for playing.
Okay. The air is getting hotter, therefore it will go up. So the air should keep getting hotter and go upwards. Why is it still down? Why is the air concentrated at the sea level and not up?
Because it's produced at sea level.
When it goes up?
The
It's getting further away from the heated ground.
Matter cannot be created.
I mean, if air is produced at sea level, if air is produced at sea level,
okay, Fazok, yeah, breathe, bro, breathe. You can do this. The sun heats up the ground. Okay, why is this idiot just keep saying mass cannot be created? Shut up. Right, the sun heats up the ground. We're all happy with that. The ground pushes that energy onto the air. The air rises, and as it gets further away from the ground, it cools off. You wanted to know how it cooled off? Very simple. Because it's further away from the ground. Don't believe me? Go and grab yourself a cigarette lighter. Light it, hold it 2 foot away from your left hand. Then put your left hand on top of it. Notice how it gets hotter as you get closer to it? And cooler as you get further away. Exactly the same.
Because the air is colder than it. Not because of the altitude.
No, because of the heat source.
No, look.
Yes. If you've got a heat source, it's highly probable that that's where the heat's coming from. As you get further away from your heat source, it is going to get cooler.
You will feel
if
less
you can't
heat,
see that, you've got some major issues going on, bro.
No, you're not letting me continue. When you leave away from the heat source, you will feel less heat.
It gets cooler. Exactly.
No, listen. Listen, for God's sake.
I am listening. It's you that's not understanding. You're repeating the same thing to me and then getting some other random idea out of it. You have a heat source, the sun. The sun heats up the ground heats up the air. Do you still follow?
Okay, so when he gets angry...
Excellent. So the air gets heated up by the ground. Excellent. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
What's your point?
My point is, you're the one that's fucked up. So the air gets heated up by the ground, yes? The hot air rises, goes up and up and up, gets further away from the ground, then goes cold again.
That's it. To go colder, just because it got further away?
Because it's further away from the ground.
It doesn't just disappear.
It's further away from the ground.
Listen. Where did the energy go? It doesn't just disappear.
Air can't store it. Air can't store it.
Why? Air can't store it. Where did it go?
I don't know. Why is the sky blue? Who gives a fuck? It's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
I mean, you guys give a fuck. You guys keep coming up with stuff.
No. This is you coming up with stuff. All we can tell you is the ground is measured as flat. What you make of anything else outside of that, looking at the star, the moon, the suns, trying to prove gravity by proving air goes down when it's constructed and formed and everything at ground level, well, holy shit, it's going to be at the ground. I couldn't imagine why it'd be anywhere else.
I mean, I give you like 1,000 proofs that the Earth is a sphere, and then you give me one.
You haven't given anything. I can tell that, and I haven't even been here.
And then you just.
So your proofs are what? Let's just go through these. What's your best proof? The one that's going to the best one. I don't give a shit about all the other stuff. The very best one that I'd sit back and go, you know what? He's got me. What's your best one?
You can go out after sunset, look at the sky, and you will see satellites.
And look at the sky. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Fazok, hold up. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm going to go outside, I'm going to measure the ground, and my good friend here is telling me to look at the sky. That just shows the level of global we get to deal with.
No. Listen to me. Let me continue. When you go out after sunset or before sunrise, you will be able to see satellites. Now, how can satellites exist on a flat Earth? Meanwhile, I can fully explain how satellites work on a sphere, fully, in detail.
Why do I have the necessity to explain how flying devices work over your straw man? The ground is measured with zero curvature. So I don't give a shit what your satellites do. Not a me problem.
Well,
okay, give me numbers.
No, wait.
Okay,
one
I'm
sec.
ready.
Explanations. Explanations are not evidence.
I'm ready for
the
some
explanation
numbers.
Is the explanation is the claim, which requires evidence. If you don't have that, we're not required to give you an alternative explanation.
I've seen proofs
That's a
with
burden
my
of proof
own
reversal
very
fallacy.
eyes. I've seen proofs with my very
Yes,
own eyes
yeah,
that the Earth
cool,
is a
cool.
sphere.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
What?
are the satellites
What?
orbiting us, the television
Yeah, that's the
dishes
claim.
capturing
You're
waves
just
from the
repeating
sky.
the claim. You're repeating the
Do you want
claim.
to see a video of satellites hovering above the sky?
No, I don't need a video. Okay, so something passed over your head at night, right? That's great.
It looks like a star, but isn't.
Okay. Yes, and then you're making a claim about it that goes beyond your observation.
It isn't a claim.
You're repeating the story that gives you a reason why that thing passed over your head and how it's doing it, and some sort of visualization or in your head, right? Not in reality, of its full length path, that being a full circle around a sphere.
When you really
I see
go
things
and
go over my
understand
head at night.
how
That doesn't
satellites
mean they're
work,
going around a ball.
you will know that they can never
Tell us, how do
possibly
they
go
work then?
around the flat Earth.
How do they work? Well, tell us how they work.
They are okay. I'll tell you. It's no problem. But I need to explain with a hypothetical. Okay, if you shoot a cannonball,
You're gonna tell us how they work for real.
Yes, I'm going to explain. Okay, give me a step by step. I just need to explain some
Hypotheticals. I
fundamentals.
want actual real stuff you're going to tell us that I can go and do myself.
To an example that you'll be
not the
able to
story. Don't
understand.
repeat the story again. Give us the evidence.
Evidence. I'm telling you. You asked me to explain how they work, and when I start, you go tell me to shut the fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with you?
We're asking you to back up your claim. We already know the claims. You're not teaching us anything. We want you to demonstrate your claims because we claim that your claims are bullshit.
Okay. I want you to explain how do satellites work on a flat Earth, because I know how they work on a spherical Earth.
It's not our job.
Well, your flat Earth is complete.
Fasok, something for you to think about. You're told a story on how they work on a spherical Earth.
Not a
You're not told. Why are you talking? You're told. There's no logic in it. That's what we're trying to tell you. You're going from point. Shut up. You're going from point A to point D, and you're not giving us the in between. So let's work this out. The satellites are up in the sky because they necessitate that it's a globe. When they launch rockets, does it matter a fuck what shape the ground is? Yes or no?
Yes, it absolutely does. They don't.
You're a liar.
Unless it's a
because the ground. What? Listen, the ground makes no change to the ability to launch a rocket. You stand the bastard up, you light the fuse, foosh, off it goes. That's it.
No, this isn't about rockets. This is about satellites.
Okay. So straight, wait for it. So what we're trying to get out of you is why it's a necessity for it to be a globe. Why must it necessitate a globe in order for your satellites to work?
Do you want me to say it, or are you just going to interrupt me again?
You're the one that seems to be interrupting everyone, and stop with your meta. Just get with the data.
Okay, I'll just tell you. Because satellites use the fact that the Earth is a sphere by rotating around it.
They don't use the fact. That's the story again.
The fact. Wait, what? Yes,
you keep repeating the story. You don't understand. You're the one with faulty logic. We know the story. Satellites are in the sky. They're going around a globe. You keep repeating that. How do you know it's a globe? Oh, I see satellites in the sky.
Listen, satellites need to be
circular reasoning. Satellites because globe Earth because satellites.
Energy. Okay, you're going to spend heaps of energy to keep something in the air. Airplanes spend a ton of fuel to stay up in the air because they don't leave the atmosphere. But satellites who leave the atmosphere and are no longer under. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You guys go on to explain with buzzwords what you believe. When I go on to explain, you keep interrupting me.
You're just going to go on endlessly. You need to listen. You don't actually know what's going on at the upper altitudes.
You guys aren't actually listening. I mean, I'm pretty sure none of you have any sense of education on science, and you pretend to be the scientist.
Dude, you're the one that came in here and lied.
You're not here to learn. You're not here to learn. You're just here. You're trying to preach your fucking cult belief, right?
You came
we all
in here
believe
and
in it.
No, I'm absolutely not. I'm absolutely not.
Hold on a second.
Yes,
this guy came in.
Not listen to anything DJ is trying to teach you.
This is supposed to be a debate, isn't it?
Up, dude. Hold on, be quiet. No, it's not a debate, right? You've been getting wrecked for hours straight. Now, you came in here, and you should have been banned straight off because you bullshitted the whole room, right? I'm going to post your bullshit in the side chat right here, and you admitted that it's bullshit. So don't come in here and tell us what our education level is when you just blatantly came in and lied your ass off about this.
Aerospace engineer.
Yeah, and then he admitted he's not an aerospace engineer.
I can tell by talking to him, he doesn't know anything about, quote, aerospace.
Yeah, we don't really permit bullshit artists in here, bro. Right? So you're lucky that you're even allowed to talk in here after coming in and bullshitting about that.
DJ, check the code. Man, I managed to rage bait the rage baiter. Hey, kid, we're not rage baiting anyone. All we're informing people of is the fact that... Why did the fucking start of your sentence interrupt the middle of mine? All we're doing is informing people, all we're doing is informing people that the ground is measured as flat. If you want to go and cry about satellites or whatever, go and do it. No one is going to stop you. But go and check the ground out first before wishing and dreaming about things in the sky. Now, something to think about, Fazek. If I come over to your house to fit carpet to your lounge room or living room, I'm not going to be pointing to the light bulb. I'm going to be measuring the fucking floor.
Okay, I see what your point is. It's that you've measured the objects across oceans and seen that they don't actually consistently go down the horizon. That's what I understand.
No, there is no geometric horizon. There is nothing to go behind, right? A horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. It's a product of perspective and the current atmospheric conditions that we have on the particular day. That's what a horizon is. Okay, it's not a byproduct of Earth curvature.
Okay, so you're saying that wait, what was it?
There's no curvature.
The experiment.
The surface of water isn't curving. Laser test?
I mean, if you've seen that guy in Egypt, when he did the experiment, he sent a guy from Alexandria to another city in Egypt because that city had an event where no one had a shadow.
Alrighty,
the sun was completely
500 years before Jesus, there was a mythical character named Eratosthenes who doesn't have any primary writings that lasted, and there's no proof that he actually did this. But if he did do it, he pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe, right? Just pre-assumed it, wasn't trying to test if it was flat or a globe, right? Then pre-assumed that the sun rays come in parallel. Okay. And then he just did, and then he measured no shadow, right? On one obelisk or stick or well, depending on which version of the story you want to believe. Okay. And then another guy at the same time, 800 kilometers or 500 miles away, or some certain amount of stadia away, right? He measured a 7.2 degree shadow. Right, and then he did some math based on the pre-assumptions of the parallel sun rays and the spherical Earth that he pre-assumed, right? And he came up with 40,000 kilometers approximately. Okay, and you think that that's measuring the Earth? No, even mainstream education says, even mainstream sources say,
why are his numbers consistent with modern experiments?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't give me a counter argument. You just said shut the fuck up. They are consistent.
Okay, so the Chinese did the same thing. The Chinese did the same thing.
The Indians did the same thing. The Arabs did the same thing. Modern humans did the same thing.
Bro,
I know a person personally who did the experiment.
I know someone personally. Affirmed the consequent. I got the same answer that they did. It's because you did the same thing. I'm going to post something in side chat for you, kid, and I want you to have a good think about it. Eratosthenes. Let's have a look here.
While Matrix is doing that, right? I'm gonna do a test a hypothetical test right now on my house that anyone can do. Okay, I have a flat floor. Okay, I have a light on my ceiling, and then I have a stick under the light, and it has no shadow. And then I put a stick over on the other side of the room, and it has a 7.2 degree shadow. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing that Eratosthenes did. I'm going to assume that the rays from the light on my ceiling are coming in perfectly parallel, and I'm going to assume that my floor is a sphere. Okay, now I'm going to do the exact same mathematics that Eratosthenes did, and then I'm going to be able to work out the circumference of my flat floor.
Okay, I understand your logic. You know, that it might be that the sun is like, I don't know, 100 miles up. Like, how far does the sun need to be for that to be accurate? You can do the numbers, you can find the number, but you guys don't. You don't get numbers, you just live on sensationalism.
No, you're the one who's fucking brainwashed. Look in side chat, kid. 27 past the hour.
The side chat is open. I see side chat.
Yeah, 27 past the hour.
Look, guys.
Flatman, look at Flatman's meme. That's a good one.
The globe Earth, you know, the way that they prove the Earth is a globe is using numbers and experiments.
They assumed it.
But you guys just
okay, basic. That's great. You keep telling us to look, and you won't. Look in the fucking side chat. 27 minutes past the hour. According to Eratosthenes, this table is a ball. Look at the fucking shadows. They're all different lengths.
Yes,
that's the same shit.
Yes.
Why?
Because the light bulb is right above them. You know.
What the fuck do you think the sun is? It's just a light bulb.
Work then.
No, the light bulb isn't.
It's a concession that it can work. All right.
Kilometers away.
Okay, now you've made another claim. Sorry, Tito. Now you've just made another claim. The sun is X distance away. How have you measured that to verify that it's true and correct?
The rays of the sun are parallel to the clouds.
Yep, that's something else. We're not talking about that. We just asked you how you got the distance to the sun.
You measure it from 2 points.
You're
they did it. They're all did it.
You measure it.
I really don't remember how they did it.
You don't know. It's okay. You don't know.
Nah, I don't remember.
So, but you do concede that it's. You can see that the concept works on a flat surface, right?
Yes, if the light of the source of light is near the surface.
If the light, so if you make assumptions about the light source, right, we got it. Okay, so it doesn't prove either.
How does night and day work?
By the way, you mentioned that they proved it lots of different ways, right? Do you know how they didn't prove it? They didn't prove it by measuring the surface. They didn't measure the surface of the Earth to be curving.
I mean, if I can ask you one thing, where are you
Why has that never been done?
It's related.
Why has that never been done, Faisal? Why has it never been done, Faisal?
He's from Spain. Can't you tell by his accent? Spanish.
No, I want to know, Faisal, why haven't they ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
They did.
No, they haven't. Give us an example of when they actually measured directly the surface of the Earth to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Being in an airplane, I guess.
No, give us the
when you fly an
method
airplane,
and
you
the
can no longer
instance.
see Paris.
Give us the people, give us the date, give us the details of how they measured directly the surface of the Earth to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay. I don't have it on me right now. I mean, you're asking for proof, and I don't have it
because
on me.
It hasn't been done, Faisal.
It has been done
what we're
a
trying
million
to tell
times.
you.
Oh,
they haven't done it.
Hold on. Yes, they have a million times actually. Okay, could you just get us one of those million times? Being as you're so sure that the curvature of the Earth has been done so many times, could you just get us one out of those million, please?
Okay, I will just hold on for a second.
Thank you. And please, we're asking for direct measurements of a rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth. Not getting in an aeroplane, right? Not Aristophanes backwards engineering his presupposition. Direct measurement. You said it's been done millions of times.
It's been done actually a million times.
I'm going to challenge you to provide just one.
YouTube. A guy on YouTube does it.
What does it do?
If you mute him, we will kick you out.
Yeah.
You won't have to mute anybody.
Don't mute.
No, you're not. You're going to shut the fuck up, and you're going to get those measurements.
Okay, just can I say something?
No, you're not going to say anything. You're going to get us.
Dude, you're going to get the stuff.
How does night and day work on the flat Earth?
Excuse me, sir. You need to get those measurements.
I sent the video. I'm not gonna make
Get one of the millions of times.
Okay, just so anyone knows, just so everyone knows, the video is called "Calculating the Circumference of Earth."
Oh no, I didn't want that.
Measuring?
Yeah, measuring, direct measurements. I don't want you, for example, to calculate my height. I want you to measure it. You understand the difference,
between
right?
calculating and measuring?
You understand the difference, right? And please don't speak over me because I want you to understand. You understand the difference between measurement and calculation, don't you?
Okay, here's another guy.
Now,
like
there was
this.
a question there. Do you understand the difference between calculation and measurement, sir? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Can I
Good.
for
So I require measurements, not calculations, just so we're clear.
Here's a video.
Okay. In the video, can you explain what's done?
No, I haven't watched the video. You're so urgent.
Right, hold on a minute, right? I'm asking you for direct evidence and you're showing me videos that you haven't watched.
That's what you guys did. You keep showing me videos.
I'm asking you to provide the evidence of your claim, and now you're providing us with a video that you have not watched. If I was to question you on your evidence, you wouldn't be able to answer any questions, would you?
Show me evidence that your hand exists.
No, don't deflect
that's what you're
away
asking
from
for.
me.
That's what you're asking
for. Dishonest. You made a claim.
That's what you're asking for.
My friend.
You're telling me, show me evidence.
Talk through me.
You made a claim. To me, though.
Hold on. You made a claim. Millions of times the curvature of the Earth has been measured. I asked you for just once, and every single time I've asked you to provide for that evidence, you've deflected away, and now you want to ask me a question. Just provide the evidence of your claim, sir.
I provided evidence.
No.
I didn't watch the video. It was explained to me in school, so I believed it. And then I watched videos of debunking flat Earth, and I believed those too.
Okay.
So I don't have what you're exactly
going to annoy me.
For.
You're going to annoy me. So in the video, what was done that you were explained to at school, and how is this measuring the surface of the Earth?
I didn't watch the video. You asked for a single.
You said it was explained to you at school.
If you didn't watch the video, face off. If you didn't watch the video, how the hell do you know that there's even evidence in there or proof in there if you didn't watch it? Because the title said so. You looked at the title that says Measuring Earth's Curvature. How do you know at the end of it, it wasn't an absolute balls-up event and he's gone, oh, well, that didn't work?
Actually, what happened is he admitted in the first, I would say, minute that we were measuring a flat Earth, and then he said we will be calculating. So it was a calculation, and he's measuring a flat Earth. You really hosed yourself there, Chief. Good job.
You're so scared of math, aren't you?
No, not scared of math. We're just understanding the difference. And you said you understood the difference between measurements and calculations. You provided us with a video that you haven't watched, and within the very first minute, he's talking about measuring a flat Earth and calculating a circumference. Please, sir, you're not doing very well, and I will lose my patience if you lie to us or are dishonest again.
I don't have an evidence in my pocket of what you're exactly demanding me. Show me evidence that the United States exists.
Excuse me.
What exactly are you asking for? No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. What is this? You can interrupt me, but I can't interrupt you.
You said millions. I'm asking you for one, and you're failing.
I keep trying to make a point, but you just drag me into your swamp.
No, wrong. You're not trying to make a point. You made a very specific claim that there is millions of evidence. All Jedi wants is one, and you haven't even provided that. You keep providing calculations.
We've got another guest that's much more reasonable and calm than you are. So unless you are planning on conceding that, number one, you don't actually have access to any measurements of the surface curvature, and two, you don't know what you're talking about, we're just going to move on. Because you're obviously a troll at this point. You came under here under false pretenses. You're obviously an idiot. So why don't you either make a concession or we're going to move on.
Look, I'm not a troll, but you're like asking me for some very specific stuff that I don't.
Yeah, right now I'm asking you for two very specific things. A concession that there are no measurements of the curvature of the Earth on the surface. Number two, you don't know what you're talking about, and you will sit down and listen instead of argue. That's what I want. Those are the two things that I want. Very specific.
I said multiple times, I don't have that stuff on me. You just want.
Okay, so you've ignored me completely. We will move on.
I don't know. I just know that things fall in a vacuum at 9.81 meters squared.
Dude,
you yeah.
Dude, we
That's
already told
fantastic.
you about that, and then you agreed, well, that's an average. They do not fall at the same rate. It's an average.
Because we can't create a perfect vacuum, but assuming we can, then yeah.
Oh, there you go. So you can't measure it then. There you go. Wah, 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 wah.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. What about objects in the same vacuum?
Yeah, exactly. Objects in the same vacuum will fall at different rates because of you can't create a perfect vacuum, meaning there are air particles in there. There are some air particles in there.
He's just going to say it's not a perfect vacuum. So, wah, wah, wah.
So one little air particle hits one of the objects and makes it fall a little slower. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not only that, one of those objects always attracts air particles towards it to make it slow down more than the others.
Okay, so the problem is in my example that I'm talking about, they dropped the vacuum chamber itself with the elements, objects separated by elements. So, for example, one object made of totally copper, one object made of lead, one object made of iron.
Yeah,
They
but
put
there's
them in a
no peer
vacuum chamber.
reviews of that experiment that you showed. That's like the only one, and it's
Let me explain it to you, friend. You know what happened? They blackballed him. They stopped letting him use the facility because he did a test that flew in the face of globe religious claims. Straight up cult behavior, brother. But yes, when a mainstream gets a counter result and then rather than repeatedly test it, they blackball the guy who got the result. I tend to believe what he did there because that's called religious zeal that they're treating him with. So why are they so scared of his results?
What was his name? Let me search him up.
His name? I don't remember off the top of my head. But he has a website and he explains everything. He also has his videos. See, the best part about science, brother, is you can reproduce it. You don't need peer review. You don't need a bunch of schmucks who believe the Earth is a globe to tell you whether you're right or wrong. You just need to repeat the test.
Yeah. So, what?
So let me be clear, friend. You have no test. You have no test that demonstrates things falling at the same rate. None. Zip, zilch. You have none. You could not give me one if your life depended on it within the next 20 minutes, dude.
Let me get back to you on that. I'm gonna find out how I can make a fucking vacuum chamber.
Okay, sure.
Just to be clear, before we go on,
I have a vacuum chamber. I have one. What do you want to know about it? I have a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, perfect. So
you guys have awakened something in me, and I'm gonna fucking buy a vacuum chamber.
This is easy, dude. Here's what's easy about this, brother. Homie just told you he has a chamber. He could vacuum it for you. You could then carry it up to a high building. And see, when they did this test, they put the camera attached to the chamber. Now, they had a rig which made the chamber stay straight up and down, so you may have to work on that. But you could do this, brother. You could do it.
I don't care if there's a variance in my. I just know that if it falls at basically it falls at about the same rate. Okay.
Now it's about the same rate again. Now it's kind of the same thing.
But you keep.
I thought it was about mass. Hey, why would things fall at a different rate if they're different elements? I thought it was about mass. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't subscribe to that experiment, as I've said before. So you can bring it up, but I'm not gonna
So you just deny that it happened then?
I'm saying there's a probability that it isn't correct because it's not peer reviewed. That's all I'm saying. There's a higher probability.
Dude, hey, listen, dude, find me the peer-reviewed paper that proves that peer review is an arbiter of whether something is better or not. And then after you don't find that paper, go read the paper called The Peer Review Crisis, and then get back to us.
Okay, then if you don't, okay, so we just need this guy to repeat his experiment.
Let me ask you this question, dude. Why is peer review add to the credibility of anything? Do you know why?
Because humans are fallible and we work better as a team.
No, I don't care about that. You're just telling me a truism. Why is the peer review process make it more credible? What about peer review makes it more credible?
I just told you.
No, you didn't, dude.
Because humans are biased and bias.
Right, exactly. So girls cheat on guys. Therefore, if my friend tells me whether she's cheating, then it doesn't matter. Good grief, dude. We already know people do bad things, dude. What specifically about peer review eliminates the bad things that people do that makes it more credible?
I just told you. It doesn't.
No, you didn't. All as you did was just repeat multiple times the flaw you're attempting to correct, but you didn't tell me the method that's going to correct that flaw.
We're all fallible, so we try our best to curb it.
Hey, thanks for repeating it again, dude. Thanks for repeating it for a fourth time, dude.
So do you have an answer?
The problem, now that we all know the problem and you've repeated it 4 times, what's the solution, dude?
I told you my solution, but you're not happy with it. So
no, you said peer review. Peer review is just a title of a process. What about that process makes it more credible?
Because there's more people involved, and so bias is.
So more people. So check this out. More flawed people involved equals a better result. How does that work?
Sounds like a conspiracy.
But how does it work your way? If we're flawed, it doesn't.
That sounds like it should be worse. That sounds like if you add the amount of flawed people, it'd be worse. So actually, sir, what happens is you have a method or a process that you follow.
Yeah.
It's not just a bunch of people get together and just spontaneously agree or disagree. So what about the process? What specifically about the process makes it more credible? The correct answer is you have no freaking clue what you're talking about. That's the correct answer, friend.
If it's repeatable across, if it's repeatable by many people, it's better than.
Yes, okay, I agree with you. I agree with you that repetition is better for making it more credible. But let's be clear, friend. Peer review is not repeating the experiment. In case you didn't know that.
Well, ideally, it is, right?
So listen, friend, we all know that you just got exposed, that you have no idea what you're talking about at all. None. Zilch. So why don't you go peer review your answer and come back and give us a better answer?
I was just exposed? Damn.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about, bro. You said peer review is because humans are fallible, so we're going to get more humans?
No. I said that humans are fallible, so if you have more people checking the work...
Yeah, you get more fallible to verify the fallible. We get it.
But people are fallible at different degrees, right?
Right, yeah. Right. So, look, if you get an electrician, right, and you say, no, I don't want to hire an electrician, I'm just going to hire Bob. And then Bob doesn't know how to do electrical. And so to make it better, you hire 5 people that don't know. Listen, you hire 5 people that don't know how to do electrical, then maybe it'll come out right.
But that's the point. You look at the credentials of these people, right?
Yeah, that's the point, dude. The point is you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Are you appealing to authority? I don't understand.
Bro, you are.
I'm not. I'm not.
Dude, 50 people have to do it now. 50 scientists now have to go do it somewhere. You're appealing to authority.
You're a moron. Hey, and then he said he gave him the perfect example to understand what we were talking about. He said, "Oh well, we're gonna get this bad electrician named Bob, and then we're going to get 50 more bad electricians because Bob is not good enough. And he gonna say, yeah, that's right. That's how it's gonna go. Like, dude, you're not
so when the electrical specter comes and fails you, you'd be like, dude, why did I fail? I had 5 bad electricians working on it.
It depends on the experiment, right? Some experiments can be done by the layman. Others, I mean, not so much, because if you don't understand like math,
So if I have a vacuum chamber, am I allowed to do it?
Sure. Yeah.
So why if my next door neighbor doesn't have a vacuum chamber, is he allowed to do it?
Okay. Oh, hey, Radwin, check this out. I think we all got to pause for a minute and just recognize something. This homie just said that if you reproduce it and scrutinize it through the reproduction process, right, that would be the best thing to do. Okay, great. So then ask yourself this question, friend. Why did the people at the Bremen Drop Tower facility, why did they not work on his test more? Why did they stop it and tell him he could no longer use the facility? Why?
I don't know who this guy is.
Doesn't matter. His name could be Frankenstein. I'm just telling you what happened.
I mean, it kind of matters.
His last name was Hitler. Does it matter?
I mean, yeah, it matters because I want to learn about this guy. I want to know his story.
Why? What are you going to learn about him? What are you going to learn in his backstory that's going to help you make him drop things in a tower?
I just want to, because you guys are claiming that he got blackballed, right?
You should be focused on the experiment, not to him.
Yeah, so I'm gonna buy a vacuum chamber. I don't know.
People been focusing on the actual thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a vacuum chamber.
It's not a love story. It tells the whole story, man. I can't give it to you now because I'm trying not to die in the snowy road.
What are you going to do with the vacuum chamber when you get one?
I'm gonna drop shit in it, and I'm gonna film it in slow motion. Number one, to see that things actually fall in a vacuum at the same rate. That's number one.
Interesting. So you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. That's funny shit.
Yeah, I think it would be more important. I would think it would be more important to have a step-by-step process that any person, even a layman, could reproduce the process, right?
All right.
I think that's more important than a peer review of a bunch of people with degrees saying, "Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right."
You know what?
Never did the experiment whatsoever.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. To peer review, like to submit a white paper, you have to you have to describe what it is you're trying to prove and how you did it.
Yeah, and then the person that peer reviews it, they say, "Oh, that sounds about right. I approve." That's what they do, dude.
I mean, yeah, sure. Some of them, I'm not denying that some of them do, but you can't deny that some of them don't.
Yeah,
right?
well, dude, all of our flat Earth papers have been peer reviewed, and we said, yeah, we agree with them. So now, what's wrong with them?
Okay. So you've done the experiments.
No, we
went to the Bremen Drop Tower.
No, we peer reviewed it.
Yeah, we peer reviewed it and agreed with them because I own a vacuum chamber. I don't need to go do it because I already know how they work.
I just told you that that's not what a valid peer review is.
That's what a peer review is, man.
That's what you're saying.
They said, "Oh, that sounds about right," and then they agree with it.
Before I forget, when you go get your vacuum chamber, the first thing I want you to do with it is take like a shot glass, maybe a half a shot glass so it doesn't take you all day, full of water, and put that down in the bottom of your vacuum chamber and close it all up, and then pull the vacuum on it and see how long it takes for your vacuum chamber to dry out. Time it.
Sure, yeah. Once I get this fucking vacuum chamber, we can do whatever we want.
Oh, beautiful. So you haven't figured out what that means yet. Good.
I don't know. You're saying it's gonna freeze? What are you trying to say? Repeat it?
I said put the water in your vacuum chamber, pull the vacuum, and time how long to hit start, hit a stopwatch, and time how long it's going to take till your vacuum chamber is completely dry.
Okay. I let me think about that. So water in the vacuum chamber. what's going to happen to the water? I don't know.
Well, since we're talking about this thing that you think is an experiment, let's talk about it for a second. Let's say you get yourself a vacuum. You got yourself a vacuum chamber, and you drop shit in it. Okay, great. What is that going to be proving? I'm just curious.
I just want to see if it falls at about the same rates, because I don't want to just believe what Google tells me, right? And since you don't believe the video I posted.
No, that's not what we're saying here. I'm just curious. This is not an experiment yet. You just made an observation. You observe. Let's even say that they all fall at the same rate, right? Let's say that for a moment. They all fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Mm-hmm.
What about it?
That this phenomenon exists, and we don't know why.
Okay, so we have a phenomenon.
Earth is a ball?
Huh?
Yeah. What does it have to do with anything?
The Earth is a ball?
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking. Like, this is a problem in your guys' worldview, or in your model, in your framework. Yeah, it kind of is.
No, it's not. No. We only bring this up to show you that not everything falls at 9.8 meters per second per second. We hope that people will kind of acknowledge that this is not a phenomenon that's observed. This is an average. But even if that does occur, what is it supposed to prove?
That things fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Let him answer. You said that's a problem for flat Earth. What's the problem?
Because you guys don't believe in gravity, and you can't give a better model. You can't give a better. You can't give a better answer for.
Okay, when somebody says they don't, quote unquote believe in gravity, what do you think they mean when they say that?
I'm guessing you don't believe in the warping of space-time, right?
So yeah, no, space-time warping shit happens on a flat, dude. Space-time warping shit happens on a flat Earth. That's why the Earth is flat, because of warping space-time. How do you like that?
Right, but
relativity works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's great. Let's parse it out, friend. So, what you noticed that you had to separate the two. You had to separate the phenomenon that we all observe from the cause. Okay, everybody observes things falling or things rising depending on their relative density to the medium that they're in. Okay, things fall down, things rise up. Everyone experiences that. Nobody's denying that.
I'm not denying.
Nobody in their right mind would ever deny that, except Globers. Let me explain.
What?
Globers actually do deny that. Yeah, I said let me explain. So let me explain. I'll explain. See, all of us experience things fall down and things rise up. A Glober comes along and says, no, that's not falling down. It's actually falling at a diagonal to another radial towards the center of a giant ball that I can't see. So we, the flat earthers, are actually congruent with up and down. You think everything is in and out to a giant ball. So you're the one who actually denies what we experience, not us. Go ahead.
No, let's say I don't believe on the globe, right? This is still a problem because this phenomenon, it doesn't follow in your framework, because your framework relies on buoyancy and what's the other one? And down, I guess, right?
Hey, listen, yeah, fair enough, dude, but that's just what we observe, dude. That's just describing what we observe.
Yeah.
Right. So again, what we have is everybody agrees on the phenomenon, except Globers who lie to themselves and say they're observing something falling to the center of a giant ball, which they never see with their own eyes. So they've never seen that, they've never experienced that, and they're lying to themselves. Versus flat earthers who see things go up and down. So who's right? Who's more right?
So essentially, you're trying to say, even if this were the truth, yeah, I mean that's fair, right? But it does show that there's a hole in your understanding, right?
How doesn't it all?
How doesn't it? Even if you don't believe in the globe, even if you don't believe in the globe, at least
create any mathematical matrix I want to explain a phenomenon.
No, like listen, even if you don't believe in the globe, like there are tons of simulations that show that if this phenomenon is true, that it does. Have you played any galaxy game.
Who cares? Who cares, dude?
Well, you should, because math describes our world.
No, it doesn't, dude. Let me explain. It's very simple. I could disprove this so easy. So if I add $1 million and $1 million, that makes $2 million. But my bank account has a lot less than that in it. So I could make a statement: 1 million plus 1 million equals 2 million. Therefore, I have $2 million in my bank account. But the material fact that it's in my account isn't correct. So just because you have accurate mathematics doesn't mean you have reality, my friend. I'm sorry to break it to you.
I mean, yeah, you can argue that, but it's better to have coherent
No. It's
math
not
than
about arguing it, dude. That is a fact. Just because you have accurate mathematics does not mean that that is the case. That it corresponds with reality.
I agree with
it
you.
doesn't mean that you can create realities out of nothing. So, for example, I went to the bank to get a house, and they said you need $50,000 down payment. I said, well, I have $25,000, but I also have $25,000 of dark money. Now I have $50,000, and my math checks out. They said, well, dark money, that's retarded. I said, yeah, just like dark matter. You just make it up with math, brother.
I mean, sure, but if you plug in the numbers right based on what you observe, then your simulation is going to be close to what you observe. That's all I'm saying.
What? Okay, that's great and all. Let's say you have a simulation of a planet forming due to gravitational accretion. Let's say that's true, which it isn't. When they do a simulation trying to get a planet through gravitational accretion, they don't get a planet. In fact, they have to add extra math. They have to add extra numbers and fudge the numbers to get it to work. So nice try. Too bad. So sad. So they can't even model this dude. It's a joke. Not only is it not modeled, it's not witnessed. Nobody's ever witnessed it happen in the history of mankind.
I think I think there's a lot that isn't out there yet, right? I mean, because the government.
Oh, really? So it's not out yet. So that means nobody has the evidence.
That's not
So
what
you're
I'm
just
saying.
admitting there's no evidence for it.
I don't know if there's evidence for it because I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying, like,
What you're thinking about is planets forming from gravitational accretion. So gravity causing planets to form. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody's witnessed it, and you can't model it.
Gravitational excretion. Like it's excreting gravity. What are you saying?
No, it's called oh my dude. Do you want me to use dumber language? I thought you were like a peer-reviewed journal reader.
No, I'm not. So yeah,
that's what we have.
Why are you asking for peer-reviewed shit and asking for all this shit if you're not into it?
I know, bro.
What? How does reading a peer review paper make me a scholar or not?
You don't even know what you're going to be reading.
Yeah, but it's a starting point.
Yeah, but how about you start with just going and looking and see if water is flat?
Yeah, so to Radwin's point there, my friend, what he's trying to explain to you is that you don't possess the acumen, the ability, the skill, or the knowledge to be able to judge whether the critiques within a peer-reviewed paper are valid or not. So you would know what you're reading. It'd be Greek and Spanish to you, and you just trust whatever the doctor with a name doctor on the end of his name said. That's what he's trying to tell you, friend.
No, I might not have the acumen to do it, but I can at least try to reproduce it if I can read. So if the instructions are
check
clear
this
enough.
out. When you go and buy that vacuum chamber and you put the water in it, you're going to prove that gravity is not holding water down in the shot glass, that it's actually air pressure. And when you remove the air pressure from around the water, it turns into a gas and also leaves your vacuum chamber. So that debunks your globe with air around it in outer space vacuum. So good luck when you buy that.
Well, not if you have gravity, right? That's the whole point.
You do have gravity. It's right underneath the vacuum chamber, and it didn't hold the water down. Bum, 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 bum.
I'll look into that. Yeah.
Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
I think
Or can you have gravity exist with any surface?
I think they're interlocked, right? When this is according to, like, I don't know, like, this is what I saw. When the Earth formed, it was like very liquidy, and then it started to converge into this center of mass.
Bro. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, not a religious channel. Now, there is a religious channel in the server. You can go talk about your creation story from your religion all you want, okay?
Oh no, I meant like when like an asteroid or whatever it was that hit our Earth.
Prove it.
Yeah, bro, I just said stop talking about religion, dude. We don't want to hear your creation story. Otherwise, you just start talking about the Christian creation story, okay?
All right. Oh, wait, hold on. You said unless it's about the Christian?
No, I said if you're going to talk about your creation story, I'm going to talk about mine. Okay?
So
because you're just talking about things that allegedly happened in the past that nobody's witnessed and nobody can reproduce, and you have to take it on faith. It's part of your religious creation mythos, okay? Sorry to break it to you. It's not science.
That's fair, but it is a valid simulation that gives an answer.
That's what valid simulation was of what my life would be like if I was married to Scarlett Johansson. Therefore, I am married to her. Wow, see how stupid that is?
A valid simulation of what? You don't have anything to simulate yet.
Exactly. You don't have a natural observed phenomenon of something happening. Like, you're basically just doing science fiction. Like, you might as well be making the Starship Enterprise.
You don't have anything to compare your simulation to make sure it's correct.
True.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's correct.
So when we simulate, well, I don't anymore. Our team is so big now. It's funny. I don't actually have to do anything now. It's just weird. It's weird feeling at work. Anyway, so when we simulate a machine, we clone a machine or we make its digital twin, it's called, and we simulate that thing making a part. It actually, when we make the part, will make the exact same thing. You know why? Because we programmed our digital twin to be exactly the same with measurements and numbers and everything else. So we had to model it to be exactly the same. And it works because it's exactly the same. But you don't have anything to model.
So in other words, you have direct validated process, right? The end result is the validation.
Yeah, but you can't do that in math, right? That's how equations work. You can start with variables and an answer.
You can have all the math you want, but when your robot goes through a machine door and it's $150,000 to repair it, you're going to be like, "Oh, that was the math's fault."
Hey, Radwin, you're not getting it, Radwin. I'm sorry, but you're about to be so rich. What you're going to do is you're going to walk into your boss's room and you say, "Listen, bro, we don't even need the robots. All we need to do is do the math, and then the result will come."
No, we just have to make the digital twin and just run that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we already proved if you make a digital twin of the actual machine, and then you start making parts on the digital twin, the machine will also be able to make those parts. So just throw out the machine and we'll just put digital twins everywhere and we'll make digital parts.
Yeah, so somebody orders like this somebody orders like this pneumatic actuator cogwheel, and it's like 57 pounds normally. Then they get this box in the mail and it's super light. They're like, "What's this?" And they take it out. It's a USB stick. Just plug this in.
No, it's just it's a thin, one of those really thin manila envelopes, padded though. And then you pull out the card, and on the card it says what it is.
Yeah.
So you work with CAD, huh?
Yeah, a long time ago. I don't have to do that anymore. AutoCAD, SolidWorks. I have SolidWorks installed on this and AutoCAD installed on this computer.
Now, don't get me wrong. We're busting your chops, bro.
Huh?
We're busting your chops, but we're busting your chops, but we're doing it in good fun because what you're being told here is that a lot of the things you think you know. Yeah, I know. I could tell. But I'm just saying a lot of things you think you know that you were told are correct. They're just based on fantasy. There's no real world application or proof.
I'm not saying to just believe it, right? I'm just saying that there's a reason that it's the consensus, and I don't know. It points to. I'm not saying it points to the truth, but it points to a better likelihood of the truth because more eyes have looked at it. Just like you guys here, there's an echo chamber
that's
here.
Great. That's great. I would agree with you. So are you a Christian?
Nope.
Or a Hindu or Muslim? One of those? Are you one of those religions?
No, I'm just agnostic.
Why not? Why aren't you one of those? Because there's billions of people in those religions, dude. So how could they all be wrong? So many people, dude. They agree on the same thing. How could they be wrong? And if you add Christians and Muslims together because they allegedly have the same monotheistic root, now you have the majority of people on the earth believe the same religion. Why don't you?
So that's a good question, and yeah, and let me think about that. It's probably it probably has to do with the human condition. I'm gonna give you like an answer here. Like I'm gonna think about this. It probably has to do with the human condition. For we want meaning, and being agnostic does not give you meaning. Humans.
So you don't want me. So you don't want meaning. Then you came in here because you don't want meaning. You're agnostic.
Am I gonna get shat on for being agnostic?
That's awesome, dude. You came in here because you don't want to know anything. I love it. You're just punching yourself in the face over and over again. It's wonderful.
It's the way I cope. We all cope though.
No, dude, people don't punch themselves in the face live on the air over and over.
Hi, Mom.
We're clipping it and sending it to her. It's going to play on her car when she starts it.
Oh, she's going to be so... I don't know. Might be disappointed.
So is your stance that because there is a large amount of people adopting an idea, that because of that there must be some kind of merit to the claim?
It depends. It depends. If you're claiming something that no one has ever saw or has ever seen, then it's less likely. And if it has to do with like religion, then it's, I'm not going to put the same weight on it. But if you're talking about like,
well, brother, let me help you out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad what you just said. So let me help you out, dude. How many people in the history of mankind have seen the Earth as a globe with their own eyes? Do you think?
Probably not a lot.
Less than 30. Okay, less than 30 people claim to have seen the globe with their own eyes. How many people claim to have seen Jesus Christ with their own eyes? Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. Same with Bigfoot, by the way. Right. There's more people that saw Bigfoot with their own eyes than saw the Earth as a globe, brother.
See, the thing about that is all we know is we found some books that were, that we dug up from the ground. And as far as I'm concerned, that's just proof that the book was written, not that any of it's true.
What?
The only thing that...
We're not trying to divert away to religious texts at this point, but what would be, numerically, so you admitted this. So very few people, in fact, fewer people have seen the Earth as a globe, allegedly, than people that have seen Bigfoot or Jesus Christ in the flesh. So according to the consensus, your standard, by the way, what is the likelihood that the Earth is a globe?
Based on the sheer number of countries that, okay, maybe not the sheer number.
People. You said people.
Yeah, but politics matters, right? And
no, it doesn't. We're talking about seeing the Earth as a globe with your own eyes. We're not going to divert from that. That was your standard.
Wait, okay.
What is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
Do we have footage of Bigfoot?
Holy cow, it doesn't matter. Just by the allegations, right?
I have footage of the Loch Ness Monster.
Do you?
I've got an image of Elvis and Bigfoot riding the Loch Ness Monster.
Holy fuck. Yeah, that's got me.
But we're not going to divert. What is the likelihood, because of the eyewitness, the alleged eyewitness testimony, whatever?
I'm not saying, but you're misrepresenting me. I'm not saying.
You said earlier it's because that there's a reason for this many people, this consensus, which, as far as the Western nations are concerned, most of them, in fact, probably most of the world, is under the impression that they live on a sphere. You think that there's a reason for that, right?
Yes, there isn't a consensus on Bigfoot. Yeah, there is, that he doesn't exist.
Fine. We're talking about the globe now. So who has seen the globe in its totality less than 30?
Mm-hmm.
So, what is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
That's just you're just like strawmanning what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, so fine, I'm fine. So you don't actually care about the consensus or the reason for the consensus. We should just be sticking to empiricism then, right? I agree. So if there's no curvature to the Earth, gravity is not an independent variable in any experiment. There is no detectable motion measurably with any method that we can find, even according to Einstein, optically, that the Earth is in motion. Then we'll just go empiricism based, right? So everybody's empirical judgment call here is that the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed.
You know what, Satsu, what I just realized?
What's up?
It's actually logically possible, statistically, that there are more people who believe in the Abrahamic God than believe in the globe. Because there's 4.5 to 5 billion Abrahamic religion adherents. That's greater than half of the entire world's population. And keep in mind, the whole world's population includes elderly, young people, people in all kinds of third world countries, right?
Yep.
So I could actually make an argument that the Abrahamic God is more believed in than the globe.
I think you might have something there. Yeah.
Yeah, it points to definitely points to something.
So what are you going to do with that? I mean, if you don't have any evidence and the consensus apparently is no good, like that's a straw man or something, right? I misrepresented your position. You don't think consensus has anything to do with it. According to the measurements and what we can actually experience, the globe is a silly proposition.
No, I think I said the consensus does point to something. It points to a higher likelihood of it being the truth because more people have had the opportunity to test it for themselves.
So
that doesn't.
Wow.
That's not what consensus means, brother.
No, I know it doesn't mean that. I'm just saying that to have a consensus means that the majority agrees on it. Now, whether or not the majority have tested this individually, I don't know, but it does mean that they now have the knowledge to do it, right? And that means something to me. It may not mean anything to you, but it does to me. It's better than only.
Is it possible? So is it possible that the consensus, you think it means something? I agree with you. I think it means that most people have heard the same rhetoric and believe the same rhetoric without ever having tested it on their own. In fact, without testing it and even their experience defying what they've been told. That's what I think.
Yeah, but it facilitates this defiance better than if no one has heard of it.
facilitates? Hold on a second. What facilitates the defiance? Their experience?
No, I'm saying that the more number of people there are that are involved, the higher likelihood that if there were something to defy, that it would happen, right? It's a higher likelihood.
Involved with what? You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. Involved with what?
In whatever we're talking about, and whatever the consensus is.
Well, we're just talking about people. So most people believe a thing. That's what we're talking about. The consensus believes an idea. That means that they've all been given the same idea to believe in. It doesn't have anything to do with the evidence.
Sure, but within this population, there's going to be people who test it for themselves, like I am about to.
Who would they be?
Vacuum chamber.
Right. Well, who would they be? Because you don't actually know of anybody that's tested this for themselves, other than the people that you're talking to, by the way.
Yeah, but I can say that about anything.
So when you prove that it's air pressure that's holding that water down in the cup, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. That's a good question. I don't know yet.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So more people believe it. You don't know anybody of this group that believes it has tested it. You don't know their names. You don't know what they did. You hope that they exist. But the people that you are talking to right now have challenged all of the claims made. And we were the people that you're talking to, by the way, at one time were part of that consensus. And we have then now changed our minds because what we have tested has shown that the claim is false.
I mean, I don't know, maybe. I have to test it for myself.
But, yes, you will. I mean, that's the ultimate, goal here is not for you to take our word for it, but for you to go ahead and test it. See what happens with the moisture inside that vacuum chamber. See if you can find any measurable curvature. And between those two things, I mean, the stationary Earth thing is basically a given. But
where did you do your laser test for curvature?
Oh, I didn't do a laser test. I did a long distance observation.
Let me ask you something, Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So, if you go out and do an observation with a form of measurement, right, over long distances, and you discover that the Earth is flat, what does that mean that gravity is? When you say gravity is something falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, if the Earth is no longer a ball, what does that mean gravity is?
I don't know. It means, I don't know. Because if it doesn't tell me the shape of, or your question is, if I found that the world was flat, what does that say about gravity? Yeah?
Yeah, we still see things in a vacuum falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. Right? We're not denying that.
Could mean a few things.
What now is in contention is that R value that they like to throw into those math equations.
It could mean a few things. Either the radius of the Earth isn't correct, which I doubt, but
it can't be that. You want to know why?
Why?
Because if that's wrong, the distance to the moon is wrong, the size of the moon is wrong, the distance to the sun is wrong, the size of the sun is wrong, the orbits are wrong. Everything's wrong if the radius value is not what they say it is.
No, I know. That's why that's like not likely.
Satellites are no longer orbiting Earth.
The thing is,
You get what I'm saying?
When I go to the Great Salt Lake this year, I'm going to do the laser test and see it for myself. I'll give it to you. It's sus. I don't know why we don't see a curvature at that distance, but I'm not just going to trust this guy. I'm going to go do it. So if I really see this fucking laser from that point to the other point, I don't know, man.
What does that mean about gravity then? What does that mean about gravity?
It doesn't say much about gravity. No, it doesn't say much.
Does it mean that gravity makes the Earth a ball, or does it just mean that?
It means gravity pulls light around the ball. That's why he sees it.
No, I don't think that at this distance it's going to be. I'm not sure.
At what distance does gravity pull light around the ball?
And that's a good question. Let me not just spout bullshit. Maybe it does mean that. But I know that I've seen videos of like horizontal, like they were filming it horizontally and the light seemed straight.
Like
have fun with your vacuum chamber.
I mean, you should be encouraging them that he's going to go do a test.
I said have fun with your vacuum chamber. Like,
that
when
test?
you do, when
He
you
won't do
yeah,
that.
when you do that one, you're gonna figure out you can do all kinds of fun shit with that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope when you go out there and you do that laser test over Great Salt Lake, that you come back in here after you prove the Earth is flat.
I will, bro. If okay, like I said, it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat because it's very uncontrolled. It's not a controlled experiment, right? There's like I know we can't say refraction.
Yeah, but you can control it by timing the time where you go make the observation so that the ground and air temperature are the same. That's how you can control it.
How can I?
Usually like right before the sun rises, or it'll be like right after sunset, like within an hour. It means the air will be mixed together so that there won't be like a gradient of temperature, because the gradient of temperature is the problem. So you want the air like well mixed.
I have to, but that's just another point of contention, right? That's going to be like, oh, how can I be sure? How can I trust the sensors? How can I trust the data? You know,
what are you talking about?
It's such a vast distance of.
Dude, you need the temperatures to be the same. You just do it in the morning or you do it in the evening. That's it. That's all you have to know.
You got to remember, refraction like is in.
Are you saying that the temperature gradient is only vertical? I don't think that's true.
No, it's not only vertical, but this is the thing. You're shooting a laser through a single medium. Differences in the refractive index are in the fifth decimal place. You understand?
Sure.
Like the difference between say 30 degrees Celsius air and 31 degrees Celsius air is like 0.000024. It's such a minuscule difference.
What's the farthest distance you've tested? Like
30 miles.
Since you're 30 miles, where?
Boston Harbor, Revere Beach. I did one recently, but it isn't 30 miles. Yeah, so what I did was I got an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It shows where the ships are. I sat there, I picked out a big-ass ship and just watched it for 3.5 hours and tracked it on their tracking app. And the max distance away was 30 miles. And I could see it the entire time.
Right, so how did you do it? You had two people doing this? I
filmed it with an iPhone.
No, I know, but like...
An iPhone at 30 miles, I could see this shit.
So you went 30 miles away and you placed the laser...
I was on the beach and the ship went 30 miles away from me.
Oh,
there's an app called marinetraffic.com which will tell you the position of a ship.
Right.
And these ships are tracked by marine radar out of a radar station that's in Gloucester.
On a system that they pay for that's very accurate, because I looked it up.
Yeah, it's very accurate. Marine radar is accurate to 5 meters maybe.
Yeah, so you don't run into other ships. That's why it's so accurate. So at night you don't run into people. And there you go.
You were exactly sea level.
I was 15 feet above sea level. They got tide markers. So at that distance from that height, the globe prediction is that the ship is 5 feet, blocked by the Earth curve.
Oh, that's a 40-story building.
Yeah, and the tallest ship in the world is like 280 feet tall or something. So it wasn't that. It wasn't just a really tall boat.
Does the sea have to be flat? Do we know that for a fact?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Does the sea have to be flat?
Let's say there is some
The ocean
fucking
is flat.
spooky fucking magic, right? Let's say there
Not
is some spooky magic that's making it look flat.
You're
Okay,
weird, dude.
I'm just saying.
No, you're being weird because you think
How do we know?
looking flat is the spooky magic, but imagining it's a ball is not the spooky magic.
No.
Yeah, imagining that it's not flat is normal.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Doing.
No, I'm just saying. How do we know? Okay, so basically, yeah, that's just something we can't measure, right? It's just okay.
I'll tell
it
you
looks flat.
one way we can know. Okay, you have you heard of the Bolivian salt flats?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are like a 40,000 square mile salt flat that's salt, like Great Salt Lake, right? It's bigger than that though. It's the largest salt flat in the world. Unlike Salt Lake, this first of all, it's like white salt, so it fills up with rainwater every once in a while, like 3 to 4 inches, 2 to 3, 4 inches, whatever. And it forms a gigantic mirror. Gigantic. Like the mirror goes all the way to the horizon, so it's called the world's largest mirror. Okay? The reflection of the sky. So the sky and the reflection of the sky in the water are perfectly symmetrical as if it's reflecting off of a flat mirror. Now, if the Earth was curved, that would be a convex mirror, right? And it would be distorted relative to what you're looking at. So if you're looking at the clouds in the sky, the reflection of the clouds would be distorted if they're being reflected off of a curved surface. And Earth is too big that actually doesn't work for this because of the divergence amplifies the visible curvature. So like if the sun was setting and you were at like 6 feet above the surface of the water, the sun in the reflection of the sun would be 10% smaller than the actual sun that you're looking at. They would be squished. And in fact, if you can do the calculation, if you go up to 75 meters and watch the sunset, you would see the sun set, but you would actually never see the reflection of the sun in the water because it's beyond that curve, right? The light that would reflect off of it would be on the other side of the horizon, and it would never be able to reflect to your eye. You'd never see it. So you would see a sunset as if it was a mountain, even though you're looking at a perfectly reflecting surface. That's what would happen if it was a ball, but that's not what we see. We see a perfect reflection of the sky that's symmetrical.
Just play devil's advocate with me for 1 second, okay?
Yeah, I hear you, man. Let's forget empirical observations of the natural world and watch TV more. Let's just do that.
What if the Earth is 100 times bigger than what it is?
No,
then maybe yes, but we only got the numbers they told us, right? That's all we can do is test what they said. You can't test every fucking iteration. Every possible freaking imagined Earth. Yeah, did you see what AI Overlord posted in the chat? Did you see the image there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's just one sample image. Remember I was telling you about the sun? That the sun would look 10% smaller at the horizon? Now, these calculations, and I actually have a globe earther actually made a simulator. And the simulator, and it's to scale, it's a 2-scale simulator. The simulator also shows that the reflections are not symmetrical. It's a simulator of the globe. It was made by a globe earther, not a flat earther. And I'll post that in the chat. So the thing is, if you had a curved surface, right? If this surface was curving down, then it would be shortened relative to your viewpoint, and everything as you get like the reflection got close to the horizon would appear compressed. Okay, so everything toward the horizon should get squished and squished and squished and more squished. But I actually have another image which shows the exact opposite of that. It's actually stretched.
Who is the flat earther and who is the round earther?
Joe Mama.
You're the flat earther, and the ground earther is the other guy with the beard.
Oh,
Yeah, because the guy with the beard is gonna. Yeah, because you're gonna teach him about the globe because he don't know shit.
Oh God, yeah. Here we go again. I've been doing this all day, as a matter of fact, on frickin' X. Okay, come on, globe earthers, debate me so I can do your globe lesson. Fuck, dude, I'm getting sick of that.
Are you from Texas? No.
No, all my exes are from Texas, but I'm not.
Then I really don't.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, ride 'em. Cowboy.
No, wait. Mass.
Why are you deflecting, though? We were having a conversation with Sauce here, and you're changing the topic.
Yeah, sorry. Continue.
Thank you.
No, I'm done. There's nothing else to say here. I just got to go.
Okay, so Sauce, don't believe a fucking what we're saying. Consider us all a bunch of liars. Consider everybody in here liars, and everybody on TV liars, and on the internet, everybody's liars. And the only truth you can find in knowledge, absolute knowledge, it comes from you. Now do what you said. Go to the salt flats and do the test. Like, we're not afraid of the tests. We want people to do the tests. The only people that are going to stop you from trying to do tests are globe earthers. Isn't that strange?
No one's gonna fucking okay.
They'll tell you why your test is not good enough. That's what they'll say. That's all they'll do is poo-poo whatever you're doing to tell you whatever you're doing is not good enough. Whatever your result is, if it disproves a globe, you did it wrong.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see.
Yep. I mean, there's a flat earther named Dell, and he made a video a long time ago, and it holds true as it did then. He said, how do you prove something to somebody? Another human being. How do you prove it to them? You demonstrate
I've never repeat it.
Yes, a practical demonstration of the claims. And if you can't show it by practical demonstration, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said it a little worse than that, probably. But
yeah, if you can't make a layman do it, if a layman can't do it with your instructions, then you don't know what you're talking about. Just like India said.
Yep.
We're actually, Sauce, you're here at a good time because we're actually, I'm actually doing, well, anybody else can jump on the bandwagon. It's called the Year of the Observation. This year, it's cold right now, but we're going to frickin' just explode the internet with all sorts of long distance observations coming from everywhere, every direction. These so-called globe impossible observations, we're just going to flood the internet with them so that people can't keep their head buried in the sand.
They're just gonna say atmospheric refraction or whatever this is, this mirage, whatever, and that's that. And
yeah,
then we're gonna have to shift the goalposts.
Sauce, but then they have to claim that the entire world's an optical illusion.
And not only that,
you want to go with that? You want that your position to be? I know what reality is. It's an optical illusion. How do you know? Because I know the Earth's a globe. Because someone
all I know,
around 2,000 years ago.
All I know is my fucking my eyes are fallible. That's all I know.
No,
your mind
the evidence for the globe,
fallible.
The evidence for the globe is the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's it. That's the globe evidence that the Earth is flat. No, listen, your eyes are fallible, but so is your mind.
Yeah, my brain fucking without my brain, my eyes do jack shit.
But your eye, no. There's people in permanent vegetative states that frickin' have sensory responses, even though they have no brain frickin' waves, dude. The senses act independently of the mind.
Yeah, but to receive, wait, what?
No, the senses act independently of the mind. We know this because people that have had brain injuries, where they have no brain function, still have the reflexes of somebody that can see, taste, touch, hear.
Yeah, but are you saying this person is processing said?
He can't tell you what they're experiencing, Because
I'm
he
just
has
saying, I'm talking about the processing.
mind, but they are taking sensory input, meaning their freaking nerve endings are firing, their photoreceptors are firing. There's there's no brain activity that you can really measure, but you can measure electrical impulses on the optical nerve, right? They're still seeing, but they have.
You can make a vegetative person flinch.
Yeah, you can make them cry, and they're legally brain dead.
How do you know this?
Because people have done it.
I worked in the emergency room.
Sick people, dude. What the fuck?
Called a permanently vegetative state. It's like a coma.
Indio, I missed you, man. I missed your warmth.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Go eat it at fucking Caesar's Pizza. So people who are in a permanently vegetative state can have sensory perceptions. Okay. The senses that you have are more reliable than your mind. Okay. This is like a silly thing that you guys do for I don't know whatever reason that you try to repudiate your senses when that's the only way you even know the external world.
Yeah, but for instance, I can't see in the dark.
Yeah, but yes, you can. That's why you have rods, dude.
Okay, you're trying to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Sure, but but maybe you need to be more precise, right? All I'm saying is at those distances, we know that our eyes can't see that far.
Yeah.
So now,
I've
the
seen
question
30
is,
miles. I don't know about you. I've seen that far.
Just because it looks hazy doesn't mean you can't see it.
Look, can I read you something about a Navy test? Well, I can just tell you what they did. Thanks, Dad. Anyway,
go ahead.
So really simple. The Navy did a test, right? So the test it's called the Horizon.
Yeah, that's just not true.
Who said that? You might as well just
Caesar
leave
did.
now, because I'm going to figure out who you are. I'm going to kick you out.
Just go look back at the stream. You'll see.
I'll just mute you instead. So really simple, okay? The Navy did a test called the Horizon Early Detection System, right? So what the idea is for the Navy to make an infrared camera system that would pick up missiles or whatever at the horizon as early as possible. So when they tested the distance the furthest distance that they could pick up their test missiles, because they took a missile and they put a big thermal freaking light on it, basically a flare that emits a lot of infrared, and then they flew it like basically a cruise missile, and they tried and measured the distance at which they picked up the missile, and tried to correlate the distance of the missile with distance and atmospheric transmission, meaning how hazy the air was, right? They found that the distance had nothing to do with how far away they could pick something up. And the only thing that mattered was how transparent the air was. But according to the globe, distance does matter because these missiles are only 30 feet off the ground and they're picking them up 20 kilometers away. They should have been behind the curve of the earth. But the only reason they didn't pick some up was because of how opaque the air was. Because they measured that. They measured the transmission window of the air. So this is just another data point. We can't see things because of haze, because of fog, because of all sorts of things that are in the air. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. So now I'm going to look for the smart app.
Hi.
What's up, Rockman?
What's up, G?
What's up, guys? I'm sorry, my English is not really good.
Okay, just listen then. So, one thing I want to add to everything I said, a lot of globe earthers, they have this prejudice, or people, they think of flat Earth that we don't have evidence. We have tons of evidence, more evidence than you can shake a stick at. You can go on our main server, discord.gg/flat earth, and you can look through the information channels, long distance observations, laser tests, salt flats, all, you name it, radio transmissions, microwave transmissions, infrared transmissions, all impossible on a globe. Distances are way impossible. 800-mile radio transmissions to sea level, 870-mile NATO communication, microwave communication system, 10,000-mile radio communication between the UK and Australia, 6,000-mile radio communication between Washington, D.C. and a plane, and
but
the
there's
U.S.
satellites.
Secretary of State's plane over the. This is before satellites, buddy. Good try.
When was this?
Before satellites. Before satellites existed.
Okay, what
They didn't exist yet.
That you know of. The government's not gonna fucking tell you.
I don't think they existed in 1918. Do you think they existed in 1918? At the end of World War One?
No, but there's also other technologies like repeaters.
There was radio was brand new. There was no repeaters. You think there was repeaters between Cornwall, UK, and Australia?
There must have been. If
there must have been.
How far was
Why
that
must
distance?
there have been?
No,
How many repeaters would be needed from those two locations?
How did you
I don't know.
how did you float them in the Indian Ocean?
Well, I'm going to retract this statement. I don't know if there must have been, but like, how do you know that it doesn't? Is it just impossible because in the flat or globe Earth, 100%, you know that for a fact.
Well, it's 10,000 miles. So if the globe has a circumference of 25,000 miles, that's half the distance, right? So this is almost like being on the North Pole and talking to the South Pole. There's a big ball in the way. How are you doing that? The radio waves don't go through the ball.
Let me add this to the list. You said.
So Marconi, 1918, and a guy named Arthur Fisk. It was Cornwall, United Kingdom, to Sydney, Australia, in 1918.
Okay. Australia.
I can post a plaque, dude. Post a picture of the plaque because there's a memorial plaque, and I can post links to it.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the way they discovered it was an amateur radio operator. He started hearing radio transmissions in German. And he was like, well, we're in Australia. There ain't no Germans here. And they were picking up radio broadcasts from Berlin in Australia. So they're like, oh, I got an idea. Why don't we try to do that on purpose? And they did.
Okay.
That's
So
a
the
geometry of what the radio. I just posted in the chat a diagram of the geometry of what the radio transmission would have been.
They're saying they utilize ionospheric reflection, which is like something in the atmosphere or some shit.
Okay. That's a cool story. There's no evidence for any of that, dude. Do you know that they didn't that hypothesis didn't even exist when they did the transmission, right? So do you know how that went? That's an ex post facto claim, meaning they did the transmission, said, oh, how's that possible? Earth's a globe. Well, it must have bounced off the freaking ionosphere. We'll just make some shit up on how it worked on a globe. And it couldn't work on a globe like that anyway, because when you have an inner circle and an outer circle, because of the law of reflection, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. the angle that the radio bounces off the outer circle, which would be the ionosphere.
Can we talk about something interesting?
In the inner circle, which would be the Earth. I am talking about something interesting. The transmission would flatten out and it would never get there because you have the angle would keep tipping down, and you probably need like 300 fucking bounces to even bounce that far. And here's the other problem: is that long range transmission only happens at night. It doesn't happen during the daytime. They did these transmissions during the daytime. During the daytime, skywave ionospheric scattering only works for 500 to 700 miles. We've gone through all the objections. We've heard it all.
I gotta.
Look, we've been doing this for quite a long time. Just to tell you, just to be honest with you, we've heard all the objections. Like that's why I can sit here. I just call and we talk to you because I know there's literally nothing you could bring up. You could Google forever. We've already heard it all. We've already dealt with it all. We've already refuted it all. There's nothing. And the amazing thing is, every time, and this is like, the longer I'm in this topic, the more I'm convinced the Earth is flat, not less. Because every once in a while, a globe earther will bring something new that we've never heard before, and on the surface, it seems like it seems like it proves a globe, but then when you drill down into the details, it's not the case. Every time.
Well, I mean, I think you should adopt a different mindset. I mean, sure, you could be pretty sure about it, but don't fucking like be so sure that you can't.
Don't tell anybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It just sounds like nothing I say will change your minds, and that's not.
No, nothing you say will make the Earth bend.
Okay, yes, things you say could change my mind, but the only thing you can say that would change my mind is some proof that is globe exclusive, meaning it would be something that could only indicate the Earth is a globe. And there's only one thing that can do that. Want to know what that is? Measuring the surface to be curving. That's it. That's the only thing that is available. Everything else is theory-laden, fanciful imaginations about how they think the Earth might work if it was a globe. But we can also concoct some freaking bullshit imaginations, just those stories about how that same phenomenon could work on a flat Earth.
There is one way, but you guys are just going to say, like, that's impossible to do. But I think it's the most
go to
feasible.
space?
No, it's more feasible than that.
Okay.
You stay in our atmosphere, or like in the air, and you just fly in one direction and see if you land in the same spot.
Okay, how would you do that, dude?
I know but it's more feasible. Maybe going to space is more feasible. I'll take that back. Build a fucking rocket, go to space, film this shit, and yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Look at it. So the thing that you're on, you have access to. You could measure it right when you're there. Instead, you're going to go far away and look at it.
Yeah, that's because, like,
how does that make any sense?
Because, like,
I hope no one ever hires you to build a house, because you'd be right at the 2x4 and you'd have your tape measure and you'd be like, let me walk across the street and look at it.
Even in math, right? Sometimes we feel that we're at the global maxima, but you could just be in the local maxima. All I'm saying is, get a bird's eye view.
You just said that even in math we feel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, can you address what I said about you going to the other side of the street to tell how long a board is?
I'm giving you like some perspective. So locally, you can see something.
I didn't say see, I said measure. See, this is where you guys get fucked up. You think we're looking at it. We're measuring it, dude.
Settle down, Indio.
I am settled down. You guys conflate calculation and looking at things with measuring what it is. You can know directly what something is by measuring it directly. I can know if you were here and I took a tape measure and measured your height, can anything change that? Any theory, any hypothesis, anybody being far away from you and looking at you, will that change what the reading was on the tape measure? The answer is no. Okay. That's why we say measure it, because it's a definitive proof. Not because we like it, because it's absolute proof.
If I fly you to space and you see and you go,
didn't you just make the argument against your own senses? You literally observe the Earth flat every day and you reject it, but you're saying you should go to space and look at the ball and accept it.
So even if you were in the
so you're in a contradiction, bro.
Well, let me just ask you this.
Yeah, you better go. You better go buy that vacuum chamber. You won't be talking about space anymore.
If you were in this, if you did a round, like you went around the Earth one time, you still wouldn't believe it. You would rather believe your calculations locally, like 30.
What do you mean? They're not calculations; they're measurements.
Okay, your measurements, your local measurements, a 30-mile.
Well, does water conform into a sphere because of gravity?
I mean, if you actually see it, if you see that's the case, you wouldn't believe it.
Okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
He's saying your standards are like, damn, bro.
Look, it's a logical progression. Most of the surface of the Earth is water. Whatever's water doing, the Earth is doing. So if the water is not curving, then the Earth is not a ball. It's simple logic. All those things are logical necessities of the previous premise. Right? You can't have a 75% flat ball. So if the water's flat, the Earth is flat. It's just really simple. If the water's curved, the Earth is curved. And if we went to space and saw the Earth as a ball, we should be able to come down here and measure it as a ball. It's odd that you guys are like these dual Earth theorists, man, that you guys think there's two Earths. One flat Earth that you're on and another one when you go to space.
And it changes somewhere while you're going high. It's always flat, and then poof, it turns into a ball somewhere.
Yeah, and then there's fucking machines flying around and comets and spacemen and aliens and all this magical shit. Look, you asked me, said I can't change your mind. You could if you had an actual logically sound and valid argument for the Earth being a ball. And since a ball is a claim about its geometry, you need geometric evidence. Okay? Looking at something can tell you about the geometry, but it's not the true geometry because of perspective. Railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. That's not what they're actually doing. So, because of this, we use tools to directly measure things so that we actually know exactly what they are. Things like tape measures. So, using these instruments, we can tell whether the Earth is a ball or not, or whether it's curving or not, and then infer from that curvature and the theory of gravity, of forming things into balls, that if the Earth's not curving, then it's not a ball. And that theory's crap. It's wrong.
Because they're just going to say,
if I told you a hill, where if I place you in a position on Earth, and I said in that direction, you see that hill over there? You say, yeah, I see that hill over there. That hill is 6 miles away. How do we know that that hill is 6 miles away?
Rangefinder.
You can walk it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you basically go out and you make a measurement to the hill, right? To verify that it's 6 miles away, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what we're doing is we're saying, hey, that object in the water is such and such miles away.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, like, even if I were to, they're just gonna say, yeah, it's the bending of the light, or it's.
You're going to have to prove that.
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
Can
but there's
we
no
can demonstrate
justification for that.
We can demonstrate refraction on a flat surface. Can you demonstrate refraction on a curved surface?
Yeah, that's the crux of the problem. If you ask them, Sauce, what's the evidence for globe refraction? What's the actual evidence for it? Want to know what their evidence is? A flat-looking Earth.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, what else is it? They say the Earth looks flat. It's got to be refraction. What else is their evidence?
Let me look into that.
How do you know it's a globe?
It gets even worse. I mean, it gets even worse than that, because what causes this refraction? The gradient, the density gradient, right? Well, what causes the density gradient? Gravity. Well, what else does gravity do? It forms the Earth into a ball. So gravity conspires to make a ball that compresses the air in such a way that when a human being looks at it, it looks flat. It's the fucking stupidest idea in human history.
Bro, there's a lot of things that are stupid, right? Like fucking.
Well, this is the pinnacle, because you have to believe that you're living in an optical fucking illusion, in that you can't trust your senses, and that nothing is real, basically.
Before I was ever a flat earther, I used to fly. I would fly some more still. Just don't have the funds for it right now. But 30 or so times that I flew prior to being a flat earther, every time I was in the air, I would say, "Oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It looks flat still. Can't believe how big the Earth is. I can't see curvature." Every single time.
I flew to Chicago a couple times, man, and the Great Lakes are flat as fuck, bro.
You know you've never seen curvature. You've never seen it, except in a picture, in a book somewhere, or on video on TV for your computer screen.
No, yeah, for sure. I that's your best point, right? That's the best case for flat earthers, 100%.
You know it's flat.
No, there is no best case. It's only flat. That's the only case.
I mean, I don't know. There's like you guys have trouble explaining satellites and.
No, I don't.
So you
they
want
don't
us to
exist.
explain the TV
There you
show?
go. Yeah, they don't exist.
You're asking us to explain the TV show, which you said was our best point, that you don't actually know any of that.
How does GPS work?
Not with a globe. It doesn't even use globe math. Did you know that?
Ground positioning work. It finds your position on the ground. It's ground positioning system.
Okay, so GPS doesn't use a globe.
No,
you on your phone, look, brother. When you look at your phone, it shows you latitude and longitude, and you go, "Hey, man, it's doing that on the globe." But the actual GPS receiver, the message it gets, it's called a Rhinex message. It comes down in 3 coordinates, not latitude and longitude. The X, Y, Z on a plane. That's what the math that the receiver actually does. This isn't a conspiracy theory. You can type in Rhinex message data, and you can look at the fucking message data yourself. Every receiver does this. And hold on, to get a latitude, longitude, it does a coordinate transformation and converts the coordinates into spherical coordinates. But it's not natively in that.
But why do we need spherical coordinates if it's just if it's flat? We don't.
Because our coordinate system is stars.
Okay, so you're not saying that.
Look, this goes back to your other point about traveling in a straight line. Why you can't actually do that is because you need a spatial reference, right? That you see or you can detect.
You can just
from
have
all the points on your from all the points on your route to know if you're going straight. Because we can't see a mountain from far away because of lots of reasons, mainly because of the air. But because we can't see a mountain from 400 miles away, we use the stars. We use the stars to navigate, and we created an entire coordinate system based upon the stars. They're not based upon a globe ground. You can't even find your latitude and longitude without using the sun and the stars. Longitude is a solar coordinate. Latitude is a celestial equator coordinate, meaning...
Bro, you guys don't even believe in the stars.
What are you talking about?
You?
We don't believe in the story of what they say they are. We see stars. Listen, just
How do you guys
because
know a
we
fucking
don't
story that
believe
they're-
the story associated that they say associated with stars doesn't mean we don't believe in stars or that we think stars are fake. Stars are real. We can see them, but they're not made of fucking big balls of fucking gas in a vacuum burning at 1,000,000 fucking degrees. Okay? That's what they aren't.
What's the medium between us?
And the stars, we don't know.
The absolute medium, it's a variation.
Hey, Saucy, I put in the side chat a GIF.
I mean, I've heard one hypothesis of liquid helium-4.
That's a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like really testable, but it's possible. It's feasible within the paradigm of physics. It could be helium-4.
Hey, Sauce. I put a video in the side chat of a satellite. Satellites are real, bro.
So yeah, exactly. Balloons, right?
Hey, Biden shot it down, bro. It's real.
Here, I posted one talking to another one and making an alignment with it, keeping it always in view, basically.
And as I just told you, we were doing 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918. Satellites were never necessary to exist because there's never been a ball in the way between radio transmissions.
I look up in the sky, man. I can find Regulus. I can find Polaris. I can find, the constellations. I understand those things, right? I can see Jupiter. I can see Mars. I can see Saturn. I can find them, those three personally, with the naked eye. And in certain days when Venus is in the sky, I can find that too when it's on the horizon. That doesn't make the Earth a ball, and that doesn't mean that you know what the planets or the stars are. You can see them in the sky, but what they're made out of, you have no fucking idea.
And the way celestial navigation works is you estimate how long it's going to take you to get to where you want to go. And then you read which star is going to be over that spot at that time. So
I'll give you an example of how you don't know.
Yeah, if you know that Orion's going to be over freaking wherever, Egypt, in 30 fucking days, and it takes you 30 days to hypothetically travel that far, all you have to do is follow fucking Orion, and you're going to end up in Egypt. You know that 30 days later, if the Orion's directly over your head, you're in Egypt. You know how we know that? Because that's the coordinate system we made. That's how we designated all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how to...
They say Polaris is 432 light years away. How do they know that?
That's changed so many times, man.
I know. Do you know how far a light year is?
How many times has that changed?
Yeah.
At least 3 times that I know.
Yeah.
No, how far away? How many miles?
I don't know. I can do the calculations real quick.
5.8 trillion miles. I'll save you the math.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. So imagine 432 times 5.8.
No, I know space is stupid big according to.
How do they know that?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Yeah, so that's the question we ask. They make claims, right? And we ask, how do they know it, right? And we never get an answer, even when we talk to astronomers, astrophysicists, regular physicists, mathematical, like you name it, we've talked to them. And when we ask them how they know what they're saying, I mean, I had a mathematical physicist tell me he can't prove anything exists in that, like he might not have any hands and we all might be brains in a jar. That's where he had to go because he couldn't actually back up that the Earth was a globe. This is a academic man that was teaching physics at university. When pressed to prove the globe, had to say, "We can't prove anything. We could all be brains in a jar." The people that I believe you're relying on when you think that the Earth is a globe, these are the people that the average person comes and relies on. They say, what about the scientists? What about the academics? What about these people? They know the Earth is a globe. Well, we've talked to them, and they don't. They don't know anything more than you. They just heard the story in high school and just accepted it. They've never done any tests. They've never done any experiments. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything.
Yeah, could be. It's tough.
Maybe the guy in here that he wrote his PhD dissertation on direct and indirect detection of dark matter. He didn't know anything. He's an astrophysicist.
For me, if I go to space and I see it,
yeah,
that's it, man. It's like there's without a doubt, like doing the calculations here on Earth.
Don't you understand how contradictory you're? How do you know it's actually a ball? I mean, you saw the Earth is flat and you didn't believe it. How come you're going to believe it when you see it as a ball?
Let me finish. I have to make I have to orbit around this fucker.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair.
Space is fake, dude. You're going to find out when you get your vacuum chamber. You're not going to orbit anything.
Do you think an orbit has ever been actually observed by anybody?
30 people, apparently.
They saw something orbit? From where?
Like those people in the ISS right now, right?
They only see 3% of the Earth.
What do you mean?
From the ISS's altitude, you would only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They're still traveling around the Earth.
How do you know? It's like being in an airplane, dude. It's like being in an airplane.
Yeah. They're just looking out the window, man. They can't tell if they're going around anything. They could be just going in a big circle, which would be the same thing. It's just a difference of the circle. So one circle flips upside down, one just goes left to right, right? So they could just be going in a circle. They can't tell from where they are. See, fundamental problem, I keep bringing up things that you go over have in common, is when you think about the world, you think about it from a third-person point of view and don't think about it from what people actually experience by looking out their eyes. Okay, from the viewpoint of someone on the ISS, they're only going to see 3% of the Earth, and they're going to have no fucking idea they're going in a circle, they're doing a loop-de-loop, or anything. Especially if they're in free fall. They can't feel which way the spaceship's going, right? They have no idea where they're going. And there's no way to tell visually. So,
here's my question to you, Saucy.
Yeah.
So, if you're waiting to go to space to prove the Earth is a globe, then why aren't you thinking the Earth is flat until proven otherwise?
Because I can't prove that it's not refraction or fucking whatever else they say.
You can't prove that it is refraction.
You can't demonstrate that refraction could even do that in the first place.
So we can just get rid of refraction now, so you don't even have to worry about it. So what's your next one?
Okay, let me ask him this.
Hang on. Why is he giving? I just wanted to know why he's giving the globe the benefit of the doubt observation of reality.
Yeah, because consensus means something to me. I know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, got it.
Right.
Thanks, religious.
Slurp. So listen, what if they said electromagnetism made it look flat and not refraction? What if they just said some other physical law? Wouldn't they have to justify that in some way?
So, what would that look like to you for them to show you that it is refraction? What would that look like?
Measurements.
Okay.
Like measurements, but the measurements that have been done show that refraction of that type is not possible. That's the rub. See, this is why I'm asking you very simple questions, right? Because what they like to do, the people that the Goldbergers that debate this topic, they want to bring up refraction. So you go down the rabbit hole of nonsense instead of tackling the fundamental premise in the first place. Is refraction even capable of doing what they say, making a curved surface look flat? Is it capable of doing that?
Right.
But also there's a caveat to this. The caveat is, and that has to be the only visual phenomenon that you see, meaning other effects associated with refraction, such as dispersion, vignetting, right? Magnification, shrinking, things looking smaller, things looking larger, things looking distorted. Those
you know why?
Hold on. Those things can't be there.
I know.
Only that
you're
one
right.
thing of a flattened globe. That's nonsense.
Like I said, from my point of view right now, this is definitely the best case for it, right? 100%. I'm just saying, for me to accept this one anomaly, if I can call it that, for a glober, everything else falls apart to me.
What anomaly? Which anomaly are you talking about?
Okay, I'm not gonna call it anomaly. I'm not gonna call it an anomaly. I'm just saying, if I were to accept it,
exactly what you're talking about.
If it's a flat Earth, then I'm gonna have to like fucking contend with the idea that okay, somewhere around here there might be a fucking edge and water's just flowing into whatever or flowing down.
Why would that happen?
I don't know, because if it's, are you saying that it's an infinite expanse?
Okay, first of all, water, if you thought that there was the edge and water is going off into the vacuum, water evaporates in vacuum.
You don't believe it. You don't believe in the vacuum.
No, hold on. But that's what you're saying. That means water would evaporate as soon as it hit the vacuum.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if it's flat,
why would you think that there's an edge with water falling off of it?
Okay, fuck the water. I'm just saying there's got to be an edge. There's got to be an edge, right?
Why?
Okay, so it's infinite to you.
No, that's a false dichotomy, dude. Infinite is the act of counting. So this is a bad idea that people have, that infinite is something, dude. Infinite is the act of counting.
You'll walk in a circle before you find anything relevant.
So
why is that?
You can always count the number afterwards. That's said to be infinite, right? So an infinite set, an infinite series, an infinite enumeration. There's always something that comes after it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck infinity.
Why would we?
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Well, no. This is very important because the choices here are finite or infinite, but those are actually not opposite things. They're used opposite in modern language, but they're actually not opposite things. So we're talking about spatial properties. So anything logically that is an object must be inside a greater space, right? So you have a beach ball is in a swimming pool, right? And the swimming pool's in the yard. And the yard's in the town. And the town's in the country. And the country's on the continent. And the continent's, surrounded by water, inside the water. And then the water's inside the earth, right?
And what's surrounding
the earth? And then the earth's inside the solar. I'm just doing the globe one. The earth's inside the solar system, and the solar system's inside the galaxy, and the galaxy's inside the great fucking void, and the great void's inside the universe. What's the universe inside?
Yeah, we haven't observed that. Yeah.
Well, if it was inside anything that you could say exists, by definition, is inside the universe and can't be outside it, because the universe means everything.
All I'm asking you is, what do you think?
No running away, dude. Don't run away. This was your question.
He already answered the question, Joe. He said we had. When Indio asked you the question, what was outside the universe, you said, "I don't know. We haven't observed it yet." Yes. Okay,
that's the answer.
That's the answer.
That's your answer. Okay,
that's the answer about flat Earth. There's no evidence that there isn't outside. There is no evidence you can go outside. There's no evidence that there's some freaking limit or wall or boundary or edge or anything like that. There's no evidence of any of that stuff.
Yeah, which says something to me.
Yeah, that the Earth is the universe?
No.
Just because you can imagine you can go outside the Earth doesn't mean you actually can. It doesn't even mean that there is something outside the Earth. Can you go outside of your body?
Wish.
You wish. Probably not. You probably don't wish that wants to happen. But
you don't want to astral project, brother.
Well, I mean, that's what the globe Earth is. It's just literally, it's in the word, astral projection.
Dude, why do you got to do all this weird shit?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's exactly. The globe Earth is just a crazy occult religion, dude, if you want to boil it down.
So you guys always want to float, you want to fly, you want to astral project, you want to go to space. What is wrong with you people?
What's wrong with that?
They want to. The chains of gravity are like slavery holding us down. Swing low, sweet chariot.
I think that if you actually, if it was possible to live where there was no gravity and you just like floated around, they think that that would be fun. After about an hour of that, you would want to just be like, put me back down, because this is not going to work out for me.
How about when you get like 90 years old and can't control your bladder and like piss is like flying everywhere in little balls?
No, all you have to do is just get seasick and start puking. That's it. It just takes one day, and now you got 9 people puking all at the same time.
Yeah,
go clean that up with a mop.
Yeah, fucking lo mein floating around everywhere. Gross.
All up in the corners of the air vents and shit, getting sucked in. Gonna make myself throw up thinking about it.
All I'm saying is we don't have evidence of an edge, right?
That's right.
Why would we think there's an edge?
We don't have evidence of outer space making people float. You're going to find out with your vacuum chamber that water doesn't exist in a vacuum. So you can't have a ball Earth full of water floating in a vacuum.
I wondered how the thought would have finished. We don't find an edge, but we still measure the surface as flat. What was you going to say?
I'm just saying that's just another point on the graph. Yeah, I said already that it is pretty sus how we don't see a curve. It is pretty sus.
We don't measure one either.
It's also pretty sus that we can't
we don't
find an edge.
measure one. That's the important part, is we don't measure one. Seeing is not dispositive, dude. Seeing is a subjective activity. Now, seeing no curve is a good starting point, but that doesn't mean it's not proof. It's just evidence. The proof is the measurement.
Yeah, but the active, I know what you mean.
If I look at railroad tracks and they appear to converge, how do I prove they're parallel? By looking at them. You understand? Seeing is the projection of the 3D world onto a 2D surface. Okay? So seeing has a fundamental flaw. You're missing a dimension. And it's only true from your fucking perspective. But from other perspectives, it's different. That's why we have this orthographic shit. Okay, we have
not really
drawings and all those things, right?
Our vision is not orthographic, but I see your point. Our depth perception is flawed and may vary from person to person. I get what you're saying.
No, it just gives us a different. It's not that it's flawed. It's that we can say different things about the world than than orthographically. So, but with vision, we can look at something and get the angular size, visual size of something angularly. You can't get that orthographically unless you take a third point that's not part of the orthographic diagram and project part of the orthographic diagram out of it onto a point. Then you can get the angles of, say, the angular size of an object. But
No, I get what you're saying, yeah.
different. It's just different information. That's all it is. It's different information. It's not right or wrong. It's just different information. You're not getting the whole thing. You're getting part of it.
I know our vision is flawed. We have to measure it.
It's not flawed.
It is.
It's incomplete. What would perfect vision look like? Where you have like a 3D hologram in your brain of what the world is?
Superman vision.
Probably, yeah. Like, you know how in like video games you can just fucking
No.
you have like a fucking graph. You have like
third
yeah,
person.
Turn the video games off, dude.
Are you in a third person shooter or a first person shooter right now?
all I'm saying is if you knew where everything is in the XYZ, that would be perfect, right? I'm not even saying that's possible. I'm just saying you asked me what would perfect be. I'm telling you that is perfect. I could know something where it is in space relative to the origin with precise well, up to 32 bits or 64 bits. But yeah.
Okay. But you know what? If you had orthographic vision and I gave you a gun, you would never be able to shoot anything. Because you'd have no perspective. You'd have no idea what the angle of the object is out there in 3D space.
Let me think about that. No,
you don't have
that would be right. That would be right because you would direction is still going to be the same, but you're just
Direction
not
out
going
of what?
You just can't you just don't have depth perception. That's what orthographic is. You lose the depth perception.
But it terminates at like your gun is a point, right? It has to terminate at that point, the barrel of your gun.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
The sights through the gun.
The sights of the gun, right? That's where the bullet goes.
Sure, I'm saying you're still pointing in that direction. You just don't know how far it is because you're now orthographically projecting, right? You don't have depth perception.
Yeah, but okay. I mean,
you're still going to be shooting in that direction.
Okay, but if you saw the world in an orthographic view, when you took your little gun and went to shoot for somebody, you'd miss.
Not true. That's literally what I'm saying. You just don't know how far he is.
No, you don't know the direction.
Not true.
Yes, true. Okay, I'll tell you why it's true because
Bro, in my video game right now, I can have raycasts from my camera down to a point on the plane.
Still
even with
yeah, that's great, right? That's
in orthographic.
Fantastic. Orthographic is like a blueprint.
Have you ever played a video game like back in the day where everything looks like?
Dude, I played Pong. Okay, like don't ask me if I played a video game back in the day. I played Pong when it came out.
Okay, well that's in 2D. It doesn't work.
We speak past each other. Do you know what orthographic is?
All your games are 2D too. They're just drawn like 3D.
You
No,
understand?
they're simulated in 3D. Yeah, that's a fair point. But
Can you give an example of an orthographic projected view?
Okay.
I don't think you what's being said.
No, I do. An orthographic projection is where your camera, the frustum is it's a cube, right? Or it's a rectangle, or not? Yeah, it's a cube. It's not. They're parallel. These the borders. So everything appears to you like it's the same distance, right? It's not. It's what he said. It doesn't go to a point because you need.
That's right.
Yeah.
But you're the point.
But directions are still the same. The direction that you're pointing at is
not
still
from your viewpoint, though.
Yes, it is.
Okay. How? Look, You would have a bunch of parallel lines. You're going to be aligned with one of those parallel lines. That will only be your only, like, you don't have a point of view. There is no such thing as a point of view. That's why it's not perspective. Perspective has a point of view, meaning there's a point which the whole 3D image is projected on, which converges.
Not true. Not true, because you can say...
Where does an orthographic projection converge?
There is no convergence, but you can say, I want to shoot a ray. I want to shoot a ray from this XY, right? And then go straight.
Yeah, go straight to where?
Straight to whatever.
What do you see? A square?
Yes, in that case, you're just gonna hit whatever.
I mean, I think I know what the problem here is. You know what? Do you know what what the hell is it called? A telecentric lens is?
No.
Okay, so it's a lens that they use in manufacturing that they'll, like, when they need to precisely measure the part.
Sure.
Okay, there's no perspective. It's an orthographic image with a camera lens, and the reason it works is because the camera lens is the size of the part. So it's a 5mm part. You have a 5mm lens, and it's a parallel projection because the lens is big enough. There is no point projection or near point projection. Like you said, frustrum. Say you had a 10mm part and a 5mm lens, you would have a frustrum with a back plane, front plane, right? Where the front plane would be the camera lens of 5mm and the back plane would be the part of 10mm. Now, you could do a calculation and do some, computer-aided fucking correction, but you can just get the telecentric lens and just make it the size of the part and not do any of that. Now, there's some videos on YouTube where people, they make a giant telecentric lens that's like, it's about, 10-inch diameter lens, and they run a train at it on train tracks, and it doesn't even look like it's coming at the camera, even though it is coming right at the camera, because it doesn't have a direction from the observer's point of view. There's no direction that goes to the observer. Everything doesn't converge at the observer.
Sure, that's if your constraint is you can only shoot the ray from the middle or somewhere, but that's obviously not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can choose an XY. You can choose an XY on this square and go forward. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're saying you can only shoot from fucking 0, let's say that's the middle of the screen, then yeah, you're never gonna hit. You're only gonna be.
Dude, you can't do any of that on a ball. You can only do all of that in a flat game.
Anyway, this is all like wisdom past the graveyard. We don't live in an orthographic. Well, hold on, dude, just one sec. I'm only gonna say this. We don't live in an orthographic world, though. We live in a world of perspective. That's what we see. When we model the sun, moon, earth, all these objects, right, that we see, right, they're supposed to be objects. The mathematics is an observer-centric perspective, all of it. They don't use a globe. They assume that you're a point at the origin of coordinates in astronomy and all these places. All these models are actually observer-centric models. And the only reason they use a sphere is because it's easier to calculate if they assume that you're just a point at the center of the sphere. Anyway, whoever had something to say, go ahead. Okay, then. Have a nice day. Be sure to tip your waitress. So, Radwin, what was the vacuum test he's going to do?
I'm going to drop two things.
He's going to you first you're going to, before you ruin your vacuum chamber, first you're going to put a half a shot glass of water in there, and you're going to time how long it's going to be till your vacuum chamber is completely dry. I was going to say it's about an hour is my guess.
How do I how do I? It's like I need a humidity fucking sensor.
No, you'll see. Believe me, you'll see it. You'll see it all over the inside of the vacuum chamber. As soon as it hits a certain point, it goes poof and turns into a cloud. Because when there's no pressure, the water turns into gas. So that's why you can't have gas balls in a vacuum and water balls in a vacuum.
Yeah, it evaporates. So basically, it's gonna condensate.
Yeah,
right,
so
on the side.
Earth can't be a water ball in a vacuum. That's correct.
It's actually sublimation. The water sublimates out of the air that's dissolved in.
I can hear the gears turning in his head.
The sauce. If you pay attention to this topic, what you often see is there's two classes of argumentation. There's descriptions of what's actually happening, like what's actually observed, and then there's explanations. Okay. A lot of times people try to pass off the explanation as the description. For instance, solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That's the explanation. But that's not an accurate description of what was actually seen, because you can't see the sun during the moon during a solar eclipse because it's a new moon. So they never saw the moon at all. This is something you'll see if you're engaged in this topic over and over again. Quote-workers they'll say they're empiricists, and you'll ask them for evidence, and you'll ask them for data, and you'll ask them for experiments, like the one Rabnin just said. Gas balls in a vacuum. And all you'll get is an explanation. You'll just get a story. You'll never get the actual data, the actual experiment to back up any of the claims. This happens repeatedly over and over and over and over and over ad nauseum. But science, as you should know, is based upon empirical, meaning from experience, observation, or experiment. Technically, just pure observation is not science, but let's just put it under the broad term of science. Okay? Observation and experience, period. That's it.
Hold on. So explain to me why if I see like water droplets on the side of my vacuum chamber, why does that disprove gravity or whatever you're saying?
How come it was held down before you put it in there and remove the air pressure? It was held down by gravity then, but when you remove the air pressure, gravity gave up on it. So is it the air pressure holding it down, or is it gravity holding it down? You decide.
I don't see how that follows. Like, because if the water turns into gas, that's what we see even in non like.
Yeah, so gases are not pulled down by gravity, are they?
Okay, so if I had, let's say, if I had like,
brain, didn't it?
Yeah, gears turn again.
Not really, but if I had
no gears are turning yet. Okay.
If the water is like blue or something, right, and I can see the gas, let's say, what you're saying the gas is gonna what's gonna happen to the gas? You're saying it's gonna rise?
You let your vacuum chamber run until it's dry. Yeah, you let it run until it's dry. You don't just turn it on for a second and say, "Oh, I pulled a vacuum." You let that thing go for about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be bone dry. If not, let it go a couple more minutes. It'll dry up.
Yeah, but there isn't an atmosphere around the container or inside of the container, but surrounding the gas. It doesn't follow.
what the hell does that mean, dude?
Is the atmosphere the container?
Are you telling me
for a
that
global,
the air turns into some kind of solid container that holds water around a ball? Then
Are you saying the gas contains the gas?
I'm
Because
not
the
sure what I'm
atmosphere is
saying.
the gas.
Let me search.
I know
this.
you're not sure what you're saying, Ed. So don't. You're trying to just make up anything. It's like you're panicking now.
No, I'm just trying to follow a train of thought and see where that leads me. Let's see, like.
Okay, just go by the second law of thermodynamics. Gases have infinite degrees of freedom and try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within their environment. If they're inside a vacuum and there's a barrier and you open the barrier, the gas will expand to fill the available volume and trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. Gravity has no effect on this process and is nowhere in the kinetic theory of gases or any gas laws. There's just no gravity in any of the formulas because it has no effect on gases. You would need to have gravity in the phase diagrams for the transitions of matter from phases. That gravity would create pressure, which would change, and temperature, which means it would be able to do work. It's like this. The gravity thing is like outside all the physics, dude. It's just its own special category of physics that somehow is immune to all the other physical laws we have.
Just remembered we needed the container for the vacuum.
And remember, do that first before you throw your vacuum chamber out your window and prove nothing by doing that, except you can prove that you're going to break shit.
Bro, I'm not gonna drop a bowling ball. I'll drop like maybe a feather or something else.
He thinks he's going to drop them inside his vacuum chamber, and that's going to prove if they fall at the same time somehow.
Okay, but that's not all elements, is it?
Relevant in the sense that there is something making it fall.
No, he said it's not all elements that do that.
Okay,
So
but yeah,
some
I
of these
don't buy that video.
well, I mean, you don't buy into the video. What video?
The video that you guys showed, right? The Bremen
drop tower. He saw that and panicked. He saw that elements don't drop at the same rate in a vacuum. Now he's going to go buy a vacuum chamber and drop his vacuum chamber.
Oh, what I saw was one video.
Yeah, they kicked him out.
They wouldn't let him do anymore.
Yeah, what is his name? I want to search him up.
In the video description is a link to his website. He's a German guy.
Well,
there's English translations on the website of everything. He has research papers, all that stuff is on there. He's not the only one that's done this, or something like this. There's another guy who's currently doing it. His name is Sky Darnos. But he's done a different type of setup. So because of air resistance and you have different elements, your elements would have different shapes. What his way around this was to take the elements and stick them inside a basically like a ping pong ball. But it's just a plastic ball with hemispherical cells that snap together. So now you have unified air resistance. The air resistance is the same for every single one. So he takes 1 gram of each element and measures what the rate of free fall is, and it's not the same. It varies by element, and from what he's deduced, that the more neutrons that are in the element, the faster the rate of fall. Now, he has a whole theory behind this, but this is he's a physicist, PhD, all the math, all the crap. He's written 2 books on it. So the equivalence principle was never proven.
Sounds like neutrons are pretty heavy shooting for ground like that.
Like, you can't just have one video and say, "Oh, here."
I just gave you a YouTube channel. He posts his experiments.
But you said that
that
it's
he
not the
does.
exact same. Like we were talking about repeatable.
It is no.
experiments, right?
Listen, he takes an element, like say a gram of lead, and a gram of iron, and a gram of calcium. Because of their densities are different, they're not going to be identical shapes. So you can't just drop them the way they are as a gram, because they'll have different air resistance. So he solved this by taking them and putting them each in a ball. Now, because they're in the identical kind of ball, they have identical air resistances and identical weights.
This is very dependent on a state of matter. Solid, liquid, gas. Are we dropping gases in vacuums?
He controlled all the variables except for the element is what he varied, the element that's inside. Weight is the same, geometric form is the same, air resistance is the same. So everything's the same.
Somehow that okay. All right, let me think about this. You have a container that is the same.
Yes,
and it contains whatever it contains. Whether
contains
liquid,
an element that weighs 1
yeah.
gram.
Right. It doesn't matter if it's solid or whatever because you have this outer shell anyways.
Yes. And he drops it and he times how fast it takes to fall.
Okay, where is this video?
It's a bunch of videos, so I'll post a link in the side chat to his channel. Tons of videos. He also got talks that he's given at conferences, and you can watch them if you want.
Okay, so it shouldn't be too hard to find that.
His theory is that inertia and gravity are not the same, right? So you had the equivalence principle where inertial mass and gravitational mass are identical. He's saying that that's not true. That the so-called gravitational mass is based upon the number of neutrons inside of an element. Technically, not the number of neutrons. It's a little more sophisticated than that. But the neutron count is the easiest way to tell what it is. But it's an interaction between the neutrons and the protons. It's not specifically their binding energy, but it's like that.
Is it the neutron count or isn't it the proton count? I don't want to. I'm not going to get too technical.
According to him, it's the neutron count.
All right, let's see this shit.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of experiments in there. Good luck. But I can give you interviews that he's given explaining the principle and his experiments.
Which one's the video? The latest one?
There's a bunch of videos of him doing dude, they're experiments.
I know, but you're citing him, so I trust you to give me the best one.
Every single look, I'm citing him. You can watch them at your leisure. I describe them. Okay? My only point is that the equivalence principle has never been demonstrated experimentally. Remember, I was just saying that we're gonna keep busting up against explanations versus actual descriptions of reality. The experiment is the description of reality. You do an experiment, you measure the metrics or whatever it is you're observing, and you just describe what's happening. That's it. But then there's the explanation of why it happened or how it happened, the story we tell to make it sound better, or whatever reason we do it. Let me find a drop test for you.
Forgive me for asking, but what conclusion are we trying to get to or reach?
I don't even know. If you click the videos tab, it's like him just freaking doing experiment after experiment after experiment, man. And some interviews, apparently. Rubber zinc freefall comparison. Lead zinc trials using the same vending machine ball. Rubber zinc trials. I mean,
Yeah, I'll look at them. I'm going to look at this.
freefall experiments, lead versus steel.
Hey,
0.3
what's this
millisecond time difference.
experiment going to do for you, dude? What's it going to do for you when you find out that things fall at different rates? What is that going to mean then?
It ain't gonna prove a globe, and it ain't gonna disprove a globe. It isn't gonna do anything. It might be an intellectual curiosity.
I just wanted him to tell me what this actually means.
If they don't fall at the same rate, that means everything. That means gravity is false.
What?
Ugh.
It means that it can't be a globe.
It's fucking relevant.
No,
it means you can't pull a perfect vacuum.
It wouldn't mean it can't be a globe.
It does.
In your mind, maybe, but really, no.
What?
Things going up and down? Down, really? You think that that's going to prove a globe?
No, I need to see like vastly different rates, right? If we're talking about if it falls
0.3 milliseconds in like 6 feet.
It's 0.3 milliseconds, the difference?
Yeah, I'll post that one in the chat. I just read it to you.
Okay, let me see. 0.3 milliseconds.
Yeah, I'll post in the chat on. He's not dropping this for stories either. But this, you still didn't tell us how this would, like, I can't even believe I have to defend the freaking globe. This would.
I don't think 0.3 milliseconds is so tiny.
What?
The difference.
Okay,
it would
get on your
mean
computer and give yourself 0.3 give yourself 0.3 milliseconds lag. You tell me,
bro.
You'll be in here fucking crying, dude.
What are you talking about?
I'm lagging.
We play video games at 30 milliseconds, brother. At 50.
Dude, I played at 900 milliseconds.
No, you didn't.
Over.
How long is a millisecond, Sauce?
A millisecond is a thousandth of a second.
Okay. So when we used to be on dial-up, yes, I used to play at 900 milliseconds. Thank you very much.
Brother, I'm telling you, that's impossible.
They wrote way better netcode back then than they do now. Now they write trash.
900 milliseconds? That's almost a second difference. You'd be shooting at shadows, my guy. You'd be shooting at ghosts.
You have to have great anticipation. I could pick people out of the air with the fucking rocket launcher, bro.
0.3 milliseconds? That's the fastest fucking internet connection I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, no.
If you had 0.3 milliseconds,
if you're on fiber, you can get down. You can get like less than 1 millisecond.
Yeah, if the fucking server's right next to you.
But listen, it's not a far drop, and that's a huge. If they dropped it from 1,000 feet, it would be like a fucking second difference. So it doesn't matter anyway because it wouldn't prove or disprove the existence of Earth being a ball or not. It doesn't have.
It would mean that it falls within the parameters, the margin of error, because we cannot create.
What's the margin of error? How did they figure out what the margin of error is?
Whatever it is, it's good enough for me because this is such
How do you know? Well, how do you know? Since you don't know what it is, how do you know that it's good enough for you?
Oh God!
All I'm saying is it's not an open and shut case because it, like literally, we cannot create a perfect vacuum, and
Do you know
that
that if you
explains the
listen to
difference for me.
yourself right now, you're just trying to talk fast and say anything at this point?
No, I'm saying that we cannot create a perfect vacuum, and that gives me like some sort of out, right?
So what are you
that
going to prove?
explains-
Yeah, what are you going to prove by buying a vacuum chamber then?
You need a container for
Well,
gas.
I still want to see it for myself, you know.
What? You said you can't create a perfect vacuum. So what are you going to witness?
It would be cool to see fucking feathers fall like without any air resistance.
Feathers
That's one.
fall. No, there's air in there. Remember? Plus, feathers are heavier than nothing. So,
Radman, do you want? Should we really ruin this freaking day of space travel?
yeah, he needs it done. You go ahead.
You know what happens? Like, you know what it takes to create an ultra high vacuum on Earth?
No.
You need double vacuum chambers, and every time you turn the vacuum on and raise it to that high vacuum, and you open the door again, you need to change the seal, a metal seal. They can't use rubber seals. They have to use metal seals because when they close the door, they bolt it shut, and the metal is soft and it deforms in what do they call it? Cold welds to the other metal, right? So it's basically molecularly sealed at the molecular level. So when they open the door, they got to scrape that shit off, put a new seal on. How do they open and close the door on the ISS, which is a vacuum which is like 10 to the 11 torr, and the highest Earth vacuum is 10 to the -7 or something? Why aren't they changing these seals? And where is the giant frickin' copper seal that's like 3 feet in diameter that they have in the ISS that they have to replace every time?
And I want to know where they keep all the spares, and where do they keep all the spares all clean and safe?
Do they have them in those little fucking surgical fucking paper things that they keep band-aids
No,
in?
they must have it in their MRO room, like up against one of the fences, is all my guess. Hanging.
Well, they can't keep it outside because there's like seaweed and barnacles out there.
Hold on, so you're asking what how do they get out of the ISS, right?
No, we're asking how do you open and close the door more than once on there?
Okay, let me see.
How do you just open the door and never close it again?
Hold on, Indio. He's going to ask AI.
Oh God. I know what the AI is going to say. NASA is really good at engineering seals.
Well, it's NASA. What do you think? I mean, does he know that NASA is a spy agency now?
Oh shit! Did you tell him?
No. I thought somebody else would have told him by now. You know that, dude. NASA is now a spy agency, right?
Officially.
Officially, on paper.
Yeah, that's what.
What?
Do you think we're joking? No, there's an executive order. You can go read it on whitehouse.gov.
So now when you say you believe what NASA says, that means you believe in what the KGB tells you, basically.
Remember Airplane when he the Russian dude is reading the freaking news? There's like a gun off the screen, like pointed at his head. You see like an arm certain up the side of the screen, force him to read whatever on the news.
Yeah.
Could you repeat your assertion? What was the problem?
Changing the seals.
Changing the seals.
Yeah, when you change the seals on a vacuum chamber, so you have a reverse vacuum chamber, the vacuum's on the outside, the air's on the inside, as opposed to the air on the outside and vacuum on the inside. So it's just the reverse of the problem. You have the same problem. So ultra-high vacuum, we know from manufacturing what it takes to create one and what it takes to use one in industrial enterprise. So we know that if you want to open it up, you need to replace the seal every single time it's opened.
Why?
Because when you close it, there's a metal seal, metal like copper, and when you close it, it deforms. Okay, and cold welds to one side and deforms on the other side. When you open it up, you can't get it to redeform the same way. It's a one use only. You can't use rubber because the rubber outgasses and decays in vacuum. So they have to use, and it also don't make as good a seal. So they have to use metal.
So what they're saying is there's actually
I can show you a
not that
video from a
much.
vacuum manufacturer. I mean,
They're saying there's not
in my
much
opinion.
pressure on the ISS. They're saying there's not as much pressure on the door. It's only about 1 atmosphere, which is basically like on Earth. So
well, yeah, but if it's 1 atmosphere on Earth, why don't they just use the same seal that they use on the ISS on Earth to make their vacuum chamber?
It's the same pressure values. It's the same problem.
No, it's in space, so it's way different. Dude.
Are you
know that?
Are you not saying that? Are you not saying that because the pressure is so high that the material gets deformed? Is that not what you're saying?
No, it gets deformed when they close the door.
Yeah.
The seal does. But when you reopen the door, now that seal is no good and you need to replace it.
But what? But
where are the replacement seals? You would need 3-foot diameter replacement seals because the fucking hole is 3 feet in diameter.
But wouldn't this also apply to the doors on the Apollo landers?
Yes. It would apply to any fucking thing that's in vacuum that you have a door that you have to shut and open. And there's cold welding problems. In a vacuum, when you touch two metals together, they'll cold weld together and you'll never get them apart again. This is a known phenomenon, man. This isn't like new shit, man.
Okay, what is this phenomenon called?
Cold welding.
Cold welding. All right, thank you. You were saying this happens on the ISS? Yes or no?
No, it should happen on the ISS, but the ISS is fake, so no, it doesn't happen on the ISS.
Okay, so it should. Okay, listen.
You've got, in both situations, you've got a door that separates 1 atmospheric pressure from an ultra-high vacuum. Whether it's on Earth or up in the sky, inside or outside, the door is still separating the two things, the ultra-high vacuum from the 1 standard atmospheric pressure. Now,
I hear you.
Cool. Talking a lot about containers, but you figure out that door problem.
No, I know what you're saying. You're basically, he was saying that you put a vacuum chamber in a vacuum, or I mean, you put whatever in a vacuum chamber, and it should, yeah. You put a shuttle in a vacuum chamber, it should cold weld, or that's what you're saying. We observe here on Earth, right?
I'm saying when they touch metals,
yeah,
together,
it should
when you're
cold
going
weld.
on a little spacewalk, or when the ships touch each other, they should cold weld together. Okay, there's a video of ultra high vacuum, and what they say. You can listen to the lady. This is a ultra high vacuum manufacturer saying what needs to be done. They're one-time use, the seals. You open the little hatch, you can never use it again. That means you got to have seals on hand to replace every time you open the door. Open the door, go outside. Oh shit, we need to replace the seal right now before we can even shut the fucking door.
Will this happen in my vacuum, or must this be like a super vacuum?
No, it has to be like ultra high vacuum. That's like 10 to the negative 5, 10 to the negative 6 toward in that vicinity. But the ISS is something like 10 to the 11 or something. 10 to the 9.
So like in between then.
We can't even make the vacuum of where that thing operates. We can't make that vacuum on Earth.
Hold on, you said 10 to the what for an ultra
like
vacuum?
10 to the 9 or 10 to the 11, somewhere in there.
But the ISS in outer space, you're saying
the
it's
10
like
to the
more.
9. That's the 10 to the 9, 10 to the 11 tour. On Earth, the largest vacuum we can pull a 10 to the negative 9 for a very brief period of time for like making microprocessors, but it's for a very brief period of time on the order of fucking like 2 or 3 minutes. But the typical ultra high vacuum that can be maintained is like 10 to the negative 6.
Deep space is supposed to be
Look, there's this thing called outgassing. So when you manufacture things on Earth, right, there's gases, right? We got the air and air pressure. Say we make a piece of metal and we forge it. Inside that metal are dissolved gases. When you pull a vacuum with that thing inside it, those dissolved gases, they come out of the metal and they cause what's called spillation. And you'll have a bunch of fucking holes in it. Well, that ain't no good if you want something structurally sound in outer space so you don't fly apart from the ultra high vacuum. So you have to pre-treat all this stuff before you can even expose it to vacuum. But how do you pre-treat it before you even get it into the vacuum? There's a big question. How did I pre-treat the entire ISS in an ultra high vacuum at high or in a vacuum at high heat to get rid of all the dissolved gases, and then stopping that process and then going to space? Did I fucking saran wrap it? Did I put them in big Ziploc bags? Like, did I vacuum seal? Like, what did I do? How did you even do this?
Oh, that's a massive problem for all space travel. You start talking about moon buggies with rubber on the moon. You want to talk about Tesla and his car and his showpiece of throwing his Tesla's car into space. The amount of outgassing that all of these things would take place. Yeah, good point, India.
Yeah, the fucking Tesla would have exploded, dude. You would have just saw fucking seat foam flying everywhere. It wouldn't even be seat foam anymore. It would just be freaking a raggy piece of freaking polyurethane. So, Sauce, foam is dissolved bubbles inside of like polyurethane or polyvinyl or PVC even. Right? It's bubbles that are dissolved in there, but they're dissolved in there at 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Each bubble, each little teeny microscopic bubble is in there at 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Thousands and thousands and thousands of them. You fly your Tesla into space. Now that fucking seat with the polyurethane foam, all those bubbles want to expand into the available fucking vacuum. The fucking goddamn seats would have exploded. Never mind the plastic fucking, because also the plastic has dissolved gases. All this stuff has dissolved gases in it, and they would all explode. In ultra high vacuum, the vacuum they say it is.
Yeah, but that's assuming you're not protected from the vacuum.
Well, I mean, the Tesla that Musk says he launched into space was not protected from the vacuum.
He just rolled it out of the parking lot. That's
He said they didn't do anything to it.
Yeah, that was the claim, wasn't it? Didn't do anything, just took it out of the warehouse and chucked it into space.
You have to look at this foam you're talking about then.
Foam? You've never seen foam, like for a seat?
Well, I have to search up the material. You said poly something?
It could be polyurethane foam. Like, just open like closed cell foam, man.
I mean, well, we got to get specific, right?
You never seen like polyester foam?
If you want to get,
I don't own a fucking Tesla.
You own a pillow. Do you have a rock for a pillow or something?
if you want to get specific, just understand what outgassing is. And we can be specific about that. And then we're just going to have to look at all of the things that are apparently said to be thrown into the vacuum of space. Now, a little bit of discernment will help you understand that things like rubber, foam aren't going to do very well in vacuums just because of the phenomenon of outgassing. They're not going to be very good for, well, let's put it like this. If your life depends on it, now fuck up. So back to the door.
I just posted an image, dude. This is foam for upholstery. That's what's in a car seat.
Yeah, you're saying that in a vacuum, it's all just gonna expand outwards, right?
That foam is just bubbles.
Yeah.
Okay, source.
If you take one of these and stick them in a vacuum chamber, they'll freaking expand. Same way as a marshmallow. You can actually probably look at that on YouTube, right? Put marshmallow in a vacuum chamber.
I'm gonna search up this Tesla video.
Not the one that's real, because it looks so fake.
What's up, Matrix? Sorry to cut you off like that.
Well, actually, you said exactly what I was going to say. Go and stick a marshmallow in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah. Dude, I want to try that, though. I bet you I'd eat the fucking marshmallow.
It's a shame they don't stay big. Put them in the vacuum chamber, expand them out.
Right, they shrink. Lame.
Freaking mint, wouldn't it?
Well, I guess you can be like that astronaut, like be in the vacuum chamber with the marshmallow and try to eat it before you pass out.
Best of luck.
Be like, my tongue, the water was boiling up his tongue. Is that what he said? He could feel
in that
his tongue
article
sizzling or something, he said.
Yeah, in the article where they stuck him, the astronaut in the vacuum chamber, they claimed that he could feel it before he passed out. It was one of the last sensations he could feel was the moisture coming off of his tongue.